Chapter 1. I, the Demon King, the King of Twilight. Unbeknownst to me, 20 fleeting years have passed since my arrival in this nightly world devoid of lesser demon kings. And having truly become the King of Twilight, I have remained invincible for a full 5 years following the second convergence of the world's timeline. In the year 2068, at the end of the Heisei era, within a grand hall of pure gold, statues of dozens of knights tower majestically, encircling the immense golden sculpture in the center and beside the boy clad in black attire below. First tier time, King. Second tier time, King Supreme, Sovereign, the power of Twilight. Changpan sat regally upon the golden throne that symbolized the utmost authority in the world, gazing into the distance. With his soft murmurs, ripples gradually emerged in the space beside him. The dials resembling the primary knights of the Heisei era, alongside the Supreme Dial, representing the power of the Time King, manifested in the air, exuding an overwhelming sense of dread. As he regarded these principal night dials, each capable of conquering the world singularly, Changpan's eyes remained tranquil, for he had traversed this realm for a full 2 decades. 20 years prior, apart from the primary knights of the Heisei era, there existed various antagonists from the tales of these knights, such as the aberrant insects, the monstrous beings, and so forth. What set this era apart was the absence of demon kings. Both the old and the young demon kings were non-existent, completely independent from the knights in an alternate parallel dimension. As for Changpan, as a transgressor, he awakened the mightiest knight system. From the onset, he obtained the Time King Knight Dial, and, within a mere 15 years, quelled the aberrant insects in the north, gathered the powers of various knights in the south, and suppressed countless villains, thus acquiring all primary knight dials and the power of Twilight. Revered as a king by the world, he converged the timelines and resurrected the deceased. 5 years have elapsed since then. By the end of 2068, the world had come under his dominion as a demon king, and his decree that only knights may exist in this realm served as a formidable suppression. No villain dared to show their face again. The world flourished. Yet, it was precisely at this juncture that Changpan began to feel an overwhelming sense of ennui. After all, I can foresee everything that will happen in the future. Even if friends and family perish, I can effortlessly resurrect them with but a thought, or even reconstruct the world. Possessing such power is akin to an alternative form of immortality. It would be strange not to feel bored. Yawning, Changpan waved his hand, summoning all the dials back to him. Let me calculate the time. This world should have stabilized completely by now. After I depart, Woz will be able to shoulder the great responsibilities, and so will Kamen Rider. Then, I should be able to initiate the second fixed-point transmission of the system. Surely, I cannot be relegated to playing a single-player game, perpetually converging the timelines while remaining in youthful form. The Supreme Knight system is the key to Changpan's presence in the realm of Kamen Riders. It also symbolizes his birthright as a king. However, there exists a drawback. The world must be stable before he can undergo the second transmission. Otherwise, he must remain in place. This is precisely why Changpan has remained invincible for 5 long years, merely reconstructing the world to retain his youthful appearance. But now the time has come. System, initiate settlement. Targeted secondary transmission world. With Changpan's command, the system's resonant hum began to churn. Detection. Host has completed the task. The Demon King has arrived, asserting dominance in all directions. Current world stability detected. Host qualifies for temporal traversal. 6 blank dials have been issued. Current character. Changpan. Current number of blank dials. 10. Commencing temporal anchor point localization, locking onto the world. This traversal leads to a new realm, the God-slaying world. Shall we proceed with anchor point traversal immediately? The system's subtitles materialized before him, and a faint smile graced Changpan's lips. Commence temporal anchor point traversal. As his words echoed, the space rippled like undulating water. A sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, and his figure vanished in an instant. In the God-slaying world, in a narrow alley of Sangnan City, ripples emerged and then dissipated. Clad in a dark uniform, Changpan stood resolutely, his gaze indifferent. Radiance illuminated his face, resembling a divine countenance, subtly revealing an air of authority. A youthful demon king, nothing more. Detection. Host successfully arrived in the God-slaying world, initiating a new round of tasks. Task. I, born to be a king. Task details. Suppress this realm, stabilize it, and influence the world line. Rewards. Temporal traversal. 20 blank dials dispersed based on completion level. Current world stability level. 0 current task completion level. 0. 0%. Even the night world had a stability level of 30%. Yet this world is less than 1%. Is this truly a world where Cthulhu has revived? Observing the system's subtitles, Changpan raised an eyebrow in surprise. However, soon enough, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in his eyes. With a single hand gesture upwards, a blank dial materialized in his palm. Not a problem after all, they're merely dimensional demon gods. I wonder how invincible I shall become once I absorb the power of these malevolent deities. The Supreme Knight system possesses two primary abilities. The first is temporal traversal, which is why Changpan could descend into the night world and the god-slaying world. The second ability arises from the blank dials rewarded by the system, which enables absorption. Regardless of whose power it is, as long as their essence is gently pressed by his blank dial, he can forcibly absorb their strength. This capability is a crucial factor in his ascension to supremacy in the night world. He can fabricate the future while whimsically altering the past, siphoning the powers of others. Alas, possessing such a bug-like blank dial capable of altering the very essence of power is exclusive to him. Only upon completing a task can the system grant him more. Otherwise, it remains unattainable. 10 blank dials should suffice for now. Now, I merely need to ascertain one thing: at what stage has the plot developed, and whether Lin Xie's eyes can truly perceive it. As the custodian of the future narrative, Changpan swiftly devised a plan. However, just as his plans were about to be set into motion, a few youthful voices drifted in from afar, carried by the wind, into his ears. Will the mist revive? I think not necessarily. Ultimately, I believe the mist is merely a supernatural phenomenon that eludes our understanding. What you mentioned rings a bell. It seems to be referred to as the theory of natural disasters. Listening to these voices, Changpan's emotions remained undisturbed. But in the next moment, the youthful voice resonated once more. What if it is not a natural phenomenon? Chapter 2. The Faceless One. Lin Xie's voice echoed. Changpan's gaze abruptly shifted. Before him strode a boy clad in school uniform, his eyes ensnared by black iron, surrounded by several peers. Clad in school uniform, eyes bound in black iron, Lin Xie. Changpan instantly recognized the boy's identity and comprehended the pivotal moment he found himself in within the narrative of the god-slaying. This was the critical scene where Lin Xie awakened the seraphic angel. It seems I have arrived, quite opportune. A slight smile graced Changpan's lips. As Changpan identified Lin Xie, the latter and his companions also caught sight of Changpan, momentarily taken aback. Wait, who is this guy? A celebrity? So handsome. Jiang Xian and the others were instantly captivated by Changpan's appearance. It must be said that both his looks and demeanor were of the highest caliber. No matter how much he tried to conceal it at that moment, the essence of the Demon King was deeply etched into his very bloodline. Combined with Changpan's current youthful and refined visage, he appeared incongruous among his peers, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Jiang Qian and the others pondered over Changpan's identity. As for Lin Xie, he scrutinized Changpan with his iron-bound gaze, feeling his body tense up. This guy is not simple. Though he still could not see or recognize Changpan's true identity, having once locked eyes with the seraphic angel, Lin Xie could distinctly sense something amiss about Changpan. The sensation emanating from Changpan bore a striking resemblance to that of the seraphic angel he had witnessed years ago. Yet, despite his growing anxiety, Changpan remained unperturbed, wearing a smile as he watched them depart. Even after they had completely vanished, Lin Xie couldn't help but glance back at Changpan, seemingly trying to discern his intentions. However, this fleeting thought was soon cast aside. Never mind. Whoever he is, as long as it does not affect me, it is of no concern. As expected of the protagonist of the god-slaying tale, his vigilance is commendable. The group swiftly circumvented Changpan and disappeared into the distance. Changpan quietly observed the retreating figures of Lin Xie and his companions. Only after they were completely gone did he retract his smile. He could sense the vigilance emanating from Lin Xie. This was not merely the wariness one might feel towards a stranger, rather, it stemmed from the awareness of a low-dimensional being in the presence of a high-dimensional entity. In simpler terms, Lin Xie discerned his extraordinary nature. Is this perceptiveness a gift from the seraph? Or could it be that the divine ruins within him are on the verge of awakening? Yi Changpan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. However, he soon stretched lazily and ambled towards Lin Xie, remarking, "Never mind, I can't be bothered to think too deeply about it, whichever it is. It matters not. I am eager to engage the dark god. Let us first test the waters with the phantom masked man. How fortuitous. Who was that person just now? A talent scout, or? I have no idea. It can't possibly be that serial killer mentioned in the news, right? Haha." After parting ways with Yi Changpan, the group noticeably brightened. Wang Xiao and Li Yifei expressed their jealousy, prompting Jiang Qian to roll her eyes dramatically and exclaim, "Oh, come on, we're heading home soon. Let's not dwell on this. Whoever he is, it has nothing to do with us. Let us enjoy our holiday." Yes, long live the holiday. Amidst the cheers, they turned a corner. Wang Xiao halted and glanced back at the other four. "All right, I will be taking this turn. I won't be walking with you any longer." Gazing at the alleyway bathed in the crimson glow of the setting sun, Li Yifei suddenly spoke with gravity. "I just remembered. Wang Xiao, your home is near the old district, right?" "Indeed, why do you ask? You need to be cautious on your way back." Wang Xiao's lips twitched in annoyance as he replied, "Just say what you mean, don't beat around the bush and leave me in suspense." Li Yifei raised his eyebrows and gestured for Wang Xiao to look behind him. "Do you recall what I mentioned earlier about that psychopathic murderer spotted near the old district? I forgot to tell you he has a penchant for targeting individuals who are alone. Wasn't there someone waiting just now? Perhaps he was merely scouting, biding his time until someone is isolated, haha." With that, Li Yifei grinned ominously, just as a chilling breeze swept by. Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan both shuddered in unison. At that moment, a cool evening wind further amplified the eerie atmosphere, sending a shiver coursing from their feet to the top of their heads. Jiang Qian, observing Li Yifei's smug expression, scolded him in irritation. "Li Yifei, are you out of your mind? Speaking of such things at night." Though her tone was assertive, a hint of fear betrayed her words. She was not alone. The other two shared her trepidation as they gazed into the dim alley ahead. Wang Xiao, having walked this path for so many years, couldn't help but swallow hard, suddenly finding the road to be ominously terrifying. Damn, that Li Yifei, does he think he'd perish if he kept silent? After a brief silence, Lin Xie spoke thoughtfully. "What if it is not the work of humans?" Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped them. Jiang Qian's delicate body trembled as she gazed at Lin Xie, her eyes filled with astonishment. "Xie." The corners of Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan's mouths also twitched involuntarily, their gazes directed at Lin Xie, taking on an unusually peculiar quality. Is this the reclusive man who so awkwardly received eggs from his aunt? Pray, elaborate further. Oh, at this moment, it was Li Yifei's turn to express surprise. "Xie, do you also share this sentiment?" "Li Yifei, be quiet. Do not speak of such ghost stories in the dead of night. I still need to return home." Jiang Qian could no longer endure the chilling atmosphere, and she pinched Li Yifei's arm, effectively silencing him. All right, I shall not engage in idle chatter with you all any longer. In any case, I do not believe in such supernatural occurrences. I will take my leave." With Jiang Qian's interruption, Wang Xiao's fear diminished somewhat. After uttering those words, he gradually vanished into the narrow alleyway. Upon witnessing Wang Xiao's departure, Jiang Qian shot an irate glare at Li Yifei, then took a few steps forward before abruptly halting. She inhaled deeply, her brow furrowing slightly as she pondered aloud. "Do any of you smell something foul? A foul smell?" "Yes, that kind of odor reminiscent of something decaying." "I don't smell anything. How about you, Lu Yuan?" "I don't either." "Ugh, what the hell is that horrible stench?" Li Yifei exclaimed, covering his nose, while Jiang Qian, with her keen sense of smell, had already crouched down, retching and looking exceedingly pale. "I am uncertain." Lin Xie's brow gradually furrowed. After a moment of silence, he gestured for everyone to glance towards the alley from which Wang Xiao had just departed. "But it seems that the odor is emanating from that direction." As soon as he finished speaking, a piercing wail suddenly echoed from not far away, reverberating through the still night sky. Chapter 3. Time stopped, the demon descends. At the very moment when Lin Xie and the others caught a whiff of a foul stench. In the alley from which Wang Xiao had just departed, a sense of dread enveloped him. What manner of creature is this? Stay away. Do not come closer. Wang Xiao stood paralyzed before a nameless monstrosity, its form reminiscent of a human, yet possessing the gait of a hyena and the physique of a grizzly bear. Terror surged through him, rendering him immobile, rooted to the spot in sheer horror. In all his years, he had never encountered such a being. No, it was no longer human. It was a monstrous entity draped in a semblance of humanity. Despite his desperate cries, the ghastly figure continued its advance, becoming more exhilarated with each shout from Wang Xiao. With a thunderous roar, it closed the distance between them, swiftly approaching his side. Without a moment's hesitation, it lunged forth, intent on snapping Wang Xiao's neck. The stench enveloped him, and as he beheld the looming, ebony hand mere millimeters from him, his legs trembled in terror. It was the end. In that instant, a singular thought echoed in Wang Xiao's mind. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the surrounding space rippled like the surface of a lake, creating expanding waves. Finally, a gentle footfall resonated through the air. Step. In that moment, time seemed to stretch into eternity. The ghastly figure abruptly crouched, its putrid hand hovering just a breath away from Wang Xiao, poised to deliver a fatal blow. But that infinitesimal distance became a frozen eternity. The creature's body appeared to be suspended in time, unable to advance. So this is the demon? Indeed, it was somewhat repugnant. As the creature was momentarily stilled, a calm voice broke the silence, echoing through the vicinity. Is there someone else? Wang Xiao's heart surged with hope as he turned to the source of the voice, tears nearly spilling from his eyes in joy. Yet, he soon realized his elation was premature. In his line of sight, a dark fissure inexplicably appeared in the space behind the demon, from which the voice emanated. As the words faded, a strikingly handsome youth, exuding an aura of command, emerged from the void. Wang Xiao recognized him instantly. After all, they had just been discussing him. Changpan. However, in that moment, Wang Xiao was not concerned with how Changpan had arrived there. He stood transfixed, staring at the gradually vanishing crack, acutely aware that everything he had learned about physics throughout his life had shattered into oblivion. What in the world is this? Wang Xiao murmured. Ye Changpan, having heard the sound, glanced over and noticed the fallen Wang Xiao. You're still alive, huh? Wang Xiao thought. Why does it seem like my survival disappoints you? Enough dawdling. After the initial astonishment, Yi Changpan continued. Now that it has been frozen in time, we must flee. From here on, your involvement is over. The ghost-faced man, suspended in midair, is undoubtedly a manifestation of Yi Changpan's extraordinary abilities. The capacity to manipulate time, commonly referred to as time suspension, is indeed a formidable power. As for his ability to traverse spatial rifts to arrive here, it is a result of years of unchallenged research into the creative forces of the realm of omens. Oh, indeed. Wang Xiao immediately nodded, disregarding the intricacies of how Yi Changpan accomplished this feat, and hastily scrambled out of the alley. Thus, the narrow passage was left with only Yi Changpan and the ghost-faced man. Now, let me observe the prowess of this creature conjured from the depths of Cthulhu lore. Yi Changpan regarded the ghost-faced man, momentarily frozen in time, and snapped his fingers. The time suspension effect was instantly lifted, and the creature lunged towards Wang Xiao's previous position, snapping its jaws in vain and letting out a furious roar. In an instant, its gaze shifted towards Yi Changpan, filled with a ferocity that reeked of bloodlust, and it charged at him with a deafening roar. The fetid scent pervaded the alley, and its blood-soaked fangs were a source of dread. Yi Changpan observed this scene with indifference. Rather than retreating, he strode confidently toward the ghost-faced man, placing his hands at his waist. With each crisp footfall, the resplendent golden omen's watch materialized at his side, and the belt and driver locked into place with a swift motion. Transformation. As the words left his lips, Yi Changpan forcefully pushed his hands to the sides of the golden watch. Clang! The sharp sound echoed, and the surrounding fabric of time and space seemed to come to a standstill. Parallel dimensions. Beyond Earth, the ninth planet. a colossal golden dial descended, accompanied by a figure clad in resplendent golden armor, radiating an aura of nobility and authority. Suddenly, it bowed its head slightly, its gaze traversing the vast distance to Earth. Beside it, two discordant points of light began to flicker in gold and black. Ultimately, they coalesced into a dial symbolizing the ghost-faced man. The past me has arrived. It spoke softly, its voice resonating through the boundless expanse of the galaxy, causing countless suppressed entities to cease their turmoil. Gradually, it lifted its palm, and surrounding dials erupted forth, transforming into one imprinted with the visage of the Time King of Omens. Time King of Omens, the Omens, invincible for the past 2068 years. The Time King of Omens possesses the power to merge the strengths of the myriad gods of the Great Xia, embodying infinite possibilities. I eagerly anticipate your arrival to claim this power. As it spoke, it glanced at the now tranquil starry sky, a trace of derision flickering in its eyes. A group of false gods. Are they worthy of the title? Countless dials dissipated once more, and its form faded into nothingness. The endless galaxy fell silent once again. On the moon, the angel Michael stood resolutely, his demeanor now devoid of indifference, his gaze filled with astonishment as he beheld Earth. In his eyes, the planet was caught in a moment of suspension. Indeed, it was a stasis, a silence akin to death. Time. This is the power of time. Yet, compared to Kronos, the power of time is even more formidable. How can this be possible? A few utterances unmistakably reveal the shock that resides within Michael's heart. One must understand that without time, space is unworthy of ruling. Among myriad forces, only time can establish everything. Even he must adhere to this law. Yet now, in the absence of the supreme deity Kronos, there exists someone who has mastered the power of time and ascended to supremacy on Earth. Who is he? Just as he wished to observe more closely, he was astonished to discover that Earth appeared to be shrouded by an unknown power, its surface cloaked in a thick layer of seething molten rock. Elusive, immeasurable, and beyond observation, countless deities and enigmas concealed within the black mist of Earth were frozen in time. What extraordinary might is this? The seraphim and the affairs of parallel worlds transpired in an instant. When the words belonging to Yi Changpan resonated in Sangnan City, the figure of the ghost-faced man abruptly froze in midair. In this moment, Yi Changpan did not intentionally invoke time suspension. Yet, the ghost-faced man seemed as if he had been extracted from time itself, rendered immobile. Beneath Yi Changpan's feet, flames of golden red ignited, rapidly expanding, and with a thunderous boom, the silhouette of a clock emerged. The next moment, the clock's hands began to move, and a resonant chime filled the air, heavy with an oppressive aura. Crack! Boom! The ground began to fracture, revealing layer upon layer of cracks, from which golden red flames surged forth like molten rock. Simultaneously, a colossal golden clock enveloped Yi Changpan. The commanding and dignified voice of the demon king suddenly descended upon this place. Moment of blessing, most benevolent, most virtuous, most supreme, most powerful king, lord of the time of demons. Chapter 4. Lin Xie. The power of the seraph. How unbearable. Boom. The sound of blessings resounded. The enormous golden clock halo surrounding Yi Changpan suddenly shattered. The dazzling golden light, akin to the first ray of dawn, illuminated Yi Changpan and directly obliterated the frozen ghoul before him, once rampant and capable of wantonly slaughtering humans. The ghoul was now utterly incapable of withstanding even the residual force of Yi Changpan's transformation. As the light rapidly dimmed, the true form of this legendary knight was finally revealed. Blood-red characters were imprinted in his eyes, and his golden armor radiated nobility. Adorned with elements of time, such as a pitch-black clock and its dial, he appeared both profound and regal. Merely standing there, he naturally exuded a terrifying pressure. This was the invincible king of 2068, the king of twilight, Yi Changpan. Clang! Time restored to its normal flow. Yet the scene had already descended into ruins. The entire edge of the alley had collapsed due to Yi Changpan's transformation. Yi Changpan gazed at the crumbled ground and the ashes of the ghoul. unable to suppress a frown. I haven't even begun to warm up, and it's already over. Is this the ghoul? So weak that it probably couldn't even surpass the first tier of the Twilight King. However, at this point, Changpan turned his gaze to a short distance away. He clearly saw that one ghoul was pursuing the direction in which Wang Xiao had just fled, while another was hastily retreating from the scene. Soon, a few terrified screams pierced the air. That was Jiang Qian's voice. Alongside her scream was a roar that could resonate through the heavens. I refuse to accept this. Lin Xie's voice seemed capable of shattering the skies. A golden beam of light descended from the firmament, enveloping him tightly. In that moment, the night transformed into day, creating a sense of dissonance. Awakening once again, Changpan pondered thoughtfully, then gazed at the celestial pillar. A searing power. Could this be the might of Michael? Quite intriguing. I shall lend you a hand. And also take a look at that, Zhao Kongsheng. In an instant, Changpan activated his acceleration, vanishing from his original spot and appearing at the alley entrance, poised to ambush the ghoul pursuing Lin Xie. Roar! The sudden arrival of Changpan filled the ghoul with overwhelming pressure. As a mythical creature, even with its limited intellect, it understood that Changpan was not on the same level as an ordinary human. Instinctively, it attempted to halt and flee. However, it had forgotten that it had already forced itself into Changpan's path. At this moment, it was too late to maneuver. Caught off guard, it comically dropped to its knees. By the time it rose again, Changpan was already before it. Do not rush. I shall send you on your way. With that, Changpan wasted no time, delivering a powerful kick. The force of his foot stirred a tempest in the void. The ghoul, in terror, turned to face the incoming strike. Boom! With but a single kick, a potent force erupted from Changpan's soles, striking the demon-faced adversary and obliterating it into a grotesque amalgamation of shattered bones and sanguine matter. Having accomplished this, Changpan lifted his gaze towards the rear, locking eyes with Lin Xie, who had just unleashed the power of the Seraph. Their mutual wariness was palpable. With a faint smile, Changpan remarked, "The power of the Seraph is rather intense, isn't it?" This mere utterance caused Lin Xie's pupils to constrict sharply. As the battle drew to a close, it appeared swift and with minimal turbulence, yet it had illuminated countless souls. Nearly 90% of the residents in the old district peered out, drawn to the source of the recent brilliance. Holy moly, I'm not joking. It was as if day had suddenly broken. What was that phenomenon? An artistic explosion? I think I glimpsed golden eyes. Was that a deity? I always believed in the existence of spiritual energy in this world. Damn it, you all awakened without me. I can personally attest that this is a high-intensity flashlight developed by our company, now available for just 98 instead of 998, allowing you to experience daylight. Across the city, a collective unrest spread as this unexpected spectacle kept many wide awake. Meanwhile, on the deserted streets, ripples of energy began to manifest. 5 figures cloaked in black and red silently emerged. Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brow, gazing into the distance, still clutching an advertisement sign barring access, reluctant to close it. Although the horizon had returned to normalcy, Wu Xiangnan's expression remained tense, growing increasingly grave, revealing a flicker of fear deep within. The life forces of 2 demon-faced beings had vanished. Could the newly awakened divine realm, even in the presence of a divine agent, possess such power? Especially at the very moment before the divine realm's eruption. Could it be that Divine Agent 003, the King of Angels, Michael, had personally descended? Sensing the immense power that surged from the recent beam of light, Wu Xiangnan dared not relax. For it signified a being of at least the 5th realm, an unparalleled titan he could only revere. Old Zhao is over there. We must investigate, Hong Ying said, clutching her right shoulder, her demeanor somewhat waning, yet she gritted her teeth and stood tall. Elsewhere, Chunmai wiped the blood from his blade, having just concluded his skirmish. This brute had managed to escape. He had underestimated its cunning by scattering. Grumbling to himself, Chunmai glanced at the now normal horizon. A new divine agent? The King of Angels, Michael, at least of the 5th realm. Let us hope this individual is amenable. At Lin Xie's residence, Yang Jin cradled a small black dog on the balcony, his expression heavy with concern, filled with an unusual intensity that starkly contrasted with that of a child. Xiaohei, can you feel it too? Woof. Time in this world seemed to freeze for an instant. In the midst of the summer, there existed a being who wielded dominion over time, ascending to the pinnacle of existence. Woof. At this very moment, Zhao Kongsheng, the individual closest to Changpan and Lin Xie, found himself enveloped in profound confusion. The demise of the ghost-faced beings was indisputable. After all, the foul stench that once pervaded the air had dissipated, at least not as pungent as before. Consequently, Zhao Kongsheng's task was no longer to eliminate the ghost-faced figures, but rather to uncover the agent of the divine. Yet, must it truly fall upon me to seek? Gazing at the remnants of the once vibrant alleyway, Zhao Kongsheng's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Indeed, he was a night watchman, but at best, he could merely be considered a sentinel. In essence, he had no supernatural powers. He was merely a tad more formidable than the average individual. The fact that he had not fled in the presence of a deity was already commendable. Now, confronted with a force capable of obliterating an alleyway, could he really rely on himself? Was this for real? Chapter 5, remember, I am merely a passing demon king. What are you saying? What seraph? I know nothing. In the old city, Lin Xie gazed at Yi Changpan, his wariness intensifying. Ever since he glimpsed the angel on the moon from the rooftop at his childhood, he understood that this world was far more intricate than it appeared. Indeed, he yearned to comprehend what had just transpired. Yet, before him stood a person he dared not gamble, would not covet the secrets he possessed. Do you not know? Yi Changpan observed Lin Xie's demeanor and chuckled. Since you seem to have forgotten, allow me to assist you in recalling. As he spoke, he recounted Lin Xie's details as if they were his own treasured memories. Lin Xie, male, currently enrolled at Songnan City Second High School, residing in the old city, with an aunt and a younger brother named Yang Jin. In his childhood, due to witnessing, as Yi Changpan continued, Lin Xie's expression visibly darkened. Enough. What are you truly trying to accomplish? Lin Xie interjected with a somber tone, interrupting Yi Changpan's narrative. These matters are quite simple to investigate, Yi Changpan replied. Lin Xie felt an unsettling realization that, following today's incident, his identity would be difficult to conceal for long. Regardless, revealing such details today was unacceptable. It felt as if everything he had endured and accomplished over the years was under constant scrutiny. You have finally addressed the crux of the matter, Yi Changpan remarked with a smile, extending his hand to reveal a blank dial floating above his palm. However, what I intend to do is something you are not yet qualified to know. He tossed the blank dial towards Lin Xie. Keep this dial safe. When you are capable of harnessing the power of the seraph, infuse it within. At that time, I shall lend my assistance, regardless of the task, even if it involves the killing of a deity. The indifferent and solemn voice, imbued with the power of the fateful encounter, gradually echoed through the desolate alleyway. The atmosphere descended into a profound silence. At the same moment, outside, Zhao Kongsheng's gaze grew increasingly resolute. Even if a true god, the king of angels, had descended into the depths of the ruins, he, Zhao Kongsheng, must enter and locate the newly emerged divine agent. This was his mission, and it was the duty of the night watchman. It was a vow he had taken upon joining their ranks. Though death may come, retreat is not an option. Just as he solidified his resolve, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Hiss! Such a vast area has been reduced to ruins? Huh? Old Zhao. Turning around, Zhao Kongsheng saw Wu Xiangnan and Hong Ying among others arriving at the scene. Upon their arrival, the courage he had mustered dissipated entirely. Finally, you have come. I was beginning to think I would have to face the deity alone, he exclaimed. Wu Xiangnan's lips twitched. Hong Ying retorted bluntly, with your puny stature. Facing a deity? I could let you use one hand, and you still wouldn't stand a chance against me. Zhao Kongsheng directly disregarded Hong Ying's words and turned to Wu Xiangnan. The divine agent is inside. Shall we proceed now? Do not say I did not warn you. This scenario is indeed of his making. Upon hearing this, both Wu Xiangnan and Hong Ying fell silent for a moment. Yet soon their expressions turned grave as they spoke in unison. "We must enter. It is our duty." "Huh, I knew you would say that." After their exchange, they ventured deeper into the ruins, heading towards the positions of Yi Changpan and Lin Xie. They arrived just in time to witness Yi Changpan toss a blank dial to Lin Xie, along with his final words, "No matter the task, even if it involves the god of death." At that moment, the three present inhaled sharply. The god of death! What an audacious declaration. Hong Ying's eyes sparked with battle fervor. As a prodigy emerging from the training camp, she yearned for the day she might utter such words. Yet, she recognized that in this lifetime, that day would likely never come. For upon glimpsing Yi Changpan clad in dark golden demonic armor, she felt as though she were in the presence of an exalted deity from the abyss. Even without any display of aura or power, it was sufficient to render her legs tremulous and her breath uneven. Turning her gaze, she noted that the others, including Zhao Kongsheng, were similarly affected, with even Vice Captain Wu Xiangnan displaying comparable apprehension. This person is formidable. Wu Xiangnan's expression swiftly turned serious. "Vice Captain, should we enter now?" asked Si Xiaonan. Her voice tinged with anxiety. She felt her breath become labored in the presence of that dark, golden armored figure. "Do not act rashly." Wu Xiangnan shook his head, his eyes fixed intently on Yi Changpan. He may be a god. There were still two phrases unuttered. The overwhelming oppressive force, and that attire suggested he could very well be a deity of the ancient god church, an evil god. Had it been otherwise, Wu Xiangnan might have already approached to inquire about his divine identity. After all, although the great Xia is weak, it is not so feeble as to be easily bullied. Aside from that group of madmen, who would dare brazenly harm a divine agent within the great Xia, no god possesses such reckless audacity. Their conversation was subdued, yet Yi Changpan had already taken note of their presence. After cautioning Lin Xie, he redirected his gaze towards Wu Xiangnan and the others. Wu Xiangnan, Leng Xian, Zhao Kongsheng, and two females, presumably Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan. The 136 squad. It appears everyone aside from the captain has gathered. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and Yi Changpan spoke with a calm demeanor. "Since you are here, do not hide." At his words, Wu Xiangnan and the others exchanged glances, clearly aware they had been detected. Though alarmed internally, they stepped forward. "Greetings, I am Wu Xiangnan, vice captain of the 136 squad. May I ask, which deity do you represent?" "Deity?" Yi Changpan seemed to recall something, his eyes flashing with memories. "I am not a god. Strictly speaking, I am merely an ordinary demon king." Demon king. Indeed, he is an evil god. Upon hearing the term demon, the pupils of Wu Xiangnan and his companions suddenly constricted. Hong Ying had already raised her weapon, and the crimson light of the forbidden ruins fire feather flickered to life. Observing their demeanor, Yi Changpan could not help but furrow his brow, casting them a detached glance. "What is this? Do you intend to engage me in combat?" "This Xia." Wu Xiangnan's expression turned icy as he prepared to speak. However, before he could finish, Yi Changpan's gaze turned frigid. The power of time surged forth, immobilizing Wu Xiangnan and his companions, rendering their words unutterable. "Do not be overly vigilant. I'm a demon king, but merely a passing one. I have no connection to the so-called ancient god church or the malevolent deities. I do not wish to assist the ancient god church in its endeavors, and you should not interfere with my own pursuits." Yi Changpan's voice continued to resonate with an indifferent tone. Yet at that moment, not a single member of Team 136 could summon the will to fight. Even Hong Ying, ignited by the flames of the forbidden ruins, could not muster a shred of combativeness. Hearing Yi Changpan's utterly emotionless voice sent an endless chill coursing through every fiber of her being. Terrifying, an overwhelming fear instantaneously enveloped the hearts of every member of Team 136. This power is truly divine. Wu Xiangnan's pupils widened in shock. In the span of a single utterance, they had been stripped of their ability to act. Faced with such godlike might, he realized for the first time his own insignificance. Can humanity truly slay gods? Yi Changpan paid no heed to their astonishment. After subduing them and imparting a lesson, he He turned his gaze to Lin Xie, and then cast a glance at Zhao Kongsheng. A meaningful smile graced his lips. Time will prove everything. I am curious whether the future butterfly will indeed flutter its wings. As for now, we shall simply await the unfolding of events. Farewell, my friends. We shall meet again. Chapter 6. The 9-to-5 Hall of the God-Slaying World having spoken. Changpan harbored no further inclination to linger. Activating super acceleration, his form instantaneously dissipated into light, vanishing from the spot. Upon his departure, the power of time suspension began to wane. The individuals who had been frozen in place regained their mobility, gasping for breath. He has left? Hong Ying's fair cheeks glistened with beads of sweat, the visible exhaustion etched upon her visage. He has departed. Si Xiaonan's chest rose and fell rapidly. At the moment Yi Changpan had displayed his fury, she genuinely believed her life was forfeit. Even in the aftermath of narrowly escaping death, tranquility eluded her. Before a deity, or even the demon king who presided over the gods, maintaining composure was an impossible feat. Even a mere exchange of words had left them utterly drained. The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence. It was not until Wu Xiangnan caught a whiff of the pervasive scent of blood that she snapped back to reality. Her gaze shifted to Lin Xie, who was similarly fatigued from the activation of the divine ruins. He then activated his communication device, declaring, "The ghost-faced individuals have been eliminated. Notify the logistics team to clean up the battlefield." After speaking, Wu Xiangnan mustered her strength and approached Lin Xie. Casting an eye over Lin Xie's school uniform, she offered a warm smile. "Hello, classmate. May I ask your name?" "Lin Xie." "Very well, Lin Xie. We just heard that he seems to require something from you. You must be acquainted with him, yes? Could you enlighten us about his abilities and what he wishes for you to do?" Wu Xiangnan spoke with a gentle tone. Knowing Lin Xie was the agent of the Seraphim, a fleeting glimmer of color crossed Lin Xie's eyes. For a brief moment, he contemplated revealing the blank dial Yi Changpan had given him. Yet, an inexplicable intuition held him back, whispering that to disclose it would lead to lifelong regret. "I do not know who he is. He did not reveal what I should do, merely stating that I lack the qualifications to know." A passing thought flitted through his mind, but ultimately, Lin Xie refrained from divulging this matter. Lacking the qualifications to know? Wu Xiangnan and her companions listened intently, their brows furrowing once more. It was common knowledge that a divine agent could only represent a singular deity. Yet now, it appeared that one deity sought the assistance of another deity's agent. The implications of this were almost self-evident. This was not a matter to be taken lightly. You, having encountered a god, are no longer an ordinary person. Zhao Kongsheng rose from the ground, his eyes brimming with seriousness. Unfamiliar with the despair Wu Xiangnan and the others had faced before Yi Changpan, he regarded Lin Xie with solemnity. "Do you wish to grasp power and confront the divine?" At his words, Wu Xiangnan and the others felt a spark of hope igniting within them, dispelling the despair wrought by the disparity of power. Indeed, even if the heavens were to fall, there would be those tall enough to bear it. Moreover, there existed a divine agent among them. Though they could not govern the gods, could they not sway the unempowered divine agents? Apologies, but I must decline. However, Lin Xie displayed no hesitation and promptly rejected the offer. In that moment, the gazes of Wu Xiangnan and the others momentarily turned blank, prompting Zhao Kongsheng to urgently inquire. "Do you not wish to understand the source of the power you just exhibited?" "Not at all," Lin Xie replied. "Why not?" "Because it is perilous." In the old district, 20 miles north of Lin Xie's residence, the dazzling lights of a nightclub illuminated the darkened city. "Handsome, come play with us." Several provocatively dressed women flaunted their assets, enticing the office workers passing by. Many either paused to gawk before ultimately entering, or pretended not to see, merely casting a comprehensive glance before departing with a semblance of seriousness. A familiar world, yet one that felt entirely transformed. Yi Changpan stood on the balcony of the nightclub, withdrawing his gaze from the alluring figures below. He then turned his attention toward Lin Xie's home, his eyes filled with depth. In his hand, he gently swirled a glass of vibrant red wine. The power of the Seraphim. Is it the longevity I seek? This piques my curiosity. The Seraphim, the foremost rank of the Godslayer, designated as 003, the King of Angels. Regardless of the title, it suffices to demonstrate his might. Changpan had already made a decision. He would seize this power. This was also the reason he had previously provided Lin Xie with a blank dial. If he could glimpse eternity through it without needing to adjust time, it would be most advantageous for Changpan. Conversely, even if it proved unfruitful, there was no detriment. The strength of the Seraphim was ample justification to expend a blank dial. As for Lin Xie's own Seraphim power, a smirk crossed Changpan's lips as he raised the fully fermented wine, consuming it in a single gulp. His gaze, profound and all-seeing, revealed an air of authority vastly different from that of the youth. The moment I command the power of the Seraphim, Lin Xie shall become my agent. The power of the Seraphim is not yet worthy to symbolize me. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed through the room. Enter, Changpan commanded, still gazing into the distance. His earlier aura of demonic power now fully retracted. Shortly, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a portly middle-aged man. Upon spotting Changpan's silhouette, he broke into a grin. Ah, boss Yi, I have procured everything as per your request. The transfer paperwork should be finalized shortly. Soon, this nightclub will belong to you. However, the renovations and business license may take some time, as the funds have yet to be secured. As the middle-aged man's expression turned troubled, Changpan did not turn around. He simply snapped his fingers crisply. Instantly, the surroundings brightened, and on the table lay a thick stack of papers, easily amounting to hundreds of thousands. What I lack not is money. Proceed. By noon tomorrow, I expect to see results. Yes, understood. If I do not provide you with a satisfactory response by noon tomorrow, then I shall no longer operate this establishment. The middle-aged man gazed at the pile of money, his smile wide and unabashed as he eagerly prepared to depart. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he turned back to Changpan. Excuse me, Mr. Yi, what name and nature of business should I assist you in filling out? At this juncture, Changpan's gaze subtly shifted. He lifted his head, staring into the inky heavens above. Countless memories flooded back to him, and a familiar name sprang forth in his mind. 9 to 5 Hall. Changpan murmured softly. Excuse me? The middle-aged man, not quite catching the words, inquired. What did you just say, Mr. Yi? With a deep sigh, Changpan regained his composure, calmly gazing at the night sky. Very well. A new journey, an unchanging promise. Since I have utilized your funds, I shall also adopt your name. Let it be called 9 to 5 Hall. As for the nature of the business, fortune-telling and time correction. Chapter 7. It's all right. I'm waiting for you. Any night the following day, sunlight swept across the land, dispelling the shadows that lingered over Songnan City. Within the Peace Affairs office, a humble establishment barely exceeding 200 square meters, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Did you say you encountered a malevolent deity akin to the ancient cult, yet claimed no affiliation with them? Furthermore, under your collective supervision, a mere child managed to escape using the excuse of carrying a backpack? Upon returning to the office, Chunmai was greeted by this explosive revelation from his teammates, leaving him momentarily taken aback. Wu Xiangnan and a few others were seated across from one another. Upon hearing the captain's words, apart from Zhao Kongsheng, who wore a bemused expression as if reveling in the unfolding drama, the others bore flushed visages. They yearned to retort, but the undeniable truth rendered them speechless. Hong Ying tightened her grip on her spear, her eyes flaring with indignation. It was intolerable. If Zhao Kongsheng, the lookout, could not manage a single child, what did that say about their capabilities? Such a revelation would surely spell the end for Team 136, and she would no longer be a guardian. Perhaps it was time to find a grave to leap into. Well then, it's not the end of the world. Didn't I allow the Ghost Face King to slip through my fingers? As the captain, Chunmai maintained his composure, choosing not to dwell excessively on this slip-up. After a jest, he continued earnestly, as long as that divine agent remains in Songnan, we still have a chance to locate him. The selection of a divine agent by the Seraphim and the emergence of a new demon both signify critical developments. We must promptly report to the higher-ups. The captain's words resonated with urgency, prompting Zhao Kongcheng to clap Wu Xiangnan on the shoulder, a grin on his face as he chimed in. Come on, let us get moving. I don't mind looking foolish, but let us not allow the divine agent to escape again. The group exchanged glances, their expressions laden with a shared understanding. Without comparison, there could be no shame. Zhao Kongcheng was merely a lookout without any significant authority in light of their circumstances. Even if he had let the divine agent slip away, it hardly stirred any sense of disgrace. Han Ying, feeling an unfamiliar irritation towards Zhao Kongcheng, gritted her teeth. Her spear instinctively lifted. No, we shouldn't go this time. At that moment, Chun Mai, in his role as captain, interjected with a smile. You want to be going? Zhao Kongcheng was momentarily taken aback, but his expression soon hardened as an unsettling thought surfaced. Was he to go alone? Indeed, Chun Mai replied solemnly. If it were just the Ghost Face King, it would be manageable, but now there's an uncertain demon whose allegiance is unknown. We lack the numbers. He then hesitated, adding, Old Zhao, you're not truly unable to find a student, are you? Zhao Kongcheng's face twitched, and he could almost glimpse the gleeful expressions of his companions beside him. Yet, Chun Mai's statement was utterly valid. Tasked with locating the Ghost Face King, even if he succeeded, he would likely be unable to confront him. As for seeking out Yi Changpan, Zhao Kongcheng was acutely aware of his own limitations. Perhaps it was best to refrain from such endeavors. Thus, all that remained for him was to locate Lin Qiye, this particular student. Although this task was bestowed upon him due to his prowess, Zhao Kongcheng stood tall with pride. I shall go indeed. That lad dons the uniform of No. 2 high school. I will wait for him by the entrance today. I'm certain I will encounter him. Just wait and see. With my old Zhao taking charge, that boy will undoubtedly join our ranks. A confident smile played upon Zhao Kongcheng's lips. The nightclub had now transformed in a 9-to-5 hall. Yi Changpan sat in a grand armchair, one hand cradling his head, gazing at the property transfer agreement in his grasp. The middle-aged man worked swiftly, almost settling matters before the office even opened. After some arrangements, within half an hour, he had transferred the ownership to his name, and all the furniture on the first floor had been cleared out and replaced with antiquated pieces. As for the nightclub's specifications, the previous owner readily promised renovations within 3 days. Yi Changpan had personally assessed the lost girls at the nightclub. They were a motley crew of varying character, with some even daring to dream of rising to prominence, contemplating a blend of work. Such audacious thoughts compelled Yi Changpan to retain only a select few particularly capable individuals to assist in the evening operations, while the rest were dismissed. And now, the vast establishment was left solely to Yi Changpan. After a while, he set the property transfer agreement down and rapped the edge of the armchair, producing a crisp sound. The bats should have spread the word by now. All that remained was to await the fateful encounter. The sound gradually echoed out, then faded away. Only the armchair, struck by Yi Changpan, remained, with the human figure depicted on it swaying in the breeze. If Lin Qiye were present, he would surely recognize that the figure portrayed was none other than his aunt. Time trickled by. Before long, noon arrived, the sun blazing overhead. At this moment, a woman, seasoned by the passage of years, stood before a shop, exuding an air of maturity, scrutinizing it closely. I remember this place. Wasn't it a nightclub? Have I come to the wrong location? She murmured softly, as the memory of the establishment intertwined with the one before her, gradually solidifying her conviction. Yet, seeing the door ajar cast doubt in her mind, prompting her to retrieve a card from her pocket. At the center of the card was the likeness of a young boy. The youth, handsome, with deep black eyes and a smile that radiated an ethereal charm. Surrounding the boy's image were 5 prominent words, 9-to-5 hall. Additionally, there were 2 couplets. The first read, in a hexagram, Yin and Yang, divine fortune and misfortune. Fate can be altered. The second stated, in the sleeve, the universe encompasses sun and moon. The way follows nature. The horizontal inscription proclaimed, not a penny taken, only for the fated. Yet this card. The location was indeed here. The woman scanned the words, 9-to-5 hall, back and forth, ultimately resting her gaze on the 4 characters signifying fate can be altered. Her eyes flickered for a moment, and she finally made her resolution. having sought treatment from both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine, and even having spent time in a psychiatric hospital, the results for Chie have been scant at best. It is merely a gamble, after all, with no financial cost involved. Bolstered by her own resolve, the woman finally mustered the courage to push open the tightly shut door. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing an expansive yin-yang diagram. A beautifully crafted fish tank, illuminated by the sun's rays, cast shimmering azure ripples upon the wall, creating a striking visual. The woman's gaze was immediately drawn to the young man seated in a grand armchair, eyes closed in serene meditation. He was tall and remarkably handsome, his skin luminous under the sunlight. At that moment, as if sensing her presence, he opened his deep, dark eyes and met her gaze. Despite it being their first encounter, the woman recognized Changpan, and he, in turn, recognized her. "I apologize for the intrusion, sir," she expressed with a look of contrition. "I did not mean to disturb your rest." "No trouble at all," Changpan replied, fixing his gaze upon her with a gentle smile that radiated the charm of a neighborly youth. "After all, I have been waiting for you, Aunt Chie." Chapter 8. A Cup, 1,000 Pieces. Upon hearing the preceding statement, Auntie instantly dismissed the thought of inquiring further, for the situation felt exceedingly awkward. Were it 20 years prior, with Changpan's age and appearance, she might have harbored a youthful admiration at such words. But now, having surpassed that tender age, all she felt was embarrassment. Moreover, she had ascertained that Changpan was a fraud. Yet, before she could turn away, she heard Changpan's subsequent words, "Auntie Jie." This made her pause, her gaze fixating on Changpan, a glimmer of danger evident in her eyes. This individual, being the aunt of Lin Chie and the biological mother of Yang Jin, was certainly no mere decorative vase. In the original narrative, she had been able to discern something amiss based solely on Lin Chie's demeanor when he had just joined the Night Watch, let alone now, with Changpan's blatant actions, seemingly fearful that she might not notice. If she failed to perceive the inconsistencies, it would truly be time to find a tofu block and end it all. "I am but an ordinary child," Changpan said. "Auntie Jie, are you afraid of me?" However, in the face of Auntie Chie's increasingly sharp gaze, Changpan maintained his smile, seemingly unfazed by the woman's seriousness. He extended his hand, preparing the tea set, and gestured for Auntie Chie to take a seat. "Please sit." With that, Changpan began to brew the tea, paying no further heed to Auntie Chie's thoughts. Glancing at him, Auntie Chie observed his earnest tea-making and his benign demeanor. She hesitated for a moment, ultimately choosing to approach and take a seat. "Boss, how do you know me?" she inquired. Changpan's earlier words had somewhat persuaded her, yet she was evidently still curious as to how he had come to know her identity. Changpan chuckled, not directly answering, but instead pointed to his own chest. "Rather than seeking answers from me, perhaps it is better to look within yourself." As he spoke, Changpan placed the brewed tea before her, his dark eyes twinkling with mirth. "Auntie Chie, what do you think?" Auntie Chie fell silent for a moment, finally gazing deeply at Changpan. "So, I am the fated person you speak of. You possess remarkable skills." She emphasized the phrase fated person, but Changpan seemed oblivious to its significance, merely taking a delicate sip of tea. Not receiving an answer, Auntie Chie lifted her cup and took a drink. "Boss, I wish to inquire about Chie," she began, her tone devoid of the earlier interrogation, for she may have encountered a true master, if he were not a fraud. His eyes? Changpan appeared to have anticipated this, setting down his cup. Auntie Chie's hand trembled slightly as she lifted her cup. The subject of Lin Chie rendered her expression solemn. "Yes, what I wish to ask is, can he still see? If so, what should I do?" The eyes perceive. Changpan's gaze settled upon his aunt, offering her a satisfying response. Her breath quickened suddenly. Yet almost immediately Changpan propped his head on one hand, adopting a languid demeanor, indicating that as for her, doing nothing would suffice. This, his aunt furrowed her brow. His answer felt akin to a bucket of cold water extinguishing the flames of hope within her. Doing nothing. Would that truly restore Chie's sight? What sort of answer is that? Can one's blindness really mend itself? She had never encountered such a case. However, Recalling Yi Changpan's earlier demeanor sparked her determination to inquire once more. Master, can you predict the day Chi Ye's sight will return? I cannot, Yi Changpan replied. Tilting his head in contemplation, it could be tonight, tomorrow, or perhaps the day after. Hearing this, her brow knitted even tighter, her gaze lowered, utterly unable to decipher the meaning behind his words. Only a hidden dragon lies in the depths, awaiting dawn. As for life or death, that is up to you. If one relies on external forces, it would be a futile endeavor. Abruptly, Yi Changpan spoke again. This proclamation caused her previously lowered gaze to snap back up to him, only to find herself momentarily stunned. For at that moment, the indifference that had cloaked Yi Changpan, reminiscent of youth, seemed to emanate a certain aura. Yes, an aura. Though he continued to smile, she felt as though she stood before a mountain, confronted by an overwhelming presence, a sense of grandeur so extraordinary it was difficult to fathom that such vigor could reside within a youth. The conversation came to a halt. The tea had been consumed, and with it, their fateful encounter had reached its conclusion. No need for further farewells, Yi Changpan stated, and it was only then that his aunt regained her composure, glancing at the teacup in her hand. Time had seemingly passed in an instant, yet unbeknownst to her, the tea had been entirely consumed. However, this time, Aunt Chi dared not underestimate nor disbelieve Yi Changpan. From those few words, she comprehended that this seemingly youthful boy possessed extraordinary abilities. Thank you, Master, she declared without hesitation, retrieving several stacks of red paper from her bosom and placing them upon the table. Yet this time, Yi Changpan's brow furrowed in rare confusion. What does this mean? This is but a token of my appreciation. Yi Changpan narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone becoming increasingly distant. In business, the greatest taboo is to go back on one's word. Since I have stated that I shall not accept payment, I shall not do so. This is my principle, my rule, and I will not make exceptions for you. Please take your money back. His aunt remained silent for a moment before picking up the teacup she had just used and rising to her feet. For the first time, her expression turned serious, reflecting her firm stance. Master, you know my name, and you are aware that I sought out the Mental Institute and other external assistance for Chi. I understand that you are indeed an extraordinary individual. Therefore, I must insist on giving you this money as a gesture of my gratitude. Certainly, I must adhere to the rules set by my employer, thus this teacup. Aunt paused momentarily before continuing. I shall take it with me and purchase it with the money on the table. This cannot be considered a breach of protocol, can it? Yi Changpan furrowed his brow as he gazed at Aunt. The two exchanged glances, and he discerned the resolve in her eyes. Ultimately, he averted his gaze and spoke nonchalantly. Let us go. Receiving his response, Aunt hesitated no longer. She gave a slight bow to Yi Changpan and turned to depart. This time, her steps were resolute and unwavering. It was only when the sound of the door, closing gradually faded, that Yi Changpan's attention fell upon the few crimson paper notes laid on the table. The figures depicted upon them strikingly vivid. He reached out, feeling the thickness of the paper, a knowing smile gracing his lips. 1,000 yuan. Indeed, the sum Aunt had given Yi Changpan amounted to a full 1,000. This implies that a mere cup had exchanged hands for nearly 1,000 yuan. What an exorbitant profit! Yet, Yi Changpan's gaze remained unperturbed. With a mere flick of his hand, the entire sum vanished into the rift of space. He then raised his eyes to the doorway and had exited, whispering softly, a blend of amusement and approval in his tone. No wonder Lin Xie is so cautious. This family is anything but ordinary. A Erlang Shun Yang Jian, a belief in the cosmos. Yet, who could have anticipated that my sole intention was to attempt to alter the course of history in this world? 1,000 yuan. I can only hope that Yang Jian does not perceive me as a fraud. Chapter 9. Zhao Kongcheng. I distinctly remember I never extended an invitation to you. 1,000 yuan for a sense of security is undoubtedly a worthy exchange. At this moment, my aunt, stepping out of her 9-to-5 job, hastily made her way home. As she reflected on the earlier incident where she insisted on offering money to Yi Changpan, whose refusal only brought a smile to her lips. Regardless of whether that youthful proprietor was merely a charlatan privy to her family's secrets or possessed genuine skills, she wished to sever all ties with him. This was the very reason she parted with 1,000 yuan. If he were indeed a fraud, it would imply that he had already set his sights on her family. Spending that sum felt like a life insurance policy. As an ordinary woman, she would rather invest 1,000 yuan to avoid unnecessary troubles than invite more complications into her life. If not, associating with such individuals would undoubtedly bring more detriment than benefit to her. The essence of one's identity dictates their actions. It is this very principle that enabled her to raise Yang Jin and Lin Qie single-handedly. In this moment, compared to Yi Changpan, it was the words spoken by him that weighed more heavily on her mind. The so-called hidden dragon in the depths, waiting for dawn. Whether to live or die rests upon our choices. Furthermore, relying on external forces would only prove futile. What could it possibly mean? As she recalled her prior conversation with Yi Changpan, her brow furrowed in contemplation. The crux of the matter lay in her reflections on this phrase, which had indeed unveiled some insights. Firstly, there was genuine potential for Qie's eyesight to be restored. All that was needed was patience. However, the latter part of the statement caused her to furrow her brow even tighter. Life and death. From it, she could only sense an overwhelming aura of impending danger. Even if it did not confirm that Qie would face peril due to the restoration of his sight, it at least indicated that he would undoubtedly encounter danger. Moreover, it was highly likely due to my association with Xiao Jin. Yet, what sort of crisis could arise merely from a student regaining his vision? As the sun dipped below the horizon, sounds faded away with the wind. No one was destined to provide her with answers. The sun gradually descended. I have an aunt and a cousin. My aunt, though not of advanced age, has tirelessly worked in the factory for the sake of Ajin and me, a burden, for a decade, and her health is now deteriorating. At times, I can even witness her shedding tears from the pain of her neck, while sitting alone on the living room stool. Yet she still forces a smile in front of me and Ajin, insisting that she is practicing yoga for her well-being. It is undeniable that you are noble and great. If circumstances permitted, I would truly join your ranks. But at this moment, I lack the qualification. For 10 years, they have not given up on me, this burden. Now that I have finally begun to thrive, how could I abandon them? Even if you claim I am a divine agent, what of it? Even if a demonic presence truly casts its gaze upon me, what of it? All I desire now is to remain steadfastly by their side, to protect this family. Zhao Kongchang squatted before this secret base of passion, smoking a cigarette while reflecting on Lin Qi's earlier words, his expression marked by a profound weariness. In his efforts to persuade Lin Qie to join the Ridewatchers, he had prepared an elaborate discourse, ranging from familial grievances and national enmity to personal heroism. Yet, in the end, he fell silent. Both arguments proved futile. He had never anticipated that the seemingly ordinary high school student would utter such words, rendering him speechless and leaving his mind in a buzzing haze. This child was no ordinary high schooler. His life was fraught with hardship. After a lengthy moment, during which he consumed the entirety of a cigarette, Zhao Kongcheng finally managed to regain his composure. He gazed into the distance, exhaling the last smoke ring from his lungs, and began to walk aimlessly away. At that moment, the desire to bring Lin Qie back and have him join the Ridewatchers dissipated. He understood what the title of divine agent connoted and the weight of the mission he bore. However, he realized he could not do it. He genuinely could not. The great Xia had never provided Lin Qie with happiness. His entire family seemed to be languishing, existing like maggots in a state of dullness. What right did he have to demand that Lin abandon his family and risk his life for the Ridewatchers? If only he had not acquired the divine ruins of the Seraphim and the qualifications of a divine agent. How long could he have survived? This thought echoed in Zhao Kongcheng's mind as he incessantly questioned himself. Yet, the ultimate conclusion yielded no answers. He had not endured Lin Qie's pain and could not fathom his emotions. At this moment, any words he might utter would be utterly meaningless. Suddenly, an image of Yi Changpan from earlier resurfaced in his mind. That night, clad in the armor of the Demon King, Yi Changpan effortlessly subdued all members of their squad. Save for the captain, Zhao Kongcheng felt that the captain was merely fortunate. Had the captain been present, he would have fared no better. Regardless, the calm demeanor of Yi Changpan that night, along with his audacious declaration of whether to slay the god, left Zhao Kongcheng in a state of unparalleled shock. It made him realize that slaying a god was not mere rhetoric. If only I could possess his power, perhaps the lives of individuals like Lin Qiye could be improved. Might the great Xia also flourish? As these thoughts crystallized, the confusion in Zhao Kongcheng's eyes faded, replaced by a radiant clarity, a light of conviction. No, it was not merely a possibility. It was a certainty. If the great Xia had a god, and if the Night Watchers themselves embodied that divinity, why should they retreat? With each utterance, Zhao Kongcheng's voice grew louder, culminating in a near roar, resonating with undeniable fervor. Surrounded by a throng of disgruntled office workers, who vociferously labeled him a lunatic under the sweltering summer sun, Zhao Kongcheng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he sheepishly scratched his head, the fervor he had just exhibited dissipating into nothingness, leaving him reluctant to utter another word. However, he soon sensed an unusual gaze directed towards him, compelling him to instinctively survey his surroundings. Ultimately, his attention settled upon a youth, not particularly old, standing in front of a shop adorned with the sign 9 to 5. Bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, the light caressed the young man's cheeks, accentuating his youthful exuberance and ethereal beauty, creating an atmosphere brimming with vitality, yet tinged with maturity. This lad was undeniably striking. Suddenly, Zhao Kongcheng found himself exclaiming this thought from the depths of his heart. Yet, upon hearing his words, Changpan's brow furrowed slightly. He regarded Zhao Kongcheng with a pair of dark, expressive eyes that betrayed his discontent. Do not presume that flattery will serve you well, Zhao Kongcheng. I recall having extended no invitation to you. Chapter 10. A starting price of 100,000. Can you afford it? Speak up, young man. How did you come to know my name is Zhao Kongcheng? Don't say I didn't warn you, old Zhao. If you dare to play any tricks, I can make you fly. Within the confines of the 9 to 5 hall, Zhao Kongcheng casually pulled out a chair and settled in, casting a sideways glance at Changpan. Beneath his seemingly nonchalant gaze, however, lay a flicker of vigilance, and the boundless void in his grasp was poised for activation at a moment's notice. This demeanor signified that he regarded Changpan as an extreme threat. It is essential to understand that he was neither a mere bystander nor some insignificant figure. Indeed, within the Night Watchers, he was merely the lowest tier, hardly even qualifying as a true Night Watcher, but rather a lookout performing menial tasks. Nonetheless, his impressive military achievements had secured him a place within the organization, akin to a leadership role in the outside world. Now, however, a mere child had unveiled his identity, and judging by the other's demeanor, it seemed he was aware of much more than just Zhao Kongcheng's name. He possibly even had insight into the Night Watchers. This realization underscored the immense threat posed by Changpan, revealing his complexity. If Zhao Kongcheng did not receive a satisfactory answer, the jesting remarks he had made earlier could swiftly transform into reality. Changpan, however, remained unfazed by the threat. He merely regarded Zhao Kongcheng, his dark eyes, reflecting the other's image, narrowing slightly, rippling with intrigue. This fellow had unexpectedly ventured here. Zhao Kongcheng's appearance took him by surprise. According to the narrative's progression, he should have been accompanying Lin Qiye, facing rejection, and ultimately confronting the Phantom King at Lin Qiye's residence, leading to their mutual demise. Could it be that my presence has subtly altered the narrative? As one who has traversed the world of knights and ascended to wield control over time, Changpan was no stranger to such occurrences. Honestly, his emotions remained rather unperturbed. Yet, the dilemma lay in the fact that even as he reflected on the events that had transpired since his arrival in the god-slaying world, he was at a loss to comprehend what actions of his had influenced this world's self-correction of the future. Hey kid, what are you mumbling about? I warn you, old Zhao's fists are no joke. Hurry up and speak. At this juncture, it seemed Changpan's prolonged silence had made Zhao Kongcheng somewhat impatient. As he tilted his head, urging him on. Upon hearing this, Changpan's gaze suddenly shifted, a sharp glint passing through his eyes. In that moment, he seemed to transform back into the formidable demon king of the night world. His entire demeanor radiated an aura of coldness and mystery. evoking the sensation of confronting an abyss. Zhao Kongsheng, observing this transformation, felt his pupils dilate slightly, the previous urgency dissipating in an instant. This lad truly is not to be underestimated. Yet, just as he wished to scrutinize further, the chill in Yi Changpan's eyes waned, replaced by a gentle smile as he spoke softly. Here lies the establishment of a 9-to-5 routine. As the manager, my expertise resides in divination and the calibration of time. As for knowing a name, after a brief pause, Yi Changpan's eyes shimmered with an indistinct yet formidable surge of power, a manifestation of temporal energy. Was it not what you yourself just asserted? The moment Yi Changpan's words echoed, the past of Zhao Kongsheng began to ripple. If the great Xia possesses deities, and if the night watchman is indeed a god himself, and if I, Zhao Kongsheng, am a deity, then why must I retreat to this extent? Such madness, to assert that the great Xia is devoid of divine presence. Zhao Kongsheng's once keen and vigilant gaze gradually turned hazy. Eventually, in a moment of bewilderment, he raised his hand and scratched his head. Is that so? It seems old Zhao, did indeed utter such a phrase. In response, Yi Changpan offered a non-committal smile, the ripples of time in his eyes beginning to dissipate. His indifference regarding whether Zhao Kongsheng was aware of his own identity was palpable. Or more accurately, he had never intended to conceal it. Otherwise, he would not have established this shop or sought out Aunt Chia. His reasoning was simple. He was disinclined to elaborate, so he allowed Zhao Kongsheng's amnesia to persist. As for everything else, what has come, let be accepted. Regardless of Zhao Kongsheng's purpose for being here, it mattered not. As the sovereign of time, he was born a king, destined to remain invincible. Even if the new world resisted his power and future alterations proved arduous, invincibility was still his fate. Yet, now that your inquiries have been posed, it is my turn. May I inquire? Yi Changpan said quietly, as the warmth in his gaze transformed into a chilling demeanor. By what authority do you question me? The atmosphere grew still. At the moment Yi Changpan's anger subtly surfaced, the temperature in the room plummeted dramatically. Zhao Kongsheng felt the piercing gaze of Yi Changpan, sending a shiver down his spine. He opened his mouth, instinctively wishing to jest as he would with the members of Team 136 to defuse the tension. But for reasons unknown, Zhao Kongsheng sensed that such an approach would surely lead to his demise. Yes, death. Even if he revealed his identity as a night watchman, even if he exerted his utmost strength, death would be his fate. This instinct, honed over years of vigilance, warned him. It had allowed him to survive countless encounters. And this time will be no exception. This youth was no ordinary individual. Zhao Kongsheng fell into silence, his mind racing with countless speculations regarding Yi Changpan's identity, pondering what he might say to placate him. Ultimately, at the moment when sweat began to trickle down his cheek, and as Yi Changpan's gaze grew increasingly perilous, Zhao Kongsheng, in a flash of insight, recalled Yi Changpan's earlier mention of divination and spoke up. Divination. The two succinct words caused Yi Changpan's brow to arch slightly. Proceed. He nodded, the dangerous allure in his eyes considerably diminished. It is indeed divination. Observing this shift in demeanor, Zhao Kongsheng exhaled in relief, considering. If I did not first test your abilities, how could I dare to place my trust in you? It is worth noting that this is indeed a form of divination. How many among the populace genuinely believe in fate? Yi Changpan continued to gaze at him, inquiring, so, you were merely testing me during your earlier interrogation? Indeed, Zhao Kongsheng declared with an air of remarkable confidence. I, Zhao, am not a fool. If everyone were to believe, would that not make them easy prey? Is that so? At his words, a smile graced the corners of Yi Changpan's lips, dispelling the previously tense atmosphere. He languidly reclined in the grand armchair. Since you are so magnanimous, I shall not be a dampener on the mood. However, there is one matter you may not be aware of. In my establishment, the starting fee is 100,000. The youthful voice caused Zhao Kongsheng's previously self-assured demeanor to falter. He struggled to shift his gaze, his expression one of shock bordering on disbelief as he stared at Yi Changpan. 100,000? Do you comprehend the words you are uttering? Of course, Yi Changpan replied, tilting his head, his eyes enigmatic, leaving one to question whether the glimmer within them was one of chill or mirth. After all, this is the rule of my establishment. The question remains whether you, sir, can afford such a sum? Chapter 11. 100,000 for a life. Zhao Kongcheng, you have struck gold. In the office from 9 to 5, Zhao Kongcheng gazed at Yi Changpan, whose serious demeanor left him steeped in self-doubt. 100,000 yuan, merely the cost of a life. How had this penniless worker suddenly amassed such wealth? If he were to share this revelation with his colleagues, he would surely shatter their jaws in disbelief. Yet, having spoken, there was no turning back. He could only blame his own thoughtlessness. With a deep sigh, Zhao Kongcheng prepared to make the payment under Yi Changpan's watchful eye. Pay. Good heavens, what kind of look is that? As if I cannot afford it. He felt a pang of relief, realizing that 100,000 was not exorbitant when weighed against the rewards of a night watchman. Gritting his teeth, he tried to rationalize. Rationalize what, indeed? After successfully completing the transaction and hearing the pleasant notification sound, the foundations of his hard-earned beliefs crumbled. This was his lifeblood, and he had just relinquished a substantial portion of it. What a disgrace. Having paid, he could only wear a sullen expression, casting a resentful glance at Yi Changpan, as if he had lost all zest for life. Kid, the 100,000 has been transferred. You'd best say something pleasant, or I fear I shall never forgive myself in my dreams. In response, Yi Changpan shed his earlier coldness, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his lips, his dark eyes glinting with an elusive hint of mischief. Recently, you have a calamity ahead. Zhao Kongcheng's expression froze. The mention of a death calamity, a dire omen, instantly instilling a sense of gravity within him. After uttering those 3 phrases, Zhao Kongcheng's demeanor shifted from despair to solemnity. What do you mean by that? His voice, though calm, bore an unmistakable edge of inquiry, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Yi Changpan. Nothing much, Yi Changpan replied, unfazed by the scrutiny, shaking his head with a serene smile. I merely wish to convey that you will die, and quite painfully at that. Zhao Kongcheng fell silent, his brow furrowing in thought. Faced with the youthful visage of Yi Changpan, who could easily be his son, he found himself grappling with the veracity of those words. Could you clarify further? After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke again. As night descended, accompanied by torrential rain, Yi Changpan did not refuse him. Having walked the night for many years. Night, the night watch, for the night we journey. In just 4 succinct phrases, 3 of which contained the word night, Zhao Kongcheng felt a profound shock resonate within him. Suddenly, his gaze was fixed intently upon Yi Changpan, a streak of red creeping into his eyes. His hand instinctively tightened around the boundless void, ready to enter a combat stance. Who are you, really? He had come to a definitive conclusion. The youth before him was no ordinary lad. He was clearly knowledgeable about the night watchman and possessed the secrets of the Forbidden Realm. 3 consecutive characters, seemingly devoid of any mention of the Night Watchers, are inextricably linked to them. Such occurrences are no mere coincidence. You're excessively anxious. Yi Changpan, observing his demeanor, shook his head as if he had anticipated this reaction. My knowledge of this statement is solely derived from the principles of the I Ching. As he spoke, he gestured towards the door, where the sky, enveloped by sunlight, had plunged into darkness. Within the brightly lit hall, the illumination dispelled the eternal blackness. The moment of your arrival coincided with the setting sun, a time marked by the hexagram of death and ominous signs. Furthermore, your seated position, if not shielded by me, would be directly illuminated by the moonlight, symbolizing a reversal of heavy darkness. The southwest of Kuan, as the saying goes, signifies that life entails death, and thus the presence of ghostly energies. All these elements are inextricably tied to the night, hence my response. Listening to Yi Changpan's words, Zhao Kongcheng found his suspicions far from alleviated. He continued to gaze intently at Yi Changpan until the latter sensed the intensity of his stare and raised his own head to meet his gaze. Observing the calmness in the other's eyes and his remarkably youthful visage, Zhao Kongcheng fell into a momentary silence before finally withdrawing his hand from the void of no. Very well. The matter of fortune-telling is ultimately metaphysical, I've been overly agitated. Apologies. With this, Zhao Kongsheng could not help but shake his head and smile. A smile imbued with complexity and a hint of bitterness. Even though he had long prepared himself for the sacrifice to the Night Watchers. Hearing someone declare his impending death inevitably stirred a peculiar emotion within him. However, there is still a glimmer of life. Abruptly, Yi Changpan's voice resonated once more. The melancholic atmosphere ceased instantly, prompting Zhao Kongsheng to furrow his brow and regard Yi Changpan. Purchase a talisman, Yi Changpan suggested, offering him a smile. A piece of red talisman paper materializing in his hand and gently placed on the table. The eerie hue, reminiscent of fresh blood, appeared particularly sinister under the illumination. If you truly are destined to perish, wealth cannot accompany you. So why not buy a talisman? It could grant you some peace of mind, don't you think? The moment fell into a brief silence. You rascal. So you were deceiving me all along. Zhao Kongsheng could not help but curse, as the sorrow he had painstakingly built up dissipated in an instant. He did not hasten to make a purchase, but instead retrieved a cigarette. May I smoke? Yi Changpan, with a smile, did not refuse. Crack! The cigarette ignited, and the aroma enveloped the entire first floor. Zhao Kongsheng's face was shrouded in white smoke as he raised his head, gazing at the night sky outside, while simultaneously observing Yi Changpan. How much? He finally inquired. $1. Yi Changpan's response left him somewhat taken aback. Casting a sidelong glance at Yi Changpan, Zhao Kongsheng suddenly produced a coin from his pocket, tapping it against the table. $1. It seemed as though he had forgotten the earlier incident where Yi Changpan had tricked him out of 100,000, instead offering a mild complaint. Unbeknownst to him, the night had already descended. So much time spent merely conversing with a young lad. In times past, I would seek the company of several lovely ladies to spend the night. Today, however, it seems as though the sun has risen in the west for me, Zhao Kongsheng. With that thought, Zhao Kongsheng finally withdrew his sidelong gaze from Yi Changpan, rose from his chair, and stretched languidly. All right, my boy. I have some matters to attend to at home, so I shall not linger here with you. In a few days, if I am still among the living, I will return to reminisce with you properly. Speaking of which, this talisman you generously bestowed upon me is free, correct? Zhao Kongsheng picked up the talisman that Yi Changpan had placed on the table, and with a smirk, remarked, worth 100,000, I shall take it then. With that, Zhao Kongsheng tucked the talisman away, yawned, and strolled toward the exit. I'm off now, no need to see me out. Yi Changpan smiled faintly as he watched Zhao Kongsheng depart. It was not until he beheld the figure vanish from sight that he extended his hand to grasp the coin that lay on the table. The coin glimmered under the light, casting a cold reflection on Yi Changpan's face, revealing a hint of sharpness. Originally, I intended to alter the timeline and perhaps save you in the process. Little did I anticipate that you would come seeking me instead. With a sense of realization, Yi Changpan tossed the coin into the air. With a clink, it fell, landing on its obverse, the national emblem appearing as a symbol reminiscent of a guardian. Gazing at the intricately carved emblem, Yi Changpan narrowed his eyes slightly. After a moment, he finally stood, looking out at the darkened sky beyond the window, allowing a soft laugh to escape his lips. 100,000 for your life. You have struck quite a bargain, Zhao Kongsheng. Chapter 12. Thank you. Bossy, the morning sunlight blazed like a fierce fire, scorching the earth. At 12:30 in the afternoon, Auntie, with childlike glee, eagerly recounted to Yi Changpan the astonishing news she had received from Xiao Qi that morning. Boss, did you know? That child, Xiao Qi, told me this morning that he can see. What was even more remarkable was that his recovery bore no aftereffects. It was as if he had never been blind at all. In the office, Auntie beamed with joy, enthusiastically sharing the miraculous event of the day. It was utterly surreal. Just the night before, she had explicitly inquired with Lin Xie, confirming that there had been no signs of recovery in his vision. She had mentally prepared herself to dismiss whatever Yi Changpan had to say. Yet, upon arriving at the factory early due to an urgent task, Lin Xie had suddenly declared that he could see. After thorough examination, she discovered that his recovery was not merely remarkable. It was an extraordinary and flawless restoration without any period of light sensitivity. Now, Lin Xie appeared as normal as anyone else. If she hadn't spent so much time with him, she might not have believed that he had been blind until today. This astonishing turn of events prompted Annie to rush over during her lunch break, disregarding her own rest. She vividly recalled Yi Changpan's words from the previous day. The hidden dragon lies in the depths, awaiting dawn. As for life or death, that is up to you. Only by experiencing despair firsthand could one comprehend the profound weight of Yi Changpan's words. Had she harbored any doubts about Yi Changpan yesterday, those uncertainties had dissipated entirely with the news of Lin Xie's recovery. Her gaze fixed intently on Yi Changpan as she implored, "Boss, what did you mean yesterday when you spoke of Lin Xie's fate? What must I do to resolve this situation?" Listening to Auntie's musings, Yi Changpan finally stirred from his languor, having been reclining in a grand chair with his hand cradling his head. His dark eyes held a hint of melancholy. He was no longer a university student, having outgrown the age of early morning classes. Since his arrival in the nightly realm and his ascension as a demon king, he had not awakened before noon. Auntie's insistence today marked the end of his languorous days, compelling him to engage in work. Shaking his head to dispel the lingering drowsiness, Yi Changpan focused on Auntie and tilted his head slightly, asking, "How do we resolve this? Did you not consider temporarily separating from Lin Xie the moment you learned of his regained sight?" At his words, Auntie's expression stiffened momentarily. However, she quickly regained her composure, suppressing her excitement with a bittersweet smile. "It seems I cannot hide anything from you, boss. After Lin Xie told me he could see today, I had intended to celebrate tonight. But then I recalled your words from yesterday, and I changed my mind, saying we should go out to celebrate instead. However, I am truly uncertain as to when this child, Lin Xie, might encounter danger. Thus, I seek your counsel." Fearing that Yi Changpan might refuse, she quickly added, "Rest assured, I shall not consult you in vain. Even if I am unable to provide payment at the moment, I shall certainly repay you." Yi Changpan regarded her silently, the tension reflected in her eyes captured entirely by him. Once her aunt had finished speaking, he allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips and slowly inquired, "Are you genuinely eager to know about Lin Xie?" "Indeed, esteemed sir," she replied. "Concerning your inquiry, I can offer you some information. However, it is contingent upon one matter." "Please do continue," the aunt urged. "Do you believe in the existence of deities in this world?" A moment of silence enveloped the room. The aunt blinked, seemingly taken aback that such words had emanated from the lips of the youth before her. After a moment's contemplation, she provided a rather ambiguous response. "I believe, yet I also do not." Sensing Yi Changpan's skeptical gaze, she continued, her voice growing somber as her hands gradually clenched. "If there were gods, why would our lives be so arduous? This child, Xie, has been blind since birth. In Yangjin, he lost his father at a young age. Even I, over the years, despite being worn to the bone, have failed to improve the lives of my children even in the slightest." As she spoke, her words bore a semblance of both lamentation and self-reproach, causing ripples of emotion to stir within Yi Changpan's eyes, leaving him at a loss for words. He gently tapped his fingers against the armrest of the chair, producing a crisp sound, and with a soft chuckle, he casually remarked, "What if there existed an opportunity for you to possess the power to protect your children? The price, however, would be that you become a believer in the divine, a representative of the gods. Would you consent?" The aunt's brow furrowed as her weary gaze mirrored the intensity of the young man's eyes. After a brief silence, she resolutely replied, "I would." Yi Changpan was not at all surprised by her answer. After all, what devoted mother would willingly allow her children to suffer even the slightest grievance? Especially a woman in the world of divine slayers, who had toiled selflessly for her two children for so many years without even considering remarriage. "Remember the words you have spoken today." Withdrawing his gaze, Yi Changpan said calmly, "This day shall not be far off." The aunt gradually exhibited a look of confusion, yet Yi Changpan had no intention of elucidating matters for her. "You may go now. Lin Xie shall be free from danger." "Ah." The aunt appeared puzzled and wished to inquire further, but she found Yi Changpan's expression had grown earnest. In that moment, his dark eyes revealed no trace of languor or ease. Instead, they bore the weight of a demon king's seriousness and a promise of unparalleled worth. Yes, you. The youth's voice resonated with an unwavering conviction. The aunt stood there, momentarily entranced by Yi Changpan's earnest demeanor, rendered speechless. But soon, she withdrew a stack of money from her bosom. No need to pay any more. Before she could finish her words, Yi Changpan interrupted her, his tone indifferent. The money I accepted yesterday was merely to put your mind at ease. It does not imply that you may do so again today. As he spoke, he let out a self-deprecating laugh, adding, moreover, money holds little significance for me. After all, I have no family. Annie fell silent for a moment, the myriad of words swirling in her mind coalescing into 3 simple words. I'm sorry. It's not your concern, Yi Changpan replied, shaking his head as he gradually rose from the armchair, looking down at her from his elevated position. I mention this not to elicit sympathy, but rather to convey that my assistance to you stems solely from my personal inclination, not from monetary motivation. With that, he turned and leisurely ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor. With the matter stated, further words were futile. Let's depart. The shop will close early today. Auntie gazed after Yi Changpan's retreating figure, feeling an ephemeral sense of solitude wash over her. She, along with him, and Chia and the others, were of a kind, yet distinctly different. At least she still had Xiao Qi and Xiao Jin, while he stood alone, devoid of anyone at his back. Casting a glance around the empty hall, her gaze reflected the desolation that surrounded her. After a moment's hesitation, as Yi Changpan's silhouette faded from view, she finally spoke. Boss, if you don't mind, would you care to visit our home this evening? Her somewhat weathered voice echoed in the vastness of the space. Yi Changpan paused slightly, turning abruptly to regard the mature woman, whose presence bore the weight of years. Confusion flickered in his eyes, a silent inquiry as to why she would suddenly utter such a proposition. After a moment's hesitation, the bewilderment in his gaze transformed into a simple, soft reply. All right. Upon receiving his answer, Auntie's lips curled into a reassuring smile as she stood, bowing deeply to the figure of Yi Changpan, now vanished. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Chapter 13. Attempting to fluctuate the future. At precisely 7:20 in the evening, ominous clouds roared, and the sky darkened entirely. Thunder rumbled, accompanied by a tempestuous downpour that suddenly cascaded from the heavens. Lao Zhao, the Phantom King, was likely heading towards the old town. Zhao Kongcheng sat within the confines of a black van, the voice of Wu Xiangnan, the deputy captain of Team 136, still echoing faintly in his ears. Inside the vehicle, a brief silence enveloped them. Crack. Unable to endure the awkward stillness any longer, Zhao Kongcheng retrieved a cigarette from his pack, igniting it and drawing in a breath. What on earth is this kid up to? It was one thing to have guessed correctly twice, but to also foresee the appearance of the Phantom King? Exhaling a plume of smoke, Zhao Kongcheng's mind conjured the image of Yi Changpan, prompting him to furrow his brow slightly. As the night approached, an incessant downpour began to fall. These 2 phrases were uttered by Yi Changpan when he had filled the brown paper bag with the night watchman's allowances, intending to deliver it to Lin Chia and discuss matters with him. Half of it had already come to fruition, for when he set out, the sky had already begun to drizzle, though he paid it little heed. Even if a torrential rain were to descend, Zhao Kongcheng found scant interest in those words. Though he appeared to be a night watchman, he merely floated along within that role. He had neither awakened to the forbidden ruins nor belonged to a direct combat unit. When danger arose, he was oblivious to the very fumes of involvement, let alone the specter of death. Yet, after Lin Chia had declined his assistance with the words, "I do not take military pay," bidding him good luck, General Zhao, as he departed, the information conveyed by Wu Xiangnan caused Zhao Kongcheng to deeply question his presence here. For the Phantom King had indeed appeared. This was no mere trifling creature, but a formidable monster from the Chuanjing realm. Even though he had been gravely injured by Captain Chun Mai, should they truly cross paths, it could very well validate the latter half of Yi Changpan's words. After years of night watch, walking in the shadows, Zhao Kongcheng's previously steadfast resolve wavered, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the communication device beside him. For a fleeting moment, he yearned to call Wu, Xiangnan, and the others, informing them that the Phantom King was in the old town pursuing him. However, that remained merely a hypothetical scenario. There was no way I could do that. After a lengthy pause, Zhao Kongqing managed a bitter smile. Undeniably, he could inform Wu Xiangnan that the Phantom King was indeed in the old town and was in pursuit of him. In that case, with the protection of Team 136 and the entire Sangnan City Night Watch, death would be an impossibility for him. Yet he could not. The consequences of such an act were beyond his capacity to bear. Consider this, if under his guidance, the Phantom King did not appear in the old town, but instead manifested in the city center, a region exponentially more densely populated than the old town. The chaos that would ensue would be monumental. Zhao Kongqing could not shoulder that responsibility, nor could he dare to trust Changpan based on a mere acquaintance. Alas, alas! With a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhao Kongqing placed the nearly extinguished cigarette into the ashtray, exhaling a heavy smoke ring. As I regained my senses, those eyes sparkled with a fierce determination, devoid of any hesitation or fear. At worst, it would only mean death. As a night watchman, I have endured for so long. It has been worthwhile. Moreover, should someone truly meet their demise, sacrificing myself is far preferable to the loss of hundreds or thousands in Sangnan City, which would incite an unforeseen panic. Before my words even faded, I abruptly flung open the car door and stepped out into the chilling deluge. Zhao Kongqing gazed skyward, his broad palm finding solace in his bosom, rubbing the emblem of the night watchman that symbolized his very existence. He then murmured softly, as if to fortify his resolve, infused with an unwavering determination. If the dark night were to descend, I shall stand before the multitude, blade drawn against the abyss. Blood shall stain the heavens. The night watchman fears not death, nor does he cower. His voice was faint, quickly swept away by the torrential rain. Yet at that moment, a figure of a robust, middle-aged man stood resolutely beneath the storm, embodying unyielding courage, gradually fading into the distance. Simultaneously, in the office of the 9-to-5 hall, Changpan stood upon the rooftop balcony, gazing into the distance. The relentless rain mirrored in his deep, enigmatic black eyes, rendering them even more profound and mysterious. After a prolonged contemplation, he lowered his gaze to the knight's dial clasped in his hand. This dial was not merely a blank canvas, but a new knightly force, birthed from Changpan's creative power during the witching hour, taking inspiration from a bat. However, this so-called new knightly force only bore half the semblance of a knight. Clearly, it was a work in progress. Changpan observed the dial, where a figure resembling a knight, imbued with malice and eeriness, bore little distinction from a bat. After a lengthy silence, he softly inquired, "Should I proceed to make her test subject?" This her unmistakably referred to his aunt. Initially, he envisioned empowering her with knightly strength, symbolically establishing her as his divine proxy, to gauge whether the future might alter, whether his mission might shift. It was for this reason he deliberately created the 9-to-5 hall and sought acquaintance with her. His plans had nearly reached their culmination, merely awaiting the passage of time for the power of the knight's dial to fully crystallize. At that juncture, he would have Aunt Chia integrated. Regardless of success or failure, it would mark a significant stride for him as the observer of this realm. Yet, reflecting on his aunt's previous invitation to her home, her warm smile radiating joy, Changpan fell into silence. He found himself at a loss regarding his feelings towards this matter. Was he astonished, content, perhaps even happy, or merely indifferent? Changpan could not discern, but he understood that his intention to use his aunt as a means to probe the future had shattered. For he could see that Aunt Chia genuinely wished to invite him. He could never manipulate those who treated him with kindness. This was the moral boundary of a benevolent demon king. It is precisely for this reason that he garnered the recognition of all the knights of the Heisei era and obtained the power of the revered sovereign. Shaking his head, Changpan let out a gentle sigh. Alas, Aunt Chia's frail constitution renders her vulnerable. I cannot yet eliminate the risks associated with becoming an atypical knight. Perhaps it is best to seek out individuals from the ancient god church for experimentation. For now, I shall let this matter rest. With that thought, he exerted a slight pressure with his palm, and the dial emitted a crisp sound as it transformed into a myriad of black radiance. It was from this moment that the new dark power, symbolizing a bat, within him began to dissipate. Yet, Changpan felt no regret. His gaze as tranquil as a still pond. He shifted his eyes to the rain cascading from the heavens. Considering the passage of time, the 100,000 must be encountering peril by now. The river boundary monster, the ghost-faced king, perhaps? Surely, you cannot escape retribution. As he spoke, he picked up the raincoat hanging nearby and strode towards the door. Upon stepping outside, he lifted his hand with a flourish, and a wooden sign hung at the entrance. The 9 to 5 hall is closed for today. Chapter 14. Asking me to abandon that child and flee? I'm sorry. I cannot comply. The sky appeared to be drenched in ink, with cerulean flashes of lightning erupting like a rampaging beast. The torrential rain fell incessantly, pounding heavily upon the ground. Within this dilapidated residential area, a figure cloaked in a dark red cape was dashing through the downpour, clutching a large suitcase. Rain cascaded down Zhao Kongqing's cheeks as he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is the Phantom Mask King truly here?" In his earpiece, Wu Xiangnan's voice resonated. Uncertain, however, 10 minutes prior, the search team had detected traces of the Phantom Mask King in a nearby drainage pipe. Judging by his trajectory, the destination could only be this old residential area or the city center. Two possible destinations? Zhao Kongqing swallowed hard, with Changpan's earlier words echoing in his mind. He felt an inexplicable conviction that the likelihood of this choice was quite possibly centered within the old town. Indeed, due to the immense foot traffic in the city center, dispersing the crowd would be arduous. To minimize large-scale casualties and panic, we can only deploy the majority of our forces to secure the city center. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing's heart tightened slightly. He discerned the subtext in Vice Captain Wu Xiangnan's words. It was merely a matter of sacrificing the lesser for the greater good. This was a rational choice. He would undoubtedly have made the same decision. Yet, his gaze suddenly darted to the nearby buildings, obscured by the rain. That was Lin Chia's home, from which he had just emerged half an hour ago. He had even washed the green beans himself, and now he was to abandon them? I acknowledge that the population density in the old town is not as high as in the city center, and the channels of information propagate slowly. But does that justify their abandonment? It is essential to remember that living souls reside here as well. Old Zhao remained calm. I never said we would forsake the old town. Hong Ying has already gone there. Your current mission is to evacuate the civilians and avoid direct conflict with the Phantom Mask King. If necessary, you may activate the No to trap the Phantom Mask King and buy yourself some time to escape. After a pause, a weighty voice came through the earpiece. Old Zhao, survive. We are not deities. We can only do our utmost. Listening to these words, Zhao Kongqing's clenched fists gradually relaxed, and he let out a sigh. Understood. He swiftly sprinted toward the old town and his familiar home. Zhao Kongqing's expression was grim. Just moments ago, he had been posturing before that lad, proclaiming that safeguarding the world was his responsibility while he would take care of the family. Now he was to rush in and urge them to flee? Damn it. How humiliating this seemed. Zhao Kongqing cursed inwardly, yet his feet did not falter as he dashed forward through the rain. Before long, he arrived in the old town, preparing to knock on Lin Chia's door. But in that instant, an unforeseen event unfolded. The manhole cover nearby began to stir ominously. A nauseating stench suddenly invaded Zhao Kongqing's nostrils, causing his pupils to constrict violently as he halted in his tracks. Breathless, he turned his gaze towards the clanging manhole cover. The foul odor intensified, and he clutched his briefcase tightly, his expression grave. He understood all too well what this repugnant sense signified. The ghost-faced man, or more precisely, the elusive king of the ghost-faced, still shrouded in mystery. That boy had indeed spoken the truth, Zhao Kongqing murmured to himself, a youthful figure crystallizing in his mind's eye. At that moment, he resolved that if he were to survive this day, he would confront Changpan for clarity, for he felt deceived by that lad. The boy's clear insinuation regarding the night watchman and his foreknowledge of the impending encounter with the king of the ghost-faced. This transcended mere fortune-telling. It was prophetic. Yet, he swiftly buried his thoughts beneath urgency. Report. Watchman Zhao Kongcheng, I have discovered the Ghost-Faced King in the old residential district. In this critical moment, his voice remained remarkably calm. As he spoke, he swiftly placed the briefcase on the ground and pressed a button on it. With a snap, the briefcase sprang open, revealing 3 pristine notice boards shimmering in the rainy night. Zhao Kongcheng picked up the 3 boards, setting one down at his location before darting off in another direction. Almost simultaneously, he heard Wu Xiangnan's voice in his earpiece. Received. I have dispatched orders. All-night watchmen are en route to the old city. Hong Ying and the others will arrive shortly. In 10 minutes, Lao Zhao set up the unbound void to temporarily contain it and wait for us for 10 minutes. At that moment, having just placed the second notice board, Zhao Kongcheng prepared to rush to the final point of the triangle. Hearing Wu Xiangnan's words, he ran while responding with resignation. Xiangnan, the unbound void, is not designed to restrain combatants, but to conceal battles. It cannot hold the Ghost-Faced King for 10 minutes. I understand, but regardless, do not engage the Ghost-Faced King directly. Lao Zhao, listen to me. The old residential area is limited in size. The Ghost-Faced King cannot inflict significant casualties in these 10 minutes to regain strength. We night watchmen are not gods. We cannot prevent all injuries and fatalities. If we lose a core team member due to a severely wounded Ghost-Faced King, it would be a devastating blow for us. Lao Zhao, you suddenly. With a resounding crash, the previously noisy manhole cover was forcefully catapulted into the air, revealing a dark and foreboding sewer entrance. A monstrous hand surged forth, followed by a creature far larger than the ghost-faced man, emerging from the depths and roaring with abandon. Zhao Kongcheng observed this scene with extraordinary calmness. He placed the final notice board down, completing the triangular formation. Then, he raised his hand, biting his fingertip to smear blood upon the notice board. Shonen, do you still recall the oath you took upon joining the Night Watch? Zhao Kongcheng murmured, his body poised for battle. Yet his gaze drifted towards the distant old residential building. In this moment, his mind conjured the earlier scene of Yi Changpan transforming into the Demon King. If he possessed such power, the Masked King, why would they need to make such a grand display? Yet, even if we are not divine beings, we can still choose what we wish to protect. Even if it costs us our lives, we would not hesitate. Is this not the very essence of our commitment to the Night Watch? Should darkness ultimately descend, I shall stand before countless souls. Although this time, I stand not before multitudes. Yet behind me lies the entire world of a child. He clasped his hands together fervently in a cross. An invisible, transparent canvas swiftly enveloped the triangular area he had just established. To ask me to abandon that child and flee like a dog, I cannot comply. Forbidden Ruins. No Boundary Void. Chapter 15. The Burning Talismans and the Crimson Timepiece. Brother, the rain outside is torrential. We should stay home. No, came the resolute reply. No matter how significant the matters at hand may be, there will always be those willing to address them. The earth continues to turn, irrespective of the absence of certain individuals. I understand, yet there are some things I must undertake. At that very moment, as Zhao Kongcheng activated the Boundless Void, Lin Xie had already dashed out of the house. His aunt, watching his retreating figure, instinctively tightened her breath. She recalled Yi Changpan's earlier words. Knowing that Lin Xie's journey would undoubtedly be fraught with peril, she shifted slightly, intending to halt him, but the image of Yi Changpan's steadfast countenance resurfaced in her mind. Lin Xie would not encounter danger, she assured herself. I promise. These 2 sentences encapsulated the youth's determination, gradually calming her anxious heart. She was merely an ordinary woman. If Lin Xie were truly to face danger, she would be powerless to assist him and would only become a hindrance. However, Yi Changpan was different. Through their 2 conversations, she had come to understand him as a person of considerable capability. She was willing to place her faith in him, for it was all she could do at this moment. Yet, as she gazed at Lin Xie's increasingly distant silhouette, worry still lingered in her eyes. Meanwhile, Yang Jin quietly looked out at the pouring rain, his gaze reflecting a depth uncommon for one of his youth. Amidst the curtain of rain, the battle between Zhao Kongqun and the Ghost-Faced King had escalated to a fever pitch. Utilizing his forbidden domain, ghostly facade, the Ghost-Faced King sought to deceive Zhao Kongqun's senses, upending the very concept of space. Seizing the opportunity to launch an attack, he was met with a counterstrike from Zhao Kongqun, who, in a moment of shock, was sent sprawling by a powerful kick. Zhao Kongqun rose to his feet. Was it surprising? Unexpected? Leaning on his blade, he regarded the astonished, ghost-faced king, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips. Undeniably, your forbidden domain is rather repulsive. Under normal circumstances, I would have certainly been unable to evade it. However, he began, extending a finger skyward. It is raining today? You may deceive the perceptions of living beings, but you cannot impede the rain's descent, governed by the force of gravity. The raindrops that touch my skin provide me with tactile feedback. You may alter my sense of touch, even my vision. Yet you cannot alter reality. As long as I discern a standard direction, the rest becomes considerably simpler. Zhao Kongqun chuckled, then spat out a mouthful of blood, raising his blade to point directly at the ghost-faced king before him. This is the fundamental difference between humanity and you fools. I'm not boasting. Had I possessed a forbidden domain, you would have perished countless times over. Roaring with fury, Zhao Kongqun's brazen words incited the ghost-faced king's wrath. It glared at Zhao Kongqun, letting out a ferocious roar before charging at him in a frenzy. Zhao Kongqun, eyes closed, anticipated the direction of the ghost-faced king's approach. Clang, clang, clang. The two combatants re-engaged in a fierce melee. With his terrifying combat intuition and experience, Zhao Kongqun once again clashed with the ghost-faced king in a fierce exchange of blows. Yet, this was where his endurance faltered. Under the relentless assault of the ghost-faced king, Zhao Kongqun soon found himself unable to sustain his defense, the speed of his strikes diminishing rapidly. Before long, the ghost-faced king seized the opportunity to land a powerful punch directly to his chest. As he faced imminent injury, Zhao Kongqun desperately attempted to evade the blow by shifting his body. However, exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. Engaging in combat with a creature from the Chuan realm, especially one that had unleashed the forbidden abyss, had drained his stamina to an alarming degree. Even if he could muster a reaction, his body could not keep pace. This strike, he realized, he could only withstand with sheer physical fortitude. The cost of absorbing the ghost-faced king's attack with his body was all too clear to Zhao Kongqun. Broken ribs at best, death at worst. Damn it! Move! Damn it! In this critical moment, Zhao Kongqun shouted in desperation, his eyes wide and bloodshot, pulsating with fervor. Before his words could fade, a sudden crimson light erupted from his chest. This blood-red radiance illuminated the darkened realm, transforming it into a scarlet world. Following this, to Zhao Kongqun's bewilderment, a talisman surged forth from his chest, positioning itself between him and the ghost-faced king. Roar! The ghost-faced king bellowed angrily, oblivious to the brilliance of the paper talisman, ready to shatter Zhao Kongqun's ribs. Just as the ghost-faced king's fist was about to collide with the blood-red talisman, a clear sound akin to the ticking of a clock resonated through the crimson, rain-soaked night. With the sound of the clock, the ghost-faced king's body froze. His massive fists halted mere inches from the talisman, suspended in midair, unable to advance. The surrounding blood-red rain also fell into an eerie silence. In that moment, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Everything around them was frozen, save for Zhao Kongqun, who, having narrowly escaped disaster, collapsed to the ground due to inertia. What was happening? Sitting on the ground, Zhao Kongqun surveyed the surreal scene around him, then turned to face the ghost-faced king before him. For some inexplicable reason, this moment struck him as oddly familiar. Once, he had found himself in a similar predicament, powerless before a figure clad in dark golden armor. All of this was due to that talisman. Suddenly, Zhao Kongqun's gaze fell upon the blood-red talisman positioned between him and the ghost-faced king. He recognized it. It was the very talisman he had acquired for a hefty sum of 100,000 from Changpan. At the time, he thought it merely a means of comfort, having long since put out of his mind. Little did he know, it would save his life today. As Zhao Kongqun watched, the talisman underwent further transformation. The blood-like hue began to reveal dark, intricate lines across its surface. As the inky black lines emerged, they appeared to possess a certain sentience, intertwining with one another. Before long, they coalesced into a dial, its surface of vivid crimson adorned with intricate black patterns. At the very moment the clock face took shape, the talisman gradually transformed to resemble the dial. In a brief span, the delineated dial materialized, gently descending to hover before Zhao Kongsheng. What does this signify? Zhao Kongsheng stared blankly at the blood-red dial, still uncertain whether to reach for it. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the rainy night. Zhao Kongsheng! Zhao Kongsheng! Zhao Kongsheng! Upon hearing this voice, Zhao Kongsheng's pupils constricted slightly. He recognized the owner of the voice. The agent of the Seraph, Lin Qiye. What brings this rascal here? Chapter 16. Is it worth sacrificing one's divine power for a mere mortal? The heavens rumbled with a series of ominous thunderclaps. Yi Changpan strolled through the aged district, his hands tucked into his pockets. Torrential rain cascaded like a waterfall, relentlessly washing over his tall figure, as if attempting to cleanse him of any dust he had not yet encountered. Dim lights flickered along the roadside, casting a faint glow upon him. Yet obscured by his tightly drawn rain hood, they only served to enhance his solitude. Suddenly, he halted, lifting his gaze. In that instant, the depths of his cold, inky eyes were tinged with a vibrant shade of crimson. Zhao Kongsheng! Zhao Kongsheng! The anxious shouts of a youth echoed around him. Before him stood Lin Qiye, bathed in a golden radiance, while the blood-red world concealed by the forbidden domain loomed ominously nearby. With a slight furrow of his brow, Yi Changpan's gaze shifted in one direction. After a moment of contemplation, he said nothing and withdrew his stare, calmly striding toward Lin Qiye with leisurely steps. Yet, from the shadows, a gaze filled with trepidation suddenly fixed upon him. At this moment, outside the forbidden domain, after calling for Zhao Kongsheng without receiving a response, Lin Qiye had awakened the power of the Seraph within the depths of his being. The forbidden domain was a supportive barrier, possessing only concealing abilities devoid of combat strength. The voice of Zhao Kongsheng introducing his domain echoed faintly in his ears. Lin Qiye swiftly scanned every direction of the forbidden domain, seeking its most vulnerable point. Finally, his gaze flickered with realization, as if he had found the weakest spot. His eyes, now tinged with a golden hue, emitted a brilliant light. Thunderous roars followed as two forces collided, tearing open a rift in the concealing ability of the forbidden domain. Lin Qiye felt a surge of joy, ready to leap into the fissure. However, he soon realized his elation was premature, for within the rift lay another world, a world drenched in crimson, pulsating with a vibrant hue, responded to the power of the Seraph, unleashing terrifying spatial ripples that consumed the golden light entirely. Soon, tranquility returned, and it was as if nothing had transpired, leaving Lin Qiye stunned, gazing in disbelief at the unfolding scene. How could this be? His eyes were vacant. He still possessed the Seraph's power within him, yet he was uncertain whether to harness it further. Utilizing the Seraph's strength might shatter the weak point of the forbidden domain, but in the face of this blood-soaked world, he could only be effortlessly absorbed and crushed. In the aftermath, he could merely stir a ripple on the surface. Such a vast disparity in power. Even without a thorough understanding of the Night Watcher's detailed exposition on strength, made it abundantly clear that his current abilities could inflict no damage upon that blood-stained realm. Moreover, even if one were to take a step back, he unleashed all the seraphim power within him, thereby opening the blood-red world. But what could he achieve within? A monstrous entity awaited him inside. Even Zhao Kongsheng dared not respond to him out of fear. Without the seraphim power, what purpose would his entrance serve? Was he merely seeking death? Yet if he chose not to enter, he would meet his demise. The image of Zhao Kongsheng speaking to him a few hours prior echoed in his mind, and Lin Qiye fell into silence. At this juncture, the most prudent course of action appeared to be to flee. He should escape with his aunt and Ajin, never looking back. However, such an outcome would mean Zhao Kongsheng perish fighting for them. With no one to recognize his valor or understand that he had chosen to battle the monster to protect them. Only he was aware. No, there was another way. Suddenly, the golden flames in Lin Chia's pupils flickered, and he hastily retrieved a blank dial from his pocket. The dial appeared stark and unadorned. Yet, gazing at it, a glimmer of hope ignited within Lin Chia's heart. This blank dial was given to him by Yi Changpan during the Ghost Mask incident. That night, the entire street was reduced to ruins, and apart from their leader, Chun Mai, the members of Team 136 had all suffered utter defeat at the hands of Yi Changpan. Unable to move at a mere utterance. If there existed a means to effortlessly open the blood-red world and confront that monstrous being, Lin Chia could only think of him. And the price was the seraphim power within me, Lin Chia murmured. But soon, a bitter smile graced his lips, and the hesitation in his eyes swiftly dissipated. What divine power! I would willingly sacrifice everything, even my life, for my aunt and Jean. Not only because they're the most important to me, but also because they have never once looked down upon me, nurturing and caring for me all these years. And now, when you could easily escape, you choose to fight to the death for us. If I were to abandon you for this so-called divine power, I would rather forsake that power altogether. To be a divine agent, so be it. With that declaration, a golden light suddenly erupted from Lin Chia's eyes. The sacred and majestic aura illuminated the surrounding scene. Ultimately, he merged with the blank dial seraphim. Perfect filling. The blank dial fused with the seraphim's divine power, gradually transforming, as mechanical roars echoed in Lin Chia's ears. Soon, an image resembling the seraphim he had seen in his childhood on the moon materialized on the blank dial, though it occupied merely a quarter of it. Clearly, only a fragment of the seraphim power awakened within Lin Chia, not its entirety. Yet even so, the blank dial now possessed its own strength, transforming into the seraphim dial. The rain intensified. Thunderous roars reverberated through the void. Lin Chia gazed at the blank dial in his hand, which bore the visage of the seraph. Suddenly, his entire body felt weak. The power of the seraph within him had been entirely drained, causing a wave of dizziness to wash over Lin Chia. He struggled to rise, surveying his surroundings in hopes of that figure's reappearance. Yet 1 second, 2 seconds, patter, patter, patter. As time progressed, the only sound that filled the air was the gentle fall of rain, with nothing else to be heard. The seraph dial that Lin Chia clutched remained eerily calm, as though nothing had transpired. In that moment, a ludicrous and incredulous thought suddenly sprang forth in his mind. Had he been deceived? But just as this thought took form, Lin Chia was left utterly bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. Suddenly, a dark beam of light enveloped his entire being. A detached voice, imbued with an icy chill, resonated ominously. Is it worth forsaking the divine power within you for the sake of an ordinary human? Lin Chia turned, staring blankly at a youth who had appeared behind him unbeknownst to him. This boy, clad in a raincoat, stood tall and unwavering amidst the torrential downpour, resembling an unyielding mountain. The features of his face, partially obscured by the rain hood, bore a striking resemblance to Lin Chia's own. However, the boy's gaze exuded an aura of profound weariness, suggesting he was not merely a youth, but rather a deity who had existed for an unfathomable duration. Casting down his formidable gaze, Lin Chia recognized this individual. He had encountered this very boy just 2 days prior. Yi Changpan, Chapter 17. Come, I shall lead you to transform the future. On a rain-soaked night, Lin Chia gazed at the youth before him, who appeared to be of a similar age. His expression a mixture of astonishment. It is you. You are indeed him. He had imagined the formidable presence of the Demon King and contemplated the horrors of its true form. Yet, he never anticipated that it would be the very boy he encountered on his way home with Jiang Qian and others. Suddenly, a bitter smile crept upon Lin Chia's face. If it were not for you, how could the Demon King have appeared precisely at that moment and entrusted me with this dial? As he spoke, he demonstrated his resolve, raising his hand to reveal the blank dial, now imbued with a hint of the seraph's visage. I implore you, open this blood-red space and save Zhao Kongcheng. Yi Changpan remained silent, merely observing him with calm eyes. Do you wish to join the Nightwatchers? He inquired abruptly. Lin Chia was taken aback. His expression soon morphed into one of complexity, for he was uncertain of his own stance on joining the Nightwatchers. He was even unsure whether he would still be eligible to join after bestowing the Seraph's power upon Changpan. Noticing the confusion etched on Lin Chia's face, Changpan chuckled softly, unable to discern his true sentiments. Yet, in the next moment, he took the Seraph dial from Lin Chia's grasp. I understand your current bewilderment. However, you will soon realize that fleeing is futile. From the day you witnessed the Seraph, your destiny commenced. With profound significance, Changpan shifted his gaze away from Lin Chia. He looked toward the space that Lin Chia had opened, now obscured by a crimson hue. This space, saturated with blood-red light, was a manifestation of his temporal power, or perhaps it could be referred to as the power of calamity. Sensing the residual power of calamity within the blood-red space, Changpan felt no urgency. With his force present, everything except Zhao Kongsheng would be frozen in time, although the monsters from the river realm would still pose a threat. Even if Zhao Kongsheng remained motionless, at least he was no longer in immediate danger. With this thought, Changpan glanced back at Lin Chia, who was lost in contemplation due to his words. My boy, do you wish to know the future? Lin Chia was momentarily stunned before lifting his gaze. His dark eyes filled with a desire for exploration. The future of Zhao Kongsheng is destined for death. Moreover, it will be a glorious demise. This is a future preordained by fate, one that no one can alter. Upon hearing this, Lin Chia's hands clenched into fists. His voice laced with defiance as he fixed his gaze upon Changpan. Does that mean nothing can be changed? No, you have misinterpreted my words. Changpan replied, shaking his head. In response to Lin Chia's puzzled expression, Changpan slowly raised his hand, touching the edge of the blood-red space, his dark eyes sharpening at that moment. I am telling you, the future cannot be changed. Yet, boom, before the words had fully escaped his lips, a terrifying power of ominous origins erupted in a surge of black and red energy from Changpan. In that instant, the surrounding rain suspended mid-air, resembling exquisite ice sculptures, an unsettling display of beauty. The atmosphere fell into a deathly silence. It seemed as though the entirety of the world was reduced to just Lin Chia, drenched by the rain, and Changpan, whose body radiated ominous hues of black and red. I am different, as long as I stand my ground. Even if the future is preordained, Zhao Kongsheng must inevitably survive. Zhao Kongsheng must live. The king of hell cannot snatch him from my grasp. With an air of indifference, Changpan completed his previously unfinished statement. Then, under the astonished gaze of Lin Chia, the power of the ominous surged forth into the crimson space, like a multitude of lightning serpents unleashed. Crack, crack. The crimson space, previously unyielding under Lin Chia's relentless assault, began to shatter rapidly like a spider's web, until it disintegrated into a myriad of crimson specks before Lin Chia's eyes. Not far away, the cloaked figure of Zhao Kongsheng and the grotesquely imposing form of the ghost-faced king, exuding a foul stench, were fully revealed to Lin Chia in that moment. This is what true power entails. Fear is futile. It merely convinces others of your weakness. Only a relentless charge forward can earn respect and allow one to dictate their own future. Changpan, observing the severely battered Zhao Kongsheng, continued speaking. Pausing briefly, he shifted his gaze to Lin Chia, noting the contemplative expression upon his face. He once again slipped his hands into his pockets and calmly walked ahead. Let's proceed. Now, I shall guide you in altering the future. His voice, though soft, brimmed with authority and an unyielding brilliance. In this moment, in Lin Chia's eyes, Changpan's elongated figure seemed to expand gradually, until he faintly perceived a demon king seated upon a golden throne, casting a cold, watchful gaze downwards. It was as if an abyss had descended, the chaotic slaughter unique to the demon king colliding with the unknown forces of the future. The sky symbolizes the future, and at this moment, Changpan embodies the sky. Outside, time appeared to stretch infinitely, yet merely 3 minutes had elapsed. Within the boundless void, Zhao Kongsheng stared at the blood-red dial before him. his brows furrowing into a deep frown. He was no fool. Indeed, he lacked the forbidden ruins and possessed no divine powers. He was simply an ordinary man. Yet, even an ordinary person could sense an overwhelming strength emanating from the dial's captivating hue. It was this very power that had immobilized the Ghost-Faced King before him, allowing him to endure for an additional 3 minutes. But how much longer could he endure? He hoped to last 10 minutes until Hong Ying and her companions arrived. By the way, this Ghost-Faced King's hide is incredibly thick. I can't seem to penetrate its defenses with my knife. What significance does it hold for me to block it? It would be far simpler to be struck down in one fell swoop. In utter disbelief, Zhao Kongcheng cast a weary glance at the furious figure of the Ghost-Faced King nearby. Truly, the beings from the Chuanjing realm are on an entirely different level compared to ordinary humans. Who could fathom how the captain managed to inflict such devastation upon the Ghost-Faced King with nothing but a mere blade? I can only hope that the lad did not hear my voice and has managed to escape swiftly. Suddenly, Zhao Kongcheng recalled Lin Xie's urgent demeanor from earlier, absent-mindedly rubbing his chin. At the moment Lin Xie called out to him, and the Ghost-Faced King was momentarily immobilized, he yearned to respond. Yet, given his current battered state, he found it quite difficult to do so. Although Zhao has little prowess, he still possesses a sense of pride. Just then a sharp, crystalline sound, reminiscent of shattering glass, echoed from behind Zhao Kongcheng. Chapter 18. The Crimson Dial, the Time King's Dial. What sound is that? A crisp sound, reminiscent of shattering space, distinctly reached Zhao Kongcheng's ears. He paused momentarily, as if struck by a sudden realization, and abruptly turned to look. In that instant, the entire blood-red expanse began to collapse in layers, revealing the breathtaking landscape of the real world before Zhao Kongcheng's eyes. Yet, compared to the ruin of the Scarlet Realm, Zhao Kongcheng felt as if he had encountered a ghost. For as the crimson space dissipated, he could clearly see a corner of the original sky torn apart. The void he had conjured, the forbidden abyss, had been rent asunder, creating a passage for travelers. The troublesome merchant Yi Changpan and the naive Lin Xie were stepping through the rift from the realm of reality. It must be a figment of my imagination. Shaking his head, Zhao Kongcheng rubbed his temples, increasingly convinced of the implausibility that these two inexperienced youths could breach the forbidden abyss. It was absurd to even consider. Surely, it must be a specter at play. That cursed Spectre King must be toying with me. Even in stasis, it can still deceive. Once the captain arrives, I shall ensure it is sent soaring away. Before he could finish his thoughts, a dispassionate voice interrupted his wild conjectures. What are you standing there for? Have you been rendered senseless by the Spectre King? The familiar tone, along with its customary indifference, drew Zhao Kongcheng's gaze abruptly to Yi Changpan. In that moment, he became certain. It was indeed Yi Changpan, the very one foretold by the prophecy last night to bring about his demise. You truly have entered? He exclaimed, glancing at Lin Xie, who followed closely behind Yi Changpan, his expression one of bewilderment. And you have come as well. How on earth did you manage to enter? The blood-red space was one thing, a phantasm supported by the crimson dial bestowed by Yi Changpan. But how had a rift been torn in his substantial forbidden abyss without his knowledge? And the two of them, he was aware that one bore a significant secret, while the other was undoubtedly a divine agent. Yet, must they stand there so nonchalantly, as if it did not concern them? Who was protecting whom? In that fleeting moment, Zhao Kongcheng found himself questioning his very existence. How did you come in? Yi Changpan, hands in pockets, cast him a curious glance. Why, we simply walked in. Zhao Kongcheng sighed. At times, I truly wish to call for help. Lin Xie, you speak. As he received no answers from Yi Changpan, Zhao Kongcheng turned to Lin Xie. Did I not instruct you to stay at home? What brings you here? Lin Xie looked at him with unwavering determination. I can help you fight. I understand, but you must return first. Zhao Kongcheng replied solemnly. Once I handle matters here, I promise to return and discuss combat with you thoroughly. Lin Xie retorted. Do you resemble a fool? His defiant gaze bore into Zhao Kongcheng, who remained silent, yet his stance indicated he would not leave. The two glared at each other, locked in a silent standoff. The atmosphere became tense in an instant. Yi Changpan found himself at a loss for words. slightly turning his body to shield Lin Xie. He gazed at Zhao Kongsheng with an indifferent demeanor. Have you forgotten that the Ghost Face King remains unresolved, and you are already contemplating internal strife? As he spoke, he subtly retracted some of the time-stopping power enveloped in the blood-red dial hovering in the air. A roar erupted from the Ghost Face King, reverberating with a violent killing intent. This sudden outburst shifted Zhao Kongqing's focus, causing him to instinctively raise his blade and turn his gaze toward the direction of the Ghost Face King. His voice was heavy as he thought about protecting Lin Xie and Yi Changpan behind him. At that moment, however, a figure had already darted past him, stepping to the forefront of the group. "Kid, what on earth are you doing?" Zhao Kongsheng exclaimed, his lips curling in frustration upon witnessing Yi Changpan boldly advance to the front. "I know you have a little secret, but this is the Ghost Face King, a creature from the Chuan realm. You cannot defeat it. Come back quickly." In addressing Yi Changpan, he unconsciously softened his tone, a stark contrast to his demeanor towards Lin Xie. Lin Xie's eyes glimmered with a mysterious light as she looked at him, her lips moving as if she longed to utter something inappropriate for the occasion. "Is that so?" A smile graced Yi Changpan's face. How long had it been? Since assuming the position of Demon King, it was the first time someone had claimed he could not defeat others, including enigmatic beings. Yet, he had no desire to explain himself to Zhao Kongsheng. Instead, he casually raised his hand, aligning it with the level of the blood-red dial. But how can one know the outcome without a try? Seeing that he was indeed inclined to engage in battle, Zhao Kongsheng grew anxious. Though he was unaware of Yi Changpan's true identity or abilities, his experience with the prophecy left him instinctively believing that even if Yi Changpan concealed his powers, they were of the prophetic variety. Even if one possessed formidable strength from the Chuan realm, what good would it do against the Ghost Face King? It would lead only to death. Just as Zhao Kongsheng was on the verge of cursing, his pupils suddenly widened in shock. After Yi Changpan uttered his last words, the blood-red dial floating in the sky began to exude a crimson aura once more. The blood was dazzling, the red terrifying. Yet, after unleashing this blood-red energy, the dial surged towards Yi Changpan, ultimately being firmly grasped in his hand. The violent crimson energy, which had rendered the Ghost Face King motionless like a child, now in Yi Changpan's grasp, appeared as docile as a young one, devoid of any brutality. Zhao Kongsheng was left in a daze. Lin Xie's expression turned complex. Meanwhile, Yi Changpan felt the familiar power within the dial and smiled with the warmth of a long-lost reunion. The power of the Time King in its initial stage. "Old friend, it has been a while since we fought side by side. Many things can harness my demon power. For instance, consider the Time King's Series Time Harbinger, Swaruz. It possesses the remarkable ability to absorb the twilight powers of the minor demon lord while simultaneously bestowing or nullifying the time-stopping abilities of others. However, there exists but a singular dial capable of harboring the time-stopping power, and that is the dial imbued with the essence of the Time King. This is also the very power that Zhao Kongsheng acquired for a sum of 100,000. Initially, I had no desire to squander my time engaging in frivolities with you. Yet, having finally reunited with an old comrade in battle, I have obtained a new dial. To commemorate this moment, Yi Changpan, clutching the first-tier Time King dial, gazed upon the drooling visage of the Demon King in the distance, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "I shall indulge you in a game." The only response was the Demon King's ferocious roar, filled with murderous intent. As it emerged from the stillness of time, it caught sight of Yi Changpan's disdainful expression and could no longer contain the greed and violent rage swelling within. With a swift advance, it intended to rend Yi Changpan to shreds. "Be careful." Zhao Kongsheng instinctively prepared to intervene with his blade. Yet Yi Changpan, undeterred by the increasingly pungent stench wafting toward him, maintained his smile. Calmly, he rotated the crimson dial and pressed it gently. Zi-O. The blood-red dial began to project an image infused with silver, black, and pink hues. The first-tier visage of the Time King materialized, and in that moment, radiant light enveloped Yi Changpan, transforming into the Time Driver. Chapter 19. Zhao Kongsheng, this strike I shall teach you only once. Observe closely. The demon-faced king drew nearer to Yi Changpan, close enough that it could easily bare its fangs and tear into Yi Changpan's fair neck with a single bite. Yi Changpan regarded the demon-faced king, his gaze devoid of emotion. The moment the time driver appeared, he inserted the activated Time King first stage dial within. Transform. Rider time. Kamen Rider Zi-O. In an instant, a resplendent clock of crimson and gold materialized behind Yi Changpan, commencing its magnificent rotation. Ultimately, it transformed into a golden dial that spiraled around him. The Invincible frame activated. At that very moment, the demon-faced king stood before Yi Changpan, faced with the golden dial. Its ghastly visage twisted in madness, and it opened its foul mouth to bite down. Boom! The dial exploded instantaneously, unleashing a tempest of violent energy that radiated from Yi Changpan, sweeping outward in a frenzy. Even Zhao, Kongsheng, and Lin Chia, positioned at a distance, were staggered backward by the forceful gale. As for the demon-faced king, it was hurled away, crashing to the ground with a pained howl. The pure white airwave gradually subsided. There stood the knight clad in silver armor, the sovereign of time, the Time King, making a sudden appearance. It is him. Beside him, Zhao Kongchang gazed at Yi Changpan in awe, his pupils dilating. In his mind, an imposing figure filled with an overwhelming aura began to merge with the present form of Yi Changpan. What? Is there connection? Who is he truly? Zhao Kongchang fixated on Yi Changpan, his hands tensed in anxiety, the sword in his grasp emitting a faint hum. Yi Changpan paid no heed to Zhao Kongchang's stare. Relishing a power he had not experienced in ages, he twisted his neck, gradually acclimating to the armor. The sound of metal clashing resonated, conveying an invisible yet palpable sense of intimidation. As he reveled in this inexplicable momentum, the demon-faced king rose from the ground, its eyes filled with murderous intent flickering with a moment of clarity. It advanced cautiously towards Yi Changpan, yet dared not approach, only daring to roar in testing. At this moment, having harmonized with the form he had not utilized in years, Yi Changpan finally directed his gaze towards the distant demon-faced king. Now, let's continue our previous discourse. He withdrew a dial from his pocket. The dial glimmered in gold, radiating the pure light of an angel, the seraphim dial. I offer you a chance. Should this dial transform into armor, your remains shall be utterly obliterated today. If it fails, I shall grant you a dignified end, leaving your body intact. With that, Yi Changpan spun the seraphim dial and inserted it into the other end of the time driver. Armor time. Seraphim. Heterogeneous compatibility. The final fit. The mechanical sounds reverberated throughout the arena. At that moment, the harmonious resonance emerged. Suddenly, a radiant light burst forth from Yi Changpan, illuminating the surroundings. 6 wings of crimson gold unfurled from his shoulders, fluttering wildly. They transformed into crimson golden stripes and adorned his sides with resplendent golden robes. His pink compound eyes radiated a golden glow, as if a divine presence had descended. Alas, the scales of fate did not tilt in your favor. Yi Changpan cast a cold glance at the ghost-faced king, his chilling voice cutting through the air like a divine sword of judgment. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the icy pupils of the ghost-faced king were already filled with terror. Without uttering a word, it turned and fled. On the ground, a massive and grotesque visage materialized, anchored by its presence. The Forbidden Ruins, the ghost face manifestation. When Zhao Kongsheng beheld this monstrous face, he instinctively tensed up. He did not wish to miss the battle of the gods, yearning to open his eyes wide and witness how Yi Changpan fought. And in the next moment, his anticipation was rewarded as Yi Changpan responded. He lifted one foot and forcefully stomped it down. Boom! The sacred radiance of the seraphim surged forth, obliterating the grotesque visage before it could fully manifest. The scene returned to tranquility. Meanwhile, the ghost-faced king, which had attempted to flee the Forbidden Ruins, seemed to suffer a severe blow, crashing heavily to the ground. Was it truly that simple to dismantle the Forbidden Ruins? Zhao Kongcheng gazed at the scene in a daze. The ghost-faced king's tenacity lay in the Forbidden Ruins. Even formidable warriors from the same realm found it challenging to gain the upper hand, due to this very reason. It was also why the Ghost-Face King managed to escape from the entire Sangnan Watchman team. But now, what did he just witness? Yi Changpan had merely stomped his foot, and the vexing Forbidden Ruins, Ghost-Face manifestation, had vanished just like that? Was this reasonable? I told you. Today, you cannot escape. Yi Changpan coldly gazed at the Ghost-Face King and stepped forward. He did not activate his acceleration. Yet the sacred brilliance of the Seraphim elevated his speed significantly. In an instant, his figure traced a luminous arc and appeared before the Ghost-Face King. He then delivered a powerful punch. The Ghost-Face King had just struggled to rise when this punch struck its cheek with tremendous force. A muffled grunt escaped, sending it flying several dozen meters, crashing into a wall and collapsing it entirely. How? The pallid visage of the Ghost-Face King contorted in agony, even its roar sounding feeble. It lay embedded in the wall, its small eyes filled with bewilderment. Bewildered, it was truly at a loss. It could not comprehend why Yi Changpan was able to directly obliterate its Forbidden Ruins. Unbeknownst to him, the swiftness of his opponent was astonishing, and the sheer hardness of their fists was a perplexing mystery. He could scarcely recognize his own face. However, soon enough, a fierce glimmer ignited within the heart of the Demon-Face King, a murderous intent surging forth. As a being of enigmatic origins, it had clawed its way to power through sheer tenacity among the ranks of its kind. Such humiliation was foreign to it. The primal fury could no longer be contained, and it rose, intent on attacking Yi Changpan. Yet, before it could fully rise, Yi Changpan's gaze turned cold, and he prepared to deliver a kick that would send the creature sprawling back down. Just as he was about to act, his brow furrowed in sudden contemplation as he looked up. The torrential downpour that had once been akin to a giant bowl had begun to wane. The cacophony of rain diminishing. Was the rain coming to an end? Were the night watchers approaching? After a brief moment of reflection, Yi Changpan decided against prolonging the encounter with the Demon-Face King. It was time to conclude this swiftly. With a single hand, he forcefully activated the temporal device at his waist. Finish time. Seraphim. Instantly, the surrounding darkness erupted in a blinding light, as if it were the dawn of day. The 6 paths of judgment chains rose around the Demon-Face King, surging towards it with fervor. The Demon-Face King's expression turned to one of horror. It attempted to flee, but it was too late. The chains of judgment ensnared its body, lifting it into the air. A chilling howl of despair echoed around them. But Yi Changpan paid it no heed. From this moment onward, an even more sacred and majestic aura began to emanate from him. Fiery brilliance enveloped him, transforming him into a being of resplendent golden light. The rainwater around him evaporated, becoming scalding steam. A long sword of radiant gold gradually materialized in the air before him. Just as Yi Changpan reached out to grasp it, he hesitated momentarily. His gaze then fell upon the 2 astonished figures nearby. After a brief silence, he called out to Zhao Kongsheng. Zhao Kongsheng, toss me the sword. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Kongsheng tightened his grip on the hilt and hurled it towards Yi Changpan. Clang! The blade landed in his hand, sending a wave of coldness through him. The flames enveloping Yi Changpan began to rise, the temperature around them soaring. With calm eyes, he gripped the hilt. The intense fiery glow surged into the blade. Finally, Yi Changpan raised his arm, wielding the blazing sword. Zhao Kongsheng, I'm here. This strike, I shall teach you but once. Watch closely. Witness the true power of God-slaying. Witness the true, blood-stained heavens. In the midst of Zhao Kongsheng's bewilderment and Lin Chie's solemn gaze. In the next instant, Yi Changpan aimed his sword at the terrified, howling Demon-Face King and struck upward. Boom! Instantly, an astonishing blade of light erupted forth, as if piercing the very heavens. Thank you to those who empathize with the melancholy and the sorrowful, who yearn for a languid existence. Joy is a gift from the mountains, seas, and skies. Powered by love. Today, I finally found the time to compile this. By the way, is anyone following this? A gentle nudge for updates would be appreciated. I shall find the time to deliver more content. Lastly, regarding Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, is there anyone interested in the continuation of their story? Chapter 20. I have taught you all that I can. The choice to stay or leave lies solely with you. Yi Changpan surged forward with his blade. The crimson-golden streak of light emanating from his weapon seemingly capable of shattering the sound barrier as it rushed toward the demon Face King with a ferocious roar. Everything in its path, rain, air, and all tangible entities, was reduced to ethereal mist. Roar, roar. In the sky, the demon Face King, ensnared by 8 chains of judgment, could only watch helplessly as the crimson-golden blade drew ever closer. A hoarse growl echoed, imbued with a sense of dread, almost resembling a mournful wail. Ultimately, he was engulfed by the radiant blade, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The demon Face King had fallen. Crack, crack. The crisp sound of shattering resonated as the already fractured sky could no longer withstand the violent impact and shattered entirely. The unbounded realm was breached. The true world of the rain-soaked night unveiled itself. At that moment, the divine power of the Seraph and Yi Changpan's own demonic prowess erupted, piercing through the heavens. The sky was awash with an eerie amalgamation of red, gold, and black light. From a distance, it appeared as though the firmament had been cleaved apart by a crimson-golden blade, revealing a surreal scene. This was the so-called horizontal blade toward the abyss, blood staining the firmament. But nothing more. Is this the power of the divine? Zhao Kongchang stood transfixed, gazing at the sky that appeared split asunder. In that instant, he comprehended the true essence of equality among all beings beneath the divine, even the formidable demon Face King. A being capable of instilling dread in all the night watchmen of Sangnan had been vanquished with a single stroke. The cloaking ability of the Forbidden Realm, the unbounded space, was rendered powerless against the residual force of the blade. Observing Yi Changpan nearby, who showed no signs of fatigue, Zhao Kongchang felt as though his opponent still retained considerable strength. In contrast, he found himself reveling in the fact that he could withstand a few blows from the demon Face King. Zhao Kongchang fell into silence. Beside him, Lin Xie, witnessing the awe-inspiring spectacle above and the rain coalescing and evaporating due to the intense heat, wore an expression of profound complexity. He could sense that part of the power resonating in the sky was derived from his own Seraph divine energy. Yet, despite possessing the same Seraph energy, he could not even access the blood-colored space. He needed to identify a weak point just to open the unbounded space. The disparity was unmistakable. Moreover, casting a glance at his brightly lit home just a short distance away, Lin Xie's hands instinctively clenched into fists. Only a few hundred meters, mere hundreds of meters, separated him from home. Had it not been for Zhao, Kongcheng, and Yi Changpan, what would have transpired when the demon Face King entered his dwelling? It must be noted that within his home resided only an aunt and a younger brother, neither of whom possessed any combat prowess. From a moment you beheld the Seraph, your mission had already commenced. Fleeing was futile. Only an unwavering charge forward can earn respect and alter the future. Suddenly, Lin Xie recalled the words Yi Changpan had spoken to him before entering the Crimson Space. If he had previously been indecisive and confused, now a fervent flame ignited within his eyes, an insatiable thirst for power. He now comprehended that only through strength could he protect his loved ones. Relying on others for hope was futile. Just as Yi Changpan had stated, only he could determine his own destiny. He resolved to be that decision-maker. Yet he lamented, all his seraphic power had been granted to him. With this thought, Lin Xie's gaze dimmed slightly. Could I still serve as a divine proxy? Energy depletion, armor removal. At that moment, after vanquishing the demon Mass King, the dial belonging to the Seraph, embedded in the temporal device by Yi Changpan, had completely exhausted its power. The visage of the Seraph vanished entirely from the dial, transforming the crimson-golden face into an empty void. Yi Changpan was compelled to relinquish his armored form, the crimson-golden stripes dissipating, forcing him back into the first-tier state of silver, black, and pink. However, he felt no sorrow at the disappearance of the Seraph dial. Instead, an involuntary smile graced his lips. Plot modification. Demon Mass King incident. Zhao Kongcheng survives. Lin Xie's fighting spirit surges. Degree of plot modification, 2. Distance to obtain the required plot modification for a new dial, 3. Current world stability, 0:1 after saving Zhao Kongsheng. The long-lost system notification resonated once more. The degree of plot modification had reached a remarkable 2, with only a 3 variant standing between him and a new blank dial. Swiftly glancing at the mission details, Changpan withdrew his gaze, approaching the 2 deep in contemplation. As he walked towards them, he reverted from his transformed state until he stood before Zhao Kongsheng and Lin Xie. He tossed a straight sword back to Zhao Kongsheng and, amidst the complex gaze directed at him, he once again threw the blank dial to Lin Xie, stating calmly, "Stop being dazed. This time, I'm helping you out of regard for the price on your life. Should you present me with such a half-baked seraph power again, I shall not accept it." Complete seraph power? Lin Xie felt slightly bewildered. He remembered bestowing all his strength upon Changpan. What did that mean? How long did I fight just now? Changpan asked indifferently. A few seconds? Or tens of seconds? Did you think the power the seraph granted you was so minimal? Upon hearing this, Lin Xie's heart tightened slightly. Could it be that I still possess seraph power within me? Changpan gazed at him with a hint of a smile, yet did not rush to reveal the answer, instead posing a question in return. Is it significant to have or have not? Throughout human development, how many times has the divine revealed itself? Do you truly believe that a mere angelic being can determine the course of your future, and that only by relying on its power can you possess the ability to alter your destiny? As these words lingered, Zhao Kongsheng found himself engulfed in confusion. Yet Lin Xie's eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. He opened his mouth, seemingly poised to express more, but Changpan, unperturbed, cast a glance at the sky. As the rain began to subside, he spoke with indifference enough. I recognize that you have many questions for me. However, the extent of what I can teach you is limited. The matters that follow must be contemplated and acted upon by you alone. I can assist you momentarily, but I cannot guide you for a lifetime. Hold tightly to the blank dial and pursue your own path. Only when you are truly worthy to stand before me shall you seek my counsel. Pausing for a moment, Changpan recalled his earlier promise to Xie's aunt. After a brief contemplation, he removed his raincoat and tossed it to Lin Xie, smiling as he said, "I must take my leave. Please keep my coat safe, and return it to me when we next meet." With that, Changpan had no desire to linger any longer. He turned and walked away, while Lin Xie watched his retreating figure, clutching the blank dial and raincoat tightly, murmuring to himself, "You want me to carve out my own path? I understand now." Zhao Kongsheng, bewildered, observed the encrypted exchange between him and Lin Xie until an urgent voice broke through the communication device. "Old Zhao, what's the situation with the Phantom King? We're nearing the battlefield. Are you still alive?" Only then did Zhao Kongsheng come to his senses, promptly shutting off the device and looking at Lin Xie with urgency. "Kid, hurry. I will speak with the captain." But before Zhao Kongsheng could finish his sentence, Lin Xie shook his head, feeling no need to explain. Taking a deep breath, he held tightly to Changpan's blank dial and raincoat, gazing intently at Zhao Kongsheng. In the depths of Lin Xie's dark eyes, a flicker of golden power shimmered, exuding an unwavering resolve as he declared, "Because I have already resolved to join the Night Watch." Chapter 21. The Night Watchman, what a terrifying power. I could distinctly sense the might of the Seraph. Yet there was another force even more dreadful than that of the Seraph. I was unable to discern the nature of this power's fluctuation. At the moment when Lin Xie expressed his thoughts to Zhao Kongsheng, Hong Ying was swiftly approaching their position, recalling the earlier force that seemed to cleave the heavens, rendering the sky into 3 segments. A few beads of cold sweat trickled down her porcelain-like cheeks. Even though Changpan had not truly transformed into the king of demons, the trace of demonic energy contained within him, coupled with the power of the Seraph, represented an insurmountable chasm for mere mortals. Not to mention, she had yet to even enter the threshold of the Chuan realm and was overwhelmed by an impending sense of despair. Fortunately, this force arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Otherwise, Hong Ying would have been delayed by several more minutes. "Xiangnan, you assured me that old Zhao would not come to harm, right?" As she reported the situation, a dreadful outcome surfaced in her mind, causing her voice to tremble. 2 deities, in addition to the ghost-faced king, It was difficult for her to fathom how an ordinary person, who had not even entered the Forbidden Ruins, could survive such an encounter. Impossible. Old Zhao is still alive. He hasn't yet utilized his divine summoning. Moreover, within the communication device, Wu Xiangnan's voice was exceedingly firm, yet carried an odd undertone. He had disconnected the call. Disconnected? Ongyingis gaz shifted. Her previously despondent eyes suddenly sparkling with ripples of hope. Did old Zhao hang up himself? It seemed quite likely. No, wait a moment. Old Zhao just called me. Old Zhao, you rascal. Did you? Good heavens, did you single-handedly slay the ghost-faced king? Inside the communication device, Wu Xiangnan's tone shifted from stern reproach to one of intense astonishment, unable to suppress a stream of expletives. Yet, Hong Ying abruptly breathed a sigh of relief. Regarding the fate of the ghost-faced king, her primary concern lay with her comrade. However, upon learning that Zhao Kongcheng was still alive, the despair in Hong Ying's beautiful eyes quickly dissipated, replaced by a keen and icy resolve. She had fully regained the demeanor befitting her team's frontline combatant. Provide me with old Zhao's current location. Don't rush. I'm nearly there, and we shall go together. Goodness, this Zhao Kongcheng has truly outdone himself, taking down the ghost-faced king all by himself. I thought the captain was giving him leeway, yet he actually succeeded? You are well aware that with our strength, we cannot kill that ghost-faced king. What purpose does deceiving them serve? Not far from the old residence, Lin Jie observed Zhao Kongcheng, who was half squatting and incessantly lamenting over his drenched cigarette, but that had been soaked through. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongcheng, who had been cursing and preparing to seek reimbursement for the cigarette money from Captain Chun Mai, fell silent for a moment. He glanced at Lin Jie, noticing the raincoat and the blank dial that the latter clutched tightly. He scoffed dismissively. What do you know? That kid clearly doesn't want to deal with the night watch. It's not me he's avoiding, is it? Moreover, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Jie, he added, well, there's still you. ISNT there? No matter what, some matters cannot be concealed. Just a mention of the divine agent will silence their chatter. Though this was merely a temporary reprieve, I still had to draft a report later. Silently adding this to his thoughts, Zhao Kongcheng couldn't suppress a smirk. By the way, I'm soaked through. Can't you at least help me fetch some clothes? If that is too much, you could at least lend me an umbrella. He was still quite fixated on Lin Jie's act of fetching clothes for Yi Changpan, although the latter hadn't asked for it. He had given Lin Jie a substantial sum, hadn't he? Yet, apart from a simple good luck, General Zhao, he had received no benefits whatsoever. Coupled with the way he now regarded this young man, his demeanor calm, yet fraught with profound skepticism, Zhao Kongcheng understood well the source of that skepticism. After all, he had previously said, you protect your family, and I'll protect your entire world, only to be ruthlessly slapped in the face by the ghost-faced king within a day. That damned ghost-faced king, Zhao Kongcheng fumed, wishing he could dismember the creature to vent his frustration. However, soon the sound of footsteps echoed nearby. Accompanying this were two figures approaching from the direction where Zhao Kongcheng had parked his black van in the alley. Wu Xiangnan and Hong Ying. Upon seeing them, Zhao Kongcheng, despite being drenched in mud and water, instantly adopted a serious expression. Xiangnan, Hong Ying, he said, stepping forward to intercept the two. Old Zhao. Wu Xiangnan greeted with a slight nod, scanning Zhao Kongcheng intently. Once he confirmed that the latter was unharmed, he frowned and inquired, what is going on? The ghost-faced king has been dealt with, Zhao Kongcheng replied straightforwardly. So, you really took care of it? Wu Xiangnan's brow furrowed even tighter, while his tone remained calm. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in his dark, moonlit eyes. His promotion to vice captain attested to his sharp intellect. The ghost-faced king, after all, was a creature of the Chuan realm. As for Zhao Kongcheng, it wasn't that he underestimated old Zhao. Rather, the disparity in power was evident. Even if the ghost-faced king had been severely weakened by the captain, it was still beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual to contend with him, let alone a vigorous Zhao Kongcheng in his current state. Old Zhao, you haven't awakened the Forbidden Ruins, nor have you consumed the ghost god's essence, Hong Ying suddenly interjected, unwilling to let the matter drop. How did you manage to slay the Ghost-Face King? Listening to the heavy skepticism in their tones, Zhao Kongqing's lips twitched. Ultimately, he resignedly turned to Lin Chiye and gestured with his chin. All right, I can't keep this from you. To be frank, this kid helped me quite a bit. That strike from the Ghost-Faced King? It was orchestrated by him. With that single statement, the gazes of both individuals abruptly shifted to Lin Chiye. Lin Chiye? The moment Hong Ying laid eyes on Lin Chiye, a peculiar itch seized her hand, and with a smile that barely reached her eyes, she remarked, "Little brother, you certainly had a remarkable ability to escape back then. Despite the presence of so many individuals, I failed to capture you. This incident remains a profound source of regret in my life. With so many people, including the formidable Night Watchers equipped with powerful barriers, it's astonishing that I could lose track of a mere child. The weight of this memory has even made me reconsider my jest directed at Zhao Kongqing." Under Hong Ying's scrutinizing gaze, Lin Chiye scratched his head, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. "All right," Wu Xiangnan observed Lin Chiye with a calm demeanor before interjecting. "Let's be magnanimous, Hong Ying. The past is best left undiscussed." Hong Ying merely pouted, choosing not to respond further. However, Wu Xiangnan maintained a faint smile, her voice remaining placid, yet imbued with an undercurrent of pressure. "While it is true that classmate Chiye is a divine agent, and that earlier beam of light bore the essence of a seraph, I am still quite curious. How did the two of you manage to slay the Faceless King without sustaining any injuries?" Chapter 22, The Rift Between Past and Future, the challenge from the mangy dog. "So you mean, the Ghost-Face King, incapacitated by injury, was unable to activate the Forbidden Ruins. Thus, he was restrained by you. Ultimately defeated by Lin Chiye's unleashing of the Seraph power, the entire Ghost-Face King was obliterated into dust." Listening to Zhao Kongqing and Lin Chiye's explanation, Wu Xiangnan's eyes grew solemn. He found it difficult to discern the truth in their words at that moment. However, if the Ghost-Face King truly could not activate the Forbidden Ruins, he leaned towards believing Zhao Kongqing. After all, the latter's close combat prowess was indeed remarkable. He could even hold his ground against Chun Mai, who had not activated the Forbidden Ruins. Thus, with the Ghost-Face King already grievously injured by the captain's strike, old Zhao, alongside a divine agent, even if it were a recently awakened one, stood a considerable chance against the Ghost-Face King. Yet, apart from the emergence of the Seraph divine power, a powerful wave of divine energy erupted at the scene. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Xiangnan suddenly spoke again. Even though the sky had returned to its normal state, he did not forget what Hong Ying had mentioned. There had been two surges of divine energy at the scene. One was the Seraph. Who was the other? "Oh, you mean that?" Zhao Kongqing raised an eyebrow, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "I forgot to mention, this lad is a dual divine agent. The second deity he represents is none other than the Demon King for back then." Silence. The atmosphere fell into a profound stillness. Wu Xiangnan and Hong Ying, who had been composed moments before, suddenly changed their expressions, fixating intently on Lin Chiye, their eyes shimmering with an unusual light. A dual divine agent? Moreover, one of them is the Demon King who once graced Great Xia? In an instant, doubts flickered through his mind, and he almost dismissed the possibility outright. It is already a rare feat for an ordinary person to obtain a divine ruin and become a divine agent. Regarded as a child of destiny, a dual divine agent could be considered an unparalleled phenomenon in Great Xia. However, recalling the conversation between Yi Changpan and Lin Chiye, where Yi had promised Lin Chiye he would slay gods, along with the moment Lin Chiye awakened the Seraph divine ruin, Wu Xiangnan swallowed back the denial that was on the verge of escaping his lips. He could sense that Yi Changpan was 100 times more powerful than the Seraph. Furthermore, he seemed to harbor a distinct attitude towards Lin Chiye. If this were true, then this Demon King would be an ally rather than an enemy for Great Xia. Thus, regardless of the truth, he wished for it to be so. With thoughts swirling in his mind, he and Hong Ying quietly gazed at Lin Chiye, awaiting a response. Feeling their scrutiny, Lin Chiye fell silent for a moment before decisively nodding. "I cannot confirm whether I am a dual divine agent. However, he has indeed bestowed a portion of his power upon me." He understood Zhao Kongqing's intent. The residual energy from the earlier battle was too immense. Concealing it would only hasten others' discovery. It was better to acknowledge it. The identity of a dual divine agent would suffice to leave others uncertain of its veracity. Furthermore, after experiencing his guidance, I have made the resolute decision to join the Night Watch. Meanwhile, Zhao Kongsheng remains alive, and the system as prompt is ample evidence that the future has indeed altered. Yet, despite the subtle adjustments, the outcome remains unchanged from Lin Chie's gaze. It is evident that he will ultimately join the Night Watch. As for me, the changes I have wrought upon the future. Yi Changpan traverses a narrow path. The rain around him has lessened from its initial intensity. The streetlights gradually grow brighter, casting their glow upon his face, revealing a depth uncharacteristic of youth. As he reminisces about his prior use of the seraphim dial, Yi Changpan's eyes narrow slightly, a glimmer of golden light emanating forth. An inexplicable surge of power subtly ripples through him. Were Wu Xiangnan and others present, they would surely perceive the force radiating from Yi Changpan, as if he has attained the realm of Zhanjing. It is a faint trace of seraphim power that has merged within me, aligning with the power of the fateful encounter. And what of this so-called Zhanjing cultivation? Yi Changpan's expression is tinged with perplexity. This is not his first experience in altering the future. He understands that each modification invariably triggers unforeseen changes. This is the nature of causality, the inherent instability of creation. Whether it be the mastery of new powers or a qualitative transformation of existing abilities, the outcome is inescapable. This, too, is a factor in his desire to depart swiftly. He wishes neither to appear too prominently in the light nor to ascertain what transformations he may undergo. Yet, no matter how prescient he may be, he could not have anticipated the cost of this future alteration, namely, the acquisition of a fragment of seraphim power, and his entry into the ranks of the Zhan realm within the world of divine slaying. He has yet to obtain the seraphim ability dial, nor has he integrated with the power of the fateful encounter. This is an entirely different situation from that of the Knight's realm. However, if seraphim power can manifest in this manner within me, might I, too, be able to engage in physical combat like Jiadu? Reflecting on Jiadu's extraordinary physical prowess, Yi Changpan cannot help but narrow his eyes. If that were the case, it seems plausible, yet he remains uncertain about what this makes him. An agent of the divine? A newly born young seraph? Or perhaps a demon lord who has usurped divine power? But for now, the matter of seraphim power is secondary. What significance do these footprints hold? With that thought, Yi Changpan gazes down at the prints upon the ground. They are a multitude of dog tracks, still clear and distinct despite being washed repeatedly by torrential rain, as if to ensure he notices them. Dog tracks. After a brief contemplation, a glimmer of intrigue dances in Yi Changpan's eyes. He had originally come here solely to uncover the source of the probing gaze encountered on his way to rescue Kongqing. Yet, unexpectedly, instead of finding that person, he has stumbled upon these dog tracks. Nonetheless, are you attempting to provoke me? Leaving a paw print so conspicuously? Are you afraid that I might not seek you out due to your concealment? If that is the case, then I shall oblige your wishes. As the words fell, a profound force of time manifested within the depths of Yi Changpan's obsidian eyes. The power of time began to surge, recalling the past. In an instant, the scene of a torrential downpour, with countless pedestrians passing by, was vividly reflected in Yi Changpan's gaze as he stood as an observer of time, silently witnessing it all, until he beheld a figure clad in a black cloak prostrate upon the ground, alongside a rather portly little black dog, comically prancing upon the figure's back. A smile crept across Yi Changpan's lips, growing ever more vibrant. Then, the force of time began to retract, though no one surrounded him. The little scruffy dog gazed strangely ahead, fixated on Yi Changpan's position, as if it could perceive the future self of Yi Changpan. It raised its head, its diminutive form standing tall, its beastly eyes reflecting a semblance of humanity, locking onto Yi Changpan's gaze, uttering words in a deep and resounding voice. Can you command time? Alter the future? Such audacity! Allow me to witness your prowess. A sudden chill manifested in Yi Changpan's eyes. gazing through the veil of past and future. He looked down upon the little scruffy dog. Is this a challenge? With a gentle shake of his head and a smile, Yi Changpan remarked, It seems I have been underestimated. Pausing momentarily, his gaze deepened profoundly. In that instant, an overwhelming sense of royal authority surged forth. Born to be a king, he had never known fear. Since the day of the demon's arrival, none had dared to defy him, let alone this blatant invitation to battle. From his elevated stance, he looked down upon the scruffy dog, speaking calmly once more. Yet this time, his voice resonated with unwavering confidence, filled with an indomitable fighting spirit, embodying the intense pressure that belonged to a true monarch. However, a mere dog is insufficient. Call upon your master to join. Chapter 23. Apologies, Aunt Xie. I was delayed by matters of importance. The dual deity agent. Still contemplating joining us? How peculiar indeed. The peace office. Ever since Lin Xie revealed to Wu Xiangnan and others that he was a dual deity agent and desired to join the Nightwatchers, he was swiftly escorted back to the office. Chen Mai sat on the sofa, observing Lin Xie, who was clad in school uniform, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he gradually straightened his posture. While I may not be privy to all details, the mere mention of the term dual deity agent suffices to illustrate Lin Xie's worth. His inclusion in the Night Watchers would undoubtedly serve as a significant boon, not only for the organization, but also for countless individuals across Daxia. However, as far as I am aware, you have declined our invitation on 2 occasions. First, you vanished without a trace, and on the second, Zhao Kongcheng personally came to your school to retrieve you, yet you managed to escape. Such actions clearly indicate your aversion towards the Night Watchers. Yet, you suddenly claim that a certain demon king has guided you and inspired your desire to join us. May I interpret this as a sign that he wishes for the Night Watchers to undertake certain tasks on his behalf? Chen Mai spoke with a calm demeanor. As his words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the room. Wu Xiangnan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lin Xie, while Hong Ying's hand, brushing against the cold gun, momentarily paused. Even Lung Xian discreetly shifted his gaze towards Zhao Kongcheng, for it was a matter of guardianship. The atmosphere was heavy, yet Lin Xie's voice remained composed. Guardianship? Chen Mai raised an eyebrow. Zhao Kongcheng's prowess has made me realize that one cannot simply flee from this world. Lin Xie proclaimed earnestly. Zhao Kongcheng interjected, All right, I get it, I'm not the strongest. Enough of that. He continued, Today the Ghost-Faced King may be hundreds of meters from my home, but tomorrow, even more formidable monsters will emerge. Lin Xie spoke slowly, and as he reached the conclusion, his gaze locked with Chen Mai's, devoid of hesitation. I want to protect my family. A moment of silence ensued. Ultimately, Chen Mai broke into a smile. A commendable reason, quite perfect. I shall submit your application for membership to my superiors. However, you must start as an intern. Only after successfully passing the training in a month can you become a formal member. All right, Lin Xie nodded. But I have a condition. Speak, Chen Mai replied. During my tenure with the Night Watchers, you must ensure the safety of my family. Lin Xie raised a finger, and I shall only remain with the Night Watchers for a decade. Once the 10 years are up, I will depart immediately. At this, the members of Team 136 exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting. Chen Mai's smile faltered slightly. You think you can join and then leave at your whim? Do you perceive us as mere community volunteers? Yet soon, he resumed his composed demeanor. However, it is acceptable, as long as you possess the capability to exit the Night Watchers after 10 years. His gaze then ignited with a flicker of challenge. The Night Watchers do not harbor cowards. If Lin Xie were to retreat at this moment, then the so-called dual deity agents would be nothing more than a farce, lacking the courage to confront the divine and the enigmatic. However, Lin Xie did not disappoint him. With a piercing gaze fixed upon Chen Mai, he declared resolutely, Very well. 10 years hence, should I remain trapped, I shall bear all consequences myself. In this instant, the brilliance of youth collided with the authority of the captain of Team 136. Yet, Chen Mai erupted into laughter, exclaiming, What a spirited lad. I admire your audacity. Welcome to the Night Watch. After a brief pause, his smile turned mischievous. Oh, I nearly forgot to inform you. The Night Watch does not provide accommodation or meals for recruits. Lin Chia, he suddenly turned to Zhao Kongsheng, his clear eyes reflecting a hint of betrayed anger. Wasn't he, it said, that the benefits of the Night Watch were quite generous? The night grew increasingly dark, with a crescent moon hanging in the sky. Inside the house, his aunt gazed blankly at the wall clock. The sumptuous feast laid out on the dining table had grown cold. Yet, aside from the absence of warmth, the arrangement and appearance of the dishes remained unchanged. They looked the same as they had before Lin Chia left. Woof! It was only until the sound of a dog barking broke the silence that Yang Jin returned to his senses, looking at the scruffy dog on the ground. Woof woof. Upon meeting Yang Jin's gaze, the little black dog stuck out its tongue. Yang Jin squinted slightly, deciphering the dog's message. It had completed the task he had previously assigned. The King of Time, able to manipulate the future at will? If one could not comprehend such a clear hint from the little black dog, then they were not the newly arrived supreme deity. The supposed manipulation was merely a jest. The great Xia does not welcome the arrival of foreign gods. My brother, even less so. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Yang Jin patted the little black dog on the head, then sat up, extending his hand to place a piece of meat into his aunt's bowl. Mom, let us eat. Brother likely one tea be returning, right? His aunt appeared somewhat lost, harboring unease as she worried for Lin Chia, while the figure of Yi Changpan surfaced in her mind. But I am not only waiting for Chia to return. I am also waiting for someone. After a moment's contemplation, she altered her words. I'm waiting for him to come over as a guest. Young Jin, then who is it that you've been waiting for while neglecting your meal? You've been dawdling here without a hint of hunger? Ding dong. Before Yang Jin could utter a word, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Hello. May I ask if Aunt Chia is home? The youthful, melodious voice echoed in the empty hallway. His aunt's eyes brightened, and in the face of Yang Jin's serious expression, she sprang up, hastening toward the door. Bossy, we've been waiting for you for quite some time. As she spoke, the door swung open, revealing the shadow of the young man illuminated by dim light. Today, Yi Changpan was markedly different from the one who had just engaged in battle. Now, he is dressed in casual attire, holding a box of milk, and under the dim light, a smile graces his face. I apologize for the wait. I had some matters to attend to, he says, his gaze shifting to Yang Jin, who stands behind Aunt Chia, more precisely, to the small black dog nestled in Yang Jin's arms. Observing the mud still clinging to the dog's callous paws, Yi Changpan's eyes glimmer with a hint of mischief. He lifts the milk box, his voice laden with significance. As a token of my apology, I have brought some delightful news regarding Chia. Upon hearing the promising tidings, Aunt Chia's eyes brighten with anticipation. Instinctively, her smile becomes more radiant. Moreover, the milk that could help Yang Jin and the little black dog grow taller. As he emphasizes the word milk, Yi Changpan deliberately deepens his tone. I hope they flourish beautifully. Yang Jin, the little black dog. Both of them fixate on the box of milk in Yi Changpan's hands. Their eyes, calm yet betraying an involuntary gulp. A chill sweeps over them. Suddenly looking down, Yang Jin and the little black dog exchange glances, both able to discern each other's thoughts. This milk, it isn't poisoned, is it? Perhaps. You should drink it first? Chapter 24. How about Erlang Shun? Bloodline suppression. Aunt, there's no need to deliberately steam the vegetables. I'm a rough man, accustomed to simple fare. At Lin Chia's residence, Yi Changpan, noticing Yang Jin's slightly furrowed brow and the disgruntled gaze directed at him, as well as the small black dog's alert demeanor, felt a twinge of helplessness. It is only right, given that Bossy has come all the way to visit us. How can we allow him to eat something cold? The voice of Aunt resonated from the kitchen, brightening the atmosphere and dispelling the gloom that had settled due to Lin Chia's abrupt departure. Yang Jin frowned as he observed the scene, and the little black dog in his arms displayed a perplexed expression akin to that of a human. After glancing at his mother, who was busily engaged in the kitchen, and then at Yi Changpan, whose face bore an expression of resignation, Yang Jin fell silent for a moment before speaking up. Are you and my mom quite familiar? Woof. The small black dog suddenly barked in response, appearing quite dazed at that moment. Yi Changpan turned his attention to him. his dark eyes betraying a hint of amusement. He reclined slightly in his chair, adopting a condescending posture as he looked down at the diminutive boy. He nonchalantly extended a finger and began, "First, I do not call you. I am Changpan. Secondly, in terms of appearance, I am not much older than you. Thus, you ought to address me as brother. Moreover, I am aware that you might be reluctant to do so, which is why I have decided to inform your mother that you do not welcome me. I shall take my leave shortly. Therefore, I present you with a choice. Shall I summon your mother, or will you approach her yourself?" Upon hearing the first part of his statement, Yang Jin's porcelain-like cheeks displayed a hint of disdain. However, as he absorbed the latter part of Yi Changpan's words, his expression abruptly stiffened. The small black dog, poised to spring into action, also froze in place. Both boy and dog stared intently at the youth before them, whose expression was a mix of amusement and mockery. After a long pause, Yang Jin's face gradually flushed. "You shameless scoundrel," calling his mother to restrain himself. This fellow had certainly devised a clever means of bloodline suppression. "It seems you have chosen the latter, young man," Yi Changpan remarked nonchalantly, soon adopting the posture of calling out for aunt. With a creaking sound, Yang Jin clenched his fists tightly. His gaze grew cold, and within his dark eyes, the reflection of Yi Changpan's image began to shimmer with indignation. Yet ultimately, under the pressure of Yi Changpan's impending call of mother, he gritted his teeth and, with an expression of deep frustration, uttered the word, "Brother." Upon hearing this, Yi Changpan let out a soft snort through his nose. "Excellent. Now you're beginning to behave like a good child. Next time, brother will buy you some candy." The creaking of clenched fists intensified as Yang Jin took a deep breath, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes, and asked now, "Can you tell me how you came to know my mother?" "How did I come to know her?" Yi Changpan cast a sidelong glance at him, then pointed to a clock not far away. "Do you see that clock?" Yang Jin immediately turned his gaze, his eyes displaying a look of confusion. He recognized the wall clock. It was one purchased during his childhood. Did this lad know his mother before his reincarnation? The thought flickered in his mind when Yi Changpan calmly replied, "Indeed, it is not due to that acquaintance." "Yang Jin, are you jesting with me?" His gaze fell heavily upon Yi Changpan. As the second son of the Celestial Emperor, the master of Guanjinku, a reincarnated deity of the Great Xia, and a little tyrant of the district, he had never endured such indignity. The young visage now bore an uncharacteristically grave demeanor, an inexplicable pressure emanating from him despite his tender age. "Aunt Chia." Yi Changpan appeared unfazed, not even lifting his eyelids. A tear-streaked face emerged from the kitchen. Aunt Chia looked at Yi Changpan. "What is it, bossy?" Yang Jin's expression instantly reverted to that of an innocent child, sitting upright and adopting a well-behaved demeanor. Observing him, Yi Changpan turned his gaze towards Aunt Chia, sharing a radiant smile. "I forgot to mention, I respond better to kindness than to force. Therefore, please refrain from adding too much spice to this last dish." His words were laced with double entendre, causing Yang Jin's lips to twitch involuntarily. Hearing a response of "understood" from the kitchen, his countenance darkened, yet he ultimately exhaled deeply, his voice muffled. "What do you intend to do?" Yang Jin discerned that this individual was not one to follow conventional paths. He surmised that Yi Changpan had recognized his extraordinary nature, and while discussing the meal, he was subtly reminding him that this was his home. He preferred gentleness over aggression. Should he disregard his mother's well-being, he could continue to engage in a battle of wits. As soon as the words left his mouth, Aunt Chia emerged with a dish of home-cooked stir-fried green beans, placing it directly on the dining table and joining the two. "Bossy, do give it a try." I intentionally kept the flavors mild. Their conversation was momentarily interrupted. Yi Changpan cast a glance at the dishes on the table. His gaze was somewhat peculiar. He suddenly recalled that fellow Zhao Kongshan. Surely, these green beans weren't prepared by that guy, were they? Nevertheless, this thought was fleeting, and he quickly picked up his chopsticks, expressing his gratitude before sampling a piece. "Delicious. No wonder Chia and this little one enjoy your cooking." He generously offered his most sincere praise to the homemaker. Aunt Chia beamed, yet upon hearing the name Chia, her expression subtly shifted as she promptly inquired, "I haven't asked you yet, bossy. You mentioned that Chia has good news. Do you know what it is? That child still hasn't returned so late. Is he all right? 3 questions in quick succession instinctively revealed her concern for Lin Xie. Noticing Aunt Xie's proactive inquiry, Yi Changpan paused his eating, smiling at her. He is well, Aunt Xie. Speaking of which, have I failed to introduce myself properly? Identity? Aunt Xie was momentarily taken aback. Yang Jin's brow furrowed instantly, a glint of coldness quietly blossoming within him. He was on high alert. Indeed, aside from being the proprietor of a 9-to-5 establishment, Yi Changpan nodded slightly. He is also the regional head of Songnan. You may address me as General Yi. General. Aunt's pupils dilated in astonishment as she gazed upon Yi Changpan's remarkably youthful visage, unable to fathom. Are you truly a general? Yi Changpan nodded gently. Yang Jin felt an overwhelming urge to speak, to inform his mother that this young man had just threatened her precious son. How could he possibly be a general? Yet, confronted with Yi Changpan's earnest demeanor, he fell silent, intrigued to see what this individual, who claimed to command time and foresee the future, intended to accomplish. At that moment, Yi Changpan produced a card, a bank card containing 100,000 yuan, a sum bestowed upon him by Zhao Kongcheng, entirely legitimate in origin, unlike the illicit funds he had provided to the nightclub owner. This evening, a group of criminals has infiltrated the old city. Yi Changpan placed the card on the table and calmly explained. You must have noticed the beam of light earlier. Recalling the previous 3 beams, Aunt nodded solemnly. Classmate Chi Yi fought valiantly, assisting us in this mission. Upon our examination, his physique and intelligence are extraordinary, and his demeanor is remarkably composed, aligning perfectly with our requirements for this task. I have already issued orders for his special recruitment into the military. The card contains 100,000 yuan. As he spoke, Yi Changpan's expression grew increasingly grave. He fixed his gaze intently upon Aunt Chi Yi and articulated each word with precision. If you agree, tomorrow someone will arrive to present the official documentation. Should Lin Xie enlist, I will ensure his personal safety. The atmosphere fell into a contemplative silence. Aunt was taken aback, her weathered eyes glistening with unshed tears. Meanwhile, Yang Jin looked at Yi Changpan as though he had seen a ghost, his hands clutching little hay involuntarily contracting. Chapter 25. As a mother, one must pay respect, including you, the reincarnated deity of Huaxia, Yang Jian. What on earth does this fellow intend to do? Within the quaint abode that exudes a sense of nostalgia, Yang Jin gazed at Yi Changpan, whose lips were adorned with a subtle smile. His brow furrowed slightly. He found himself perplexed by the other's intentions. If he were to be deemed a night watchman, it was perplexing, for Yang Jin knew full well that no such person existed among the night watchmen. In fact, there was no trace of such an individual throughout the entirety of the Great Xia, neither in the past nor the future. He seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Yet, if he were to suggest that this person harbored ulterior motives toward his family, here he was aiding his brother and even providing a sum of 100,000 yuan. Moreover, judging by this fellow's demeanor, it seemed he might even offer protection to his brother in the future, a being that seemingly possessed mastery over time. Extending such assistance to his brother? Was he perhaps of an alternative orientation? Yang Jin pondered deeply. As for Chi Yi, the child had not returned tonight. Had he truly enlisted? At that moment, his aunt still harbored disbelief. However, having already grown somewhat acquainted with Yi Changpan, she could not outright express her skepticism. Thus, she inquired, "And his eyesight, is it truly adequate for this endeavor?" "You need not worry on that front." Yi Changpan replied with a gentle smile. "The official apparatus is state-of-the-art, and through our research, Lin Xie's vision has indeed returned to normal levels. In fact, it may even surpass that of many ordinary individuals." His aunt fell silent for a moment. Ultimately, she raised her head and regarded Yi Changpan with earnestness. "Is this truly Chi Yi's choice? If he has indeed enlisted, where will he be sent? Can I see him one last time?" Yi Changpan narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke at a measured pace. "Personally, I would prefer to go to Qiqihar. However, it is currently overcrowded, and it is likely that he will ultimately have to proceed to Urumqi, considering the distance. I made a point to discuss this with you. As for seeing him one last time, due to the urgency of this assignment, The internal processes for Lin Chi-Ye's expedited approval have already commenced. Should it be granted, the latest by tomorrow morning, official personnel will present you with his enlistment certificate, and Lin Chi-Ye will depart simultaneously. Therefore, I cannot guarantee that. Is that so? His aunt lowered her gaze, her tone laced with complexity, her expression filled with reluctance and concern. After all, this was the child's decision. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. This child truly does not allow for ease of mind. She managed a somewhat hoarse smile and turned her attention back to Changpan. Thanking him for making this special trip, she refrained from further pursuing the matter. Or rather, once she received the approval documents tomorrow, she did not wish to inquire further. Lin Chi-Ye was her child. Though she felt anxiety and sorrow, it was also the instinct of a mother. She could not obstruct her child's path to the future. Chi-Ye had always been introverted. Hence, she hoped that she would prefer to call him Boss Yi, for the term general felt somewhat awkward. Thus, she entrusted Boss Yi with the care of her child. Preparations had already been made in advance, and everyone eagerly anticipated Chi-Ye's joining. Changpan chuckled softly. Merely as an agent of the Seraphim, Lin Chi-Ye has thrived remarkably. Let alone now, when he is also the agent of the dual deities. If his circumstances were less than favorable, the time sword spear in his grasp would certainly prove advantageous. At this point, Auntie's earlier anxieties dissipated. Observing Changpan and the silent Yang Jin seated before her, a smile graced her features. All right, Boss Yi, enough chit-chat. Let us dine before the food cools. With that, she promptly picked up her chopsticks and served dishes to Changpan and Yang Jin. Actually, there's one more matter I wish to discuss with you. Huh? After Lin Chi-Ye's departure, I too shall leave on an auspicious day. The 9-to-5 hall is the fruit of the Yi family's labor, and I am uneasy in trusting its protection to outsiders. Coincidentally, this young lad, Chi-Ye, is concerned about your health. Thus, I propose that you and Ah Jin stay in my establishment to manage it on my behalf. As for the salary, Changpan raised 3 fingers, a gentle smile gracing his lips. An annual salary of 300,000, a monthly wage of 20,000, with additional bonuses. What do you think, Ms. Wang Fong? After an hour of dining and conversation, Ms. Wang Fong, being the aunt of Chi-Ye and mother of Yang Jin, readily agreed. Perhaps she had little reason to oppose. Rather than toiling sleeplessly in the factory, ultimately succumbing to illness, it would be more beneficial to assist Changpan in managing the shop, thereby affording her more time to spend with Yang Jin. Additionally, she could communicate with Chi-Ye through letters facilitated by Changpan. Thank you for coming out tonight for the sake of this child, Chi-Ye. Here are the eggs we purchased at great expense. Please accept them. Chi-Ye can be quite stubborn, and should he not understand something, I hope you will show leniency and not hold it against him. Under the watchful gaze of Auntie, Changpan departed with a smile. He declined the eggs, leaving the bank card quietly on the dining table. Yang Jin observed as his mother personally saw Changpan to the door. Then his gaze subtly shifted to the bank card resting on the table. Under Annie's astonished eyes, this typically taciturn child suddenly stood up. Mom, I'll go see off that big brother. I miss him too. I'll be back shortly. With that, he dashed out the door, following in Changpan's footsteps. The quiet night sky, caressed by the refreshing breeze brought by the rain, enveloped Changpan as he walked down the street. Gazing upward, his calm and resolute heart reflected on the moments spent as a guest at Annie Chi-Ye's home, stirring ripples of contemplation within him. How intriguing. This intrigue extended beyond Annie Chi-Ye and Yang Jin. It encompassed the very essence of this family. Whether mother or child, they relied upon one another. Even upon hearing that it was the child's own decision, Auntie, despite her reluctance and worries, ultimately allowed him to venture forth. It was an inevitable course for my brother to join the Night Watchers. Why do you meddle in the affairs between the Night Watchmen and my family? Why do you feign being a high-ranking member of the Night Watchmen to deceive my mother? Suddenly, a detached voice of a youth resonated through the stillness of the night. Changpan paused momentarily, lifting his gaze towards the source of the voice behind him. Upon seeing the young boy, whose serious expression belied his tender age, dressed in his school uniform, he scrutinized the small black dog cradled in the boy's arms. Ah, so you have come? Changpan murmured softly, not surprised by the boy's presence. His attention shifted, observing the faint glow emanating from Lin Chie's household, where he could discern the shadow of Aunt Chie tidying up her belongings. Yi Changpan spoke slowly, for the term mother carries great significance. Your mother is a kind-hearted individual, deserving of reverence as a parent. Thus, I extend my assistance to her. His tone held a hint of melancholy. In that moment, Yi Changpan, much like Yang Jin, lacked the innocence characteristic of youth. Instead, he bore the marks of time's passage, reminiscent of a monarch recounting his myriad experiences. After a brief pause, the reflections in his eyes dissipated. Retracting his gaze, Yi Changpan resumed his indifferent demeanor, looking down upon Yang Jin with a slight, playful smile curving at the corners of his lips. Including you, the reincarnated deity of Huaxia, Erlang Shun, Yang Jian. Chapter 27. The Grievance of Shiva. It is because I was absent a decade ago, but now I am present. Yang Jian. This is not merely a phonetic resemblance, nor a mispronunciation of a name. It unequivocally signifies the reincarnated deity, Yang Jian. Yang Jin's gaze abruptly turned frigid, coldly scrutinizing Yi Changpan before him. Who exactly are you? His voice held an undercurrent of trepidation. A reincarnated deity, he acknowledged the truth of it. He was aware that one day this identity would be unveiled. Yet, he never anticipated that this individual would so brazenly disclose his identity without any probing or doubt, but with absolute certainty. He was indeed the once divine Erlang Shun, Yang Jian, whose divine essence had shattered, forcing him into reincarnation. Moreover, it appeared this fellow possessed considerable insider knowledge. Meanwhile, he had yet to fully comprehend the so-called abilities of the other party. Even the notion of altering time and manipulating the future was something the other had allowed him to discover. Who am I? Yi Changpan maintained a smile, his icy gaze sweeping over the small black dog, a hint of oppressive aura suffusing the air. Weren't you the one who sent the dog to provoke me? Why now feign ignorance? Oh, the little black dog howled, seemingly attempting to bolster its master's stance. However, its diminutive size failed to project any semblance of intimidation, instead emanating a delightful charm. No one took notice of it. Yang Jin regarded Yi Changpan with scrutiny. He neither confirmed nor denied, but merely uttered a strange yet familiar term. For instance, Rider time, Masked Rider? A momentary silence enveloped the scene. Yi Changpan glanced at him, surprised. Yet, he quickly discerned the source of the other's knowledge. Was it the transformation sound effect of the time driver that provided you with the hint? It is unexpected that even after the West has perished for so long, the great Xia still indulges in the study of English. Yi Changpan smiled faintly, but in this era, there should be little dissemination regarding riders. Hence, you are testing me. Yang Jin grew interestingly apprehensive. He was unafraid of an unknown yet formidable adversary. He could also contend with an intellectual opponent. However, a foe who possessed both intellect and strength was enough to compel him to remain on high alert, and he could sense that Yi Changpan was precisely such an individual. Do not be anxious. Noticing the mounting wariness in Yang Jin's gaze, Yi Changpan spoke calmly. Previously, I informed Lin Chie that one could change the future through one's own abilities. Now, I can also disclose something to you. What is it? One can also alter the past through one's own strength. The past? Yang Jin momentarily faltered, but his eyes soon sparkled with intrigue, his voice quivering slightly. Do you mean? Indeed, it pertains to the grievance of Shiva, Yi Changpan replied with a subtle smile. Yang Jin's pupils constricted suddenly, his breath growing slightly rapid. What do you mean? Do you possess the ability to change the past? He is an astute individual. Considering the implications of Yi Changpan's words alongside the prior statements and actions of the other party, he swiftly connected the dots. How will you change? With this thought, Yang Jin immediately pressed for clarification, disregarding any reservations about Yi Changpan's intentions. The grievance of Shiva from a decade ago remains a profound wound for the people of the Great Xia, as well as for their deities. Otherwise, the celestial sovereign would not have engaged in a transaction with the seraphim to forge a miracle. It is quite simple, Yi Changpan replied calmly. The grievance of Shiva is a matter from 10 years past. If I return to that time, and eliminate it, wouldn't that suffice? Yang Jin was taken aback. Such a domineering statement, yet it feels somehow amiss. You intend to wield your mastery over time to return to the past? Let me inform you. There was more than one grievance of Shiva a decade ago. Numerous deities from the West have also awakened. Even if you could traverse the river of time to the past, would you possess such power in that era? Or rather, would the supreme deity of the West, who also commands time, permit you to undertake such actions? As a deity, even if one loses their cultivation, their perspective remains intact. In an instant, Yang Jin articulated the potential consequences of this endeavor. However, Changpan appeared unfazed by these warnings. He merely glanced at the sky, a cryptic smile playing upon his lips. The supreme deity who also commands time? Are you referring to Kronos? Do you really believe that if I return to the past, armed with the power of time, I would be unable to confront him? As he spoke, the depths of his dark eyes ignited with fervent light, not of fear, but of fierce determination. You underestimate me gravely. The grievance of Shiva existed solely because I was absent 10 years ago. But now I am here. As for the Western gods, if given the chance, I would relish testing his abilities to see if he truly is as formidable as rumored. Yang Jin was momentarily speechless. So you didn't grasp a word of what I just said? Nonetheless, the danger of this venture is indeed considerable. Suddenly, Changpan continued. His trepidation did not stem from fear of the Western supreme deity, but rather from concern over the fluctuations of the river of time. After all, returning to the past, even with mastery over time, poses its own risks. A single misstep could disrupt the future. Should that occur, failure of the mission would be a secondary concern. The primary issue would be the grievance of Shiva. Even if he could initially avert one grievance, will the second, or even the third and fourth? How many could he truly contend with? Therefore, Lin Chiye is of utmost importance. In a moment of detachment, Changpan recalled the young man in the school uniform from earlier. My brother? Yang Jin was taken aback. Why? Changpan smiled faintly, his words laden with meaning. Quite simply, if I fail to alter the grievance of Shiva, someone must bear the cost to stabilize the future. Otherwise, it would be futile. He merely believed that resolving the grievances of Shiva could transform into the salvation of countless lives in Songnan, significantly influencing the fates of several key figures. Yet, the notion of exchanging his own life for another weighed heavily on him. He was a demon king, yet also a benevolent one, though he had not yet reached such a level of greatness. Moreover, the people of Songnan held no direct connection to him. Nevertheless, this was ultimately a thought that lingered in Changpan's mind. He gazed at Yang Jin, his face still adorned with a serene smile. Thus, I pose no threat to the great Xia. Do you still need to remain wary of me? As these words fell from his lips, the atmosphere fell into complete silence. In that moment, Yang Jin's eyes lost all suspicion, replaced instead by astonishment. Even though he had yet to fully trust Changpan, he could not help but be struck by his formidable resolve to traverse the river of time. Rectifying both the past and the future required immense courage. For one misstep could lead to being ensnared in the currents of time. Even a deity, immortal and capable of reincarnation, could not withstand such a fate. Taking a deep breath, Yang Jin's youthful face bore an expression of solemnity, reminiscent of a young warrior gazing at Changpan, as if vowing, or perhaps making a pact. If what you say is true, if you can indeed return to the past, take me with you. Though I may be deemed useless, I still possess the strength to fight. Chapter 28. The next meeting, fatten your dog. I haven't had dog meat hot pot in ages. Do you still have the strength to fight? In the pitch-black night, the dim streetlights cast a glow upon the trio of two individuals and one canine. Changpan observed Yang Jin, whose small face was scrunched up in earnestness, and could not help but chuckle. Setting aside thoughts of when he might return to the past, he mused at the sight of Yang Jin's shattered divine essence, and questioned whether he truly wished to accompany him. Did he intend to return to the past, and, at the cost of his life, forcibly ascend to divinity, thereby becoming a martyr, only to shackle Changpan with a moral burden? You certainly have quite the imagination, Changpan remarked, his voice slicing through Yang Jin's intentions like a keen blade. Yang Jin fell into silence. If given the chance, he would have loved to retort, even to confront Yi Changpan fiercely, proclaiming himself as the Lord of Guanjinku, the true monarch of the Taoist pure source. How could mere Western gods pose a threat to him? Yet, he found himself unable to counter Yi Changpan's assertions, for the latter spoke the truth. His divine essence was indeed fragmented, and his strength diminished to a mere fraction of its former self. Should he return to the past without unleashing the last vestiges of his divine power, he would be nothing more than an ordinary man. However, as he witnessed the array of emotions flickering across Yang Jin's face, Yi Changpan continued, "If that day truly arrives, I can take you with me. Provided, of course, that you are still alive by then." Reflecting upon the moment when Yang Jin would meet his demise, a ripple of contemplation passed through Yi Changpan's eyes as he concealed this thought deep within his heart. He wished to preserve the last semblance of dignity for the great Xia, and, for Yang Jin, to leave a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, even though Yi Changpan did not utter the final words, they resonated profoundly in Yang Jin's ears, prompting him to lift his gaze abruptly. His previously dim, dark eyes now sparkled with renewed brilliance. "You, don't look at me like that." Sensing the fervent emotion in Yang Jin's stare, Yi Changpan allowed a smile to grace his lips. "I merely harbor a disdain for the Western gods. My willingness to take you along is simply a matter of convenience." Silence enveloped the scene. Yang Jin and Yi Changpan locked eyes. Eventually, Yang Jin broke into a smile, gently patting the small black dog nestled in his arms, softly calling, "Little Black." Woof. Understanding his master's intent, Little Black cast a glance at Yi Changpan before bounding into the darkness. When it re-emerged, it had dragged forth a shadowy figure clad in a black cloak. Woof. After bringing the figure into view, Little Black joyfully returned to Yang Jin's embrace. Observing this unfolding scene, Yi Changpan remained silent. When Little Black rejoined Yang Jin, he quietly awaited an explanation from his companion. "Initially, I intended to use this creature's life to create some trouble for you and the ancient divine church." Yang Jin gradually raised his head, gazing at the inky sky. "But now, it seems that such measures are unnecessary. Your previous words have resonated with me profoundly. If there were ever a day when I could return to the past, I would undoubtedly express my gratitude to you. Even the prospect of merely being friends would not be unwelcome." At this juncture, he paused momentarily, then, with an intriguing depth to his tone, remarked, "However, your earlier statement has also served as a reminder. After all, nothing has transpired yet. Therefore, I shall regard him as a gift to you. When the time comes to truly return to the past and save the city of Sangnan, I shall express my thanks once more." His words casually suggested the transfer of a person as if they were an object, which, given his demeanor, was somewhat chilling. Yi Changpan smiled faintly, not due to the unease of the other's actions, but because he discerned the deliberate emphasis on the word gratitude. Sensing the subtle threat lurking beneath, "As you wish. However, since you intend to hand him over to me, I shall accept." With that, Yi Changpan gestured, opening a rift in space, akin to how one would store money, and placed the still unconscious, cloaked figure within. The power of space, meanwhile, Yang Jin observed this scene, his expression growing increasingly grave. He scrutinized Yi Changpan deeply. Despite his awareness of the mystery surrounding this individual, he now felt a wave of helplessness. The forces of time and the future had already manifested from this person, and now, with the added power of space, how many more abilities remained concealed within him? Very well, the time is nearly upon us. After completing these actions, Yi Changpan lifted his gaze toward the inky sky and then glanced at the figure seated at Aunt Chia's residence. "It is time for you to return, to ease your mother's worries. I too must make my way back to my own domain." Yang Jin nodded, watching as the other departed. Under Yang Jin's watchful eye, Yi Changpan gradually receded into the distance. Yet, after only a few steps, he abruptly halted. Yi Changpan turned back to look at Yang Jin, or more precisely, at the half-sleeping, squinting mutt cradled in his arms. A smile crept across his lips as he remarked with significant undertones, "I nearly forgot to mention, Yang Jin. When we meet again, be sure to fatten up your dog." "What do you mean?" he inquired. Because I haven't had dog meat hot pot in quite some time. Yi Changpan concluded with a smile. Yang Jin, the little black dog? Woof, woof, woof. In the next moment, the small black dog, as if pricked by a needle, began to struggle frantically in Yang Jin's embrace, baring its sharp teeth, ready to leap at Yi Changpan. Alas, it was firmly held in Yang Jin's grasp and could not leap free. Woof, woof, woof. In a frenzy, the little black dog howled into the air, observing its antics. Yi Changpan simulated in it. I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again, reincarnated deity of Huaxia Yang Jin, he said softly before turning to depart. Yang Jin, watching the receding figure, gently stroked the little black dog's head, murmuring softly, as a mother, one must naturally show respect. Discontent with the Western deities, he found it intriguing. Had we met a decade ago, we might have forged a commendable friendship. Alas, it is somewhat too late now. With those words, he turned to depart, leaving only the distant echoes of barking dogs in the night sky. Changpan strolled along the path back to the 9-to-5 hall. His obsidian eyes gradually rippled with the essence of the cosmos. Observing the cloaked figure within the pitch-black void, a playful smile graced his lips as he extended his hand, conjuring a shimmering dial resembling a scorpion. The matter concerning the aberrant night had languished for quite some time, but now the individual was finally present, and the affair was poised to commence. He had never intended for this person to remain alive, nor did he harbor aspirations of extracting information about the ancient gods from him. The reason for procuring him from Yang Jin was solely to ensure the other's tranquility and to conduct experiments on the aberrant knight. It remained uncertain whether he was indeed an aberrant knight or merely an ordinary one, though the former seemed more probable. Casually pondering, Changpan felt a curiosity about the response this individual would provide. He then retracted the dial, and, in its place, 2 envelopes materialized in his hand. Regrettably, some matters remained unresolved, compelling him to wait until tomorrow for another attempt. Chapter 29. As a night watchman, I must acquire the strength to protect the world. 7 Knights, you are truly remarkable. Today, we informed your aunt, under the auspices of the Tsangnan Military and Political Office, that you had enlisted. And guess what? She inquired whether you were heading to Chichihar or Urumqi. Fortunately, we had coordinated in advance. Otherwise, your aunt might have uncovered the truth. Within the peace office, Chunmai and Wenqima, clad in military uniforms, had returned. They collapsed onto the sofa, showering Lin Xie with praise. However, Wenqima suddenly furrowed his brow and asked, 7 Knights, how did you know your aunt would be aware of this matter? Did you write to her yesterday? And who is that bossy? Why did your aunt mention that she ought to properly thank him? Shouldn't she be thanking us instead? With a series of questions, Chunmai's gaze shifted to Lin Xie, his profound eyes reflecting contemplation. Today marked Lin Xie's official induction as a member of the Night Watchman Reserve. Concerned that his aunt might fret and search for him if he left without notice, they had rushed to inform her of his enlistment early in the morning. Yet, when they arrived at Lin Xie's aunt's home, he had already beaten them to it, seemingly anticipating the questions she would pose. Moreover, that woman appeared to know them quite well, as she began by inquiring whether they were from the Tsangnan Military and Political Office. Their prepared enlistment paperwork went unused, and they returned to the peace office, still dazed, clutching Lin Xie's aunt's eggs, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Seated on the sofa, Lin Xie listened to Chunmai and Wenqima's account, his expression somewhat complex. But he soon regained his composure and addressed them. I wrote to my aunt yesterday. She must have been mentally prepared, which is why she did not ask you further questions, right? Wenqima pondered. If that's the case, your aunt is indeed quite composed. Lin Xie chuckled, scratching his head, offering no rebuttal. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, exclaiming, I almost forgot. I left something in my room. I'll go fetch it. Please wait a moment. Make haste, Wenqima replied. We also need to prepare to rapidly enhance your abilities to ensure you pass the training camp in a month. Lin Xie walked toward his room, and without turning back, he raised a hand in acknowledgement, signaling that he understood. Clang! The sound of the door closing echoed. Within the peace office, only Chunmai and Wenqima remained. At that moment, their expressions turned solemn. Chunmai's gaze sharpened, and even the previously indifferent Wenqima now bore a look of deep contemplation. Do you believe it? Half believe, came the response. Lao Zhao harbors secret from us, and it does not seem like mere post-war trauma. This young man is quite extraordinary. Following the lead of her aunt, I intend to investigate that boss Yi. I sense a connection between these two matters. I have already begun my inquiries. Nevertheless, I still have faith in Lao Zhao and this young man. I hope so, for I do not wish to lose Lao Zhao as a comrade. But should he fall into the clutches of the dark deity? Chunmai and Wenqima whispered to one another. In the end, no one dared to interject further. The atmosphere swiftly returned to a tranquil silence. Inside the room, Lin Xie had approached the drawer, gazing intently at a piece of paper resting atop it. It was a letter, inscribed with several clear words. I have explained things to your aunt. Remember to ascertain where those individuals are headed. Your aunt is quite astute, though that little black dog is rather vexing. If possible, please do it for me next time and prepare a soup. These 3 sentences were pivotal in preventing Chunmai and Wenqima from continuing further. If earlier he had been unaware of the sender, now the identity was clear. The surname Yi, the boss. Only he could be so considerate toward his aunt. A demon lord, perhaps, yet it does not seem so. Lin Xie picked up the paper, remained silent for a moment, and ultimately tucked it into his attire. Subsequently, he opened the door once more and stepped outside. I am prepared. Let's go. Within the basement of the Peace Affairs office, in the center of the martial arts arena, Zhao Kongsheng merged his stance with the horse stance, channeling power through the tip of his blade, unleashing a swift upward motion. His movements were fierce. The straight blade sliced through the air with a dull, whistling sound. Bang! The training dummy before him was cleaved in 2, crashing to the ground with a sharp clang. Well done. Nearby, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan applauded enthusiastically. Hong Ying approached to examine the dummy's damage, then glanced at Zhao Kongqing's calm demeanor. Rarely did she refrain from teasing. Instead, she offered genuine praise. Lao Zhao, you've improved. I believe if you were to spar with the captain, it would be a close match, 46-54 in your favor. Si Xiaonan adjusted his glasses, adding his support. At these words, Zhao Kongqing shook his head. I feel no significant change, and even if there were, it is insufficient. Far from enough. As a night watchman, I require greater strength. This statement left Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan exchanging glances, opening their mouths yet unsure how to respond. In a quiet moment that followed, a faint male voice suddenly broke the silence. Who said that? The gazes of the group shifted simultaneously towards Chunmai, who had spoken. Captain, Lao Zhao. Chunmai nodded towards them, his attention then resting on Zhao Kongsheng. Do you understand why you were able to join the Night Watchers as an ordinary person? Zhao Kongsheng looked at him. It is neither due to your strength nor your achievements. Chunmai spoke slowly, acknowledging that your skill with the blade rivals my own. In the absence of the Forbidden Ruins, I would likely not stand a chance against you. More importantly, you have never despaired simply because you are an ordinary person. As he spoke, he gestured towards Lin Xie behind him. And him, our group, blessed with the Forbidden Ruins, has contemplated sacrificing ordinary lives for the greater good. But what about you? Do you recall what you said to Xiangnan in the Old District? Whether ordinary or endowed with the Forbidden Ruins, we are all human, all living beings. Life possesses its own intrinsic value, and thus should never be forsaken. Zhao Kongsheng listened intently as Chunmai concluded his thoughts, remaining silent for a considerable time. Nearby, Hong Ying and Lin Xie refrained from speaking. Captain, Zhao Kongsheng suddenly interjected. Have you ever faced a weaker opponent? One whose combat experience and techniques were vastly inferior to yours, yet still found yourself defeated? Chunmai furrowed his brow. I have. Zhao Kongsheng tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, his gaze becoming increasingly earnest. During my battle with the Ghost Face King, its intelligence and combat prowess were far below mine, yet it nearly overwhelmed me solely through the power of the river boundary. This was even after you had severely wounded it. Were it not for Lin Xie's last burst of divine power, I might have perished. He fixed his unwavering gaze upon Chunmai. I do not deny that each individual has their own way of living, but my desire to join Team 136 extends far beyond a mere wish to remain an ordinary person. Should the Ghost Face King return, I aspire to contribute meaningfully, to truly protect humanity, and even to vanquish the Ghost Face King. Chapter 30. The New Knight, Scorpion Rider. Slaying the Masked King. The sound of Zhao Kongcheng resonated throughout the vast training grounds. All eyes were fixed upon him, filled with solemnity. No one dared to underestimate Zhao Kongcheng due to his status as an ordinary person, nor did they harbor any disdain. This respect was not merely bestowed by his teammates. It was earned through his own valor. While many would have chosen to retreat from the old city in the face of the Masked King, Zhao boldly advanced. Indeed, although the Masked King ultimately fell to the divine power unleashed by Lin Qiye, Zhao's contributions were indispensable. It was he who bravely confronted the Masked King, engaging in a fierce battle that afforded Lin Qiye the precious time he needed. As an ordinary man, his actions far surpassed what could be expected of one in his position. However, a heavy silence enveloped the scene. Wu Xiangnan sighed deeply, acknowledging, ultimately, you lack the forbidden ruins, and achieving this much is commendable, surpassing what most Night Watchers, including myself, have accomplished. Thus, my feelings are merely one of dissatisfaction. Zhao Kongcheng smiled faintly, observing the serious expressions of those around him. After a moment as contemplation, he sheathed his blade and declared, well, all this talk is merely my frustration towards that damned Masked King who dared oppress me with his strength. Aren't you all supposed to teach the new Night Watchers? I'll step outside to clear my head. You may proceed with the lessons. I shall return shortly to observe. With that, he left without seeking anyone's consent. Striding towards the exit, the group exchanged glances. Some, including Lin Qiye and Hong Ying, felt compelled to stop him. Yet at this moment, Chenmai spoke calmly. Do not impede him. All eyes turned to Chenmai. What Zhao required was not comfort. Chenmai gazed at Zhao's departing figure, uttering a remark that was absurd yet strikingly sincere. It is simply the instinct of a man. Hong Ying. Lin Qiye. The crowd. Honestly, Captain, does that statement hold any credibility? Moreover, can we truly consider old Zhao a man after all these years of remaining a bachelor? Clearing his throat, feeling the weight of the peculiar stares upon him, Chenmai's face flushed slightly. What are you all dawdling for? Don't we have new recruits to instruct? Don't we have discipline to instill? Why are you all just standing around? This morning I trained Qiye with the sword. This afternoon it's your turn. Click, click. Having left the Peace Affairs office and walking along the street, Zhao Kongcheng felt the heat of the sun on his face, wearing an expression of melancholy. He lit a cigarette, taking a moment to glance around, and upon realizing he was no longer being watched, his perpetually troubled visage relaxed slightly. Damn, those kids are watching me far too closely. I merely deceived them for a moment. The way the captain and when Chima scrutinized me was as if they were trying to unravel the very fabric of my underwear. Why can't they be as straightforward as Hong Ying and Xiaonan? Grumbling to himself, Zhao Kongcheng found that the earlier gloom had dissipated. The entire being felt as though it had shed all despair, leaving only joy in its wake. Clearly, all previous actions had been mere pretense. However, could it be that this item was indeed delivered by that lad? Exhaling a puff of smoke, Zhao Kongcheng retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket. The handwriting, ink on white, was unmistakably identical to Lin Qiye's. Had Lin Qiye been present, he would surely recognize it. Yet, in contrast to the message intended for Lin Qiye, this note bore a succinct message, consisting merely of a few stark words. All efforts are in vain. Put in some thought. It was this very message that illuminated Zhao Kongcheng's understanding that Chenmai was indeed investigating him. Thus, the earlier performance had unfolded. Although it was but a play, much of it was genuine emotion. After gazing for an extended while, until the smoke had nearly extinguished, Zhao Kongcheng shifted his focus. Never mind, since he was already out. It mattered not whether it was what that lad had claimed. Surely he could go see for himself. After all, I am a client who has paid a substantial sum of 100,000. As he muttered to himself, a glimmer of light began to dance in his eyes, a yearning for power. Only by becoming a night watchman could one truly appreciate the exquisite nature of power. Had he possessed the forbidden ruins during his encounter with the Ghost-Faced King, even a mere ordinary forbidden ruins would have sufficed to reduce his opponent to mere fragments. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to return to the 9 to 5 hall to meet that proprietor, Changpan. I'm a member of the ancient divine church. If you do not release me, when Lord Murmurs arrives, you shall meet your demise." Within the 9 to 5 hall, a cloaked man was bound tightly and restrained to the ground. At that moment, he incessantly hurled curses at the youth seated regally in the grand chair. Changpan regarded him with indifference, his gaze fixed upon the scorpion dial that was on the verge of revealing its knightly form. Suddenly, the cacophony of the cloaked man's voice pierced the air. Instantly, Changpan's eyes turned cold, and a chilling aura of murderous intent surged forth. "One more word, and you shall perish." With those few words, the cloaked man stared blankly at Changpan, instinctively touching his still red left cheek, his eyes brimming with hatred. After being confined by Changpan throughout the night, he had long awakened, yet, ensnared within a pitch-black rift. No means of escape had availed him until this morning when he finally emerged, only to behold Changpan. Without uttering a single word, he had launched an attack, only to be rendered unconscious by a single slap. Yes, a mere slap had incapacitated him, leaving him unable to employ any of his abilities. It was due to this formidable experience that he dared not oppose Changpan, resorting only to dragging Murmurs into the fray to maintain appearances. "Lord Murmurs will not forgive you," he muttered softly, not daring to provoke Changpan further. Yet, as his words fell silent, a clear and resonant mechanical voice suddenly erupted. "Fierce Scorpion, the loading has concluded," and a moment of silence enveloped the scene. Changpan fixed his gaze upon the dial, exuding an aura of inky power. At this moment, the dial was shrouded in a dense veil of darkness, within which a shadowy figure resembling a scorpion subtly emerged. This figure then merged with the dark mist, erupting in a flash of black light. Subsequently, a knight's silhouette, strikingly akin to the scorpion and fully armored, materialized upon the dial. Codename, Scorpion, alternatively referred to as the Scorpion Knight. This marked the second dial I crafted with my own hands. As he grasped the knight's dial firmly in his hand, Changpan's attention shifted to the cloaked man bound tightly before him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "I appreciate your patience. Now, let us engage in a wager. Should you survive, I shall personally escort you on your journey. It is also time to bolster old Zhao as strength. Coincidentally, tomorrow is a holiday, and I shall release 4 chapters totaling 10,000 words in the evening." Chapter 31. Zhao Kongcheng, why have you come here alone again? Are you willing to take a gamble? If I survive, will you personally see me off? In the office of 9 to 5, the members of the ancient god cult, bound tightly, wore expressions of utter bewilderment. For a fleeting moment, he even questioned whether he had misheard. Yet, he soon felt the chilling, murderous intent concealed within Changpan's smile. This man truly intended to kill him. "No, if you slay me, it would mean opposing the ancient god cult. There are several divine agents within our sect. If you let me go now, I can pretend this never happened." The member of the ancient god cult hastily cried out, attempting to persuade Changpan to spare him. "Is that so?" Changpan remained seated in his grand chair. Upon hearing these words, his face still bore a smile, yet his pitch-black eyes revealed a hint of disdain. He slowly rose from the chair, gripping the scorpion dial, and approached the member of the ancient god cult. As he walked, he spoke indifferently, as if engaging in light-hearted banter with a friend. "Let us set aside your worthiness for a divine agent to seek me out personally." Saying this, he subtly twisted the scorpion dial in his hand. "Fierce Scorpion," a mysterious and enigmatic voice echoed from a dial. Changpan had by now reached the front of the ancient god cult member. Looking down at the terror reflected in the other's eyes, he lifted the scorpion dial above him and calmly stated, "Even if they truly came, so what? I do not even regard your master behind the scenes, let alone a mere agent. Should they dare to come, there shall be no return." The chilling, murderous intent of the demon king unfurled from these words. He then released his grip, allowing the dial to fall and make contact with the ancient god cult member. Boom! In an instant, a suffocating aura erupted from the dial, enveloping the member completely. Feeling the malevolent power emanating from the black mist, Changpan frowned slightly. He then quietly retreated, resuming his seat in the grand chair. He watched in silence as the ancient god cult member merged with the immense energy from the dial. Picking up a pen and paper from the table, in that moment, the black mist swirled around, and the ancient god cult member's body began to convulse violently at a visible rate. His face was contorted in agony, his throat quivering as if to emit piercing screams. Yet, oddly enough, the outside world heard nothing. The office of 9 to 5 remained eerily quiet, as though nothing had transpired. All sound was compressed by the black mist, leaving only the ancient god cult member in excruciating torment. Time slowly passed. Another time. Finally, a suffocatingly malevolent voice suddenly resonated. The scorpion dial and the ancient god cult member visibly fused together. Boom! A powerful wave of energy surged outward, dispersing the black mist entirely. The ancient cult has vanished without a trace. In its stead, a monstrous entity emerges. Cloaked in obsidian armor, its long, scorpion-like tail lashes menacingly through the air. Its compound eyes gleam with a chilling, intricate light. Though it remains motionless, an aura of dread emanates from it. At this moment, the aberrant knight, belonging to the scorpion, is born. Indeed, it appears to be an aberrant knight. Given the circumstances, one can ascertain that it is an irrational being. At a long table nearby, Changpan sits in a high-backed chair, observing the newly birthed aberrant knight. After a moment of contemplation, he resembles an observer, swiftly and clearly documenting everything in his notebook. Designation: Scorpion. Sequence: 001. Description: Initial attempt at integrating the night dial, a scorpion experiment. There is a significant likelihood of transformation into an aberrant knight upon merging with a human, harboring dangerously potent energy. Specific abilities remain unknown. Reaction capabilities, unknown. Level of intelligence, likely obliterated by power. As he writes this, Changpan pauses briefly, then adds another line. Danger level index: moderate. Just as he completes this notation, before lifting his gaze, he prepares to store the newly born aberrant knight within a rift in time and space. Suddenly, a knock resounds. Bang! Bang! Mr. Yi, are you at home? It's me, old Zhao. I have something I wish to discuss. The voice of Zhao Kongcheng echoes through the closed door. The previously inert aberrant knight, Scorpion, abruptly raises its head. A crimson light flares from its eyes, intricately patterned in black. In the next instant, it vanishes from its spot, surging towards the entrance. Meanwhile, on the street, pedestrians bustle by. Zhao Kongcheng stands before the door of the 9 to 5 hall, observing the unresponsive, tightly shut door after knocking twice. A frown creases his brow. What is happening? Is the door merely blown shut by the wind? Or is the establishment closed for the day? If it's the former, why isn't the closed sign hanging next to it? As he speaks, he glances at the sign that Changpan had previously hung. He knocks again, but silence prevails. With a sense of resignation, Zhao Kongcheng prepares to leave. Yet, just as he turns to depart, bang! The previously sealed door is violently shattered, casting a shadow over Zhao Kongcheng as daylight is eclipsed. A low, ominous breathing reverberates in his ears. What is this? Bewildered, Zhao Kongcheng halts and gazes back at the source of the commotion. What meets his eyes is a towering figure clad in black armor, resembling a scorpion, now looming beside him. With both hands reaching out, its eyes gleaming with a blood-red hue, it appears intent on tearing Zhao Kongcheng asunder. Faced with this harrowing scene, Zhao Kongcheng's pupils suddenly contracted. He did to fully comprehend the situation, but the combat experience ingrained in his very being compelled him to instinctively bend his body, evading while delivering a sweeping kick. Bang! He successfully struck, but it merely allowed him to momentarily avoid the assault of the aberrant knight. Aside from the resounding clang of metal colliding and Zhao Kongcheng's face contorting in agony as it rapidly flushed crimson, the aberrant knight remained utterly unmoved. As it stirred, a sharp, barbed tail emerged from its rear, lunging fiercely towards Zhao Kongcheng's chest. Its speed surpassed that of before by several fold, creating a cacophony of sonic booms. Zhao Kongcheng could only watch helplessly as the barbed tail approached, his combat instincts proving futile against this onslaught. A sense of indescribable despair flooded his heart. Damn it, Zhao, did not perish heroically at the hands of the Ghost Face King, only to meet my end here? Yet unexpectedly, the barbed tail halted mere millimeters from Zhao Kongqing's chest. Then, a clear voice belonging to a youth echoed through the air. It seems this fellow's danger level could be elevated further. However, Zhao Kongqing, why have you sought this out again? Lifting his gaze, he beheld Yi Changpan, bathed in light, standing before him. The indifference etched upon his face was momentarily marred by a slight furrow in his brow, as a hint of discontentment unmistakably surfaced. Chapter 32. I am but an ordinary person. The deity of this world is my only pathway to transformation. Upon concluding his words, Yi Changpan felt the piercing gazes of those around him. Clearly, although the preceding events unfolded swiftly, the commotion was far too significant to go unnoticed. Given the current time and the crowd density, evading attention was nearly impossible. Troublesome. Yi Changpan furrowed his brow slightly and placed his hand upon Zhao Kongqing and the halted aberrant knight. With a gentle exertion, he drew them into the doorway. In that moment, Zhao Kongqing, still in a daze, witnessed Yi Changpan's eyes shimmering with the power of time. The force of the past, a reversal of time. The shattered door, in an instant, reverted to its original state, concealing the three of them entirely. Swish! In the next heartbeat, numerous onlookers turned their gazes toward the location of Yi Changpan and his companions. Yet, apart from a complete and tightly shut door, naught else was visible. Curious. They clearly heard what seemed to be an explosion. Was it a mishearing? Within the confines of the workplace, Zhao Kongqing beheld the creature that had remained unmoved despite his vigorous kick, now effortlessly tossed into the hall by Yi Changpan, akin to a chick being lifted. Furthermore, after a mere glance from Yi Changpan, the broken door began to rewind, much like a scene from a film, hastily returning to its unshattered state. He fell silent for a moment, then turned to Yi Changpan, observing the tranquility of someone who had executed such feats as if sipping plain water. A monster, he murmured inwardly. This ability was indeed a reversal of time, or perhaps a restoration of reality. Moreover, Zhao Kongqing glanced at the still dumbfounded yet ominously exuding presence of the aberrant knight, adding in his thoughts, this was not even the entirety of this fellow's power. At that moment, witnessing the door revert to its original condition without causing a stir, and sensing Zhao Kongqing's peculiar gaze, Yi Changpan turned to him, furrowing his brow. Why do you stare? Speak if you have something to say. This. At his words, Zhao Kongqing recalled the reason for his presence. Scratching his head, I would like to inquire if you could elaborate further on the sword technique you once taught me. What do you mean? You mentioned that you would instruct me in that swordplay. I have practiced numerous times afterward, yet it remains insubstantial, merely a fade. In that instant, Zhao Kongqing seemed to shed decades, reverting to a student's demeanor before a teacher, his voice tinged with timidity. An awkward silence enveloped the room. Yi Changpan scrutinized him with narrowed eyes, suddenly breaking into a smile. Understood. He did not hastily attend to the aberrant knight. Instead, he returned to his grand chair and propped his head on his hand, a smirk dancing on his lips as he regarded Zhao Kongqing. Speak up. Do you wish to be my agent? Or do you desire instruction on wielding the sword? Zhao Kongqing's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he replied, Divine One. Yet before he could finish, Yi Changpan's gaze swiftly darkened with a hint of coldness. The atmosphere seemed to drop several degrees, causing Zhao Kongqing to swallow his words and gaze anxiously at Yi Changpan. Don't be nervous, Yi Changpan said, a hint of warmth dissipating the chill in his eyes as he smiled faintly. I'm merely curious. As far as I know, you have always been a lookout. Power has not held much significance for you. With this, he extended a finger toward Zhao Kongqing, adding, and now you wish to enhance your strength? Isn't that rather unexpected? Or perhaps the Night Watchers, Chunmai and his comrades, have sent you to test me? His tone was calm, as if engaging in a conversation with an old friend. Yet Zhao Kongqing could discern the underlying implication in his words and hurriedly clarified. No, I truly came on my own. I genuinely desire strength because... At this point, he hesitated in his narration. Because? Yi Changpan tilted his head slightly, urging him to continue. After a moment of silence, Zhao Kongqing sighed because the things I wish to accomplish require power. His demeanor fell, revealing the weight of his aspirations. I joined the Night Watchers through military merit and my prowess in close combat, though I have pretended to be indifferent over the years. Who wouldn't care about strength when one is granted special entry into the Night Watchers based on their illustrious achievements? A bitter smile crossed his lips as he confessed. To put it plainly, I aspire to be a general, one who can return home adorned with glorious accolades, bringing honor to my mother. Thus, you seek my strength to fulfill this ambition. Yi Changpan began to comprehend. After a pause, the smile on his lips turned somewhat detached. However, why should I lend it to you? This question caused Zhao Kongqing's expression to stiffen. He stared at Yi Changpan and, after a long silence, finally replied, because I can match the captain of the Night Watchers, the Chuanjing team, without relying on the Forbidden Ruins. 50-50? By the end of his statement, Zhao Kongqing's tone lacked conviction. If we are discussing strength, then that is insufficient. Yi Changpan, however, remained unfazed, retorting, when I taught you to wield a blade. Even a formidable demon face king could not withstand a single strike from me. How many blows do you think your captain could endure? A captain of the Night Watchers may seem strong in your eyes, but here it falls far short. After a moment, he continued, moreover, you are already of an age where, even if I were to grant you power, if you became my proxy, what difference would it make? How long could you sustain it? For me, it is only a loss, never a gain, is it not? Zhao Kongqing fell silent. He wished to refute, yet found himself unable to do so. A deity remains a deity, an existence elevated above human reach. Even the god who descended to the mortal realm and showed him kindness remained so. Realizing this, Zhao Kongqing's expression began to shift, his hands clenching tightly. He pondered deeply, contemplating what could possibly move the other. This was his singular opportunity to attain the Forbidden Ruins, and it was quite likely that it was not merely the Forbidden Ruins, but the Divine Ruins. He had to seize this chance. Yi Changpan observed the fluctuations of his expression with a calm demeanor, refraining from interrupting his thoughts. Instead, he turned to a tome resting upon the table, an encyclopedia titled Animals. He had previously crafted a bat-themed dial, but had ultimately abandoned the endeavor. Now, he needed to deliberate on which animal to model next for the creation of a unique nightly watch dial. Time passed slowly, until half an hour had elapsed. If no inspiration struck, then perhaps it was a sign that he did not yet comprehend the true purpose of his quest for power. At last, Yi Changpan closed the manual and gazed at Zhao Kongqing, who appeared lost in contemplation. You ought to return and instruct Lin Xie in the art of the blade, he remarked as he rose, intending to proceed to the lounge on the second floor. The sound of his footsteps echoed crisply as he ascended. Just as Yi Changpan was about to cross the final step onto the second floor, a hoarse and helpless voice resonated from below. I am but an ordinary person. The god of the present world is my only means of transformation. I desire power to protect others, to safeguard them, even if it means death. I am willing. Yi Changpan's footsteps came to a halt. Chapter 33. I offer you an opportunity. If you prevail, you shall become my agent. Yi Changpan turned around. In his dark eyes, the figure of Zhao Kongqing was reflected at that moment. Zhao Kongqing also looked up, meeting his gaze. The two locked eyes, neither willing to avert their stare. Yi Changpan could distinctly perceive the emotional turbulence emanating from Zhao Kongqing. It was a glimmer of despair, reminiscent of a gambler returning from a futile wager, having lost all hope in the world. Yet paradoxically, Yi Changpan sensed that within Zhao Kongqing's despondent demeanor lay a unique brilliance, a seriousness of purpose. As a mere mortal, he felt helpless. However, he was unwilling to lead a life of mediocrity. For the sake of power, for the sake of protection, he was ready to sacrifice everything, even his own life. This, indeed, held some intrigue. Sudendi, Yi Changpan similet faintly. However, if the mere desire to protect could grant me my power, it would be rather uninteresting. As his words fell, they effectively dismissed everything Zhao Kongqing had expressed from the depths of his heart, clearly conveying a sense of rejection. Zhao Kongqing's gaze dimmed abruptly. He opened his mouth, but in the end, no words emerged, only a bitter smile. Is that so? Indeed, I was overly optimistic. Forgive me, Yi Lao, he murmured. just as he intended to depart from the 9-to-5 hall laden with disappointment. Yet, soon, a detached voice echoed once more. However, the last sentence you spoke has earned you an opportunity to symbolize me, to act as my agent. The room fell silent for a moment. Zhao Kongsheng abruptly came to his senses. He fixed his gaze on Yi Changpan on the staircase, the dimness in his eyes vanishing entirely, replaced by urgency. You say so. I shall surely fulfill it. Yi Changpan descended the stairs leisurely, under Zhao Kongsheng's watchful eyes. He returned to his grand office chair, settling back into place. Then leaning back, Yi Changpan regarded Zhao Kongsheng, a serene smile gracing his features. Quite simple. Since you have demonstrated a willingness to face death in pursuit of my power, it is only fair that you exhibit something for me in return, is it not? Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongsheng's brow furrowed instantly. Confusion etched across his face. What do you mean? Yi Changpan offered no answer. Instead, he snapped his fingers. The lingering presence in the hall dissipated abruptly with the sound of that snap. The time-stopping ability was lifted. Roar! The hoarse and brutal voice of the aberrant knight, Scorpion, resounded once more. Zhao Kongsheng could even sense the intense killing intent radiating from the aberrant knight Scorpion. Without even turning to look, he felt an inexplicable chill, a primal fear that prey instinctively harbors towards its hunter. Even as a night watchman, he was no exception. He watched as the aberrant knight Scorpion revived once more. Yi Changpan propped his face with one hand, gazing at Zhao Kongsheng with keen interest. Use all your strength to defeat it. Let me witness the magnitude of your so-called determination. If you win, you shall become my divine agent. The rules began to crystallize. Yet Zhao Kongsheng's cheeks instantly stiffened. He could hardly believe the words emanating from Yi Changpan's lips and turned to glance behind him. There, the formidable figure of the abnormal knight, Scorpion, loomed, its presence exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure, stemming from an insurmountable disparity in strength. This creature is incredibly powerful, even stronger than the faceless king I encountered before, Zhao Kongsheng murmured softly. Although he had just engaged this monster in combat, it had nearly claimed his life with a mere ambush. Yet, there was no denying that even without the element of surprise, he would not prevail against it. Fear has set in. You may withdraw now. Yi Changpan's voice echoed, calm yet insistent. Zhao Kongsheng's gaze sharpened. He turned to Yi Changpan, devoid of hesitation. Do you have a blade? His tone was low, yet devoid of trepidation, brimming instead with fervent resolve. He had made up his mind to challenge the so-called abnormal knight with the frailty of a mortal. Yi Changpan raised an eyebrow, but chose not to elaborate. With a subtle motion of his hand, a rift in space opened, revealing a long sword that shimmered with an icy gleam, materializing before Zhao Kongsheng. He grasped the sword with one hand, an aura of a master swordsman emanating from him, sudden and potent. With a swift motion, he pointed the blade towards the terrifying presence of the abnormal knight, Scorpion. Next, I shall make you acutely aware of my determination. Let the battle commence. Upon hearing this, Yi Changpan cast a dispassionate glance at the stationary abnormal knight. Within the depths of his obsidian eyes, ripples of temporal energy surged rapidly. Adjust time. Delay the future by 7 seconds. Go and slay him. Seated regally in his armchair, Yi Changpan spoke with a nonchalant tone. The abnormal knight, as if wound like a clockwork mechanism, swiftly raised its head and roared toward Zhao Kongsheng. Roar! Its form vanished in an instant, charging madly towards him. Zhao Kongsheng's eyes glinted with determination. He could not discern the knight's movements clearly, but fortunately, its intellect was equally lacking. Drawing upon years of combat experience, he could roughly anticipate its point of attack. To the head, he whispered, raising his sword in a defensive stance. Clang! Sparks erupted as the knight's figure halted before Zhao Kongsheng. Its massive body momentarily paused, lowering its head, the blood-red eyes reflecting a glimmer of confusion, seemingly baffled as to how this mortal could predict its maneuvers. Has its speed diminished? Zhao Kongsheng furrowed his brow. Compared to its earlier ferocious assault, he could feel the creature's velocity waning. Yet it seemed to confirm that his assumptions were erroneous. In the next moment, The spikes at the tip of the aberrant knight's tail stood erect. With great force, it lunged toward Zhao Kongqing's chest. The instinct of the creature lay in repetition. Your combat experience is woefully inadequate. However, Zhao Kongqing appeared unfazed, anticipating the attack. In the instant he stepped back, he drew his blade to counter. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks erupted once more. Yet that was the extent of it. If previously the aberrant knight sought to relish in tormenting Zhao Kongqing, now it was evidently enraged. Its strength multiplied several-fold. Even with Zhao Kongqing's foresight and his sword raised to block, the immense recoil forced him to stagger backward. His palm split and blood gushed forth. This time, he retreated nearly 7 steps. Such terrifying power. He turned to examine the gaping wound on his hand, gasping for breath as a surge of vitality flushed his face with color. Having not fully recovered from his earlier encounter with the demon Face King, his body was on the brink of collapse from this single strike. He had reached his limits. Before him, the imposing figure of the aberrant knight loomed like a mountain within the 9 to 5 hall. Its gaze, filled with a chilling bloodlust, approached him step by step, showing no sign of hesitation, as if the previous strike had been merely a casual endeavor. Is this the terrifying nature of a mysterious being at the peak of its power? Do I possess not even a sliver of hope? Chapter 34. The Perilous Forbidden Ruins, the Extinguishing of Life, and the Flickering Moon. As he whispered softly, Zhao Kongqing cast a glance towards Changpan, who was observing the spectacle beside him. The latter remained nonchalantly propped up on one hand, his face half hidden, as he apathetically watched the clash between Zhao and the otherworldly knight. Even behind him, he seemed somewhat bored, stifling a yawn before resuming his perusal of the encyclopedia. Throughout the confrontation, the fluctuations of emotion in Yi Changpan's gaze remained utterly unchanged. If it were to continue in this manner, victory seemed unattainable. Was this truly an insurmountable predicament? In the blink of an eye, Zhao Kongqing recognized that solely relying on combat would yield no favorable outcome. However, if Yi Changpan genuinely wished to grant him an opportunity, he would undoubtedly refrain from presenting an inescapable doom. Thus, it followed that the path to survival did not lie in their duel. But where could be found? No, wait. The determination he required was not that of battle, but rather a resolve towards death. Suddenly, Zhao Kongqing's breath hitched, and the uncertainty that lingered in his heart began to crystallize. Death, it was the response that Yi Changpan had offered him. This was reinforced by what he had stated later, that even in death, there could be a possibility to embrace the brink of death. And thereafter life? Zhao Kongqing inhaled deeply. At that moment, the otherworldly night had closed in, now just a meter away. Those hands, glimmering with a chilling radiance, tore through the air, creating layers of sonic booms. This strike, imbued with the explosive force characteristic of a knight, possessed the capacity to obliterate an adult's body into mere fragments. There was no evasion for Zhao Kongqing this time. Yet, he found himself disinclined to retreat. Bossy, I told you, I wish to demonstrate my resolve to you. Regardless of whether I have miscalculated, this remains a deadlock. I, Zhao Kongqing, am unperturbed in allowing you to witness my fervent desire for power and my unwavering determination. With that, Zhao Kongqing grasped his blade in one hand, while the other delved into his pocket. When it emerged, a sigil was firmly clenched within his palm. His fingers swiftly traced the side of the sigil, causing a slender silver needle to spring forth. Without hesitation, he plunged it deep into his chest. Damn, that stings! Zhao Kongqing grimaced, cursing silently. Yet, it soon transformed into a roar of fury. Come fort. This is my forbidden realm. With a thunderous roar, the silver needle pierced his skin, unleashing the potent essence of the demon god as catalyst. If the insertion of a needle brought forth intense agony, in this moment, it transformed into sheer exhilaration and liberation. An unprecedented surge of power flooded Zhao Kongqing's being, saturating every fiber of his form. This force, at that instant, Yi Changpan's actions of perusing the book momentarily halted. He then lifted his gaze, observing Zhao Kongqing, whose strength had been ignited by the infusion of demon god as catalyst. Let me witness your prowess. The ripples of time quivered, once more cascading outward. The delay experienced by the otherworldly knight was reduced from 7 seconds to merely 3. Impressive. Is this the essence of the Forbidden Realm? No wonder it is said that those who possess such realms are no longer mere mortals. With this formidable power, how can an ordinary person contend? When faced with gods stronger than this force and the commander of the Night Watch, how can one grow even more powerful? Feeling the surge of energy within, Zhao Kongqing's eyes were filled with profound astonishment. He sensed that at this moment, his heart resonated like the drums of war, beating swiftly and powerfully. The cells throughout his body surged with unprecedented vitality, pulsating at a pace several times faster than before. Simultaneously, a mysterious force field emanated from him. Expanding outward, Zhao Kongqing's eyes gleamed with intensity. Roar! As he harnessed this extraordinary power, the speed of the aberrant knight accelerated dramatically. The attacks that already left trails in the air quickened even further. A terrifying tempest tore through the atmosphere, crashing forcefully against Zhao Kongqing. I can see it. Zhao Kongqing's posture straightened. Previously, he could not perceive the attacks of the aberrant knight. Yet in this moment, he was fully aware. His grip on the blade tightened, and his eyes radiated an unprecedented brilliance. Then, he swung his sword toward the aberrant knight's arms. A black crescent, towering at 4 to 5 meters, erupted from the edge of his blade. Its razor-sharp edge seemed to slice through the very fabric of space. In an instant, it pierced the space before the two combatants. The speed of this crescent was astonishing, appearing almost surreal. The aberrant knight barely had time to turn around. A fierce explosion of flames erupted, accompanied by the sound of clashing metal. Clang, clang, clang. The aberrant knight stumbled back 2 steps. The impact on Zhao Kongqing's hands involuntarily pushed him to retreat slightly. Only Zhao Kongqing, clutching his sword, could not suppress the smile spreading across his face, until he erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha! I knew it! I knew it! In the high-risk Forbidden Ruins, Sequence 083, the obliterating crescent moon, I, Zhao Kongqing, truly am a genius. Yet before his words could fully escape his lips, a voice, even more hoarse than before, suddenly resonated. Roar! If the previous sound was merely laced with murderous intent, this one was unmistakably filled with utter madness. Accompanying this roar was a chilling proclamation reminiscent of Yi Changpan's deadly transformation. Power fusion. Another finished time. Fierce scorpion. Before Zhao Kongqing could suppress his smile, he heard this voice. Instantly, he gazed in astonishment. Before him stood the aberrant knight, eyes glowing crimson, its spiny tail raised high, shimmering with a jade-green light, seemingly engulfed in a frenzied state. His pupils involuntarily constricted as he exclaimed in shock. What the hell? How is it that no injury has been inflicted? Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his blade once more. The moonlit edge of the sword manifested anew, aimed at the aberrant knight. Yet this time, it proved futile. The aberrant knight merely flicked its tail. The emerald-hued barbed tail instantly shredded the blade's radiance. Subsequently, it pierced through Zhao Kongqing's long sword, leaving behind a corrosive gash that directly targeted Zhao Kongqing's chest. This is dire. Zhao Kongqing's pupils dilated in shock as he helplessly beheld the destruction of his weapon, an overwhelming wave of despair washing over him. Thud! At that moment, Yi Changpan set aside his book, his obsidian eyes fixated upon the aberrant knight, which unleashed its lethal strike, overpowering Zhao Kongqing. He observed the sharp barbs glimmering with an emerald light. Narrowing his gaze, he abruptly rose to his feet. As he took a step forward, the time drive mechanism swiftly secured itself around his waist. The second-tier time king dial materialized effortlessly, inserting itself within. Rider time, Kamen Rider Zi-O. The armor, a blend of silver, black, and powdery hues, merged instantaneously. The second-tier time king has arrived. The power of time began to mobilize. The force of super-acceleration manifested upon Yi Changpan, causing the surrounding scenery to slow down exponentially in his perception. In an instant, wielding the time sword spear, Yi Changpan found himself at the side of the aberrant knight and Zhao Kongqing. He then thrust his sword upwards, Chapter 35. The Temporal Limit Sword. The ultimate strike of the monarch. The time spear ascended, clashing with the scorpion tail that unleashed the anomaly's final moment, poised to pierce Zhao Kongqing's heart. A resounding clang echoed through the air, its deep yet vibrant resonance reverberating. The emerald energy radiated throughout the 9-to-5 hall, illuminating Changpan, whose form, imbued with shades of silver, pink, and black, glimmered with a cold brilliance. Roar! The anomaly knight, witnessing Changpan before him, bellowed in fury, the crimson glow subtly revealing his confusion. You have performed admirably, Changpan remarked with indifference. He then focused on the scorpion tail halted by the time spear. However, it is time to cease. With a powerful flick of his wrist, he sent the scorpion tail flying, forcing the anomaly knight to retreat several steps, rendering the so-called lethal skill a mere jest before him. Having repelled the anomaly knight, Changpan harbored no desire for further strikes. Instead, he lowered his gaze, observing Zhao Kongqing, who had yet to regain his composure. His eyes shimmered with a profound light, enigmatic and inscrutable. Zhao Kongqing, in turn, scrutinized Changpan. Captivated by his current form, the emblematic hands of time raised high, the silver dial suspended elegantly at his sides, his upright stature exuding an air of nobility. If the first stage of the time monarch resembled a youthful king, still nascent in authority, then the second stage embodied a monarch in the prime of youth, every movement radiating opulence. You look rather dashing, Zhao Kongqing remarked after a brief silence, a grin breaking across his face. But I'm not too shabby myself. By the way, does this mean I have passed? Changpan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips. Without uttering a word, he extracted one of his remaining 9 blank dials and presented it to Zhao Kongqing, infusing it with power. I assure you, you shall not perish. Though unspoken, this moment brought Zhao Kongqing greater joy than any verbal affirmation could. Without hesitation, he infused the newly activated Forbidden Ruin power into the dial. The brilliance of annihilating life. Flashing moon melded with the blank dial, revealing a layer of dark radiance, sharp as a blade. A figure clad in armor, flickering with black light and wielding a long sword, gradually manifested within the blank dial. Cough, cough, cough. Yet, Zhao Kongqing's complexion grew increasingly pallid, nearly devoid of color. This power was drawn at the peril of his life, forcibly awakened through the invocation of the divine spirits. The moment its strength waned, death would claim him. However, Zhao Kongqing felt no trepidation towards death. Instead, he radiated fervor. Mere divine spirits could not snatch life from the grasp of a deity. If he could endure, he would become the one who possesses the forbidden ruin. Pour every ounce of power into it. He roared. The latent power of the forbidden abyss gradually manifested within Zhao Kongqing, an intense surge of energy erupting suddenly. Observing this spectacle, Changpan's emotions remained unchanged. His demeanor as calm as ever. The so-called divine power has been embraced, yet is not absolute. However, this iteration of the forbidden abyss represents his true strength. There is a flicker of anticipation regarding the transformation it might invoke. If it yields favorable results, a blank dial would not be considered a waste. He whispered softly, but soon, Changpan's brows furrowed slightly. The hour hand above him seemed to reverse, revealing glimpses of the future. He beheld his future self, a poison needle piercing through his back. In an instant, he raised the time sword gun, swinging it backward with fluid motion. A fierce gale swept through, sending a scorpion tail hurtling away. Do you dare to rebel? He coldly regarded the retreating aberrant knight, his gaze igniting with a chilling murderous intent. A roar echoed in response, the monstrous growl devoid of warmth. In that moment, the eyes of the aberrant knight were entirely shrouded in a crimson hue. Enveloped in the black mist characteristic of the aberrant knights, a palpable pressure emanated from their formidable forms, intensifying the sense of impending doom. The killing intent surged forth, their gaze directed at Changpan brimming with avarice. Ultimately, the followers of the ancient god were still too weak, bolstered by the power of the demon-slaying knights. After enduring for a brief moment, they utterly spiraled out of control, The aberrant knights had transformed into creatures fully devoted to instinct. Or rather, monsters. With a deafening roar, the aberrant knights launched their assault. Their entire forms traced paths of verdant light through the void, causing everything within the realm of 9 to 5 Hall to begin to dissolve amidst the emerald glow. Changpan's gaze grew colder still. The aberrant knight's speed, akin to a mere afterimage to ordinary folk, appeared vividly clear to him. It was unmistakably evident that it sought to end his life. This crossed Changpan's threshold. He was indifferent to the destruction wrought by the aberrant knight upon his home, but could not abide the emergence of a monster that would slay its master. Very well. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. With a single hand, he stacked the time sword gun, evolving it into the time limit sword. He then inserted a pendant etched with the visage of the Time King. Psycheo, the strongest finish time, the moment of conclusion. Instantly, a dangerous luminescence radiated from the time limit sword. Power coalesced, the resplendent golden sword aura charged and ready to unleash. Roaring, the aberrant knight approached Changpan from behind. Its barbed tail surged forth, aiming to pierce him. Corrosive liquid dripped from the barbs, releasing a noxious scent that eroded the ground, carving a deep pit into the earth. The potency of its venom was unmistakable, but in that fleeting moment, it was time to put an end to this. Changpan abruptly turned, and with a swift motion, his sword swung forth. King Jirajiri slash. A voice of enigmatic authority resounded, gracing this place with its presence. The crimson-golden sword energy erupted suddenly, unleashing the terrifying force that had been amassed within. Roar. The blood-red glow in the eyes of the abnormal knight, Scorpion, had yet to fade, as its barbed attack continued to lunge towards Changpan. In the next moment, the time-extended blade, imbued with crimson-golden energy, swept across the chest. The assault of the barbs came to an abrupt halt. Boom! The abnormal knight, Scorpion, detonated in response. Flames enveloped the surroundings, leaving only a purple disc engraved with the visage of the Scorpion to fall to the ground. Changpan sheathed his sword, standing tall as the searing flames reflected upon his ornate armor. Time rippled outward as the damaged furniture and ground rapidly reverted to their former state. The flames, too, extinguished swiftly as if hastened by an unseen force, rendering the scene eerily tranquil, as though nothing had transpired. Only then did a mechanical voice suddenly resonate. Moon, pure white, condensation. Accompanying this was the hoarse and weary voice of Zhao Kongcheng, gradually emerging. I have succeeded. Changpan turned his gaze back. Chapter 36, Retracing the Past. The Dark Sacred Night, Moon Night. Changpan beheld the sight of Zhao Kongcheng half squatting on the ground, straining to raise his hand. He noticed the dial clutched tightly in the other's grasp. At this moment, the blank dial, no, it ought to be referred to as the brand new knight's dial, suddenly came into existence. A knight, entirely cloaked in black, was imprinted upon the dial. His form was adorned with enigmatic patterns, and the positions of his eyes curved like crescent moons, exuding an aura of profundity and power. Boom! The instant Changpan laid eyes upon this knight's dial, his brows furrowed subtly. Yet, it was not from anguish, but rather due to an overwhelming surge of long-forgotten strength. That was the formidable power of Zhao Kongqing's highly dangerous forbidden domain, Mincing Shanyue. In a swift motion, he raised his hand and sliced through the surrounding space. A black crescent, reminiscent of the one Zhao Kongqing had previously cleaved with his sword, was born in that moment, streaking toward the spot Changpan had just traversed, severing the nearby table in two, only to dissipate into the void. Is this truly an indication that I am meant to ascend to divinity in corporeal form? Observing the scene, Changpan's brows arched slightly. He could sense that the power of omens within him had begun to intertwine with other mysterious forces. Consequently, his obsidian eyes grew increasingly frigid. In the realm of knights, the amalgamation of the power of omens would grant him a new knightly strength. However, within the realm of slaying gods, it could bestow upon him the corporeal might that evolved from the main lineage. Moreover, aside from corporeal strength, he could even transform into a new knightly armor form. If the prior bestowal from the Seraphim was merely conjectural, now, with Zhao Kongqing's experiment nearing its conclusion, Yi Changpan could ascertain that this fusion of power, akin to his own power of omens, was an all-encompassing amalgamation. Cough, cough. At that moment, Zhao Kongqing's urgent cough echoed once more. Yet, compared to before, it lacked superfluous words. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, the night's dial falling to the side, thereafter succumbing to silence. Life gradually ebbed away, his body growing cold and stiff. Zhao Kongqing was on the brink of death. In that same moment, Yi Changpan reigned in his scattered thoughts. He first crouched slightly to retrieve the dial, then rose to his full height, gazing down upon the body of Zhao Kongqing, which was steadily cooling. As Yi Changpan's eyes narrowed, the ripples of time surged forth once more. However, in contrast to the fleeting fluctuations of the past, a peculiar, mysterious force suddenly emerged. A vision of Zhao Kongqing's demise unfolded before Yi Changpan's eyes. The arcane power waves obstructed his temporal regression. Is this the timeline of the world's future? Yi Changpan's gaze narrowed further. He could sense an alien force encroaching upon him, thwarting his attempt to trace back Zhao Kongqing's future timeline. Nevertheless, even if I am not in the realm of nights, even if this is your stronghold, I, after all, embody the essence of a true, five-dimensional being capable of creation and even the reconstitution of worlds. A life of an ordinary individual, if I desire it. You shall not seize it. The voice was frigid and merciless. At this moment, Yi Changpan's visage resembled that of an eternal frost, devoid of any youthful qualities. The crimson hue blossomed within his eyes, transforming him into a demon returned from the abyss. In this instant, Yi Changpan did not employ the ordinary power of regression. Instead, he wholly unleashed his true essence as a demon lord. The power of calamity. The temporal fabric of the future was decisively shattered by this force. Time began to reverse. It was akin to a scene from the Kamen Rider Zi-O series, where Brother Ming was resurrected by the second phase Zi-O watch, manifesting before Zhao Kongqing. His entire being twisted and froze like an old television set replaying a drama. Vitality gradually resurfaced, and incomprehensible, chaotic words receded, until it returned to the moment when Zhao Kongqing yearned for power. I desire strength to protect and safeguard others, even if it means death. So be it. Zhao Kongqing's resonant voice echoed within the confines of the office. Yet upon finishing, he found himself momentarily stunned. For before him stood Yi Changpan, now devoid of his transformed state. The indifference that had characterized him, as if he anticipated everything, now bore a slightly somber expression. Within the depths of his eyes lay a profound frost. Although it was summer, Zhao Kongqing couldn't help but shiver at Yi Changpan's demeanor. What is this? Whoosh! Before he could utter a word, Yi Changpan tossed him a watch. It was the night's watch, forged from the entirety of the forbidden power Zhao Kongqing had expended, symbolizing moon. Press it. Whether you gain my power or perish depends on your capabilities. With only this phrase left, Yi Changpan paid no further heed to Zhao Kongqing. He calmly seated himself at the tea table, his expression indifferent, beginning to boil water. Prepare tea and handle the cup. Zhao Kongqing gazed at him in bewilderment, scratching his head in confusion. However, he quickly diverted his attention. His gaze fixated intently on the watch in his hand, trembling with anticipation and excitement. Suddenly, he pressed down. Moon, pure white, fit. The power of the forbidden realm, Ming Sheng Shanyu, enveloped Zhao Kongqing. Black mist swirled. Zhao Kongqing's anguished cries echoed, trapped within. Yet he failed to notice. Yi Changpan, seated at the tea table, trembled slightly as he held the teacup. Modify the plot. Zhao Kongqing's demise, not yet fallen, now wields new powers. Degree of plot modification, 2. 25. Distance to achieve required plot line fluctuation for the watch, 2. 75. Current world stability level, 0. The stability level has once again returned to 0. Yi Changpan remained indifferent, yet deep within his indifferent gaze, a fragment of memory surged forth. It was a scene from a decade ago, in Sangnan City, an episode of devastation wrought by the wrath of Shuopa. Through glimpses into the future of this world, he beheld not only the fate of Zhao Kongsheng, but also his own. He found himself standing in Songnan City from 10 years past, shrouded in the power of Shuopa, transformed into the king of the hour of despair. With one hand, he upheld the entirety of Songnan City, while with the other, he engaged the pantheon of Western deities, charging forth against Gaia and the Oracle in a fierce confrontation. Or perhaps it was a series of such confrontations. Ultimately, the outcome was always the same: his victory, the demise of Gaia, the fall of the Oracle, and the disintegration of the Western gods under the arrival of all the knights in peace. Yet in triumph, there was also loss. The cycle of Shuopa relentlessly restarted, threatening the ruin of Songnan. This was Lin Chie's dream, the very genesis of all things, a matter of time and causality. Peering into the future, altering the future. Thus causality descends, and even I cannot escape, destined to be lost in the river of time. Unable to find the true present, it conveys to me, the future is immutable. The past even more so. Ye Changpan murmured softly. Holding his teacup, the scalding tea coursed down his throat, saturating his lungs. Yet, pausing for a moment, the coldness in his eyes was entirely replaced by a piercing intensity. I have never been one to abide by rules. The more unchangeable it seems, the more I yearn for change. You cannot even contend for Zhao Kongsheng's life against me. What being ensnared by causality? So what? Chapter 37. The True Night Watchman, Zhao Kongsheng. Time passed slowly. By afternoon, the sun shone brightly. In the Peace Affairs office, Chenmai reclined on the sofa in the office area, leisurely smoking a cigarette. He reminisced about Lin Chie's youthful clumsiness and the subsequent scenes of his continuous improvement, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This lad indeed possesses great potential. The agent of the divine. The discerning eyes of the gods are truly sharp. Clang! Before he could take more than a few puffs, the door was suddenly flung open. Captain, I have some bad news and some good news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Wu Xiangnan entered with a grave expression, addressing Chenmai in a low voice. HM? Chenmai was slightly taken aback, but quickly shook off the ash from his cigarette. Is it about Lin Chia? I must say, the kid is just a rookie. Even if he has outwitted you, do not hold a grudge. Otherwise, when he truly matures, we may find ourselves outmatched. Wu Xiangnan remained unfazed, solemnly stating, Old Zhao's ghostly invocation has been activated. Silence. The atmosphere fell into a suffocating stillness. Chenmai's hand, poised to shake off the ash, froze midair. After a long pause, he retracted his smile and spoke calmly. Another mystery has resurfaced? He did not doubt the truth of Wu Xiangnan's statement regarding Old Zhao activating the ghostly invocation. The Night Watchman's badges were custom-made. Not to mention the ghostly invocation, an artifact capable of bestowing immense power at the cost of one's life. Once employed, the Night Watchman would swiftly receive information. This matter could not be concealed, and Wu Xiangnan had no reason to lie about it. However, what surprised Chenmai even more was Wu Xiangnan's immediate shake of the head in response to his query. No, I dispatched someone to investigate. There are no signs of a mystery manifesting. Although one could not dismiss the possibility of a powerful and unique mystery temporarily concealing itself, there were also no traces of Old Zhao's combat. Therefore Chenmai extinguished his cigarette, his gaze sharpening. There were only two possibilities. Either the mysterious entity possessed strength formidable enough to overwhelm Old Zhao, leaving him no chance to activate the ghostly invocation, or Old Zhao was indeed in dire straits. Wu Xiangnan lowered his gaze, echoing Chenmai's thoughts. The silence lingered for a moment. Does Hongyi know about this? Chenmai inquired again. No, Wu Xiangnan shook his head. Though she is our frontline combatant, the occurrence of this incident is quite peculiar. I fear her intellect may not suffice. Moreover, given the stakes involving Old Zhao's life or death, she might only complicate matters. Indeed, Chenmai remained non-committal, pondering for a moment before saying, there are many intelligent individuals in the team, but few possess the strength and keen insight to uncover clues. Who do you intend to call to investigate Old Zhao's situation? See Xiaonan. In the 9-to-5 hall, Yi Changpan gazed at Zhao Kongsheng, enveloped in black mist. his veins bulging and engorged beneath his skin. Lowering his gaze to the table, he observed the steaming tea exuding wisps of white vapor, alongside a ledger filled with ink. As time progressed, what began as a mere record for Sequence 1 had transformed into a tapestry of dense writing. Record 2. Subject: Zhao Kongsheng. Ability: Oblivion Flash Moon. Failure: succumbing to the aberrant night. Before he could finish, a series of black lines marred the page. Subsequently, he inscribed a plethora of notes, power colliding, merging with the night's dial, transforming into a night, and power in disarray, drifting towards the aberrant night, among other entries. Gazing upon the filled ledger, Changpan fell into a moment of silence, then set down his pen, quietly observing Zhao Kongsheng before him. 5 hours had elapsed. This fellow truly possessed resilience. He had no intention of continuing the documentation. Since the moment Zhao Kongsheng began to merge with the night's dial, nearly 5 hours had slipped by. Time flowed inexorably. He had witnessed, from morning to afternoon, Zhao Kongsheng teetering on the brink of becoming an aberrant knight, only to sway towards the source of the knight's power, yet ultimately plunging back into the depths of the aberrant knight's might. This cycle repeated itself over 30 times, all in vain. Time was swiftly diminishing. Zhao Kongsheng's eyes had grown utterly numb. Pain, excruciating pain, gnawed at the depths of his soul. This sensation rivaled that of the demon god induction, and was even more intense. If demon god induction merely activated his bodily systems, then the power from the dial was poised to alter his very human genes, bestowing upon him, in human form, the true strength of divinity. The agony of such a transformation was utterly incomprehensible to those who had not experienced it firsthand. Zhao Kongsheng even doubted his ability to endure. Yet, as a formidable force erupted throughout his being, a chilling mechanical voice echoed in his ears, accompanied by the familiar, indifferent tone of Changpan. Congratulations, you have succeeded. With a sudden clarity, Zhao Kongsheng's eyes regained focus. As his vision sharpened, the serene visage of Changpan seated before him came into view, prompting him to exclaim, "I succeeded?" As he spoke, a peculiar surge of power emanated from within him, manifesting as a tangible black crescent energy that swept through the surroundings. Wherever his gaze fell, furniture was cleaved in two by the luminous crescent. Zhao Kongsheng's eyes brightened with astonishment. This was the power of the Forbidden Ruins. Moreover, it was of the highest danger. Sequence 083, Oblivion Flash Moon. This power was familiar to him, or rather, it was well known to any night watcher, for this was the resonance of the Forbidden Ruins. Furthermore, compared to this resonance, he felt as though he had undergone a complete transformation upon awakening. The cells within me have become exponentially more active, and the rhythm of my heartbeat echoes like the drums of war, so clear that even without physical contact, Zhao Kongsheng can discern it distinctly. Apart from the Forbidden Abyss, my physical abilities have undergone a remarkable transformation. My speed has increased substantially, and my strength has multiplied several times over. Even my vision and reflexes have improved to an extent far exceeding tenfold. At this moment, I could easily vanquish 10 versions of my former self, and this is without activating the Forbidden Abyss. Only I truly understand my own being. As I sense the profound changes coursing through my body, Zhao Kongsheng is overwhelmed with astonishment. The Forbidden Abyss merely endows individuals with inhuman capabilities. Without its activation, we are all but ordinary people. This is precisely the foundation upon which I could contend equally with Captain Xuanjing. But now, not only have I obtained the perilously high-risk powers of the Forbidden Abyss, but I have also achieved a permanent and burden-free enhancement of my physical capabilities without its activation. It is simply unbelievable. Ah! After a moment of shock, Zhao Kongsheng bursts into exuberant laughter, proclaiming, "I knew it. I knew it. My mother, Zhao, is indeed a genius. From this day forth, I can confidently declare myself a true night watchman." However, in this moment of joy, a clear youthful voice interrupts, akin to a bucket of cold water dousing him. "You owe me 50,000. Zhao Kongsheng's lips twitch involuntarily. Chapter 38, The Serpent Demon, Li Yifei turning back. Zhao Kongcheng observed Changpan shifting his chair, positioning himself at the edge of the tea table. In his grasp was a notebook, and with a steel pen, he swiftly inscribed upon its pages. The center of the table bore a smooth incision, an unmistakable fissure wrought by the forbidden realm Zhao Kongcheng had just unleashed. Any objections? Yi Changpan inquired, seemingly aware of Zhao Kongcheng's gaze upon him. His writing paused momentarily as he turned to face him, speaking in a measured tone. Zhao Kongcheng silently fumed. How much do I earn through a year of relentless toil? You expect me to compensate 50,000 for a few broken chairs and tables? Are you serious? Though his mind was rife with complaints, his countenance betrayed no hint of disdain. Absolutely not. How could I dare? Zhao Kongcheng proclaimed, thumping his chest. I am your divine agent. Not only 50,000, but I would even pay 100,000. He understood his place well, recognizing that everything he possessed was bestowed by Yi Changpan. He was, after all, the agent of a formidable demon king. In comparison, what was 50,000? Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, Zhao Kongcheng's expression shifted abruptly. His gaze fixed intently on Yi Changpan, his profound eyes transitioning from doubt to seriousness, ultimately culminating in sheer astonishment as he exclaimed, "You. The power you wield is that of a seraphim. Are you seraphim? No. This is the energy fluctuation of the forbidden realm. You cannot possibly be from there. You have forcibly acquired a fragment of seraphim power." Yi Changpan narrowed his eyes, setting aside his pen and paper. Can you perceive the power within me? Zhao Kongcheng scratched his head, his voice tinged with uncertainty. I believe so. The energy within you is intensely radiant and divine. Anyone with sight could discern it. Wait. Suddenly, Zhao Kongcheng's keen intuition caught a particular phrase. Did you truly seize seraphim power? Yi Changpan disregarded Zhao Kongcheng's subsequent remarks. He lowered his gaze, studying his own hands, attuning himself to the seraphim power coursing through him. A warm aura transformed into a resplendent golden light, swirling within the depths of his dark eyes. That was the essence of seraphim power and also the strength of the forbidden realm. Yet this power flickered momentarily. Though it remained unutilized, it could still be sensed, even by one newly awakened to the forbidden realm. Was it that I lacked the ability to harness this power, rendering it impossible to conceal? Or had Zhao Kongcheng indeed absorbed a fragment of my strength, thereby gaining a new facet of power to sense it? As these thoughts danced through his mind, numerous possibilities flickered in Yi Changpan's consciousness, yet he buried them deep within. The potentialities were too similar, and he dared not assert certainty. He could only seek knowledge through experimentation. With this thought, he felt Zhao Kongcheng's gaze grow increasingly fervent. Yi Changpan reined in his scattered thoughts and spoke softly. The power within me is but a secondary concern. I have matters to attend to now. It is time for you to leave. Though unacknowledged, Zhao Kongcheng grasped the underlying truth. He swallowed hard, fully aware that Yi Changpan was anything but ordinary. The prospect of seizing even a fraction of the Angel King's power would undoubtedly astonish the Night Watchers for months to come. Yet earlier, he had audaciously referred to Yi Changpan as kid, even casting a sidelong glance at him. His lips involuntarily twitched. Without a trace of hesitation, Zhao Kongcheng bowed deeply. I shall not disturb you any further. If you require anything, just let me know. As long as it does not jeopardize the safety of Great Xia, I, Zhao Kongcheng, will traverse mountains and seas for you at any cost, even if it costs me my life. With these words, he departed slowly under Yi Changpan's watchful gaze, pushing the door shut behind him. The sound of the door slamming echoed through the space, leaving Yi Changpan alone once more. He lowered his gaze, a flicker of golden light emerging to eclipse the bulb-esque glow. Seraphim, while intriguing in the enveloping darkness of Great Xia's night, possessing such power made him akin to a glaring beacon. Quite a nuisance indeed. Meanwhile, outside, Zhao Kongcheng basked in the afternoon sunshine, feeling a sense of exhilaration he had never experienced before. From this day forth, he had completely transformed. If Hong Ying and the others from Xiangnan were to discover his newfound strength, they they would likely question their own abilities. Facing a captain who had not activated the Forbidden Ruins, he should be able to dominate without difficulty. With a smug grin, Zhao Kongcheng strolled back towards the Peace Affairs office, hands tucked in his pockets. Although he remained unaware of Yi Changpan's intentions for him, he surmised they would not be overly complex. After all, he was the Demon King's agent. And who was the Demon King? A formidable being capable of even stealing the powers of the Seraphim, the Angel King. When unable to prevail, simply call for help. He commenced in an undefeated position. How could he possibly lose? As he leisurely made his way back, time passed unmeasured until he found himself beside a school along a narrow path. Suddenly, the vibrant sounds of ringing bells filled the air, resounding like a great gong. His attention shifted as he beheld throngs of high school students flowing from the gates like a tide. However, upon seeing this group, Zhao Kongcheng halted in his tracks. His eyes turned icy, and the energy of the Forbidden Ruins radiated from him, ultimately honing in on a young male student. Behind him, a female student, her head bowed as if merely passing by, maintained her trajectory aligned with the boy. Had Yi Changpan or Lin Qie been present, they would undoubtedly have recognized the male student as Li Yifei, the sole survivor of the notorious Phantom Face incident, as well as Lu Xiaoyan, a pivotal figure in the Nantoa Serpent Demon affair. The faint waves of energy emanating from them were so subtle that they might not even register within the confines of the realm of perception. Yet, it was unmistakably the aura of a mystical entity. Observing Lu Xiaoyan, Zhao Kongcheng felt the energy pulsating within her. In that fleeting moment, a chilling intent to kill surged within his gaze. The existence of such a mysterious being was inherently at odds with the Night Watchers. Moreover, the school represented the hope of the Great Xia. The audacity of this enigmatic creature to brazenly infiltrate the school's sanctum was akin to a direct affront to him and the Night Watchers. The murderous intent within him was potent enough to coalesce into a palpable force. However, Zhao Kongcheng ultimately chose silence, refraining from confronting Li Yifei. Instead, like Lu Xiaoyan, he quietly trailed behind Li Yifei's footsteps. Chapter 39. The Night Watchman, Zhao Kongcheng, send you on your journey. Alas, that foolish teacher. Demanding we prepare for exams is one thing, but insisting on enhancing our reading comprehension is quite another. From 3 passages to 6 in mere weeks. Must we endure such torment? Indeed, I shall be writing until past 11 again tonight. Is reading comprehension merely a matter of physical ability? I completed mine in under an hour. So effortless? How did you accomplish that? It's simple. For 3 long and 1 short, choose the short. For 3 short and 1 long, always opt for the long. If the lengths are uniform, mindlessly select C. When in doubt, choose D. Impressive. I shall adopt your methods tonight as well. At the school entrance, the incessant chatter and complaints of students filled the air. Suddenly, a male classmate turned around and called out to Li Yifei, who was lagging behind. Li Yifei, hurry up. If you don't pick up the pace, we want to wait for you. Hearing this, Li Yifei, who had been hiding at the back, hurriedly responded, Hey, don't say that. I'm on my way. He quickened his steps to catch up with the group, though his eyes continued to dart around, revealing a hint of underlying fear if one were to observe closely. What is wrong, Li Yifei? What are you looking for? Wang Liang inquired, puzzled by his demeanor. Li Yifei's expression was conflicted. He sighed and replied, It's that damned incident from yesterday that has left me with a shadow over the thought of going home after school. Come on, you coward. Wang Liang rolled his eyes. So you encountered a murderer. It's not that dramatic. If anything, you should be grateful. Thanks to that incident, our evening study session was canceled. Otherwise, we would have faced another long night of relentless work. Shut up, Li Yifei retorted, exasperated. You wouldn't understand. I'm starting to find even daylight unsettling. The group continued their lively banter. Soon, the dusk descended upon the horizon, and the night began to envelop the earth. After walking a bit further, they would part ways. Li Yifei, you should really try to be braver. There's so many people around, and yet you choose to hide at the back. Wang Liang continued his teasing. Li Yifei merely rolled his eyes, too indifferent to respond. However, a bright voice suddenly interjected, answering Wang Liang's remarks. Indeed, Li Yifei, why are you so timid? At this, the group turned around, and Li Yifei nearly bolted in surprise. But soon, they recognized the newcomer as Lu Xiaoyan. The tension in Li Yifei's expression finally eased. Don't you think it's rather amusing? Wang Liang seemed to find his stride, chuckling as he continued. Li Yifei used to be the one scaring everyone. Now, seeing him so fearful is truly a rarity. Well then, it seems you possess quite the courage, Lu Xiaoyan remarked, gazing at Wang Liang with admiration. Of course, Wang Liang declared, thumping his chest. With my well-developed muscles, had Li Yifei and the others called me earlier, I could have taken down that murderer with a single punch. Wow, impressive. Lu Xiaoyan's admiration deepened, and she pointed towards the dark alley not far away, where my home happened to be located. Can you accompany me there? I'm a bit frightened. Of course, Wang Liang and a few others replied. It's only right to serve a beautiful lady, right, brothers? The others quickly caught on to Wang Liang's intentions and nodded in agreement with laughter. However, Li Yifei furrowed his brows, gazing at the alley's entrance. Instinctively, he recalled the unsettling encounter with those peculiar creatures. Just as he was about to decline, Wang Liang preemptively addressed his thoughts. Li Yifei, if you decide to head back alone now, we want to accompany you. Are you sure you want to go back by yourself? Li Yifei fell silent. It was he who had frightened Lin Xie and Jiang Qian earlier, and he had witnessed the existence of those abnormal beings. As a horror film enthusiast, he was acutely aware of the heightened dangers of being alone. Moreover, now that darkness had descended, he truly did not dare to return alone. After a moment of contemplation, he begrudgingly clenched his teeth and said, "Let us go." Amidst Lu Xiaoyan's delicate laughter, the small escort team made their way towards the alley. However, as they approached, their expressions shifted simultaneously. Before them was not the alley entrance, but a corner filled with an overwhelming mound of refuse. Lu Xiaoyan, did you take a wrong turn? Wang Liang frowned. The group turned to Lu Xiaoyan, only to find themselves in stunned silence. In the twilight, a faint flush graced Lu Xiaoyan's face as she nervously fidgeted with her skirt. Wang Liang, actually, there is something I've always wanted to tell you. Silence. At this moment, everyone stood frozen. Li Yifei, who was on the outskirts, was wide-eyed with confusion, gazing in shock at the atmosphere between Lu Xiaoyan and Wang Liang. Was this a confession? So direct? But usually, there was no indication that Lu Xiaoyan had feelings for Wang Liang. While the others were bewildered, Wang Liang was filled with excitement. Lu Xiaoyan, in her shyness, gradually uttered her final words. Actually, I've always wanted to eat you. With that, her lips curled into a disconcerting smile, revealing a set of teeth resembling jagged barbs. In that instant, her pupils vanished, leaving only a glistening expanse of white. As the sun set, her appearance became chillingly grotesque. Most unsettling of all were the dimples on her cheeks, which glimmered with an eerie crimson in the dusk. Wang Liang and the others were left in shock. Li Yifei, however, took off running, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. The horrifying image of Lu Xiaoyan echoed relentlessly in his mind. Internally, he cursed. Just a day has passed, and here we go again. Is it never ending? In that moment of flight, Li Yifei fled. Behind him, Lu Xiaoyan's entire head blossomed like a flower, with jagged fangs emitting a chilling gleam from her mouth. Under the terrified gaze of Wang Liang and others, she prepared to feast upon her prey. Suddenly, a crescent of darkness, radiating a sinister black glow, sliced through the air towards Lu Xiaoyan, interrupting her intent to devour Wang Liang and forcing her to retreat a few steps. The blade cleaved a deep and clear fissure into the wall, demonstrating its formidable power. Disregarding the paralyzed Wang Liang and his companions, her cold gaze fixated on the source of the black light. A thought reverberated in her mind. The night watchman? Li Yifei had also witnessed the unfolding scene and hesitated in his steps. His eyes fell upon a familiar figure approaching in the distance, and he whispered, "Uncle?" Step by step, Zhao Kancheng emerged at the end of the path, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. With a cigarette clenched between his lips and the blade of black moonlight in hand, he ignited the cigarette's tip, inhaling deeply as he approached Li Yifei. After a brief glance at him, Zhao Kancheng shifted his gaze, coldly locking eyes with Lu Xiaoyan. Then, He raised the blade gradually. Night Watchman, Zhao Kongsheng, I send you on your way. With that, he moved forward, brandishing the blade and launching an attack on Lu Xiaoyan. Chapter 40. Are you not aware that your words are overwhelming, given the imminent peril? The sound of hurried footsteps echoed rapidly. In but a fleeting moment, Zhao Kongsheng stood before Lu Xiaoyan, wielding a sleek, obsidian curved blade, his gaze reflecting her visage, imbued with an ominous aura of impending death. Such swiftness. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyan was only just beginning to comprehend the situation, her pupils contracting sharply. She had intended to part her lips and extend her hand to seize Zhao Kongsheng, preparing to engulf him, when a faint, low murmur abruptly emerged. With a surge, the power of the forbidden void radiated from Zhao Kongsheng. The dark curved blade sliced through the air, emitting a resonant hum, and simultaneously unleashed a streak of ebony light. This manifestation was the essence of the forbidden void's fleeting life, dimming moon. In an instant, blood began to spray through the air. Lu Xiaoyan, who had just aimed to restrain Zhao Kongsheng, found her arms severed with a clean cut. A wave of excruciating pain surged through her, forcing her to stumble back 2 steps, her countenance darkening. The disparity in strength was unmistakable. How formidable! From a distance, Li Yifei, who remained concealed and bewildered behind Wang Liang and others, felt a shift in his gaze. He stared in astonishment as Zhao Kongsheng executed a graceful strike, severing Lu Xiaoyan's arms with precision. This was the second time he had witnessed such prowess. Not only could Zhao Kongsheng contend with that monstrous beast reminiscent of a hyena, but he now displayed feats that defied the laws of physics. Was he truly human? If so, what manner of person was he? Li Yifei fixated on Zhao Kongsheng, not unfamiliar with him. During the incident with the ghost-faced man, Zhao Kongsheng had single-handedly vanquished the formidable creature that resembled a hyena and compelled him to sign a confidentiality agreement forbidding any disclosures about the event, a memory vivid in his mind. Initially, he had presumed Zhao Kongsheng to be merely an exceptionally skilled ordinary individual, perhaps a police officer or a soldier. Yet now, witnessing this display of lethal energy, his already tenuous grasp on reality, having encountered 2 mysteries in succession, began to crumble completely. Suddenly, Li Yifei was beset by an agonizing sensation, as if his very soul were being torn asunder, reverberating within his mind. He opened his mouth, seemingly about to utter something, but the pain rendered him incapable of speech. Ultimately, he stood silently in a corner, anguish etched across his face as he clutched his head. Disregarding the thoughts of those around him, Zhao Kongsheng, having severed Lu Xiaoyan's arms, was met with a piercing scream from her. "Ah!" Lu Xiaoyan shrieked, her mouth tearing open to reveal rows of sharp teeth as she lunged toward Zhao Kongsheng, intent on eliminating the man before her. Yet, before she could mount her assault, Zhao Kongsheng's eyes glinted with a cold light. As he spun the blade in his hand, he struck once more at Lu Xiaoyan's neck with lightning speed. The dark blade, imbued with the power of the forbidden void, effortlessly sliced through the flesh of the monster. In the next moment, Lu Xiaoyan's still intact head was hurled high into the air, only to plummet to the ground with a thud. With a swift resolution of the battle, Zhao Kongsheng released his grip. The inky blade, energy dissipated into nothingness in an instant. He glanced down at himself, noting that most of his body was splattered with the creature's blood, rendering him as though cloaked in a layer of crimson paint. Have I become exceedingly powerful? Or is this foe merely feeble? Zhao Kongsheng frowned as he contemplated the stains adorning his form. The skirmish had concluded rather swiftly. Logically, he should feel elated. Yet, an inexplicable unease lingered within him. Perhaps it was the abruptness of the fight that unsettled him. His sixth sense hinted at something amiss. However, gazing at the lifeless monster before him, a hint of perplexity flickered in his eyes. Surely, it could not resurrect in such a state, or might it have companions lurking nearby? Lost in thought, Zhao Kongsheng leisurely retrieved a cigarette from his pocket. After igniting it and drawing a deep breath, he extracted his specialized walkie-talkie. "Hello, this is Zhao Kongsheng." "Zhao Kongsheng?" came the bewildered voice of Wu Xiangnan from the other end. Ignoring Wu's astonishment, Zhao stated calmly, "A mysterious incident has occurred near the second high school, likely a manifestation of the realm, which I have resolved. Please send the cleanup crew. I will now inspect the vicinity for any remaining creatures, as I sense something is not quite right." Upon concluding the call, he cast a glance at the still-dazed Li Yifei and others nearby, before striding directly to Li Yifei. "Kid, I remember you. You were one of the survivors from the ghost mask incident, correct?" As the scent of smoke wafted toward him, Li Yifei narrowed his eyes, a complex expression surfacing briefly before fading. "Yes," he replied, managing a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful. "Uncle, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have been all right, but now I feel like crying. I've realized I truly am a harbinger of disaster, encountering such creatures twice in succession. Can I ask you to send me home? Or, if worst comes to worst, may I join your ranks? Anything to secure my survival." At this, Zhao Kanchang raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Li Yifei from head to toe, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, it was rare for an ordinary person to encounter the mysterious. Such occurrences could be counted on one hand throughout a lifetime. A single encounter might suffice to prepare for the next life. Yet, Li Yifei was an exceptional case. Having faced two mysterious events in succession and lived to tell the tale, neither possessing forbidden powers nor resembling someone like Changpan, nor being a so-called agent of the divine. In some respects, this young man indeed exhibited potential to join the Ridewatchers. However, your strength is far too inadequate. Joining would only lead to demise. Such occurrences are infrequent. For now, you should patiently await the signing of the confidentiality agreement. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Kancheng ultimately declined him. He understood all too well the profound helplessness ordinary individuals experience in the face of the enigmatic, let alone a mere student. If the sole desire is to survive, refraining from joining the Ridewatchers will be preferable. Li Yifei sought to articulate something further. Yet Zhao Kancheng merely waved his hand and departed. "I still have unfinished business," he remarked before exiting the scene, leaving a few students exchanging bewildered glances. After a prolonged silence, Wang Liang's pallor remained strikingly ashen as he turned to the male student lurking at the back, his eyes igniting with fury. "Li Yifei, what is the meaning of this? Don't you dare claim ignorance." With these words, the gazes of those around fell upon Li Yifei. "Indeed, Yifei, that man clearly recognized you. Are you acquainted with him? Or perhaps is this related to yesterday?" the crowd murmured. Having witnessed these events, anyone could discern that Li Yifei was acting oddly. Reflecting on his behavior over the past few days, particularly his deliberate attempt to involve them and his readiness to flee today, an unmistakable glimmer of resentment emerged in their eyes as they encircled Li Yifei. However, as he listened to the questioning voices around him and observed himself being surrounded, Li Yifei's expression bore no trace of remorse. Instead, the fear he had previously displayed, akin to that of a student, gradually dissipated. He gazed at Zhao Kongqing's retreating figure, and the awe in his eyes vanished entirely. A cold smile crept upon his lips, chilling as the gaze of a venomous serpent sweeping over the few survivors nearby. Each word he uttered was deliberate. "You are all doomed. Do you not think your words are somewhat excessive?" Chapter 41. The Shock of Si Xiaonan, another Seraphim agent. Finally, the truth unraveled. At the moment Zhao Kancheng vanquished the Nantua snake demon within the hall of the 9-to-5 society, Changpan leisurely sipped his tea. As time progressed, he had come to comprehend why Zhao Kancheng could discern the latent power within him. A simple analogy sufficed. Changpan now resembled a vessel, akin to the heart of a tree, while the power of the demon of transformation served to protect this very heart, forming an inseparable bond. Thus, as long as he willed it, the power of transformation remained undetectable. Conversely, the divine power of the seraphim represented the leaves sprouting from the heart and trunk of the tree. Although part of the same entity, the leaves were ultimately new growth. Their freshness clashed with the heart and trunk, and coupled with Changpan's disdain for the realm of the lamp, he merely suppressed this aura without any deliberate concealment. Hence, Zhao Kancheng was able to uncover the seraphim's capabilities within him. Now, if he wished to render the seraphim's divine power, symbolized by the leaves, undetectable to others, he would need to sever the breath of new life emanating from it, thoroughly merging it with his power of transformation and his very being. As he spoke, Changpan's gaze flickered, and with a single hand raised, a radiant golden light materialized into a dial. The surface of the dial, obscured yet resembling the visage of a seraphim, transformed into a device under his command. Whispering softly, he waved his hand, causing the seraphim dial to vanish once more, while a glimmer of golden light surged from his pitch-black eyes. The essence of the lamp realm rippled from Changpan's form. Perhaps I could learn the methods employed in this world to master the forbidden ruins, much like that delivery person and the old man among others, completely mastering the divine power of the seraphim. From that moment forth, I would embody the seraphim, yet the seraphim would not define my pinnacle. Contemplating this final notion, Changpan furrowed his brow and, after a soft exhale, set down his teacup and leaned back in the armchair. His eyes gradually closed, fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest. Clang! Clang! Time was of the essence. The Nantawa snake demon should soon awaken. Perhaps this would present an opportunity. It remained to be seen which sentinel would locate him first. Truly, not only did they summon me to seek out Brother Kongcheng, but they also failed to provide a specific location. Even Hong Ying was absent to accompany me. What is the meaning of this? Are they afraid that we might stealthily venture out for a stroll? While Changpan feigned rest, Si Xiaonan, her hair styled in two playful buns and clad in a breezy ensemble, exuded a natural beauty unmarred by makeup. At this moment, she muttered in frustration, her cheeks flushed with indignation, her chest rising and falling in agitation. Numerous passers-by cast curious glances in her direction, yet ultimately, gazing at that unremarkable place, a collective sigh escaped their lips, and their eyes wandered elsewhere. Si Xiaonan remained oblivious to the glances of those around her, engrossed in her phone. Her slender fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. At last, her eyes sparkled, and she murmured softly, "Found it." Her gaze was fixated on the ultra-clear surveillance footage displayed on her phone. In the frame, a blinding light illuminated the daytime scene, revealing Zhao Kongcheng strolling leisurely down the street, a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding an air of nonchalance akin to that of a tourist. He paused before a shopfront, and then he vanished right at the entrance. Si Xiaonan blinked, her clear eyes now filled with bewilderment. Whereas my grand Zhao Kongcheng gone? Reluctantly, she rewound the footage once more, only to witness Zhao Kongcheng disappearing abruptly from sight. Is it truly possible for my grand Zhao Kongcheng to simply vanish? After a moment of silence, Si Xiaonan focused intently on the shop where Zhao Kongcheng had mysteriously disappeared. Morning 9 to evening 5 hall, she murmured the words. After a brief pause, she retrieved a communicator from her pocket and swiftly typed in several keywords. Turning on her heel, she followed Zhao Kongcheng's path towards the morning 9 to evening 5 hall. The sun dipped below the horizon, and as night fell, Si Xiaonan halted, lifting her head slightly. Her clear and bright eyes reflected the scene before the shop. Upon noticing the sign that read morning 9 to evening 5 hall, she remained silent, merely slipping a hand into her pocket. Her communicator firmly grasped and stepped forward. Clang, clang. Approaching the door, she knocked twice, but received no response. After a moment of hesitation, she pushed the door open. Creak, the aged door swung wide. Bright light flooded her face, causing her eyes to squint slightly as she surveyed the interior. Before long, she spotted a figure. A young boy lounged lazily in an armchair, eyes shut as if in repose, his youthful visage strikingly vibrant. As Si Xiaonan appraised the boy before her, he seemed to sense her gaze and, perhaps hearing the noise of the door opening, gradually opened his eyes. Turning his head, despite his youthful appearance, the depth of his gaze was profound, and combined with his features resembling that of a divine being illuminated by the bright light, he appeared as though he were a god who had existed through the ages. The two locked eyes, neither willing to break the gaze. Si Xiaonan stared at the boy, lost in thought, murmuring her first impression aloud. "He is even more handsome than my brother Chie," she mused internally. Si Xiaonan had yet to fully grasp the significance of this moment when suddenly, a flash of golden light flickered in Yi Changpan's deep black eyes, only to vanish in an instant. Yet, under the illumination of the lights, it resembled a pair of golden eyes ablaze with the flames of pure gold, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. An inexplicable surge of power rippled through the air, sweeping all around in an instant. Si Xiaonan was instantaneously captivated, as if struck by a thunderbolt from a clear sky, rendered utterly speechless. This is the divine force of the seraphim that Lin Qiao once wielded. All the sentinels of Tsangnan felt it, and she was no exception. Thus, she comprehended the nature of the power emanating from Yi Changpan. Divine power. Her voice trembled as she sensed the ripples of strength from the divine ruins, retreating several steps in succession. Finally, she gazed in astonishment at the young man before her. Moreover, it was the power of the seraphim, the king of angels, ranked 003. How could this be possible? Lin Qiao was already the divine agent of the seraphim. Why was there another? Who are you? The girl's voice, tinged with shock, echoed throughout the office. Yi Changpan's expression remained unchanged, calmly observing the fluctuations of emotion on Si Xiaonan's face, from fleeting confusion to a sudden realization, culminating in sheer astonishment. It was not until her words trailed off that he yawned. As if just awakening from slumber, he propped his chin with one hand, his tone tranquil, yet imbued with a faint hint of amusement. Has the code of the Sentinels not informed you? Has literature not enlightened you? Who told you that there could only be one Seraph? Chapter 42. The Archangel, Seraph Gabriel. Is it not just one Seraph? A moment of shock enveloped her. Listening to the hints provided by Yi Changpan, Si Xiaonan murmured softly. Soon, the astonishment in her eyes dissipated entirely, replaced by a glimmer of wisdom. In Western lore, aside from the Seraph Michael, there are indeed 3 other Seraphs safeguarding heaven, united in their battle against the demon Caesar. This assertion holds true. However, if yet another divine agent exists apart from Michael, whispering to herself, Si Xiaonan suddenly froze. Wait. She gazed at the indifferent youth before her, her pupils slightly widening. You knew that Seraph Michael had already descended upon the divine ruins? This implies that you were present when Lin Qiao awakened. You had already obtained the identity of a divine agent even before Lin Qiao. At this point, Si Xiaonan swallowed hard. Her hand, which had been poised to activate the communicator in her pocket, began to perspire nervously. Encountering a divine agent allowed her to maintain a semblance of calm. Even when faced with a divine agent who had long awakened the divine ruins and could wield its powers with mastery, she felt she could manage. Yet, the current scenario was exponentially more dire than either of those situations. From Yi Changpan's few words, it was clear to anyone not foolish that the other party had not only awakened the powers of the divine ruins long ago, but also knew which deity it was. Furthermore, they had been observing their night watchers like a vigilant sentinel. This was akin to a human in the wild being targeted by a tiger. And this tiger, possessing a cautious nature, would wait for the opportune moment to strike rather than charge blindly, encountering not just a tactical predator, but one of formidable strength. Who could remain unperturbed? At least Si Xiaonan was genuinely unnerved. No wonder she was regarded as the intellect of Team 136. Her mind was indeed sharp. Meanwhile, as Si Xiaonan pondered a series of questions prompted by his mere words, Yi Changpan's dark eyes shimmered with ripples of intrigue. Intelligent individuals. That was the first impression Si Xiaonan left on him. If Zhao Kongcheng had heard his words, he would have been utterly bewildered. Even upon learning the truth, he would merely applaud in amazement. Yet Si Xiaonan was different. She would reflect deeply upon every statement she made, contemplating until she discerned which deity was most likely to have conferred upon her the identity of a divine agent, and further, that she might have already been under observation. Before reluctantly pausing, it was no surprise she had been chosen by the god of deception. Quite intriguing. With this thought, Yi Changpan offered a faint smile. After he spoke the next 2 sentences, he could distinctly sense Si Xiaonan's gaze, becoming increasingly vigilant, even tinged with an air of dread. A moment of silence enveloped the scene. Yi Changpan took the initiative to break the deadlock, speaking softly, Gabriel. Upon hearing this familiar term, Si Xiaonan's eyes flickered slightly. However, she ultimately remained silent, continuing to maintain her vigilance. Gabriel, the archangel, presides over the guardianship of heaven, symbolizing wisdom and serving as the only officially recognized highest angel documented in the Bible. Changpan propped his chin on one hand and continued to speak. Yet, after uttering this statement, he had no intention of elaborating further. What you imply is, Si Xiaonan furrowed her brow slightly, glancing at Changpan, and cautiously inquired, "Is this the divine being that grants you the identity of a divine agent?" Changpan shook his head. "No. The reason I mention Gabriel is merely to inform you that the seraphim embodies the sacred and the magnificent. My ability to harness the power of the seraphim inevitably signifies my benign intentions towards you and the Night Watchers." A moment of silence enveloped the scene. Si Xiaonan was beginning to believe him. The divine agents chosen by the deity must first align with their temperament, followed by their capabilities. Otherwise, it would be rather abstract if the seraphim, a symbol of hope and sanctity, selected a murderer as its divine agent. "I still find certain aspects perplexing," she remarked. "Why do you concern yourself with Lin Chia, us Night Watchers, and our Team 136? It's not that I underestimate myself, but even with a captain from the Chuanjing in our midst, it seems unnecessary for you to make such a significant effort, let alone be aware of my role as the brain of the team, right?" Changpan replied calmly, "Because of the seraphim." Si Xiaonan was taken aback. Changpan regarded her with a peculiar look. When the divine power of the seraphim surged so intensely, do you think I would have been unable to sense it even without utilizing Gabriel's divine power? "I'm not blind," Si Xiaonan responded. "That does make a compelling point. For a moment, I found myself at a loss for words. As for your inquiry regarding how I came to know about your team, 136, Changpan continued slowly, it is because of Zhao Kongsheng. Zhao Kongsheng. The mention of this name instantly brightened Si Xiaonan's eyes. "Did Brother Kongsheng tell you? He had visited me earlier." Changpan did not deny it, merely lifting his head as if in recollection. "It was around the time I acquired this power 3 days ago. He approached me and asked if I wished to become more handsome." Upon hearing the phrase, "wish to become more handsome," Si Xiaonan's gaze grew even more luminous, as it sounded precisely like something Brother Kongsheng would say. If it truly was Zhao Kongsheng, then everything would make perfect sense. It was due to the power of the seraphim that Changpan could sense the arrival of Michael in the divine ruins. Also, it was because of Zhao Kongsheng that Changpan learned much about the Night Watchers and specifically about her Team 136. Moreover, Changpan was, much like Lin Xie, one of the fortunate few who had just awakened in the divine ruins and received the qualification of a divine agent. This aligned perfectly with Brother Kongsheng's modus operandi. "Then, do you agree?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Si Xiaonan continued her inquiry. However, this time, there was no hint of hesitation in the voice, as it completely relaxed. Yet, Changpan provided her with an unexpectedly candid response. "Why? He was simply too weak." Si Xiaonan was taken aback, first glancing at Changpan's frail figure, and then mentally comparing it to Zhao Kongsheng's robust physique. "I concede, you wield the power of the seraph, and indeed, Kongsheng cannot surpass you. Yet, how can a mere ordinary person like Kongsheng fail against you? Are you truly that formidable?" However, sensing the skepticism in Si Xiaonan's gaze, Changpan rose to his feet. Looking down at the petite figure before him, he offered a faint smile, stating, "Upon meeting you, I have changed my mind. Now, I am inclined to explore the Night Watchers. I wonder, I now believe." Before he could finish, Si Xiaonan's expression suddenly turned grave. Interrupted, Changpan raised an eyebrow. "Kongsheng indeed cannot surpass you. Si Xiaonan. It is my honor to guide you." Chapter 43. I apologize, but I too am a divine agent. "Ah, I see. It was the disturbance in your divine ruins that caused Kongsheng to vanish so suddenly. Now, however, he has returned." Si Xiaonan and Changpan traversed the desolate street towards the peace office, listening intently as the latter recounted the tale of Zhao Kongsheng. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved her phone and swiftly accessed the recent surveillance footage. Observing Zhao Kongqing's repeated appearances at the 9 to 5 hall and his subsequent departures. Hadvarines tovarts ye Changpan dissipatit entity. Truly, this merely indicated that her anxiety had been in vain. Muttering a few words, Si Xiaonan chose to dismiss the matter, turning her gaze towards the calm and indifferent face of Yi Changpan, who exuded an air of poise and maturity far beyond his years. She opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, not from shyness, but from the awkwardness of the silence. Having grown up in a well-to-do family, her interactions with unfamiliar males were limited, and even as a member of the Ridewatchers, she primarily kept to the background. When it came to missions, she was typically accompanied by her friends or familiar elders. Thus, the experience of walking alone with a newly acquainted male companion down an empty street was unprecedented. Initially, her nerves and heightened vigilance had obscured her awareness, but now, with the absence of conversation, the awkwardness became palpable. Yet, despite the discomfort, the emergence of a new divine ruin, Gabriel's divine ruin, sparked her curiosity. Even the divine ruin of her brother, Chia, had the power to vanquish the river boundary demon king upon awakening. How could Gabriel, an archangel, possess only a concealed ability? The disparity seemed excessive. I am indeed eager to activate the remaining powers of your divine ruin. She hummed softly, the allure of the unknown overshadowing her lingering embarrassment. But in the next moment, noticing Yi Changpan's pace quickening as though he were oblivious to her presence, she hastened her steps, calling out, "Hey, don't rush off. Slow down. I still have questions for you. May I ask, how old are you this year?" 50. You can't be even 20. What is your name? You can call me Changpan, Chang for frequent and Pan for stone. Oh, do you have a girlfriend? If not, should I introduce you to someone? I can tell you that in our team. I personally recommend you keep quiet. Si Xiaonan, growing anxious. So, that means you don't have one. At this moment, within the peace office, the entire team 136 has assembled, with the sole exception of Si Xiaonan. Before them stands Zhao Kongqing, gesturing animatedly as he recounts the recent slaying of the serpent demon, Lu Xiaoyan, while Lung Xian and Hong Ying maintain their usual composure. Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan furrow their brows with increasing concern. Their indifference towards the serpent demon is palpable. After all, it was merely a novice in the realm of the Zhan, and even a being of the Qi realm would hardly stir their hearts. At most, they would summon Hong Ying to eliminate the threat. However, the source of their unease lies in Zhao Kongqing. Observing his seemingly unscathed demeanor, the two who are privy to the truth exchange glances filled with confusion. Hadn't he invoked the ghostly spirit call? How can he still appear so vigorous? Is the ghostly spirit call a fabrication? Have we been deceived by the researchers? Or perhaps, this Zhao is an imposter? With this troubling thought, Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan's gazes sharpened dangerously. Old Zhao, when faced with the ghostly masked king, I vowed to save the people of the old city. What did you tell me? Wu Xiangnan suddenly posed a question to Zhao Kongqing. A brief silence enveloped the room as the others looked at him with perplexed expressions. Zhao Kongqing, initially taken aback, stared at him with a look of disbelief. Xiangnan, have you lost your wits, or do you assume my age has dulled my memory? It was you who insisted on abandoning the old city. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiangnan's eyes narrowed slightly. The situation has shifted. The simulation beings do not imply the ability to access human memories. If such a capability existed, then this serpent demon would, indeed, be a formidable threat. The harbinger of calamity cannot remain silent. Then, what did your ghostly spirit call? Chun Mai interjected, demanding to see it. Captain, why are you also questioning me? Zhao Kongqing was genuinely perplexed, but quickly retrieved the night watchman's insignia from his pocket and placed it on the table. Isn't it right here? Chun Mai did not respond. Swiftly extracting the insignia and disassembling its internal structure. Upon revealing the intact, ghostly spirit call, his expression mirrored his confusion. What is going on? The serpent demon may possess the ability to mimic human appearance, and it is not entirely beyond the realm of possibility for a more powerful entity to access human memories. However, the fact that old Zhao utilized the ghostly spirit call cannot be a mere illusion. Even the mysteries of the Chuan realm could not yield a substitute, as the ghostly spirit call can only exist within the Night Watchman. A person can only use it once in a lifetime. Captain, what troubles you too? At this moment, Hong Ying seemed to notice the tension between them and inquired, "What is the matter?" Chun Mai tucked away the insignia containing the ghostly spirit call, casting a significant look at Zhao Kongqing. "Old Zhao, you are concealing something from us, aren't you?" Though his tone was calm, an undercurrent of sharp intensity surged forth, clearly indicating skepticism. The Night Watcher system cannot fabricate falsehoods. Once utilized, it is irrevocably employed. Even if it is subsequently restored, there is no substitute. Since they are bewildered by the situation, they should simply inquire directly. If a direct question yields no answer, it should be escalated to the higher echelons of the Night Watchers, even to the Commander-in-Chief. To ascertain what old Zhao is truly up to, the Night Watchers shall not permit any covert replacement of core members. However, upon hearing this line of inquiry, Zhao Kongsheng was taken aback. He scratched his head, appearing rather sheepish as he replied, "I haven't even mentioned it. How did you find out?" The word "find out" instantly froze the expressions of Wu Xiangnan and Chun Mai, who quickly resolved to initiate the Forbidden Ruins investigation. Yet in the next moment, their mouths fell agape, staring at Zhao Kongsheng in disbelief. "I have acquired the Forbidden Ruins, or rather, the Divine Ruins, for I have also become a divine agent, the very agent of the Demon Lord that once descended." In just 3 short sentences, the atmosphere fell utterly silent. Lin Xie regarded Zhao Kongsheng with a complex expression, while the breaths of the others momentarily halted, as they recalled their prior encounter with that Demon Lord. A divine agent, moreover, the agent of that very Demon Lord, and one who stood alongside Lin Xie as the agent of that demon. Could this be possible? Chun Mai took a deep breath, striving to steady his emotions, just as he wished to inquire further. In the next instant, a dark crescent of light abruptly descended, sweeping through the vicinity and cleaving the teacup on the table in two. Zhao Kongsheng, who had just displayed a faint smile, scratched his head innocently. "Oh dear, I just awakened the Divine Ruins and didn't notice. I accidentally shattered the teacup. I'll buy a new one tomorrow." Chun Mai's intention to speak faltered. He, along with the entire team 136, both formal members and reserve member Lin Xie, now gazed at the teacup, now in 2 halves. More precisely, they were sensing the power of the Forbidden Ruins permeating the air. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 083. Vanishing Life, Flashing Moon. P.S. Thank you to Xiang AI Lixias Mei E for the 6 gifts of love-powered energy, to 11 Duck X for the 6 gifts of love-induced contemplation, to the kind-hearted Pink Demon for the 6 gifts of love-powered energy, and to Zhao Yuntai, who loves stir-fried vegetables, for the single flower. Thank you. Today brought 5 updates totaling 13,000 words. Chapter 44. The battle between the 037 Ultra High-Risk Forbidden Ruins and the 083 Ultra High-Risk Ruin Dweller. Have you truly become the agent of the Demon King? The Peace Office. After a prolonged silence, Wu Xiangnan revealed a look of utter disbelief as he gazed at Zhao Kongqing. The Forbidden Ruins cannot be feigned. Old Zhao should still be the same old Zhao, albeit with a peculiar twist. Yet, everyone harbors secrets, a fact Wu Xiangnan comprehended. He would not pry into old Zhao's mysteries. However, a deity, 2 agents? What on earth is going on? It was not only Wu Xiangnan who was bewildered. All members of Team 136 wore similar expressions of confusion. Even Lin Xie, who was present, looked on with an odd gaze. They remembered that aside from Zhao Kongsheng and Lin Xie being agents of the same deity, Lin Xie was an unprecedented dual deity agent, treated with utmost seriousness by them. Damn it! After a moment of bewilderment, Wu Xiangnan couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Ever since that Demon King appeared, many things have become strange. First, dual deity agents, and now the so-called divine bestowal of agency upon 2 individuals. Does this not imply that our years of research in Daxia have been rendered meaningless? Wu Xiangnan's tone carried an air of exasperation. Anyone would feel disheartened if their years of research and learning were suddenly invalidated. Chun Mai remained silent. Just as Zhao Kongshen was about to explain dual deity agents and the so-called Demon King agent, he abruptly lifted his head, his gaze filled with a chilling brilliance. Old Zhao, come with me to the underground activity space. We shall practice. Utilize the Forbidden Ruins for our training. The utterance of this statement instantly altered the expressions of those around. Captain, is that truly necessary? Wu Xiangnan chuckled wryly. Even if old Zhao activated the Forbidden Ruins, it amounted to mere illusion, and for you, a boundary of River's individual. To engage him. That seems a bit unfair, doesn't it? Hong Ying and the others nodded in agreement. Yet, the only response they received was Chun Mai's icy glare. The atmosphere fell silent once more, as none dared to meet the captain's authoritative gaze. They understood that it was due to the captain's strictness that the mortality rate of the Night Watchers in Sangnan City had significantly decreased. Only Zhao Kongcheng at that moment allowed a light chuckle. Is that so? Captain, it seems you do not trust me. With that, he rose to his feet, nodding in agreement, saying indeed, if I were in your position and someone in the team suddenly awakened the Forbidden Ruins, especially at the forefront without any reason, I too would harbor doubts. However, Zhao Kongxing's hands suddenly radiated a dark crescent moonlight. Forbidden Ruins 083. Oblivion moonlit flash. I shall assure you, I am still the same Zhao Kongsheng. I still remember the Night Watcher's oath. When the dark night descends, I shall stand before the multitude, with a resolute blade poised against the abyss. The crimson hues stained the heavens, the air resonated with unwavering determination, imbued with a solemn oath that felt as vital as life itself. The piercing intensity in Chanmai's eyes softened slightly. His expression eased, and with a subdued tone, he declared, Old Zhao, as the captain, I must take responsibility for my team. I understand, Zhao Kongxing replied, a grin breaking across his face. Let us go, Captain. I am eager to test my abilities. A moment of silence enveloped the scene. Ultimately, all 136 team members firmly closed the door, proceeding to the underground training arena. Chunmai approached the armory and retrieved 2 straight swords. Do you want one? He inquired of Zhao Kongsheng. Absolutely, Zhao Kongsheng replied, promptly taking one. The blade's aura, born of the moonlit abyss, dissipated momentarily as he swung it a few times before stepping onto the training platform. This sword feels comfortable in my hands. With a swift motion, he held the sword aloft, pointing it toward Chun Mai's position. At that moment, Chun Mai also grasped the sword, gazing intently at Zhao Kongsheng. Gulme. As the command echoed, both figures surged forward. Clang! The sound of iron horses thundered, drawing everyone's attention to the 2 combatants. In mere breaths, Chun Mai and Zhao Kongsheng exchanged no fewer than 10 strikes. Old Zhao has indeed grown stronger. Is this the enhancement brought by his forbidden domain? Hong Ying mused, observing the fierce clash. He might actually stand a chance against the captain without activating his forbidden domain, a 7-3 split. Impossible, Wu Xiangnan interjected. Old Zhao's ability to contend with the captain like this stems from his inherent skill with the sword. He is merely channeling his strength into his technique. Meanwhile, the captain hasn't utilized his forbidden domain at all. You mean Hong Ying seemed to grasp the implication. The captain is assessing Old Zhao. Wu Xiangnan replied slowly. In the arena, the 2 combatants engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. Remarkably powerful. The amplification of strength exceeded twofold, enhancing speed, reflexes, and perception. Chunmai's eyes glinted as he swiftly analyzed Zhao Kongsheng's prowess. Hey, Zhao Kongsheng grinned, then exerted himself further, retreating a few steps after clashing swords with Chunmai. Yet, there was no hint of sluggishness. As they separated, he drew his sword and executed a sweeping strike. Whoosh! A crescent-shaped, dark blade of energy erupted from his straight sword. Before Chun Mai could react, the blade's radiance was nearly upon him. In a hurried response, he rotated the sword in his hand, gripping it backward as he slashed toward the incoming dark energy. Boom! A deafening sound erupted, forcing Chun Mai back several steps. How is that? Zhao Kongxing beamed with pride, having pushed Chun Mai back. Captain, 10 years east of the river, 10 years west. I, Old Zhao, have undergone a transformation. Transformed? Chun Mai chuckled lightly, his voice filled with appreciation as he acknowledged Zhao Kongqing's words. Indeed, although you have recently awakened to the Forbidden Realm, you are not entirely new to the domain of combat. While the initial awakening does induce a significant enhancement of all physical abilities, which may be overwhelming for an ordinary individual, your extensive combat experience allows you to adapt seamlessly. Consequently, since your awakening, you surpass even those who have long been acquainted with the Forbidden Realm. At this moment, you stand as a true sentinel of the realm, listening to Chun Mai's praises. Zhao Kongqing's smile deepened with delight. He opened his mouth, eager to articulate further thoughts. However, in the next instant, a powerful surge of forbidden energy erupted from Chun Mai. Gazing at Zhao Kongqing, his dark eyes sparkled with exuberance, revealing his joy at his brother's newfound strength. Yet in his heart he murmured, "Although I cannot wield my true power to suppress the vengeful Shiwa, nor can I access the Forbidden Realm for your sake, I can summon a fraction of my strength." The Black Wuchang, sealing the vengeful Shiwa, subtly revealed a trace of its power. A terrifying and oppressive aura, characteristic of the Chuan realm, suddenly emerged, enveloping him in a faint, enigmatic black veil. 037. An exceedingly perilous Forbidden Realm, Black Wuchang. Zhao Kongqing's gaze sharpened, yet he felt no fear. Instead, he gripped his blade tightly, prepared for battle. "Captain, previously, my weakness held me back from speaking, but now that I have gained strength, I can finally voice the words that have lingered in my heart. I have long yearned to test your forbidden power." With that declaration, his figure surged forward, racing towards Chun Mai with his blade poised. However, 3 seconds later, Zhao Kongqing's anguished cries echoed throughout the basement. The onlookers covered their faces, unable to bear the sight. Only Lin Chia watched intently, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Chapter 45. I wish to inquire what merits the 136 squad possesses, that it can simultaneously harbor 3 divine agents. At long last, we have arrived. Not long after Zhao Kongqing was violently beaten by the night watchman captain, Chun Mai, in the realm of the lamp, Si Xiaonan, who had walked and conversed with Yi Changpan for quite some time, finally brought Yi Changpan to the front of the Peace Affairs office. However, upon reaching the spot, she slightly hesitated. In the midst of Yi Changpan's puzzled gaze, she earnestly addressed him. "Brother Changpan, you must remember this. First and foremost, I must remind you not to maintain such a stoic expression. Smile more often to foster a sense of approachability, lest you appear intimidating. Secondly, let us get to the crux of the matter. Although our captain may seem stern, he is, in truth, soft-hearted beneath that tough exterior. Some things are better heard directly. Even if you find yourself on the receiving end of a beating, do not feel ashamed. Most of us have endured such experiences, and some have even been brought to tears. Someone has cried from being beaten?" At this key phrase, Yi Changpan could not help but raise an eyebrow. "Who was that?" Si Xiaonan's narration abruptly faltered. She then placed her hands on her hips, gazing at Yi Changpan with a hint of displeasure. "Brother Changpan, I am only sharing this with you because our earlier conversation was quite pleasant. Furthermore, considering your impending induction into the Night Watchman, I wish to spare you from the potential trauma of being beaten. Do you understand? My kindness should not be misconstrued as cunning." Yi Changpan did not press further, but shifted the topic. "Have you ever cried from being beaten?" Si Xiaonan, initially poised to reprimand Yi Changpan, puffed out her chest with pride at his question. "Of course not. As if I would endure such a fate. You should know better." Seemingly concerned that Yi Changpan might doubt her, she added, "Honestly, I am not even a direct combat squad member. Why would I be subjected to such treatment?" Yi Changpan nodded slightly in agreement. Chun Mai only strikes combat members, including females, but he refrains from touching researchers and logistical personnel. This aligned with his understanding perfectly. "Well, that's all I have to say. Let's proceed. I shall show you the visage of our base." With that, Si Xiaonan swung open the doors of the Peace Affairs office and strode inside, with Yi Changpan quietly following behind. Upon entering, the modest space of just over 200 square meters was bustling with activity. Present were Lin Chia, Wu Xiangnan, Lung Xian, and Hong Ying, all of whom Yi Changpan had encountered during the Ghost Mask incident. Even Chun Mai, whom he had yet to meet, was there, applying an ice pack to Zhao Kongcheng's face. Wait a moment. Yi Changpan's pupils sharpened in focus as he observed Chun Mai, smiling as he tended to Zhao Kongcheng, whose eyes were swollen and who continued to wail in distress. What was happening? He felt a sense of confusion. Meanwhile, Si Xiaonan was oblivious to the situation, boldly striding towards Captain Chun Mai. "Captain, you must commend me and Brother Kongcheng." Before she could finish her sentence, both Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan suddenly turned their attention to Yi Changpan. One is the captain of the Chuanjing team, who suppresses the existence of the Western three major deities artifact, the Wrath of Shiva, with his own forbidden power. The other is a man who has ventured deep into Takamagara and witnessed the true visage of Susanoo. Whichever one it may be, they could instantly perceive the imperfection of divine aura concealed within Yi Changpan. This is the divine power of the Seraphim, another divine agent. The two of them directly reveal the answer, leaving Lin Xie and Zhao Kongcheng momentarily stunned. Even Zhao Kongcheng, who was basking in the captain's epic ice treatment, was taken aback. All 136 members of Team 136, excluding Si Xiaonan, were equally bewildered. Subsequently, their gazes collectively shifted to Yi Changpan, then to Lin Xie, a divine agent. When did divine beings become so commonplace? Could it be yet another of the same deity? Lung Xian, fiddling with his firearm, voiced the shared thoughts of the crowd. Lin Xie, Zhao Kongcheng. "Kid, if you're not going to name names, you might as well just present your ID. Xiaonan, who is this?" Wu Xiangnan, having witnessed grand spectacles before, inquired with mild astonishment towards Si Xiaonan. The others were equally transfixed by this scene. Oh, Si Xiaonan had just noticed Zhao Kongcheng and was about to ask what was happening when she suddenly grasped the situation and added, "You all recall the emergence of the Seraphim's power, right? Aside from Seraph Michael, another divine agent of the Seraphim has long since awakened. He is one of them. He inherits the responsibilities of overseeing heaven, symbolizing wisdom, the archangel, Gabriel." Upon her words, the entire Peace Bureau fell into silence. While Lin Xie's expression remained largely unchanged, his eyes reflected a depth of confusion. He was well aware of Yi Changpan's true nature, a demon lord. A seraph? Who? Him? Is this for real? Zhao Kongcheng regarded Yi Changpan thoughtfully, seemingly piecing together the puzzle. Yet he refrained from speaking immediately. Meanwhile, the members of Team 136 exchanged glances, their astonishment evident in their expressions. The Archangel, the Seraph Gabriel? Gabriel has revived as well? Hong Ying couldn't help but inquire, her eyes betraying undisguised wariness. While the emergence of another divine agent brought them joy, the revelation of yet another Western deity stirred a complex mix of emotions. Enough. Chun Mai discerned the thoughts of the crowd and stated calmly, "The arrival of a new divine agent is undoubtedly beneficial for us, especially one symbolizing virtue like the Seraph. Speak up, Xiaonan, what is unfolding here?" He claims he awakened the divine ruin 3 days ago and underwent a strong recommendation from Brother Kongcheng. Si Xiaonan replied candidly. Thus he awakened today and intends to join the Nightwatchers. As she spoke, she gestured to emphasize her point. It seems that Brother Changpan has crossed paths with Brother Kongcheng, claiming that the latter is rather weak. The atmosphere grew markedly tense. Zhao Kongcheng's body tensed, beads of sweat trickling down his back. He could feel the penetrating gazes of those around him, particularly from Chun Mai, whose eyes bore a depth infused with a hint of sharpness. It was a gaze reminiscent of the one he received during their previous one-sided altercation. This old fellow is looking for another opportunity to strike. For a moment, he wished to deny it. However, upon catching a glimpse of Yi Changpan's enigmatic smile, he swallowed his words of denial. Indeed, I have fought him and lost, thoroughly defeated. Every word spoken by Si Xiaonan rings true. With a clamor, this revelation altered the expressions of many as they regarded Yi Changpan. The notion that someone wielding the power of the Seraphim could easily overpower old Zhao came as no surprise. However, the idea that he could not only defeat old Zhao, but also aspire to join the Night Watchers as a divine agent took them aback. Chun Mai chuckled knowingly. withdrawing his gaze from Zhao Kongsheng and leisurely resuming his seat on the sofa. He then spread his arms across the sides of the couch, crossed his legs, and fixed his gaze intently on Yi Changpan. Changpan, is it? Yi Changpan furrowed his brow but refrained from reacting. He merely nodded slightly. Very well, Chenmai continued. I shall assume that you wish to join our ranks in the Nightwatchers, but, Xiaonan, I must convey something of significance. Huh? Si Xiaonan's clear eyes reflected a hint of confusion. At present, old Zhao is also a divine agent, having awakened the Forbidden Ruin Sequence 083, the Annihilation Moon. In our team 136, with the addition of old Zhao and Xie, we now boast 2 divine agents. As he spoke, it was as if Chenmai was no longer addressing Si Xiaonan, but rather questioning Yi Changpan through him. I have a query I wish to pose to you. What makes our team 136 so extraordinary that we could simultaneously host 3 divine agents? His words fell heavily, infusing the Peace Affairs Office with an atmosphere thick with apprehension and skepticism. Chapter 46. I do not look down upon Zhao Kongsheng. Rather, I regard all of you with equal disdain. What is so special about it? Is this a test of my resolve? Upon hearing Chenmai's words, Yi Changpan discerned immediately that the other was probing him. Such eloquence. A person of lesser fortitude would likely have succumbed to intimidation and revealed their hand. However, Yi Changpan was not one to retreat or seek peace. You claim to be formidable? Then I shall be even more so. I will not relent until your bones yield. As you stated, your team 136 possesses nothing extraordinary. Yi Changpan spoke, his tone icy, starkly contrasting with his earlier demeanor towards Si Xiaonan. As his words fell, the crowd collectively gasped, their eyes widening in disbelief. This fellow, has he lost his mind? Even if one is an agent of the divine, what does it matter? An unseasoned agent of the divine is merely an ineffectual being. The so-called Divine Sequence 003 and Divine Ruin 003 merely describe the seraphim, not humanity. Only when a person has reached their pinnacle, possessing Divine Ruins 003, can they truly embody 003. But now, a freshly awakened divine agent dares to stand against the captain of the Chuanjing team. At this moment, Chenmai's gaze was fixed upon Yi Changpan, filled with scrutiny and sharpness. I know you believe that with my strength, I cannot overcome Zhao Kongsheng. Yi Changpan continued, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips, exuding contempt. Yet, I regret to inform you, I do not merely look down upon him. I regard each of you with equal disdain. Not just him, but you are no exception. Boom. Upon hearing Yi Changpan's audacious retort, the bewildered Wen Qima and Hong Ying gaped in astonishment, while Lung Xian momentarily halted his actions in surprise. This fellow, has he always possessed such audacity? Si Xiaonan, akin to encountering a ghost, observed Yi Changpan, and the earlier indifference evaporated, revealing a piercing brilliance akin to a razor-sharp blade. Intriguing. Amidst the crowd's astonishment, which teetered on the brink of hostility, Chenmai broke into a smile, one that was both warm and admiring. Since you claim to have defeated Zhao Kongsheng through strength, then now, let your might prevail against me. Of course, to avoid accusations of bullying, I shall refrain from employing the Forbidden Ruins. Should you triumph, you shall become a night watchman. Yi Changpan is sharp, but what of it? He is sharper still. At least, that is the case for now. Lead the way. In response to Chenmai, Yi Changpan offered only these 2 words, imbued with intense fighting spirit. Very well. Chenmai suddenly rose, shedding the earlier demeanor of scrutiny and bravado, striding forward without a backward glance. Follow me. Yi Changpan uttered no further words, simply trailing behind. Hiss. Is this fellow truly prepared to confront the captain? It has been ages since I've seen the captain so serious. The last time, he was left with a black eye. Zhao Kongsheng. I instructed you not to provide your names, but to report your identification numbers directly. Can you comprehend that? After a moment of hushed whispers, the crowd quickly fell in a line. Only Zhao Kongsheng and Lin Qie remained. They exchanged a glance, followed by a shared smile. The captain is certainly in for a tough time. In the underground training area, upon the martial arts platform, Chenmai, wielding a wooden sword, calmly surveyed the young man before him. Do you wish to use a blade? No, Changpan replied nonchalantly. I prefer the sword. If there is none available. Honging, Chunmai suddenly called out. Captain, find him a sword. We, the night watchmen, cannot afford to leave our guests weaponless. I'll go now. Shortly after, Hong Ying returned, this time bearing a sword that gleamed with a chilling radiance. A true sword. Young man, I advise you one last time. If Hong Ying attempted to persuade Yi Changpan to concede, for a captain who became serious, had little chance of passing the assessment. Yi Changpan offered no response, merely accepting the sword with calm composure. His slender frame exuded a latent, explosive power. With a gentle sweep of the sword, he pointed it at Chunmai, demonstrating his intent through action. This youth has been trained. Observers watched in awe, their eyes sparkling with interest. It is often said that outsiders revel in the spectacle, while insiders find amusement in the folly. Yet at this moment, no one dared to scoff at Yi Changpan's display. His initial stance was direct and imposing, clearly offensive in nature. Interesting. Chunmai narrowed his eyes, his interest piqued, as he held the wooden sword. Hong Ying, step aside, let me gauge his strength. As Hong Ying moved aside, Chunmai's legs bent, and his robust physique abruptly sprang into action, causing a thundering commotion upon the ground. Yi Changpan ascended with his sword. The two figures collided rapidly in mid-air. Clang, clang, clang. One, a king who had engaged in countless battles utilizing the ultimate sword of time, and the other, a city captain capable of subduing one of the Western deities, Shiva. At this moment, they clashed with sheer physical prowess, their movements blurring with speed. The resounding echoes of their weapons clashing reverberated through the surrounding space. Is the captain holding back? Si Xiaonan gazed, entranced at the ongoing duel, specifically at Yi Changpan. She found it difficult to fathom that the refined and aloof youth could wield a sword with such ferocity. Apart from not wearing armor, he resembled a king without a crown on the battlefield, filled with hostility and an indomitable spirit. Even Captain Chunmai found it challenging to contain him completely. No one answered her, for none knew how to respond. Only amidst the battlefield did Chunmai's boisterous voice rise, dispelling the crowd's confusion. Well done, young man. You have managed to contend with me to this extent without relying on the forbidden ruins. To triumph over Zhao Kongsheng, I am convinced. After another fierce clash, Chunmai and Yi Changpan parted ways, laughing heartily, their muscles taut and infused with the fervor of passion, evidently holding nothing back. Aside from Zhao Kongsheng, few can engage in battle to such an extent. Even the divine agent Lin Chia would falter. Yet now, perhaps there is one more contender to add. This so-called Changpan, the agent of the Seraphic Order. However, it is still insufficient. The prospect of victory remains distant, does it not? Yi Changpan remarked nonchalantly, flicking his sword to create a flourish in the air, then exhaling deeply, yet I sensed. Within a single strike, you shall surely lose. Oh, at this, Chunmai erupted into laughter, his demeanor suddenly chilling. Ha! A young man's arrogance is commendable, but excessive pride can lead to misfortune. With that, he surged forward once more, brandishing his wooden blade with ferocious intent. Yet this time, Yi Changpan stood his ground. He did not move. He merely elevated his sword, closing his eyes. At that moment, his essence, spirit, and energy were entirely summoned. His claim of defeating Chunmai in a single strike was no jest. It was a solemn truth, whether as a king or a being infused with the might of all knights. Although his physical strength may not rival that of the heavenly path, vanquishing an ordinary individual unarmed by the void remains an effortless task. Moreover, he emerged from countless battles, possessing combat experience that rivals the most seasoned veterans of any battlefield. Chunmai continued to confront him with his wooden blade. However, acknowledging the opponent's full commitment to suppressing that parchment-like resolve, he granted him an opportunity, a chance to stand against him and learn the art of swordsmanship. He even afforded him the dignity befitting a captain. But now, it is time to conclude this. With swordsmanship, I shall resolve this matter. It shall serve as a tribute to your honor. Suddenly, Yi Changpan opened his eyes. His obsidian pupils mirrored the rhythm of Chunmai's assault. His figure remained motionless. He merely raised his hand, a chilling light reflecting upon his visage. In a whisper, he intoned, initiating stance, thrust. Chapter 47. Defeating Chun Mai, the true master of swordsmanship, mysteriously reappears. As Changpan contemplated altering his offensive strategy, Chun Mai's figure had already materialized before him. The wooden straight sword, seemingly devoid of any murderous intent, yet exuding an aura of danger, was mere inches from him. Chun Mai's eyes instinctively gleamed with the joy of impending victory. Yet in that fleeting moment, Changpan finally made his move. His longsword began to shift in its offensive stance. He stepped forward, stabilizing his form, and grounded himself. The sword, which had been held low, now transformed into a piercing strike, entering the fray with lethal intent. This is bad. Upon witnessing Changpan's sudden display of skill, Chun Mai's eyes narrowed. He could certainly counter with his sword and deliver a fatal blow, but it was a wooden sword he wielded. If he proceeded with such an attack, the danger would not lie with his opponent, but with himself. Reluctantly, Chun Mai was compelled to relinquish this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and began to retreat. However, Changpan's eyes ignited with fierce determination. Thinking of fleeing now, it was too late. As if he had anticipated Chun Mai's retreat, Changpan surged forward, his right hand gripping the longsword, his arms straining with power as he delivered a horizontal slash towards Chun Mai. In that instant, a low growl seemed to resonate. Everyone present momentarily perceived a shadow behind Changpan, resembling a ferocious beast, a golden dragon. The swordsmanship, born from the chaos of battle, imbued every strike with an intense killing intent, unleashing its full might. In the blink of an eye, it aimed to cleave Chun Mai in two. Damn it! Chun Mai roared, his heart raging. This opponent's speed had more than doubled. He had been holding back from the very beginning, yet realizing this truth was too late. He could not escape at a swifter pace and could only raise his sword in defense. Crack! The wooden sword splintered. The chilling edge of Changpan's blade now rested against Chun Mai's waist, a frigid sensation coursing through his body. Do you understand now? Changpan's voice resounded coldly. Chun Mai stood transfixed, his gaze locked onto Changpan. I lost, he uttered weakly. You are worthy of joining the Night Watchmen. Only a master of swordsmanship could discern the significance of this moment. Changpan's aura radiated like a true dragon descended to earth, his eyes brimming with a fierce killing intent. In combat, the most crucial element is the will to fight, and at this moment his opponent possessed it in abundance. Moreover, it was not merely a vigorous fighting spirit. He could even discern that his adversary was poised for the next offensive. The subtle movements of his hands indicated a readiness for the impending strike, a clear testament to his intent. Should Chun Mai attempt to block with his sword, even if it were a real blade, his opponent would seamlessly sever his fingers in response. And what of Chun Mai? He was rendered powerless. Thus, this battle had already reached its conclusion. The other party indeed possesses the qualifications to utter such words. I did not hold him in contempt. Rather, I disdain each and every one of you equally. With a dramatic flourish, as Captain Chun Mai's words of surrender echoed through the air, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. All eyes were fixed upon him on the stage, and even more so on Changpan. Defeated, Hong Ying's eyes widened in astonishment, her gaze trembling. She had clashed with Chun Mai before, even having been brought to tears by his prowess with a wooden sword, and she was acutely aware of his strength. Yet now, he had lost. Aside from Zhao Kongcheng and Lin Xie, no one dared to believe it. Even Si Xiaonan, who understood that Changpan was formidable, found it hard to accept. Then I shall call you. The shock of those around him did not faze Changpan. Upon witnessing Chun Mai's concession, he sheathed his sword and prepared to voice his next sentiments. Vice Captain? Vice. Chun Mai listened, a bitter smile gracing his lips. To say vice is an understatement. Given your earlier display of strength, were we to be on the same level, I fear I would still be unable to best you. As a divine agent, your potential surpasses my own. You could be considered the prospective captain. He offered his definitive conclusion without hesitation. However, Changpan shook his head, asserting, I have no desire to assume the role of captain, not even as the chief captain. No desire to be captain? Chun Mai was taken aback. Why? Because is far too troublesome. As a team member, once 10 years have elapsed, I can depart at any moment. In fact, I could leave even before the decade is up. Is such freedom not preferable? Changpan tilted his head at him, presenting an undeniable condition. Chen Mai gazed thoughtfully at Lin Xie and Zhao Kongsheng, particularly at Zhao Kongsheng. He had only shared this sentiment with a select few, and Zhao Kongsheng was the most likely to divulge it. Then why do you wish to join the Night Watchers? After a moment of silence, he shifted his gaze back and suddenly declared, because I wish to grow stronger. Ye Changpan support slowly. Strong enough to master the power of the seraphim within me, to the extent that I myself become a seraphim. His voice was soft yet resonated in the ears of all present. At that moment, everyone gained a clearer understanding of this youth. To wield divine power and become a god. Such audacity, an audacity taken to the extreme. Yet, paradoxically, Yi Changpan truly possessed the means to back such hubris. Is that so? Chen Mai pondered briefly before smiling and discarding the broken wooden sword in his hand. In that case, welcome aboard, classmate Changpan. I believe you will secure the top position among the newcomers in the Night Watchers during next month's training camp. Meanwhile, in a narrow alley, Li Yifei found himself engulfed in a state of turmoil. Observing the scene around him, his mind was on the verge of exploding. The surroundings were eerily quiet. He was no longer in the alley where he had previously encountered Zhao Kongsheng, yet the acrid scent of blood lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. Even Li Yifei could distinctly see a round object rolling beneath his feet. It was neither a football nor a watermelon, but rather a human head. The head of his classmate, Wang Liang, stared back at him with wide eyes filled with resentment. Surrounding him were several other corpses, all gruesomely dismembered. What the hell have I done to deserve this? I merely lost consciousness for a fleeting moment, yet upon regaining my senses, it wasn't just Lin Xie whose life I had taken, but these unfortunate souls as well. Am I truly the embodiment of calamity? Li Yifei's psyche shattered completely. However, he soon recalled a certain man, a middle-aged figure wielding a pitch-black curved blade who had severed serpent demon Lu Xiaoyan in two, the guardian of the night. Zhao Kongsheng. Yes, the monstrosity was far from over. It had not yet concluded. Only he could resolve this chaos. I must find him. With this thought, Li Yifei attempted to rise, but quickly hesitated, for he had no means to contact Zhao Kongsheng. The only option left was to call the police. I refuse to believe that you will turn a blind eye to this. Chapter 48. The True Realm of the Lantern, the Mortal Divine Domain, and the Power of the Omens, the Arrival of Li Yifei. The following day, at 4:30 in the morning, within the opulent villa of Hong Ying, in a spacious small room, Yi Changpan sat cross-legged. Surrounding him were an array of manuals, including Introduction to the Forbidden Abyss and Mental Strength Training Manual. At this moment, the topmost manual quietly turned a page. The Lantern Realm, the initial state of the awakened, where mental strength is like the water in a cup, limited in quantity yet relatively stable. It can be continuously enhanced through the cultivation of the Forbidden Abyss. The shifting of the books did not stir any emotions within Yi Changpan. He remained seated, his chest rising and falling rhythmically with his breath. As time gradually passed, the horizon began to be illuminated by a pale light. His eyes, which had been shut all night, suddenly opened. In a flash, a blinding golden-red radiance erupted from his dark eyes, reminiscent of a pair of eternal golden orbs, exuding the dignity and grandeur of a sovereign. This brilliance lingered for a while. It was at that moment when the divine power of the Seraphim manifested. Seraphim 003, Mortal Divine Domain. Initiated completely, the entire layout of the villa materialized vividly in Yi Changpan's mind. Lin Xie's room, his serene sleeping posture. Si Xiaonan, nestled with a pink plush toy. And the pure visage of Hong Ying, gazing at what should not be seen. Yi Changpan's expression turned peculiar, as the divine power of the seraph began to surge forth like a tidal wave, only to be swiftly retracted, the golden red glow gradually dimming. He exhaled heavily and shifted his gaze to the tomes beside him. He observed the Forbidden Abyss Manual and the Mental Training Method. With a touch, the two books began to transform fundamentally, vanishing in an instant. Upon withdrawing his hand, they reappeared in their original positions. The ability to transform a certain area into a realm filled with miracles, where one possesses unique control and influence, such as altering the environment, distorting surrounding objects to create favorable conditions. This is the mortal divine domain of Seraphim 003. If this were the extent of its power, it would be utterly useless. Yi Changpan murmured. Mastering the Seraphim's domain was the very purpose of his joining the Night Watchers. Yet now, disappointment overshadowed expectation. Creating miracles and altering the surrounding elements may be formidable in the hands of others, even bordering on the extraordinary. But for him, it felt somewhat superfluous. After all, as the King of Omens, he possessed the knowledge of both past and future, capable of altering the very flow of time and history with but a thought. Creating miracles? He himself was a miracle. Or perhaps it was merely that the Lantern Realm's level was too low and he was too powerful. Thus, the divine ruins currently offer me little enhancement. Clang! As Yi Changpan pondered, the faint sound of several doors being opened reached his ears. The members of Team 136 had risen. Unbeknownst to him, a night had slipped away. Slowly, Yi Changpan spoke, the radiant power of the seraph gradually dissipating from his eyes. His once bright golden gaze dimmed to a deep black, fatigue seeping through, a weariness born from a sleepless night. He raised a hand to gently massage his temples. It was time to rest. The ripples of time began to undulate. The accelerated passage of time manifested around Yi Changpan. At 8:50 in the morning, daylight had fully broken. Should I wake him or not? I certainly do not wish to incur his wrath. What is there to fear? He is merely a reserve member. A reserve member? Just yesterday, that very reserve member had brandished a sword at the captain's waist. Is this truly a reserve member? Indeed, even the captain acknowledged him as the reserve commander. Xixiaono, Lanqi, Ongying, and others stood at Yi Changpan's door, whispering amongst themselves about who would dare to knock upon it. Yet, after much deliberation, they reached no conclusion. Lin Xie observed the scene with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Though he understood he could not rival Yi Changpan, the disparity in their treatment by this group was striking. In comparison to him, it was as if one were in the heavens while the other was in the depths of the earth. Creak amidst their discussion, Yi Changpan's door swung open. The atmosphere fell silent, all eyes fixed upon the young man, whose expression remained tranquil, yet no one dared to utter a word. Power, after all, is the most resounding testament among the Night Watchers. Let us proceed. Ignoring the group's thoughts, Yi Changpan, having fully rested, opened the door and stepped outside. Are we not heading to the peace office? Oh, Chia, hurry and keep up. Time flowed slowly. When Yi Changpan and the others arrived at the peace office, they found Chunmai and Wu Xiangnan seated together in a serious assembly. Lin Xie, sharp-eyed, noticed that the classmate who had once escorted him home was also present, prompting him to frown in confusion. Li Yifei, what are you doing here? He had not forgotten the deeds of this individual, who had professed to care for him while he was blind, yet had fled at the first sign of danger. Though he understood this was human nature and had not pursued the matter further, even after they had superficially resolved their misunderstanding upon encountering each other at school, he was still taken aback by Li Yifei's presence at the Cangnan City Night Watchers base. At that same moment, Li Yifei, hearing that familiar voice, turned toward the door, his expression one of shock, unable to suppress the urge to rub his eyes. Lin Xie, did you not enlist? How can you be here? Wait. Li Yifei remarked, suddenly noticing Yi Changpan, whose demeanor was aloof and whose appearance was strikingly handsome, reminiscent of a star. How could he be here? Oh. In an instant, realization dawned upon him. They were all members of this enigmatic organization. No wonder they had managed to survive and appeared at such a fortuitous moment. Lin Xie had yet to respond when Yi Changpan turned his gaze directly to Chunmai and inquired, "What is the matter with this guy?" Chunmai cast a sidelong glance at Li Yifei and replied, "This fellow reported that a mysterious incident had occurred, which should have been handed over to us by the police. However, he is quite astute." He then glanced at the dazed Zhao Kongqing nearby and recalled the phone number on the confidentiality agreement, thus transferring the call to us. Having concluded his remarks, he gestured to Li Yifei to recount the previous events once more. Li Yifei began to narrate again. After Zhao Kongqing's departure yesterday, a logistics team had come to have Li Yifei sign a confidentiality contract. Initially, the atmosphere was harmonious, but later that very night, a mysterious event transpired. The youths who had been rescued by Zhao Kongqing were all found dead. They lay lifeless in an alley, their bodies dismembered, blood staining the entire entrance. Li Yifei was the sole survivor of this harrowing incident. After hearing this chilling tale once more, Wen Qimo remarked with keen insight, "This lad is remarkably fortunate. He first encountered the phantom-faced man and then a new form of mystery, yet he has survived both. Were it not for his apparent weakness, his lack of connection to the phantom-faced man, and the absence of the Raven of Calamity's call, I might even suspect he is an agent of divinity. Or perhaps he is the very source of this enigma." Chapter 49. The Action Team. Upon hearing Wen Qimo's words, Li Yifei's expression darkened, displaying a despondent demeanor. "Please, stop jesting with me. I'm merely an ordinary student from the second high school. Who could possibly fathom why I keep encountering such bizarre events?" Li Yifei's lament went unnoticed, as did Wen Qimo's evident sarcasm. "What do you think, old Zhao?" Wu Xiangnan turned to Zhao Kongqing, who was the first to detect this incident, and who believed the matter was far from resolved. "I don't know," Zhao Kongqing replied gravely, shaking his head. "I investigated previously, but aside from that girl being a mythical creature, I couldn't uncover anything else. I initially thought I might have been mistaken, that she was the only supernatural being. Now, it seems my instincts were correct. There are likely many more lurking in the shadows." The gravity of the situation began to dawn on the group as they absorbed the implications of old Zhao's uncertainty. Amidst the silence, Yi Changpan's gaze discreetly fell upon Li Yifei. This fellow had quite the audacity. While others may not recognize him, Yi Changpan was acutely aware that Li Yifei was the very embodiment of the Nanda snake demon. In fact, during their first encounter with Lin Qiye, he had contemplated the idea of directly eliminating him to seize his powers. However, after further reflection, he deemed it unnecessary. The Nanda snake demon was too feeble, and its primary persona had yet to awaken. The complications of confinement aside, it was uncertain whether he could extract its powers using the blank dial. Moreover, the entire city was Lin Qiye's divine domain. The timing of any attack on Li Yifei would not affect the city's inhabitants. Thus, it seemed more prudent to allow a few lives to be sacrificed, enabling the Nanda snake demon to develop in peace, facilitating the awakening of its second persona in half a month's time, when he could then acquire its replication abilities. Yet, he had not anticipated that. Due to Zhao Kongqing's enhancement and his timely intervention to thwart the consumption of second high students by snake demon Lu Xia, the Nanda snake demon would cease its activities. What was initially a troubling incident involving the devouring of the headmaster transformed inexplicably into a perplexing severed corpses event, significantly advancing the enigmatic happenings that were supposed to manifest a fortnight later. In that moment, Yi Changpan found himself at a loss, unsure whether to commend the audacity of the situation or to lament the questionable intellect behind it. The atmosphere grew tense with silence. Thus far, they had gleaned no information, only deducing that this mythical creature seemingly possessed the ability to disguise itself, coupled with a remarkably high intelligence, allowing it to communicate without revealing its true nature. Wen Qimo sighed, breaking the stalemate. Indeed, one of the intellects, Si Xiaonan, then spoke earnestly. If it were merely a matter of disguise, that would be manageable, but for it to remain hidden within the school for such an extended period without our notice. Surely, while we may have overlooked certain details, its concealing abilities are likely far superior to our expectations. This statement only exacerbated an already dire situation. If it is a matter of perception, I believe I may be able to assist. Suddenly, Zhao Kongqing interjected. The room fell into a profound stillness. All eyes were upon him, laden with skepticism. It was not that they doubted Zhao, but rather that he was challenging their intellect. Having served as sentinels for so long, they had never encountered any ability to detect mythological creatures in the Forbidden Ruins. Hey. Zhao Kongqing suddenly expressed his discontent. What kind of looks are you giving me? I, Zhao, am not one to lie. I can genuinely sense the fluctuations of these creatures. At that moment, a woman from the past. All right, Zhao. Chum, I interjected helplessly. Even if you could detect them, what does it matter? What we require is the ability to conduct widespread detection. Just you alone. To put it bluntly, by the time you finish your detection, it might be ages before we know anything. Moreover, there's the possibility of mythological beings changing positions during that time, rendering your search futile. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing's clamorous voice gradually diminished. The reasoning was sound, leaving him with no rebuttal. After quieting Zhao, Chunmai shifted his gaze, appraising the calm-faced Yi Changpan beside him. Changpan, what do you think? At this, all eyes turned to Yi Changpan, albeit with a hint of deeper significance. As sentinels, their intellect was intact. They could discern Chunmai's intent, a probe, a scrutiny of the prospective captain, Yi Changpan. Yi Changpan comprehended Chunmai's meaning as well. His brow furrowed slightly as he regarded Chunmai. I have stated before that I will not remain with the Sentinels indefinitely, nor do I wish to assume the role of captain, even a provisional one. I understand, Chunmai replied with a subtle smile, reminiscent of a teacher encouraging a promising student. I merely wish to inquire about the provisional captain's perspective on this matter. Yi Changpan, are you unable to comprehend human speech? The atmosphere gradually descended into silence. Yi Changpan and Chunmai locked eyes, their calm gazes imbued with an unsettling aura of pressure. The scene grew solemn. Just as everyone anticipated that the two might clash, Yi Changpan suddenly smiled. Interesting. You wish to know my opinion on this matter? Chunmai returned the smile. Of course. I can tell you, Yi Changpan said, his gaze still fixed intently on Chunmai. But I dare say it also depends on your willingness to act. This matter originates from the students of second high school. There are two possibilities. The event may have already transpired, perhaps even before Lin Xie and Li Yifei were aware. If this mythological creature indeed poses a threat. As Yi Changpan spoke, the smile on his lips grew more pronounced. Suddenly, he pointed at Lin Xie. At this moment, at least half the population of Tsangnan may no longer be human. It is even possible that you and he. At this juncture, Yi Changpan's fingers shifted to Li Yifei, his expression cold and filled with a chilling intent. Even he may have already been infected. My advice is to err on the side of caution. Better to wrongfully eliminate than to let any threat slip through. Upon hearing these words, the others couldn't help but twitch their lips. Even the smiling Chunmai found it difficult to maintain his jovial demeanor. Lin Xie and Li Yifei's expressions altered instantaneously. Very well, when Shima said, rubbing his temples, Xiaopan, Zhao Kongqing has shared a great deal with you, and you must have perused the Night Watchman's code. You are aware of the existence of the Calamity Crow. If indeed half the city has been infected, it would have already cried out. Yi Changpan cast a sidelong glance at him and replied nonchalantly, I know. I merely state this to convey that I do not wish to remain with the Night Watchman for an extended period. The entire assembly of Peace Bureau Night Watchmen. Lin Xie. So, in order to relay this information, you resorted to a strategy that prioritizes potential wrongful executions over letting any slip away? Listening to Yi Changpan's ensuing remarks, Li Yifei couldn't suppress a gulp, wiping non-existent cold sweat from his brow, cursing internally. I don't know if you frightened this group, but you certainly scared me, you bastard. After a moment of silence, Chunmai sighed again and inquired, pray tell, what is this second method you mentioned? This time, he refrained from bringing up the matter of the acting captain. The second solution, Yi Changpan began calmly, is that this mysterious incident occurred after Lin Xie departed from school, which also substantiates that the second high school is indeed the epicenter. If we can firmly secure this area, identify the students who have likely been replaced, and subsequently investigate their parents, we can swiftly resolve the situation. The prerequisite is that we must act swiftly without granting these creatures a chance to react. As his words settled, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Si Xiaonan and Wu Xiangnan exchanged glances, seemingly able to discern a shared thought in each other's eyes. Disbelief. Although they had reached this conclusion, it did not diminish their astonishment at Yi Changpan's capabilities. It is essential to understand that they had endured countless battles to draw such conclusions through experience after a moment as contemplation. Yet Yi Changpan? He appeared to be of similar age to Lin Xie. Remarkably, he was able to arrive at this conclusion swiftly, and it seemed he had contemplated it even earlier. Is he truly human? This method is certainly within the realm of human ingenuity. Chunmai gazed at Yi Changpan with a contemplative expression. For a fleeting moment, he entertained the notion of putting a spoke in the other's wheel, but it was merely a thought. Soon, he adopted a solemn demeanor. Changpan was correct. This matter must be resolved expeditiously, without delay. However, this necessitates that we dispatch classmates of a similar age to high school students. Since Changpan has just joined the Night Watchman, he will temporarily refrain from participating. Hong Ying, Xiaonan, Lin Xie, you shall act together. It is imperative to unearth all hidden monsters and eliminate them without exception. Is that understood? Just as the others were about to respond, Yi Changpan interjected abruptly. All eyes turned toward him, the one who had proposed a divergent idea. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Yi Changpan remained composed. The obsidian gaze fixated on Chunmai, and he spoke slowly, stating, because this matter can be exempted, I shall also partake. Chapter 50. I always feel that in the presence of this individual, I am merely a reserve player. Yi Changpan's indifferent voice resonated throughout the peace office, capturing the attention of everyone present. However, his gaze was solely fixed on Chunmai, who, in turn, was focused exclusively on him. The two locked eyes. Chunmai yearned to refuse, but the words stuck in his throat, for he could discern the emotions lurking in the youth's eyes, an indifference reminiscent of a solitary wolf. Beneath that facade lay a sharpness, seemingly questioning him, yet almost akin to a higher authority issuing a directive to a subordinate. Even Chunmai's well-honed instinct informed him with clarity that whether he accepted or declined was inconsequential. The young man had already made his decision. Asking him was merely a gesture of courtesy, not a request for his consent. Very well. Ultimately, Chunmai managed to utter that one word. It was at this moment that the reconnaissance team, comprised of Lin Xie, Si Xiaonan, and Hong Ying, welcomed Yi Changpan into their ranks. Shortly thereafter, the group set forth, with even Li Yifei being instructed by Wu Xiangnan to fall in line with the main contingent. The expansive peace office, spanning over 200 square meters, fell eerily silent. Chunmai remained seated on the sofa, silently staring at the entrance. What's the matter, Captain? It's rare to see you so serious. Wu Xiangnan approached him, still miffed over the obstinate demeanor of that young lad. Let me tell you, one cannot afford to be stubborn as one ages. This world belongs to the youth. Get lost. Chunmai finally snapped back, rolling his eyes, but soon found himself gazing again at the door. Memories of multiple exchanges of glances with Yi Changpan flooded his mind. Recalling the indifference in the latter's eyes and the bone-chilling sharpness he had felt after being bested by him the previous day, he spoke slowly, his voice laden with complexity. Xiangnan, Chiemo, Lung Xian, Old Zhao. Have you ever sensed that this guy's aura is overwhelmingly strong? What do you mean? In his presence, I feel as though the leader of Team 136 is not myself, but him. I am a reserve player. I am the youth. A moment of silence enveloped the room. Aside from Zhao Kongcheng, who understood the underlying nuances, the trio of Wu Xiangnan exchanged glances at a loss for words. To assert that Yi Changpan was merely a reserve player, one who could overpower the captain during the interview phase, what then did that make them? Conversely, if they argued that Yi Changpan was not a reserve player, then, wait. Suddenly, a grave realization dawned upon them, and they simultaneously turned to Chunmai. Captain, are you suggesting that this individual may not actually be a mere youth? That he has ulterior motives for joining the Night Watch? The trio's exclamations of shock echoed in unison, prompting Chunmai to gently shake his head. I don't know. I tested him yesterday, but he only requested 2 books. One was the Forbidden Ruins manual, and the other was a cultivation manual. Now, I have attempted to assess him once more. It is evident that he has no desire to join the Night Watchers, nor does he require their assistance. Beyond that, I cannot ascertain anything further. So, all this time you have been speaking of the captain of the reserves is merely a caution regarding him? Wu Xiangnan and the others exchanged glances, each reflecting mutual bewilderment. Observing Chunmai, They mistakenly believed that the others truly harbored affection for Yi Changpan, wishing to pass down the leadership of their 136th team to him. I shall now investigate his background. Wu Xiangnan, coming to his senses, quickly asserted that Xiaonan claimed to be the owner of a store. If he is unblemished, the truth will soon surface. Indeed, Chun Mai slowly rose to his feet, his gaze icy and resolute. Zhao Kongcheng, witnessing this scene, blinked, contemplating interference, yet ultimately refrained. After all, they had discovered this, so I cannot be blamed, right? Nevertheless, while that lad may have some issues, his words still hold truth. Lung Xian, Mo Lao Zhao, and I will mobilize the remaining night watchers to secure the second high school as a central point, expanding outward in a 20-kilometer radius. As for Xiangnan, you will investigate his identity. Yes. The solemn voices of the four resonated simultaneously. 20 minutes later, 5 figures stood before the gates of the second high school. Noisy sounds emanated from within the school. Why is it so loud today? Li Yifei furrowed his brow at the clamor. However, he quickly dismissed the matter, gazing at the towering walls that loomed over him, his lips twitching slightly, pondering. Why don't we enter through the front gate? Are you certain these items we carry won't be intercepted? Hong Ying cast him a sidelong glance, her expression serene. As she spoke, she casually swung the black box she was carrying, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Li Fei. He then glanced at Lin Xie and Yi Changpan. Yi Changpan ignored him entirely. Lin Xie, however, kindly lifted the black box, shrugging helplessly. I am a loss as well. Although he remains a reserve team member and is not equipped with a star blade like Hong Ying and the others. Both Lung Xian and Chun Mai had provided him with a gun and a knife. Should these be discovered, he would likely be trending by tomorrow. Li Yifei. All right, they are all formidable figures. I cannot afford to offend any of them. He then turned to the delicate and seemingly fragile Si Xiaonan beside him. Surely, she cannot scale the wall as well. A smile crept across his face, and with a hint of concern, Li Yifei remarked, I'm not afraid of climbing the wall, but I worry that this petite figure might find it somewhat challenging. Si Xiaonan. Her expression turned serious in an instant. She suddenly felt that her school uniform, which she had tied around her waist, and her adorably styled bun, were no longer appealing, silently rolling her eyes at Li Yifei. Without uttering a word, she moved with agility, dashing to the wall, utilizing her momentum to leap gracefully, akin to a fluttering butterfly, holding the black box in one hand, performing a half-turn in midair before landing soundlessly. At this moment, silence speaks volumes. Action proves everything. Lin Xie, on the verge of speaking, fell silent. Do not let the gentle demeanor of Xiaonan deceive you. She has been a member of the Night Watchers for 2 years. Without substantial skill, one cannot remain among them. Hong Ying, observing the bewildered expressions of the two, said calmly. She then swiftly leveraged her momentum to leap into the campus. Lin Xie twitched his lips and hurriedly followed suit, but despite hearing Hong Ying's heartfelt praise, he felt no joy, only a sense of embarrassment. Meanwhile, outside, only Yi Changpan and Li Yifei remained. Li Yifei gazed intently at Yi Changpan, hesitant to utter a word, fearing that Yi might leap over the wall like a bird. Sensing the almost pleading look in Li Yifei's eyes, Yi Changpan's expression finally shifted slightly. Are you having some kind of brain malfunction? A light remark left Li Yifei momentarily stunned. They possessed a black box containing weapons, which made them wary of being stopped by security. As Yi Changpan spoke, his gaze increasingly resembled that of someone looking at a fool. And you have nothing. What are you afraid of? Boom! The realization struck Li Yifei's mind like a thunderclap. Oh, why am I following the group? They have weapons, but I do not. I am a genuine student from number 2 high school. What do I have to fear? Ignoring Li Yifei's bewilderment, Yi Changpan proceeded towards the main gate. Climbing over the wall? Impossible. Since middle school, he had not scaled a wall, let alone after becoming the king of the twilight. The world was vast. Where could he not go? As the sound of heavy footsteps reached his ears, Li Yifei snapped back to reality, only to see Changpan approaching the entrance, stirring the grand security guard, who resembled a battle-hardened warrior. Wait, the bell hasn't rung yet. Even if you're empty-handed, you'll still get caught. Before he could finish, He witnessed the security guard light up with a smile, as if meeting a superior. "Ah, Teacher Changpan, do you have class today?" "No class. The principal summoned me." Yi Changpan replied with a slight smile. "However, I just twisted my ankle and went out the back to buy some medicine. I would appreciate your assistance in opening the door." Pausing, he glanced at the bewildered Li Yifei in the distance. "This classmate helped me exit. I hope you can make an exception." "Okay." The security guard's voice rang out confidently as he pressed the remote control through the window. The once closed gate swung open. Li Yifei thought to himself, "I understand now. Everyone present is extraordinary. I am merely an ordinary person, correct? Perhaps I should just leave?" Chapter 51. The entire grade, thousands of monsters. Within the campus, as Yi Changpan stepped through the school gates, he abruptly halted, sensing an unusual atmosphere. It was not a matter of danger. Rather, it was an overwhelming commotion. His gaze fixated on a short distance ahead, where a seemingly earnest man clad in staff attire stood. Indeed, a multitude of such men and women. There were easily close to 1,000 individuals gathered. He began to comprehend the source of the earlier uproar. Turning to the jovial security guard beside him, he inquired, "What is happening? Is there an event today that has drawn such a crowd?" The security guard, somewhat surprised, replied, "Oh, Teacher Changpan, you're unaware? The principal is hosting a parent meeting today aimed at motivating for the college entrance examinations and has invited the parents of all students." "A parent meeting? Motivation for the college entrance examinations?" Yi Changpan's eyes narrowed slightly. Something felt amiss. According to the original narrative, classes should still be in session. This was evident from the words of Li Yifei moments ago. Yet here was a parent meeting? Clearly, events had taken a turn far removed from the script, evolving in an entirely different direction. For a fleeting moment, he felt he had underestimated Li Yifei. The latter was not devoid of intelligence. On the contrary, he was astutely clever. Aware of his impending exposure, he had orchestrated a grand scheme to eliminate a few night watchmen and subsequently integrate into their ranks, perhaps to aid the cult of the ancient gods, or to extricate himself from it. However, Yi Changpan swiftly dismissed this notion, for under his scrutiny, even with the activation of seraphic powers, he discerned no anomalies among the gathered parents. Their bodies bore no signs of the serpent progeny and appeared entirely normal. Had they transcended the future? Intriguing. As he observed this scene, the corners of Yi Changpan's mouth finally curled into a smile. The future had been altered, and he felt no fear. What he truly feared was stagnation, bringing such a multitude together. He would eagerly await to see what tricks they would unveil. At that moment, a muffled voice from behind reached his ears. "Brother." "No. Teacher, why aren't you leaving?" Yi Changpan cast a sidelong glance at him, mentally noting the keyword principle before continuing deeper into the school. "Let us go. We should see what they are up to." He turned to the security guard with a smile. "I nearly forgot about this. Next time, lunch is on me." 3 minutes later, the members of the action team reconvened. Si Xiaonan, her large, sparkling eyes wide open, had just overheard the security guard addressing Yi Changpan. "Teacher." "Wait, Brother Changpan, you're still a teacher? What else are you hiding from us?" Hong Ying, equally curious, regarded Yi Changpan with intrigue. Yet, she was evidently mindful of the pressing matter at hand. Once everyone had gathered, she promptly stated, "All right, Xiaonan, we can discuss this later. Right now, we must prioritize our mission. Since we are all here, let us proceed according to plan." Lin Xia nodded. "Then Li Yifei and I will return to the classroom to connect with those recently associated with Lu Xiaoyan, while you all explore other locations to uncover additional clues." As he spoke, he glanced at the bustling parents nearby. A slight frown creased his brow as a troubling thought crossed his mind. When had the second school hosted a parents' meeting without his knowledge? That aside, he had already enlisted. Surely, his aunt was not present as well. He needed to hurry back to the classroom to investigate. "All right, let's communicate via earpiece if anything arises. Changpan, take care of yourself." MHM. The group reached a consensus. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan teamed up and headed towards the girls' dormitory, while Li Yifei and Lin Xia made their way to the classroom. Yi Changpan quietly observed it all. The figures of the four reflected in his dark eyes before he shifted his gaze toward a nearby tall building. "I recall the headmaster's office is on the 4th floor, which means the principal's office is either on the 4th or 2nd floor." He murmured softly, Time accelerated once more around Yi Changpan, surging forth. Moments later, he arrived in front of the headmaster's office. Observing the sign above, he glanced at the nearby finance office and principal's office. He approached the principal's office door and turned the doorknob, but it did not budge. Locked? Frowning slightly, Yi Changpan's eyes began to shimmer with temporal ripples. Time began to accelerate. Hundreds of years. With a crack, hundreds of years flowed rapidly across the surface of the principal's door. In an instant, the ancient door began to splinter and crumble, allowing him to push it open effortlessly. The interior of the principal's office was laid bare before Yi Changpan's eyes. The office was in utter disarray, papers strewn about, and furniture haphazardly arranged. There was no trace of an educational atmosphere. Moreover, and more importantly, there was human skin. The entire office was piled high with yellowed human skin. Brown blood stained the surrounding area, even splattered across several pieces of skin, clearly having been there for quite some time. At that moment, Yi Changpan's previously calm gaze finally intensified. The quantity was overwhelming. There were at least 100, and this was merely the principal's office. Could Li Yifei, with just one difficult serpent demon, cause such a commotion? Had I underestimated Li Yifei, or was the world's karma beginning to turn against me? As Yi Changpan uncovered the horrors of the principal's office, Lin Xie and Li Yifei returned to the classroom. Lin Xie had little trouble, as the teacher dismissed him due to his eye condition. But Li Yifei was not so fortunate, being caught by the teacher and given a stern lecture. Ultimately, it was only due to the parents' meeting that the teacher let Li Yifei off the hook. The two settled into their seats. Li Yifei wiped the saliva from his face and spoke, "Hey, Xie, how is our class faring? Fortunately, I have no parents to scold me. Otherwise, I would surely be in trouble. By the way, it seems your aunt hasn't arrived either." As he spoke, he failed to notice the increasingly grave expression on Lin Xie's face, which eventually morphed into an emotion so somber it bordered on horror, blossoming in his eyes. Swallowing hard, Lin Xie subtly adjusted his earpiece. Chen Mai's voice resonated from within. "What's the matter, Xie? How is the situation? Can your forbidden ruins identify them? I've received news that the second high school is holding a parent-teacher meeting. Should I have old Zhao pretend to be your distant cousin to assist you? I can identify them, but it may still be necessary to summon him." "Oh, are there many?" Lin Xie lowered his gaze, listening intently to Chen Mai's voice. He could sense the gazes of those around him, akin to hunters scrutinizing their prey, filled with a covert greed that sent shivers down his spine. An entire class. No, perhaps the entire building. At least 1,000. Monsters? P.S. Thanks to Woohoo for the generous character summon. It's the first time I've received such a substantial gift, leaving me both astonished and elated. There are many more people, and I will tally them up once the weekend break arrives. Thank you all. By the way, regarding the increased difficulty of the storyline, an explanation will be provided later. Please remain patient. Chapter 52. A Return to the Past, the Five Naga Serpents, and Li Yifei's Premature Awakening. What did you say? At least 1,000 monsters? Listening to the information relayed through the earpiece by Lin Xie, Chen Mai, seated in the black van with the star blade in hand, was momentarily stunned. He had anticipated that the mythical creatures, disguised as humans, would result in numerous casualties, yet he never imagined that the death toll would exceed 1,000. Moreover, judging by Lin Xie's tone, it seemed the situation was far worse than he had assumed. What does this signify? It is essential to consider the entire population of Tsangnan City. A single school has witnessed such a scale of mythical entities. How many more lurk in the shadows? And how long has it been since Zhao Kongqing uncovered the truth of the mythical creatures replacing humans? Right beneath their noses, such a catastrophic and large-scale tragedy has unfolded. If this continues unchecked, can this city still be regarded as a bastion of humanity? For a moment, Chen Mai found it difficult to accept this reality. Yet he could not deny it. This was relayed by Lin Xie, an agent of the celestial being who possessed the ability to perceive the divine ruins. These individuals, can they still be saved? After a brief silence, Chen Mai ultimately embraced the grim truth. There is no hope for salvation. Lin Xie quickly responded. Feeling the weight of countless cold gazes upon him, a chilling sensation coursing through his being. His voice trembled slightly. Their internal organs have vanished, leaving only a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. Even if these creatures were to be slain, they would not survive. They have irrevocably transformed into monstrosities. Chenmai remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. I understand. Inform old Zhao to come to your location. You must reunite with Hong Ying and the others and retreat swiftly. This matter has escalated beyond your capacity to handle. Remember, safeguard yourself. As he spoke, the image of Yi Changpan echoed in Chenmai's mind. Regardless of his reluctance to utter that name, he felt compelled to do so, if all else fails. Notify Changpan. Upon hearing this name, Lin Xie, feeling the piercing chill from the thousands of icy stares, finally sensed a flicker of warmth. Understood. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Yi Changpan had ascended to the balcony. From his elevated position, he surveyed the entire campus, taking in the scene below, observing the throngs of people. Parents filled with hopes for their children, teachers reassuring the parents. His dark eyes began to shimmer with the crimson-golden hues of demonic power and the celestial being. In an instant, everyone within the school fell under his perceptive grasp. Yi Changpan could distinctly feel that among the nearly 5,000 parents and students gathered on the playground, at least 3,000 individuals had been utterly consumed by darkness, devoid of any internal organs or bodily structures. All that remained was a swirling mass of black mist. In the depths of the mist, a burgeoning serpent offspring lies concealed. Over 3,000 serpent demons dwell within. The task cannot possibly be accomplished by merely one Li Yifei. There exists a conundrum. It remains uncertain whether this is the handiwork of the ancient god church, or if there are indeed multiple Nanda serpent demons. Yi Changpan spoke slowly, expressing a greater belief in the latter. The ancient god church would not go to such lengths for a mythical creature that lacks even the strength of the river realm. However, should this be the case, the situation becomes dire, for the target is not merely Li Yifei, but countless Nanda serpent demon entities. It seems a return to the past is necessary to discern the reason behind such a significant deviation in the narrative. Murmuring to himself, Yi Changpan swiftly devised a plan to journey back and uncover the truth of this matter. With this thought, ripples of time surged around him. The surrounding scenery began to whirl like a dream as parents on the playground, engaged in a theatrical performance, began to rewind. Even the hues of the sky transitioned rapidly from the scorching midday sun to the brightness of day. Yi Changpan appeared as a mere spectator, witnessing everything that had transpired since his arrival in the god-slaying world, all reverting in reverse. Ultimately, he arrived at night. A peculiar light flickered in his golden-hued eyes. He had found it. The regressing time came to a halt, then began to surge towards the normal timeline. Tick-tock, tick-tock. I refuse to accept this. Soon, a youthful roar of defiance echoed across the heavens. In the next instant, a radiant golden light erupted, illuminating the pitch-black sky into a bright daylight. This was the divine power of the seraph, coinciding with the moment Lin Xie's eyes were restored. Yi Changpan stood atop a high building, a tranquil observer of the events that had unfolded. He watched as Lin Xie, bursting forth with the prowess of the Klein realm, effortlessly crushed the specter of the Lantern realm. Then he glanced at the gruesome scene of Jiang Qian being dismembered and observed his past self, who had transformed into the demon king of the hour amidst the ruins of the alleyway. Finally, his gaze fixed upon a figure not far off, a boy viewing the radiant pillar of divine light from an elevated perspective. The curtains of his eyes finally rippled with emotion. Nanda serpent demon Li Yifei. At this moment, surrounding Li Yifei were several figures cloaked in black, their features indistinguishable. Together, they gazed upon the divine light pillar in the sky. 5 Nanda serpent demons? As Li Yifei awakened already, upon witnessing this group, Yi Changpan's brow furrowed imperceptibly. He could sense that Li Yifei's condition was decidedly amiss. He had seemingly fully awakened his master persona. Moreover, and of utmost importance, the fluctuations in the auras of those figures beside Li Yifei were identical. They were not offspring. They were all manifestations of the original entity. 5 formidable Nandu serpents at the 5th stage of their essence. Quite intriguing. Changpan narrowed his eyes slightly. In the next moment, he stepped forward. Boom! The time-space portal, adorned with a crimson golden dial belonging to the King of Omens, abruptly opened. Changpan stepped into it. Both figures vanished from their original location. When they reappeared, they found themselves near several of Li Yifei's Nandu serpents. Such formidable power. Is this truly a divine agent at the Klein level? No, it is not Klein. Rather, it is the burst of divine energy within that grants him an aura reminiscent of Klein. This child is still merely at the threshold level. Whispers began to ripple through the gathering. The crimson golden dial shimmered, illuminating the surroundings. Changpan materialized directly beside the Nandu serpents, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the monstrous beings without reservation. Strangely, at that moment, he seemed merely a spectator. Despite his overt presence, the serpents appeared oblivious to him. Their collective attention was fixed on Li Yifei, clad in his school uniform, at the center. Ultimately, they uttered a grave statement. Compared to him, that divine being is of far greater significance to us. Changpan's initial transformation into the King of Omens unleashed a tremendous wave, reducing an entire street to ruins. Under the weight of this divine presence, the Nandu serpents, through their shared vision, became acutely aware that this so-called God had indeed arrived. Had the divine not intervened, there might have been a chance. But now, with the divine presence, will your plans still proceed? Will you still seek to devour the divine agent? Suddenly, one Nandu serpent directed a question towards Li Yifei. Chapter 53. 3 individuals battling over 3,000 beasts. You all prove quite capable. Li Yifei gazed quietly at the heavens, feeling the searing power of the seraph while listening to the skeptical murmurs of his kin around him. The cold, cruel gaze of his eyes, reminiscent of a serpent, abruptly manifested. Why halt? He spoke icily. We, the Nantawa serpent demons, are compelled to conceal ourselves within the human realm due to the absence of formidable beings among us. Even I must suppress my true identity and adopt a human persona. Yet, this divine agent is merely in its infancy. In the city, the strongest sentinels are but of the Chuanjing tier. A deity? Should it cast its gaze upon mortals, it ceases to be divine. We have lingered in the shadows for far too long. As he spoke, his eyes fell upon several figures nearby, not only fearing the sentinels, but also the ancient cult. Do you wish to continue living in such a manner? Silence enveloped the scene, lingering for an extended moment until a sinister voice shattered the stillness. What do you propose? To gamble, Li Yifei replied slowly, as the boy's cheeks gradually revealed dark, serpentine scales, glimmering ominously in the pitch-black sky. You have concealed yourselves within human society for a considerable time. Even if you dare not reproduce, you must have offspring. Therefore, I demand that you exert your utmost strength to replace all individuals at Zhong School, inciting unrest. If this allows us to consume the divine agent, so be it. If not, I can still join the Sentinels, at which point the so-called divine agent shall become ours. Nearby, Changpan listened intently to the conversation among the monsters. Upon hearing this, his calm eyes began to reflect a contemplative hue. He understood. Indeed, it was his arrival that had precipitated the early awakening of the Nantawa serpent demon's true identity. Moreover, there was not just one Nantawa serpent demon, but 5, or perhaps even more. This was a scenario entirely absent from the original narrative. With his presence altering the future, causality could not simply remain stagnant. An unknown number, combined with the 3 to 4 days available for reproduction, the possibility of thousands was certainly plausible. Whispering softly, Changpan cast a glance at Li Yifei. The indifference in his eyes gradually gave way to a fierce intent to kill. In that fleeting moment, he contemplated erasing Li Yifei's past. This individual possessed an abhorrent ability, capable of spawning such a scale in mere days. If left unchecked, even Lin Xie's divine realm would likely encounter difficulties. He was not one to welcome complications. Rather than resolving issues later, it was preferable to eliminate them directly. However, the moment this thought emerged, it dissipated. The Nantawa serpent demons posed a nuisance, yet merely that. Not significant enough to warrant my personal intervention in the annals of history. Speaking softly, Yi Changpan cast his gaze towards the distance. Across countless edifices, his indifferent eyes seemed to perceive a shadow. It was his past self clad in the resplendent armor of the Demon King. This time, I shall refrain from influencing the trajectory of your world. As his words gradually faded, the ripples of time once more enveloped him. The figure of Yi Changpan began to dissolve into discordant fragments. Time raced on, yet he remained oblivious to the crimson power that, the moment he departed from this temporal realm, began to entwine around him. It was the force of causality, a force unique to this world. The instant Yi Changpan traversed the river of time and reached the past, he became irrevocably intertwined with this world. In a flash, Yi Changpan's figure had returned from the past to the present moment he inhabited. The scorching sunlight bathed him, while the cacophony of sounds gradually resonated in his ears. Ding dong! The crisp sound of his phone's ringtone abruptly pierced the air. Frowning slightly, Yi Changpan retrieved a sophisticated smartphone from his pocket. This was a gift from Chunmai, intended for ease of communication. As he swiped his finger, the phone unlocked, revealing a flurry of missed messages. Lin Xie is calling you. In 10 seconds. Lin Xie is calling you. In 3 seconds. Lin Xie has sent you a message. Upon reading the last message, Yi Changpan narrowed his eyes slightly before opening it. The girls' dormitory has located the entity. Thousands of monsters have erupted in chaos. We cannot escape. Help! Meanwhile, 3 minutes prior to Yi Changpan's return to the present timeline, within the girls' dormitory, a throng of beings. No, to be precise, they were no longer human, but a horde of monsters bearing human-like faces, their eyes brimming with avarice, akin to ravenous wolves, lunging towards the dormitory. Inside the dormitory, Hong Ying's demeanor was icy as she wielded her spear, sweeping it across. With a swift thrust, in an instant, the monsters that pounced upon her had their heads obliterated, gory flesh intermingled with sharp, menacing teeth, and an unknown fluid erupted forth. The scene cleared a space momentarily. Xie, has Changpan not responded yet? Hong Ying urgently addressed Lin Xie and the others behind her during this fleeting moment. No reply. It indicates that the area is not operational. Lin Xie, observing the torrent of figures surging towards them, was equally drenched in sweat, utterly helpless. Seizing an opportunity, he dispatched several monsters that had been monitoring him and joined forces with Hong Ying, preparing to flee. However, the monsters, inexplicably driven into a frenzy, surged forth. Over 3,000 monsters relentlessly blocked their escape from the girls' dormitory, leaving them with no avenue for retreat. The narrow corridor of the dormitory served as a fortuitous advantage. Coupled with the formidable prowess of Hong Ying, the goddess of death, and the relatively weak strength of the monstrous adversaries, allowing for a tenuous defense. Yet, as Lin Xie observed the increasing fatigue etched upon Hong Ying's face and the tremor in her hands as she wielded her spear, it became evident that her endurance was dwindling. Why can't we break through? Lin Xie muttered, desperately dialing the prioritized number on his phone once more. Yet, the response remained unchanged. The party is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xie resolved to cease his futile attempts. He drew his handgun and combat knife, preparing to confront the monstrous horde and buy Hong Ying a precious moment to breathe. However, in that very instant of determination, he witnessed the unthinkable. The valiant Hong Ying was overwhelmed. She succumbed to a relentless onslaught of dozens of monsters, her spear devoured by a tide of flesh, completely vanishing from sight. The glinting teeth of the myriad creatures were poised to sink into her flesh. Hong Ying, the others cried out in alarm, with Xiaonan nearly lunging forward in desperation. But the relentless tide of monsters swept over them, rendering them powerless to intervene as they watched Hong Ying engulfed by the monstrous wave, their hearts filled with despairing cries. No, with a thunderous roar. Before the echoes of their despair could dissipate, a deadly weapon sliced through the air, hurtling towards its target. In the anguished and defiant gazes of Hong Ying and her companions, It crashed down with tremendous force. Then, a radiant surge of divine power, akin to that of a seraph, erupted in a brilliant explosion. The monsters that had instilled such hopelessness in Hong Ying and her allies were consumed by this force, disintegrating as if they were mere parchment set ablaze, reduced to nothingness in the blink of an eye. A hush fell over the scene. Even the serpent demons stood frozen in shock. The expressions of Lin Xie and his companions were rendered motionless. Then, from within the corridor, a soft voice resonated. 3 individuals against over 3,000 monsters. You certainly possess remarkable fighting prowess. Chapter 54. If I wish to leave, no one can stop me. My head still feels a bit hazy. I shall refine it further later. If it were true that Lin Xie and Si Xiaonan had not yet regained their senses from the slaughter of the monsters on the first floor, nor from Hong Ying's narrow escape from certain doom, then, when this statement resonated, the glimmers in their eyes transformed from despair and sorrow to a fervent radiance. It was the light of hope, for both of them recognized the owner of that voice. It was Changpan, who had once, as a reserve team member, decisively defeated the captain of Team 136, Chunmai, and subsequently joined the Night Watchers as a reserve vice captain. In an instant, Lin Xie and Si Xiaonan turned around. Upon seeing the youth standing beside the fire safety equipment on the floor, with one hand in his pocket and the other slightly swaying as if it had exerted itself, they murmured, "You have finally arrived?" For reasons unknown, despite the dire circumstances, the moment this youth appeared, it felt as if all threats had dissipated. It was as if he embodied reassurance itself. Step by step, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed. Changpan approached them, his calm gaze resting not only on Lin Xie and the others, but also on the restless Nanda serpents in the distance. He displayed no reaction, yet a flicker of golden light suddenly shone in his eyes. Boom! A powerful aura emanated from him, creating an overwhelming presence that suppressed everything around. Countless Nanda serpents were rendered motionless, pinned in place by this force. The hissing, raspy sounds that filled the air signified the serpent's fury. However, Changpan remained unperturbed, not uttering a single word, merely advancing towards Lin Xie and his companions. In that moment, he resembled a sovereign making his grand entrance, while the troublesome Nanda serpents surrounding the Night Watchers appeared as mere subjects, embellishing his presence. No trace of danger lingered. The atmosphere settled into an eerie silence until he stood before Lin Xie, looking down at the bewildered Hong Ying seated on the ground. Changpan gradually halted, extending his hand as he spoke with a hint of amusement. "I was thinking how commendable it was for the 3 of you to confront over 3,000 monsters. In your current state, how is it? Have you been rendered foolish?" The indifferent voice of the youth carried a trace of mirth. Hong Ying immediately snapped back to reality, her pallid face flushing slightly as she gazed at Changpan, who wore a playful smile. "How could that be? These monsters pose no threat to me." As she spoke, her conviction waned, and she could only rely on the strength of the youth to grasp the fallen spear beside her, gradually rising to her feet. However, as soon as she stood, she could not help but frown. "My backside hurts." Changpan paid her no mind and instead turned his gaze to Lin Xie. "You just sent me a message stating that you discovered the true form of this group of monsters. What does that mean? What progress have you made?" "I have discerned that these creatures possess the ability to infect. Most of the individuals present have been assimilated." Lin Xie replied swiftly. Sister Hong Ying and the others found human skin within the dormitory of the dormitory supervisor, and they traced it back to Lu Xiaoyan's room. They even encountered a serpent-like creature. Its intelligence is remarkably high, so we tentatively identify it as the true form. As he spoke, a hint of guilt crossed his face. "It is also my fault and Li Yifei's. In our efforts to retreat successfully, we ended up killing several monsters, which triggered the entire wave of creatures. Ultimately, it wasn't just Li Yifei and me who were scattered. It also resulted in Sister Hong Ying and the others being trapped in the girls' dormitory." At this point, Changpan interrupted. "So, you saw that true form in Lu Xiaoyan's dormitory?" "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Changpan's eyes narrowed slightly. Rather than believe that the cunning Li Yifei would be scattered by his own offspring, He preferred to think that the other party had sensed something significant and acted accordingly. This event, which could lead him to abandon Lin Xie and the others, sealing them within the girls' dormitory, was certainly extraordinary. Was it because of the key to that door? Or had someone from the ancient cult appeared? Perhaps it had changed its mind and decided not to join the Night Watchers? After a moment of silence, Changpan resolved to cease his speculations. Regardless of the reason, as long as Li Yifei desired to remain with the Night Watchers, he would dare not escalate the situation. With 3,000 people still within Lin Xie's divine realm, the situation could still be contained. However, should matters become more severe, no matter how many were infected, even if this was a divine realm filled with the dead, Li Yifei would not escape unscathed. Not even the entire Nantua Serpent clan would be sufficient to shield him. Otherwise, the great Xia would not have been able to keep the ancient cult hidden in the shadows, nor would Li Yifei have fallen under its control. Let us proceed. Suddenly, he spoke. Where to? To the dormitory building, to see if that true form still remains. Also, to find your missing friend, Li Yifei. Gradually, Changpan lifted his foot and walked toward the depths of the dormitory building behind him. You're leaving now? What if we get blocked by these monsters? Seeing him truly depart, Hong Ying shouted in alarm. Blocked by monsters? Changpan did not even turn his head at the sound behind him, merely murmuring softly. He then broke into a relaxed smile. Boom! In an instant, a wave of crimson-golden spatial ripples erupted suddenly from where everyone stood. Countless Nantua serpent monsters, previously restrained, were now forcefully knocked to the ground by this surge of power, rendered immobile. The crimson-golden disk flickered throughout the entire girls' dormitory. The terrifying and despair-inducing aura emanated from Changpan, spreading throughout the vicinity. He spoke slowly. A group of monsters unworthy even of the threshold realm dares to obstruct me? They are not worthy. His calm voice, juxtaposed with the scene bathed in a crimson-golden radiance, exuded an air of authority and mystery. With that, he stepped into the rippling space, his figure vanishing from sight. Hong Ying, witnessing this spectacle, widened her eyes in astonishment. This guy, is this his divine realm? The divine realm of the Seraph Gabriel? Such power! Hasn't he yet formally mastered it? Her clear and indomitable gaze fixed upon Changpan, her pupils quivering, as if she was truly seeing this young man for the first time. Let us go, Sister Hong Ying, Lin Xie gently urged, noticing her dazed expression. Soon, Hong Ying fell silent, and without uttering another word, she stepped into the shimmering space. Lin Xie followed closely behind, and together they departed, leaving only Si Xiaonan behind. She had yet to shake off the tension of the earlier attack, and now her attention was drawn to Changpan, pondering how he had been able to vanquish so many Nantua serpents and why he had suddenly appeared in this moment. Chapter 55. The key to the door. Anqing Yu and Li Yifei sensed something amiss within themselves. As calm returned, Si Xiaonan began to recall numerous details, her brow subtly furrowing. She first glanced at the shimmering crimson-golden dial, still emanating spatial fluctuations. The reason for its sudden emergence seemed to be within reach. Next, her gaze shifted to the Nandu, snake demon, confined in place, incessantly flicking its tongue and producing a rustling sound. Moreover, it possessed the formidable ability to restrain these mythical beings. The powers it exhibited, both spatial and binding, were striking, especially for one who had yet to formally cultivate or master the specific usage of the divine ruins. How could one achieve such prowess? More perplexingly, when had the Archangel Gabriel acquired both binding and spatial abilities? Recollections of Changpan's crimson golden eyes surfaced, alongside the overwhelming divine majesty that could subdue all. Her attention returned to the scene, where a fire axe stood resolutely embedded in the ground. Moments ago, this very axe had vanquished an entire floor of Nandu snake demons, saving Hong Ying. Furthermore, even within a singular realm, the capacity to wield the divine ruins could yield such formidable destructive power. There was an unsettling feeling in the air. Yet if there was indeed a problem, why could she perceive no other energy fluctuations aside from those of the realm? At the same time, as Changpan and others departed for Lu Xiaoyan's dormitory, within a classroom of a teaching building, a male student hesitantly inquired, Are we truly going to push through these obstacles and escape? Are you certain? He surveyed the desks and chairs barricading the classroom door and windows, a faint scent of blood lingering in the air, instilling a sense of dread. Of course we must escape, Li Yifei replied earnestly, his expression resolute. Remaining here only leads to our demise. Our current safety is thanks to my companions drawing the fire away from us. If we don't seize this opportunity to break free, we will undoubtedly perish once those monsters find us. In response, a male classmate interjected, "That sounds good in theory. I won't deny that your actions have led us here, allowing us to survive thus far, but we have also aided you. None of us owe the other anything. What if you faint again once we go outside? If we fail, who will take responsibility?" Li Yifei fell silent. It was not that the other's words lacked reason. Rather, he found himself a loss for a reply, as he too was bewildered about how he had ended up in this predicament. He vaguely recalled that after killing a few monsters while sneaking to the restroom with Lin Xie, he had intended to escape. Yet soon after, he heard a faint rustling sound, reminiscent of a snake flicking its tongue. The next moment, he had lost consciousness. When he awoke again, he found himself in this classroom, listening to his surviving classmates recounting his supposed heroic actions in ensuring their survival, leaving Li Yifei utterly perplexed. He even questioned whether he was sleepwalking or had developed a split personality. Yet, he quickly dismissed such thoughts, whether it was sleepwalking or a second persona. What mattered most to Li Yifei was reuniting with Lin Xie and the others to secure a path to survival. As for the classmates before him, it was not that he looked down upon them. They were all rather inept. Not to mention that, unlike Zhao Kongsheng, who effortlessly dispatched monsters as if slicing through vegetables, even defeating a single monster would require a stroke of luck. At that moment, just as he contemplated venturing out to find Lin Xie and the others, their words ensnared him once more. Indeed, the outside was teeming with monsters. The peril of stepping out far outweighed the dangers of remaining here, and there was a certainty that lives would be lost. A profound silence enveloped the room. We should indeed venture outside. A bespectacled and refined youth rose to speak. His calm voice emanated a sense of trustworthiness. And Qingyu, even in the entirety of San'an City, he was undoubtedly an academic prodigy. His reputation was such that others dared not lightly contradict him, and they could only watch him in silence. What he says is accurate. At present, we are merely being shielded from the majority of the monsters. And Qingyu continued, "I understand your thoughts, contemplating others to buy you time. Am I correct?" The atmosphere grew even more muted. Everyone exchanged glances, but none dared to retort. Clearly, this was the prevailing sentiment. But I must inform you that this endeavor is fraught with challenges. And Qingyu pressed on. If those who draw the monster's attention perish as well, and the authorities fail to arrive promptly, what then? Facing the monsters alone, not to mention thousands, even a mere 10, how many among us truly believe we stand chance? Silence reigned. Collectively, they were haunted by the image of their physical education teacher being torn apart, a teacher of special forces background who, without a single chance to retaliate, was engulfed by a tide of monsters. Blood flowed profusely, and the sight of dismembered limbs and organs was seared into their memories. The subsequent emergence of a new physical education teacher, smiling at them, sent chills down their spines, an image they dared not ponder further. Moreover, sensing the moment was ripe, and Qingyu lowered his gaze slightly, the lenses of his glasses glinting with a sharp light. Your parents are still outside. If we do not venture out, how can we save them? Shall we merely stand by and witness their demise? Suddenly, a student stood up, followed by a cascade of others rising one after another. In an instant, every student in the classroom was on their feet. You speak the truth. We shall go. Li Fei. So am I to understand that my words were erroneous? Inside the female dormitory building, within Lu Xiaoyan's dormitory. Is it here that you encounter the monsters? Concealed above, they screamed and fled upon your discovery? Yi Changpan stood on the balcony, gazing upward at the various garments hanging above, his brow slightly furrowed. He harbored no doubt regarding the veracity of Lin Xie and the others' words, for he had indeed observed the surrounding walls exhibiting a peculiar indentation, as if they had been pressed by some unseen force. It was evident that something had previously clung to the walls on either side. Red Ing approached, her gaze fixed upon the ceiling, where that entity lay concealed. Having once contemplated a stealthy assault that nearly pierced her through with a single shot before it swiftly leapt downwards, had she not feared being encircled, she would have imparted a lesson in humility. She uttered this coldly, her spear emanating a crimson glow, exuding an aura of lethal intent. At that very moment, a sharp yet hoarse voice suddenly resonated throughout the sky, seemingly in response to her audacious declaration. Chapter 56, A Lesson in Swift Clearance. Changpan and his companions immediately focused their attention. At this moment, the playground was teeming with shadowy figures. However, these were not mere humans. Their faces appeared grotesquely shattered, revealing menacing teeth that resembled monsters draped in human skin. A veritable horde of over 1,000, Nandu, snake demon offspring. Soon, the gazes of the onlookers shifted slightly, drawn to the entity at the center, gracefully coiling above the playground. This creature, a grotesque fusion of human and serpent, showcased a visage adorned with scales that glimmered with an icy sheen under the sun. Its eyes, resembling those of a snake, were vertical slits that radiated a chilling, brutal light. At that very moment, as if sensing Changpan and his companion's scrutiny, its gaze lifted to meet theirs, and a cold, sinister smile crept across its lips, brimming with murderous intent. Suddenly, it opened its wide maw, crimson forked tongue and sharp fangs flicking in unison, releasing a deep, resonant hiss that reverberated ominously. As the sound echoed, the surrounding, Nandu, snake demon offspring, erupted into chaos, their forms vanishing from sight as they surged like zombies toward a singular destination. Were these creatures planning? Lin Xie observed their movements, unperturbed, not due to Changpan's presence, but because the Nandu snake demon offspring were not advancing towards them. They surged directly towards the distant teaching building. However, the truth soon unveiled itself regarding the intentions of the Nandu snake demons. The instant they stormed into the building, a cacophony of blood-curdling screams erupted within. The sound of shattering windows resonated, and numerous figures were dragged out by the Nandu, snake demon offspring. Lin Xie could see clearly that those individuals were clad in the uniforms of number 2 high school students. We must save them. In an instant, Hong Ying turned to Changpan, her fiery aura igniting. Despite her diminished strength from repeated battles as a night watcher, she could not stand idly by in the face of danger. Changpan did not rush to respond. He maintained his elevated stance, locking eyes with the swirling Nandu, snake demon, sensing the cold, cruel malice emanating from its gaze. He scanned the surrounding, Nandu, snake demons, his eyes narrowing slightly. He recalled that aside from Li Yifei, there were 5 other entities, yet now only one remained. Clearly, others were lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Since you have revealed yourself, it spares me the trouble of seeking you out. A cold smile appeared on his face, devoid of warmth, radiating an icy chill, as he extended his hand toward Lin Xie. The knife, if you please. Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly handed the knife to Changpan. Once it was in his grasp, Changpan's eyes turned sharply cold. What do you intend to do? Si Xiaonan inquired, observing Changpan as she sensed a certain determination reflected in his gaze, though she struggled to believe it. What do you mean? Changpan replied, tightening his grip on the knife, his gaze fixed on the seemingly indifferent Nantua serpent demon before him. You wish to rescue the students, do you not? Then go ahead and save them. As for the life of this serpent demon, I shall claim it. It is an opportune moment to teach you what it means to expedite your passage. His words, devoid of warmth, were imbued with an icy resolve. In that moment, his youthful visage bore no trace of gentleness, instead revealing the formidable intent of a general preparing for battle. As his words echoed, he brandished the knife and leaped forward. A golden portal materialized beneath the balcony, enveloping him entirely. In the next instant, a series of crimson ripples erupted around the Nantua serpent demon. With a swift motion, a blade radiating a chilling brilliance appeared beside the serpent demon. accompanied by Yi Changpan's silhouette poised to strike. The blade sliced through the air, targeting the demon's vulnerable neck. The serpent demon's pupils widened in astonishment, bewildered by how Yi Changpan had so suddenly appeared before him. Yet, terror soon replaced its confusion. How did this human get here? It was so startled that it began to utter human words. Was this still a mere human? Moments ago, it had watched him leap from the balcony, feeling no alarm, as it sensed Yi Changpan's aura was merely at the lantern realm. For a being of such a realm, it believed its serpent minions could easily overwhelm him without needing to engage directly, and it had been prepared to continue its ruse. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Yi Changpan had closed the distance. He had traversed past numerous serpents and arrived right before it, then swung the blade. Time had merely flickered. Was this truly still the lantern realm? However, as the blade approached, panic surged within the serpent demon, prompting it to emit a frantic hiss. Hisses. The surrounding Nantua serpent demons, upon hearing this signal, immediately redirected their focus, attempting to block Yi Changpan's advance. Some even charged forward to withstand the blade's edge. Yi Changpan observed this scene with icy detachment, noticing the serpent demon preparing to retreat rapidly, using its life to buy time. A clever strategy, yet futile. The moment you appeared before me, it was predetermined that today you would meet your demise. The ripples of time began to fluctuate. Around Yi Changpan, time accelerated by 3 seconds. This meant that while he could previously strike 3 times in 1 second, now he could unleash 9 strikes within the same span. His speed tripled. In the absence of amplification, he was already capable of overwhelming Captain Chunmai of the Chuanjing team, let alone in a moment when his speed had tripled. With a swift motion, the blade glided through the air, and before him, the Nanto serpent demon, which had dared to obstruct Yi Changpan with its life, had its head severed, soaring into the sky. Crimson blood began to spray forth. Yi Changpan, wielding a straight blade, paused for a fleeting moment. One opportunity. Yet, this instant had already afforded the Nanto serpent demon a chance to retreat, its eyes flashing with resolve. However, in the very next moment, Yi Changpan's speed returned to normal, and he stepped forward. Just as the Nantua serpent demon prepared to withdraw, he swung his blade down once more. In that identical second, he unleashed 3 strikes, 1 thrust forward and 2 horizontal slashes, cleaving the serpent-like body of the Nantua serpent demon in twain. Observing the terror in its eyes, which had yet to register the reality of its demise, Yi Changpan stood with his blade sheathed. He uttered not a word, merely surveying his surroundings with a piercing gaze. Silence enveloped the scene. Before him lay the once dominant menace that had nearly claimed the lives of Lin Xie and others, the Nantua serpent demon, now fallen. Blood cascaded down like rain. At this moment, among the 6 Nantua serpent demons, the first to perish had been claimed. Chapter 57. The surrounding collapse, does it not indicate that the Night Watchers must abandon the second? With the demise of the entity, the Nanda serpents that had enveloped Yi Changpan began to fall one by one. Although they retained their terrifying appearance, their vitality had completely dissipated, marking their demise. It happened so swiftly. They're dead. From a distance, on the balcony of the girls' dormitory, Yi Changpan stood amidst the serpent horde, his demeanor calm as he beheaded 4 Nanda serpents with a single stroke and dispatched the Nanda serpent entity with 3 swift cuts. Lin Xie and the others were utterly dumbfounded. Such formidable spatial power. Si Xiaonan's eyes shimmered with a glint of admiration. If utilized skillfully, it could serve as a lethal ace, or with sufficient speed and power, it could be deemed an ace in itself, much like that monstrous being, completely unassailable. Listening to Si Xiaonan's effusive praise, Hong Ying was filled with astonishment. Among the trio present, she was the only one who had never engaged in combat with Yi Changpan, nor had she ever known him. Even though she was aware that Yi Changpan could defeat Captain Chunmai, she remained reluctant to believe in the extent of his strength. Yet now, she silently sighed, having fully accepted Yi Changpan's uniqueness. To be capable of defeating Captain Chunmai indeed required considerable skill. Moreover, it was evident that this skill was well honed. Considering what he had said about a swift resolution, there was scarcely any sense of dissonance. All right, with this thought, Hong Ying resolved not to ponder further. As Yi Changpan bought them time, it was time for them to act. Understood. In the next moment, all three leapt toward the balcony, with Yi Changpan's presence and the death of a formidable entity. The trio's burden was considerably lessened. Even in Yi Changpan's absence, Hong Ying stood firm. Armed with a spear, she unleashed fiery sparks from the forbidden abyss. As she swung, fire serpents ignited, swiftly clearing the Nanda serpents below the dormitory. It became much easier now, without the advantage of numbers. The monstrous horde proved to be no match. Bang! Bang! Gunfire erupted in rapid succession. As the approaching Nanda serpents were struck down, blood spilling onto the ground. Si Xiaonan gracefully descended, dual pistols in hand, her delicate face radiating a spirit of heroism. Lin Qiye remained vigilant at the rear, providing cover for the two. The trio formed a tight unit, racing toward the academic building, ready to initiate their rescue plan. Are you certain that your teammates possess the strength worth relying upon? A throng of over 30 individuals traversed the corridor of the academic building, and Qing Yu inquired, having witnessed the students previously taken away. He could palpably sense that the strength of those monsters had escalated. Previously, 2 students could barely contend with a single beast, but that situation had drastically changed. Now, even 5 students combined would likely struggle against one monster, as the mutations seemed to enhance the monster's power. At this moment, if they truly wished to escape, they would inevitably have to confront hundreds, if not thousands, of these creatures. According to the abilities of this group, they could manage at most 5 or 6 adversaries. Thus, he now harbored doubts regarding the strength of Li Yifei's companions. Should he misjudge, his life could very well be left behind in this place. Li Yifei walked at the forefront, maintaining a level within Qing Yu, akin to 2 leaders. And Qing Yu was the calm strategist, while he embodied the valorous warrior, both guiding the survivors through perilous times. Upon hearing these words, he could sense the scrutinizing gazes of those around him. He pondered deeply, recalling Zhao Kongqing's merciless slaughter of Lu Xiaoyan, as if she were but a chicken, and the incongruous scene with Yi Changpan, alongside the prowess exhibited by Hong Ying and her companions. Li Yifei provided a resolute affirmation. Trust me, they are undeniably worthy of that trust. Hiss. Before his words had fully dissipated, a series of hissing sounds, reminiscent of serpents, echoed from around the bend of the corridor. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, and Qing Yu's breaths quickened, and Li Yifei gripped the leg of his chair tightly, preparing for battle alongside the other students. Bang! In the next moment, the cacophony of gunfire resounded, accompanied by the visceral sound of blood splattering. Dull footsteps echoed ominously. Yet ultimately, the feared Nandu snake demon did not materialize. Instead, it was Lin Qiye and Si Xiaonan, armed with dual pistols, who appeared. This way, Lin Qiye shot him a glance, then swiftly instructed, gripping the handgun provided by Long Xian, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Upon seeing him, Li Yifei exhaled a sigh of relief. Soon, the group set forth with great determination towards the exterior of the teaching building, and Qing Yu had already recognized that Lin Qiye was also a student from his school. He opened his mouth to inquire, but considering that both Lin and Si were forging ahead to clear the path for their group, he restrained his curiosity and refrained from speaking further, until the moment they exited the building. A verdant, Wujia void descended. It obscured the crimson of the playground entirely. Hong Ying, Xiaonan, Qiye, are you all right? We have identified what this entity is. At that very moment, Chun Mai's voice resonated in Lin Qiye and Si Xiaonan's ears. This creature is known as the Nandu snake demon, originating from folklore. It resembles a serpent with human traits, possessing remarkable camouflage abilities. It can perfectly disguise itself as a human and boasts an intelligence comparable to that of humans. Furthermore, it can implant serpent seeds into the beings it devours, transforming them into its kind and controlling them remotely, sharing vision. This explains why you previously triggered a horde of monsters by slaying a few Nandu snake demons. Vision sharing? It can also implant serpent seeds? At this revelation, Lin Qiye furrowed his brow slightly, discreetly glancing back at the group behind him. The crimson gold, seraphic divine power surged forth. It tinted his eyes with a resplendent hue of crimson gold. He felt a slight sense of relief and spoke softly to Changpan, pondering whether this indicated that as long as the maternal entity of the Nanda serpent demon was slain, any number of serpent offspring would be rendered futile, perishing alongside their progenitor. Indeed, it was precisely for this reason that the combat prowess of this mythical creature was not particularly formidable. Even the spawning of serpent offspring was subject to considerable limitations. Even if the original entity were to intervene directly, it could only produce a single serpent offspring within a day, while the progeny required at least 3 days for a single emergence. Furthermore, according to your account, the faculty and students within the school could be infected, numbering at least in the thousands. This implies that the Nanda serpent demon has likely resided in Songnan City for several months, resulting in several hundred serpent progeny, not accounting for this current operation. It merely happened to erupt within the second high school. Listening intently to the information relayed through the earpiece, Lin Chia exchanged a glance with Si Xiaonan, both recognizing the ominous emotions reflected in each other's eyes. Shortly thereafter, Lin Chia withdrew, speaking in a tone inaudible to others, a revelation that would plunge everyone present into despair. Does this not signify that the surrounding area has already succumbed? Even the night watchers cannot concentrate most of their strength here. Chapter 58. Bloodshed in a secluded apartment. Blood dripped steadily from a straight blade, painting the surroundings in a vivid crimson hue. Chunmai gazed at a picture frame hanging on the wall. Inside the frame was a family of 4. The youngest cradled in the mother's arms, all smiling joyfully at the camera beneath the setting sun, radiating warmth and familial bliss. Yet, Chunmai's gaze fell once more upon the 4 lifeless bodies before him. More accurately, for grotesque corpses, utterly mutated, their cheeks torn apart, revealing jagged teeth glistening with blood. Silence enveloped the room. Eventually, he sighed and slowly responded to Lin Chia's inquiry. It was indeed true that others had been infested by the Nantua snake demon. Lao Zhao and Lung Xian were gradually clearing your area, while Mo and I were dealing with the aftermath, systematically beheading the undetected snake demons. After a pause, he continued, they might take about 10 more minutes to arrive. Chunmai's voice was tinged with complexity, infused with frustration over his own inadequacies. Lin Chia remained silent for a moment, ultimately saying nothing more than, received. The atmosphere fell into silence once again. Chunmai opened his phone, glancing at the message from Wu Xiangnan. Captain, I didn't realize until I investigated, and I was shocked. The shop is riddled with flaws. Not only is the business license counterfeit, but it was never even called 9 to 5 Hall. It was a foot massage parlor. Even the ID is fake. As for the money, while the bills are genuine, the oddity lies in the fact that the serial numbers can be traced as second batch. Both are identical. Aside from these, the owner's information is also fraudulent. Damn, the foot massage business has quite the background. In my investigation, I uncovered a plethora of illicit activities, aiding the police in solving several major cases. What a hassle. Now, I've gone to speak with the former owner, but I must inform you of something. Besides Lao Zhao, Aunt Chia also visited this establishment. The timing was before Lao Zhao encountered the Ghost-Face King. Upon finishing the last message, Chunmai, who had remained silent throughout, suddenly felt a cold glint flash in his eyes. He understood perfectly well why Wu Xiangnan had emphasized this point. It meant that if Changpan had already known Lao Zhao and Aunt Chia 3 days ago, he must have arrived in Songnan long before, at least before Lin Chia awakened the Seraph Divine Ruin. At first glance, this seemed plausible, but one must consider what had Changpan stated, that he had only come 3 days ago, after Lin Chia's awakening. The timeline had diverged, casting doubt upon the veracity of his claim. More importantly, why did I get the sense that this fellow had no intention of concealing anything? Chunmai furrowed his brows. He had crossed paths with Changpan and engaged in verbal duels with him multiple times. Only he truly understood the extent of Changpan's abilities. If the other party truly wished to conceal their intentions, they would undoubtedly not resort to such clumsy methods, nor would they be so easily discovered. At this moment, whether it was Wu Xiangnan tracing the clues or uncovering issues with the business license from the very beginning, Even the origins of the money were suspect. Everything unfolded too smoothly. It was as though Changpan was fearful they wouldn't find the clues, deliberately leaving behind such an abundance of leads. The question remains, is it that you simply did not anticipate this, or do you believe that the tasks you wish to accomplish can be completed swiftly, rendering concealment irrelevant? Or perhaps, are you attempting to provoke us, the Night Watchman? Contemplating this final possibility, Changpan's gaze was suddenly filled with murderous intent. The formidable power of the high-ranking forbidden abyss manifested subtly, a terrifying aura descending with a thunderous presence. One can only hope that the situation does not deteriorate to such extremes. After terminating the communication with Chun Mai, Lung Xian's voice resonated simultaneously in the earphones of Lin Xie and his companions. Xie, are you all right? The captain should have briefed you. I will be succinct. The Unbound Void has been activated and encompasses the entire school. The snake demons cannot emerge, at least not swiftly. I am still coordinating with Brother Kongsheng to handle any snake demons that may have slipped through. If you encounter any issues, inform me or exit directly. I will provide cover. The sounds of the wind rushing through the earphones were accompanied by gunfire, followed by the abrupt cutoff of Lung Xian's voice. Clearly, the situation on his end was equally dire. Lin Xie raised his head and exchanged a silent yet grave nod with Si Xiaonan before returning to the group. With a serious expression, he stood among them and pointed towards Yi Changpan, who was surrounded by the Nantua snake demons in the distance. Now, we need to regroup. Before he could finish his thought, and Qingyu interjected, I fear we may not be able to leave now. He gestured towards the monstrous creatures racing from the right corridor. Although the passage was narrow, only a few had emerged, yet more continued to appear relentlessly, accumulating to at least 30. Simultaneously, from the left corridor, numerous monsters, having caught their scent, surged forth from various corners. They were surrounded. The critical issue was that, compared to the teaching building, the situation in the corridor was even more precarious. They currently had no means of escape. Once ensnared, total annihilation would be inevitable. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie and Si Xiaonan furrowed their brows in unison. Indeed, their team was no longer small. Each member had armed themselves with chairs and fire axes when they began to flee, but it was still insufficient, woefully inadequate. The sheer number of Nantua snake demons was overwhelming. While they might slay a couple of monsters with their improvised weapons, facing hundreds or even thousands simultaneously would surely lead to their demise. Xiaoyan, my child, that is my child. Just as Lin Xie pondered their next move, suddenly, a cacophony of voices erupted from the nearby corridor. Lin Xie and his companions looked up, and many of them instantly spotted figures peering through the classroom windows. Their eyes brightened with excitement as they exclaimed, Dad, Mom. These individuals were, astonishingly, parents attending a parent-teacher meeting at the school, intercepted by teachers who remained oblivious to the chaos and had yet to reach the playground. Upon seeing one another, emotions surged intensely. Some parents, faces flushed with urgency, were ready to leap from the windows, but were wisely restrained by other parents, resorting instead to relaying information within the confines of the room. Quick, forge a bloody path and unite with him. Si Xiaonan shouted decisively, firing the first shot that shattered the skulls of the nearest Nantua snake demons. Only together can we save your parents. Those words resonated more profoundly than 1,000 sentiments. The previously timid students, upon hearing this declaration, were invigorated as if awakened from stupor. Damn it, shouted one boy, his eyes ablaze with fury. Face me, you bastards. I dare you. The leading students, filled with wrath, seized fire axes and charged at the emerging Nantua snake demons, their axes descending with lethal force. Blood gushed forth, and the severed flesh immediately succumbed to lifelessness. Even the friliest of girls found their resolve, their steps still trembling yet propelled forward. The two sides clashed in a fierce battle. Blood stained the once pristine and innocent faces of the students, and further soaked the ground beneath them. Chapter 59. If you wish to play, I shall indulge you. The scene gradually turned gruesome as madness enveloped everyone. Amidst this chaos, only the frail, yet rational and Qingyu stood aside, observing the unfolding spectacle with a furrowed brow, seemingly lost in contemplation. Earlier, despite the gunfire, the surge of monstrous entities had not been provoked. Yet now, under our deliberate concealment, such an overwhelming tide had emerged. The coincidence was striking, suggesting that these creatures possessed a form of collective consciousness, akin to a master brain governing all subordinate minds. Moreover, this master brain exhibited intelligence rivaling that of humans. This notion could potentially elucidate the bizarre occurrences. However, if this were the case, another question arose. Why did they choose this particular moment to manifest? Assuming that all monsters could share a vision, it was puzzling that when Li Yifei and his companions sought refuge in the teaching building, they had dispatched numerous creatures, which should have been witnessed from the monster's perspective. Yet afterward, there was not a single attack from them, nor even a hint of aggression as they passed by. Starkly contrasting the current scene, something was amiss. Meanwhile, as the students valiantly fought against their foes on the other side of the playground, Changpan relentlessly wielded his straight sword, honing the divine power of the Seraph. After beheading the last of the attacking Nandu serpent demons, he finally exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of mastery. The Forbidden Abyss was merely a conduit of power. After all, humans remained fundamentally human. Human strength could not bear the weight of the laws, while the Forbidden Abyss merely provided a temporary grasp of such power at the cost of mental fortitude. His reluctance to obliterate the monsters outright, even personally slaying the Nandu serpent demon's essence, stemmed primarily from a desire to refine his abilities within the Forbidden Abyss. Under the intense pressure, Changpan fully grasped the purpose of mental strength and the underlying principles of the Forbidden Abyss. It was time to conclude this encounter. Yet the essence of the Nandu serpent demon remained elusive, which surprised him. A fleeting thought passed through his mind as he scanned the surroundings, his brow slightly furrowing. With a single blade, he had dispatched over 500 offspring of the Nandu serpent demon, staining the area crimson. The heads of the serpent demons, filled with flesh and sharp teeth, cluttered the entire playground, exuding a horrifying aura. Even he began to break out in a light sweat, his hand trembling slightly as he gripped the sword. The divine power of the Seraph within him was nearly depleted. Logically, this should have been the critical moment to vanquish them. Yet, the essence of the Nandu serpent demon remained absent, not even stirring. It was as if it had evaporated into thin air. If it were not for the continuing assault of the serpents in the vicinity, Changpan even believed that the Nantua serpent demon had perished. Suddenly, his thoughts came to a halt. He felt a wave of foul wind assault him from the side. As he turned, he struck out with his blade. With a splatter of blood, the attacking Nantua serpent demon was cleaved in two. However, the attack was not singular. Multiple Nantua serpent demons surged forth, seemingly understanding Changpan's counteroffensive. They leapt at him from all directions, their menacing fangs poised to strike. At that moment, Changpan's arm muscles were completely fatigued. Even though he could muster the will to swing his sword, he could not react in time. Understanding dawned upon him. So, they were lying in wait for me. Realizing this, Changpan comprehended that the true Nantua serpent demon was intent on exhausting him with its progeny. It was cowardly enough to avoid confronting him directly, knowing he was nearing his limits. Nonetheless, he had nearly mastered the power of the Seraph. With a cold utterance, Changpan's eyes suddenly sharpened. The ripples of time shifted once more. His injuries receded 10 minutes back to the moment just before Lin Xia had rescued someone. When he had just slain the true Nantua serpent demon, his physical capabilities returned to their peak. Then, the ripples of time adjusted again. The future shifted once more, accelerating his own speed. With a swift motion, he unleashed his blade, a glimmer of frost sweeping forth. The assaulting Nantua serpent demons had their heads sent soaring into the air, crimson blood spraying in all directions. Changpan slowly straightened his posture, declaring, "Then I shall no longer indulge you in this charade. If you refuse to reveal yourself, so be it. I will find you regardless." As he spoke coldly, his dark eyes were entirely suffused with a golden red hue. At that moment, not only was the divine power of the Seraph infused within him, but also his own power of the demon encounter, merging together. A formidable force surged from his being. Then, observing Lin Chia and the others, who were gradually succumbing to the encirclement, he stepped forward, moving as if he had traversed dozens of steps. His form became a mere afterimage, swiftly decapitating all the non-Tuo serpent demons still assaulting him. Blood erupted skyward, seemingly paving a blood-red path befitting a king. Time flowed slowly. As in Qingyu pondered alone, the surrounding non-Tuo serpent demons had fully coalesced, forming a tide that breached the defensive line established by the students. Li Yifei and the others at the forefront gritted their teeth, their bodies gradually yielding to the overwhelming pressure. Damn it. This time we really might not hold out. The ammunition was running low, just as they were on the brink of exhaustion. Lin Xie and Si Xiaonan sensed that the situation was growing increasingly dire. A figure suddenly materialized before them. Without uttering a word, it raised its blade with a swift motion. Whoosh! A pale blue glimmer sliced through the air like a crescent moon. In the next moment, a grotesque monster's head was sent soaring into the sky. The remaining non-Tuo snake demons, still engaged in their assault, were caught off guard as the figure moved with deliberate grace, effortlessly swaying its form. The blade, following the momentum, cleaved through with precision. The smooth curve of the crescent arc blossomed anew. All the attacking non-Tuo snake demons were severed, their heads and bodies parted seamlessly, the entire process flowing like water. There was not a hint of hesitation. The serpent horde that had caused Lin Xie and the others such distress was utterly vanquished. However, as Changpan finished his brief cleansing of the non-Tuo snake demons, he couldn't help but frown slightly, casting a glance at the bloodstains adorning his body. How filthy, he murmured softly. The power of time within his eyes surged suddenly. The bloodstains rapidly receded, coalescing into a globule of blood in the void. Subsequently, Yi Changpan began to retreat slowly. The blood once again splattered forth, landing on the ground. Only then did Yi Changpan fix his gaze upon the bewildered crowd. Clang! Without uttering a sound, he simply sheathed his sword. The sharp sound resonated in the air. Chapter 60. The Second Nanda, Serpent Demon Falls. At Sana No. 2 Middle School, a throng of students stood before Yi Changpan, utterly astonished. What had they witnessed? A student, seemingly of their own age, had effortlessly vanquished a multitude of monstrous foes that they themselves could barely withstand with a single stroke, and it appeared he had not even exerted his full strength. After a moment of shock, many began to regain their composure, their spirits becoming acutely alert. Be careful, there's still a boy clad in firefighting gear. His cheeks, stained crimson with blood, was shouting in rage. However, his cries soon faded into silence. What is happening? In their gaze, the once relentless tide of Nanda serpent demons, which had attacked as if it were an unending wave, had suddenly ceased. Though they still hovered in the vicinity, each of them stood back, their gaping maws wide open, devoid of any desire to attack. Were they afraid of us? A few students voiced their disbelief, but swiftly, realization dawned upon them as their eyes shifted to Yi Changpan. No, they were not afraid of us. They were afraid of him. Who on earth is this person? Unaware of the students' turmoil, Li Yifei was the first to express his excitement upon seeing Yi Changpan's indifferent demeanor. Brother, you finally come. His voice carried a hint of a plaintive whimper, reminiscent of a young girl. You have no idea how miserable I've been during this time. From now on, I shall follow you closely. Lin Xie and Si Xiaonan exchanged glances, their eyes twitching slightly. Yi Changpan's brow furrowed ever so slightly, a faint aura of murderous intent swirling in his gaze. Though Li Yifei was still human, he could not conceal the serpent-like essence lurking within his genes. The thought of being fixated upon by a serpent was somewhat repulsive. Yet the moment that murderous intent emerged, it dissipated. Yi Changpan raised an eyebrow, quickly diverting his gaze from Li Yifei to a figure not far away. His eyes settled upon a boy clad in a school uniform, or rather, amidst a sea of monsters. The surrounding beasts bared their blossom-like fangs, emitting a chorus of shrill cries. Yet, his expression remained remarkably tranquil as he locked eyes with Yi Changpan through the layers of monsters. An instant of silence enveloped the scene. This individual is also a host. Lin Xie quickly grasped the situation, raising his handgun with vigilance directed at the figure. A second host. The others, upon hearing this, became acutely alert. No one dared to let their guard down in the presence of that familiar silhouette. An atmosphere heavy with tension and murderous intent permeated the air. However, in the face of their wariness, the boy standing amidst the monsters remained unfazed. He merely gazed steadily at Yi Changpan and slowly uttered, "You do not appear to be a mere projection." Yi Changpan gazed at it with a faint expression. "You do not appear to be here seeking death. Nan Tuo, serpent demon, speak." Yi Changpan continued, as the Nan Tuo, serpent demon, "You should possess shared vision, since you have discerned that I am not a mere phantom." As he spoke, he raised a sheathed blade in his hand, tilting his head slightly, indicating toward the surrounding remains of the Nan Tuo, serpent demon. "You must also be aware of how I dispatched that creature. What is your purpose in revealing yourself now? Do you believe I cannot slay you? Or perhaps, you fear not death?" Nan Tuo, serpent demon, smiled faintly. "Of course, I fear death. Yet, what we dread more than death itself is being controlled and rendered helpless. Thus, I have come. After all, you intend to annihilate our entire kind. Do you not?" Yi Changpan chuckled softly. In his gaze reflected the visage of the Nan Tuo, serpent demon. At that moment, with the arrival of the other, he seemed to grasp certain truths, though he refrained from voicing them. Instead, he regarded it with a bemused expression, encouraging it to continue. "Indeed, my appearance here is not to court death." Pausing momentarily, Nan Tuo, serpent demon, continued, "For I, too, harbor a fear of death. I have come merely to represent all the Nan Tuo, serpent demons, and to wager with you." "A wager?" "Yes." Nan Tuo, serpent demon, pointed toward a nearby building, where several parents were peering out. "I understand we cannot kill you. Hence, we propose a wager. You two cannot extinguish our lives. Today, it must conclude in a stalemate." Upon hearing this, Yi Changpan raised his eyes to the verdant sky. It aligned closely with his thoughts. The Nan Tuo, serpent demons were aware that they had activated the boundless void, rendering escape impossible, and they could not gain an advantage over him and Lin Xie. Thus, they contemplated a complete withdrawal. Alas, the underage creatures lacked the cunning. They could not even feign composure. Meanwhile, witnessing Yi Changpan's silence, the other half exclaimed, "Changpan, do not acquiesce to it." Si Xiaonan's face turned tense. The most troublesome aspect of the Nan Tuo, serpent demons, was their resilience. Cutting the grass, without uprooting, it only allows it to regrow. If they were allowed to escape today, future troubles would be inevitable. Before she could finish her warning, Yi Changpan merely smiled nonchalantly. His dark gaze shifted to the Nan Tuo, serpent demon, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. He then unsheathed his long blade, gripping it firmly, and stepped forward toward the Nan Tuo, serpent demon. "I could indeed grant you permission to leave." At this, Si Xiaonan fell silent, astonished. Nan Tuo, serpent demon, inclined its head slightly, ready to speak. But in the next moment, its pupils dilated in shock. "However, I possess a rather strong competitive spirit. You wish to wager with me? I too am inclined to gamble. Let us see who shall emerge victorious." Under the watchful gaze of Nan Tuo, serpent demon, Yi Changpan smiled gently. Yet at that moment, he withdrew a blank watch from within his garment. "After all, I too wish to seize you for experimentation." The moment the words left his lips, his figure surged forth, arriving before the Nandu, serpent demon, in an instant. The blade sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, yet the Nandu, serpent demon, exhibited no struggle. Its head cleaved in two. As the severed head plummeted, its eyes reflected the visage of Yi Changpan, a faint smile curling upon his lips. "You shall come to regret this." Bang! Before the thought could fully escape, Yi Changpan pressed down upon the head with his hand. The blank dial flickered with a subtle radiance, its interior gradually coalescing into a tangible form. A knightly figure adorned with armor reminiscent of a cobra, resplendent in purple hues, emerged within. Seizing the moment, Yi Changpan forcefully pressed the Nandu, serpent demon's head against the ground. With a splatter, the head was reduced to a fine paste. Crimson blood and a milky fluid intermingling, saturating Yi Changpan's entire being. Whether I will regret this remains uncertain. But the power you have contributed is something I find quite enjoyable. Yi Changpan gripped the blank dial, observing as a third of the new knight's form materialized within it. He flicked it lightly into the air before catching it, a smile once more gracing his lips. Coupled with the blood-stained attire, he radiated an aura of fierce determination, reminiscent of a war god upon the battlefield. It was from this moment that the nearly 2,000 remaining Nandu serpent demons in the vicinity fell, with over 500 collapsing once more. This signified the demise of the second Nandu serpent demon. Chapter 61. The intelligence of Onching Fish and the schemes of the Nantua serpent demon. How formidable! Many students gazed at this scene, their eyes filled with admiration. The female classmates, witnessing Yi Changpan's contrasting display of overwhelming strength alongside his youthful and delicate appearance, were visibly moved, their eyes shimmering with ripples of emotion. As for the male classmates, their breaths quickened. Having just faced the terrifying combat prowess of the monster, they were acutely aware of its formidable nature. The dialogue between Yi Changpan and his companions revealed that this creature was evidently the leader to witness. Yi Changpan, so ruthlessly slay the leader, instilled in them a glimmer of hope for survival. Hiss! In the next moment, piercing shrieks reverberated through the sky. Almost instantaneously upon the sound of the screech, screams erupted from the distant classroom. The parents who had been observing from the windows were thrown into disarray. No one remained at the windows to watch any longer. The infected had gone berserk. Lin Chie's expression tightened suddenly. Dad, Mom. Many students could no longer contain their emotions, gazing urgently at Yi Changpan and Lin Chie. Their voices tinged with desperation and a hint of sobbing, pleading for their parents' rescue. Lin Chie and Si Xiaonan turned to Yi Changpan, who slowly rose to his feet. Sensing the weight of their gazes, he furrowed his brow slightly. As the benevolent and righteous Demon King, he did not oppose the act of saving others. However, the choice of whom to save was crucial. He was not inclined to squander his time rescuing a group of individuals who merely existed in a different form due to a miraculous circumstance. Humans? Apologies, but he had not yet reached such lofty ideals. Nevertheless, observing the earnest expressions of Lin Chie and Si Xiaonan, Yi Changpan began to retract the blood on him back onto the Nanto serpent demon before he spoke slowly. I have mentioned before, the actions you must undertake should be your own decision. I will neither impede you nor provide you with guidance. This statement was evidently directed at Lin Chie. Si Xiaonan frowned slightly at this scene, her dark pupils gradually rippling with contemplation. Lin Chie's gaze shifted slightly before he nodded affirmatively. I understand. With that, he resolved to advance towards the building where many parents were hidden. I will go with you. Li Yifei suddenly stepped forward, assuring them, rest assured, I will not hold you back. I was the one who saved them before, and I can do so again. Moreover, they wished to join as well. With a rush, the students stepped forward, their eyes resolute. I know them, and can ensure that the battle will not be an issue, Li Yifei said with a smile, subtly exuding an air of authority. For strength lies in numbers, does it not? Lin Chie hesitated slightly, but soon nodded in agreement. Bring your axe-wielding team. Let us ascend together. Though he did not outwardly exhibit any signs, it was evident that he had recently joined the Night Watch and was weary from numerous battles. Moreover, the ammunition of Si Xiaonan was dwindling. However, with the addition of Li Yifei's axe team, while they may not be exceptionally formidable, they could certainly alleviate some of his burdens. Having said that, the group set forth in grand procession towards the building where the parents were concealed. The atmosphere grew still, with only the serpentine Nantoa demons circling warily around, vigilant for a solitary figure, accompanied by Yi Changpan and the slender, bespectacled boy, and Qing Yu. Upon witnessing the departure of the others, a heavy footfall soon echoed, and Qing Yu approached Yi Changpan, fixing his gaze upon him. There was no admiration or adoration in his eyes, but rather an intense fervor, a fervent desire to dissect and study Yi Changpan. Feeling this piercing gaze, Yi Changpan cast a fleeting glance in his direction. In that moment, a crimson aura emanated from him. Though he remained still, an imposing presence surged forth from within him. born of his bloodline's demonic might, a grandeur akin to that of a deity. The fiery intensity in Qingyu's eyes was extinguished in an instant. Observing Yi Changpan, beads of sweat began to form on his brow. He gasped for breath, yet his eyes displayed no sign of trepidation. Soon, a new glimmer filled his gaze, one of aspiration. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Yi Changpan inquired nonchalantly. "If you intend to familiarize yourself with me and inquire about these creatures, I must decline. I have no interest in providing explanations." And Qingyu opened his mouth, as if to articulate something, yet ultimately refrained. After a brief silence, he inhaled deeply and shifted the conversation. "Do you not find it peculiar?" He began slowly under Yi Changpan's scrutiny. "Despite their capacity to annihilate us, they refrain from doing so. Instead, they await your arrival, claiming they wish to bargain with our lives in exchange for dialogue. On the surface, it appears they fear death, but in truth, they are undaunted. For, judging by the death of their kind moments ago, they exhibit no fear of demise. Or perhaps they are already aware of their fate, hence their lack of trepidation. Furthermore, the non-Tuo demons surrounding us remain vigilant of you. I suspect they harbor no desire to kill us, nor do they believe they can vanquish you." Yi Changpan narrowed his eyes. "I suspect they are laying the groundwork for an individual or an event. The notion of wagering lives against you is merely a fade, and you too are aware of this. Hence, you directed them to rescue the parents while abstaining from intervening yourself, for you know they will not perish." As the final words lingered in the air, the tranquil, obsidian depths of Yi Changpan's eyes stirred with ripples of intrigue. He regarded in Qingyu's subtly smiling visage, narrowing his gaze slightly. "And Qingyu, should I commend you for being the finest in the city? The imagination displayed here is indeed quite surprising, particularly concerning the incident with the non-Tuo serpent demon. Initially, he contemplated harnessing the power of time to glimpse the future, to ascertain the whereabouts of the non-Tuo serpent demon's true form, and subsequently eliminate it one by one, a method that seemed straightforward. However, following the emergence of the second non-Tuo serpent demon, his perspective shifted. He discerned that the non-Tuo serpent demon's awareness of his strength was not merely a product of ignorance. Rather, it was astutely cunning. The second non-Tuo serpent demon exhibited a remarkable disregard for its own life. Despite its ostensible fear of death, even attempting to barter its life with that of a guardian, its final moments revealed its true nature, exposing its cunning. This realization led Yi Changpan to understand that its appearance was a calculated move, designed to lower his guard and create an illusion of foolishness, thereby facilitating the path for the other non-Tuo serpent demons. Ultimately, this would pave the way for Li Yifei to ascend into the ranks of the Night Watchmen, allowing him to flourish within the grand scheme of the celestial path. Thus, Lin Qiye and his companions' entry into the layers would not lead to their demise. Rather, they would all survive, primarily due to Li Yifei's influence. This survival was crucial to highlight Li Yifei's uniqueness. Eventually on the playground, an inevitable confrontation fueled by embarrassment and rage between him and Yi Changpan would culminate in an ending steeped in resentment and regret, bringing the non-Tuo serpent demon incident to a fitting conclusion. Understanding all of this, he refrained from hastily ending Li Yifei's life, opting instead to allow the non-Tuo serpent demon to recklessly pursue its fate, intending to eliminate all its true forms before addressing Li Yifei. Yet, he had not anticipated that Qingyu would, through her own abilities, sense a hint of the underlying truth. Though her insights were limited, they provided him with a comprehensive understanding of her intellect. In certain respects, she could even be deemed more astute than Si Xiaonan. Chapter 62. Causality arises with me, and it shall be concluded by me. Here and now, your presence is no longer required. However, pausing momentarily, Yi Changpan cast a sidelong glance at Qingyu, a smile lingering on his lips. You are aware, yet from your gaze, I perceive not even a trace of fear. This assertion nearly solidified Yi Changpan's suspicions regarding Qingyu's true nature. Fear? Upon hearing the underlying significance of Yi Changpan's words, The corners of Xingyu's mouth lifted slightly into a joyous smile. Rather than fear, I find myself far more intrigued. He exhibited no astonishment at Yi Changpan's awareness of his identity. On the contrary, his eyes shimmered with fervor, a blazing light ignited by the allure of the unknown. I have come to realize that beyond the realm of science, this world harbors such wondrous creatures. As he spoke, and Xingyu's gaze drifted toward the playground, where the Nanda serpent demons spiraled in the air. He also beheld the slain serpent demons, their blood seeping forth, staining the ground in a gruesome tableau. He couldn't help but lick his lips, his eyes filled with an insatiable yearning. Truly, it makes me want to take them back for dissection. At this, Yi Changpan couldn't help but chuckle. Those obsidian ripples reflected in Xingyu's youthful visage, as if through the passage of time. He glimpsed the fully matured Xingyu of the future. Within the depths of his gaze, emotions flickered, radiating a light of curiosity. Suddenly, I find myself eager to witness how the key of genius will unfold after my interference. Will it still culminate in a tragic end? He mused softly. Abruptly, Yi Changpan spoke. Night Watcher. And Xingyu was momentarily taken aback, looking at Yi Changpan with a hint of confusion. These creatures, known as Nanda serpent demons, possess abilities you're already aware of. Yi Changpan spoke slowly. Do you understand why you have never encountered them in your life? Because of the Night Watchers? And Xingyu recalled the 3 words Yi Changpan had uttered earlier. Yi Changpan slightly raised his head, observing Lin Xie, who had just ascended from a distance. Along with the flickering crimson lights surrounding them, glimmers of searing flames, accompanied by a graceful figure wielding a blazing spear, advancing toward him. In this world, there are always those who stand vigil over the hope of the future amidst the darkness. With mere mortal forms, they confront the divine. Such individuals are called Night Watchers. Yi Changpan gradually articulated, seemingly addressing Xingyu, yet also perhaps speaking to himself. Although I am uncertain whether this endeavor is folly or akin to a moth drawn to the flame, the answers you seek lie within. Within there? And Xingyu murmured, as a deeper understanding began to envelop his eyes. This time, Yi Changpan offered no further response. Clang! With a single hand, he drew his sword from its sheath, the blade gleaming with a chilling radiance. It is indeed the moment. As he gazed into the distance, observing 2 groups gradually drawing near, Yi Changpan's tranquil demeanor began to shift, transforming into an air of cold intensity. His eyes subtly glimmered with a golden hue, embodying the might of the seraphim. Young man, he suddenly addressed Xingyu, who stood beside him. Do you wish to witness the audacity of a mortal challenging the divine? A brief silence enveloped the scene, and Xingyu's eyes sparkled with unbounded fervor. Indeed, without hesitation, his voice rang out with unwavering conviction. A faint smile crept upon Yi Changpan's lips as he remained silent, striding purposefully towards the floor where Lin Xie had escaped, moving slowly forward. Children, you must leave first. Pay us no heed. We shall clear the path for you. Depart in an orderly manner. Do not congest the exit. Orderly my foot. Xie, hurry up. If we don't move faster, we will be caught. The Axe Brigade had already evacuated from the building. Li Yifei grasped Lin Xie's arm, his expression fraught with urgency as they sprinted towards the exit. Behind them trailed pale-faced parents and classmates wielding fire axes, blocking their pursuers. While at the center, Si Xiaonan provided cover for the group. A throng of nearly 300 individuals surged forth. Among them were not only parents, but also numerous surviving students from the building. At the rear, a cacophony erupted. Countless Naga demons stirred into a frenzy, their guttural voices echoing as they relentlessly pursued. Among this horde of creatures, 3 grotesque beings, with human heads and serpentine bodies, leisurely stalked Lin Xie and his companions. At that moment, the final 3 entities had fully emerged. In the forefront, Lin Xie, tugged along by Li Yifei, wore a troubled expression, though a flicker of determination glinted in his eyes as he glanced at Li Yifei's slightly exposed chest. The fair skin now bore an unusual hue. The flesh appeared to fold and wrinkle, reminiscent of molting. Lin Xie remained silent, observing Li Yifei's anxious demeanor, so unlike that of a beast. He exchanged a glance with Si Xiaonan, sensing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes, tinged with an undercurrent of lethal intent. Neither made a move until they reached the entrance. As Li Yifei, Lin Xie, and their companions emerged, they beheld the verdant sky, where Yi Changpan stood like a general, sword in hand, watching over them. Lin Xie immediately pointed behind, exclaiming, "There are still many people behind us." Before his words could fully escape, Yi Changpan was already in motion. The ripples of time began to ripple, and the divine power of the seraphim surged forth. At that moment, Yi Changpan sensed the imminent danger lurking behind Lin Xie, as the narrow confines of the space hindered a timely escape. Ultimately, he was pursued relentlessly by the formidable Nantaw serpent demon, his expression reflecting the despair of a parent, while the second-year students beheld the three entities relentlessly chasing after them. In an instant, the distance was traversed as if mere steps transformed into dozens. They arrived before Lin Xie and Si Xiaonan. Yet their relentless advance showed no signs of abating. Before them loomed an impassable door. With a thunderous roar, the divine power of the seraphim erupted, casting Yi Changpan's eyes into a brilliant crimson gold. "Change," he uttered softly. In that moment, the very essence of the door began to ripple, and it ceased to exist. A cacophony of thuds ensued as those trapped behind it, propelled by inertia, fell to the ground one after another. "The door is gone. The door is gone. Run." Many emerged disheveled, some even sustaining injuries and bleeding, yet they paid no heed, scrambling to escape. However, the sound of light footsteps echoed once more. Before the crowd, a figure approached, a youth, his countenance youthful yet imbued with an unsettling coldness, a demeanor not befitting his age. Grasping a straight blade, he stood against the verdant sky, his slender frame confronting the cacophony of monstrous cries. Gradually, he raised the blade, proclaiming, "Now that you have all emerged, this matter shall reach its conclusion. The threads of fate shall bend to my will, and I shall be the one to bring closure. It is time for this act to come to an end." As his indifferent voice resonated, the crowd stood in awe, and with a sudden motion, Yi Changpan's blade descended with fierce intent. Chapter 63. Identity completely revealed. He is the king, the demon lord standing at the end of the future, the king of the occult hour. The divine power of the seraphim can create miracles, conjuring countless incredible phenomena. For instance, resurrection from death, the reversal of time and space, and so forth. Any act that defies reason falls within the realm of miracles. In this moment, Yi Changpan harnessed the true power of the seraphim, Michael's divine domain, to manifest a miracle. With a single stroke, he vanquished hundreds of serpent demons. This was an act of miraculous significance. He further invoked the occult power within himself, drawing upon the power of the future divine domain. The combination of both powers unleashed a terrifying and awe-inspiring golden red, seraphim, divine might from Yi Changpan. It surged forth, slicing through the heavens and the earth. At this moment, Yi Changpan was not merely wielding a blade. He was the true master of the seraphim, possessing the realm of Klein. In this instant, he struck across the river of time. The crimson golden radiance surged forth, shaking the heavens and the earth. Crack! The verdant boundless void was riddled with countless fissures, ultimately shattering. The searing light from the outside, coupled with this seraphim divine power, cascaded down. All of the surviving hundreds of students and their parents in the secondary school witnessed. As Yi Changpan brought down his blade, a blade aura akin to a golden red arc erupted above them. This being he is a god. The three, Nanda serpent demons, watched in horror as the crimson golden blade light swept past. Their cruel and icy pupils gradually cleared, replaced by an overwhelming sense of terror. Memories of that fateful night surged forth, images of streets transformed into ruins, and the overwhelming power that even a mere fragment of divine might could wield with the Klein realm compelled them to gaze in terror at the distant figure of Li Yifei. He had never left. He had remained. With a sudden realization, the three, Nanda serpent demons, were struck by the crimson golden blade light. Strangely, There were no ripples, as if they had merely been illuminated by a film, leaving not a single mark. However, the countless Nanda serpent demons swirling around them were reduced to ashes under the sanctity of the divine blade light. Not a trace of their remains remained. Boom! The crimson golden blade light cleaved the entire building in two. In the distance, and Qing Yu stood frozen, staring at the scene. He was in a daze, his entire body trembling, not from fear, but from a profound excitement that coursed through him. This was the true embodiment of a mortal possessing the power to shake the divine. He murmured to himself, feeling the intense beating of his heart. It was a new worldview born from the understanding of the unknown. In that moment, an inexplicable force began to surge within him. It was a faint aura of forbidden power. Bang! The air was charged with a cacophony of gunfire. High above, Long Xian stood atop the towering edifice, poised upon the grotesque form of the creature that had morphed into a formidable serpent demon. With a swift motion, he discharged his weapon, but his brow furrowed as he gazed into the distance. A thunderous roar resonated, an awe-inspiring radiance of crimson gold, the divine power of the seraphim illuminating the heavens. It was a stark contrast to the shattering scene of his void domain unleashed through 3 proclamation tablets. Was this the power of the seraphim? Was it 7 knights, or that other individual? He murmured. In that moment, the tranquility in Long Xian's expression evaporated, replaced by tumultuous waves of emotion. His heart became a tempest. Captain, I have truly uncovered the identity of the one known as Changpan. He is none other than the boss he mentioned by Ant's 7 Knights. His surname is Yi. He is Yi Changpan. Moreover, he has encountered Old Zhao and Lin Xie under the auspices of 7 Knights. Even a Phantom King, in a residential area, receiving a call, Chun Mai's expression froze as he listened to Wu Xiangnan's animated voice on the other end. The pieces had interconnected. Many previously inexplicable matters now found clarity. For instance, why Old Zhao had suddenly awakened, merely after a brief encounter with Yi Changpan, and acquired the Forbidden Ruin. Similarly, it elucidated why Lin Xie, devoid of a second divine ruin, could unleash such divine power. It also clarified Ant's 7 Knights' profound familiarity with them. Furthermore, it explained why Yi Changpan, in his transformation into the Demon King of Twilight, had proclaimed, "Time will prove everything. We shall meet again," and why Yi Changpan was able to effortlessly overpower Chun Mai during the release phase. It turned out this deity had always been among us, and I had unwittingly summoned him as a night watchman. Chun Mai's voice trembled with incredulity and a tinge of dread. Summoning a deity? And a demonic one at that. Where did he find such audacity? No, Xiaonan and 7 Knights were still with that Demon King. Suddenly, realization struck Chun Mai, and his expression tightened. He swiftly disconnected the call and searched for Si Xiaonan's number, dialing. Xiaonan, abandon number 2 high school. Leave with all your might. Distance yourself from Changpan. Remember, at any cost, even if it means sacrificing the entire student body of number 2 high school, it is a price worth paying. He is the very Demon King that descended upon Sangnan City. Before he could finish his warning, a resounding explosion echoed, mingled with the crimson gold luminescence, vividly resonating in Chun Mai's ears and eyes. He stared blankly upward, witnessing the scene that seemed to plunge into the crimson gold sky. Meanwhile, the clear voice of the girl on the phone gradually emerged. Captain, I believe I have also made a discovery. Moreover, I have unearthed an even more astonishing revelation. This Demon King possesses control over time. Silence enveloped the entire floor. Chun Mai stood utterly stunned, as if turned to stone. In the second high school of Sangnan City, Si Xiaonan and Lin Qi gazed at the sky, filled with resplendent golden light, their expressions now serene. The latter was unperturbed, having long been aware of Yi Changpan's strength and identity. As for the former, she had anticipated this moment. It was the power of the seraph, yet simultaneously, it was not. Si Xiaonan observed Yi Changpan, standing amidst the crowd with an air of nonchalance, his countenance reflecting a tranquil demeanor. Her gaze was drawn to the golden light emanating from his eyes, reminiscent of an unquenchable flame, enhancing the nobility and enigmatic aura of his striking visage. She could also sense the formidable ability he was wielding. It was not merely the power of the Seraph, but rather the force of the Demon King. A potency 100-fold greater than that of the Seraph, an overwhelming might of time. Involuntarily, she smiled bitterly, realizing that what he had previously claimed was indeed true and not a mere deception. Memories of their earlier conversation in the 9-to-5 hall flooded her mind, leaving her at a loss for words. All of this was a result of her own intellect leading her to these conclusions. Changpan had clearly stated that he was not the divine agent of Gabriel, never claiming to be one. He had merely asserted that he had awakened the divine power of the Seraph, nothing more. It was she who had assumed he was the divine agent of Gabriel, and that he had awakened his powers through divine intervention, thereby obtaining the strength of the Seraph. The captain would likely be astounded to learn that I have recruited a true god into our team. Si Xiaonan's voice was heavy with contemplation. Yet, even if given the chance to relive this moment, she would arrive at the same conclusion. After all, every indication suggested that he could only be a divine agent. His age, appearance, and the prowess he possessed after acquiring the divine power of the Seraph. If Changpan did not actively reveal his demonic strength, who would suspect him to be a god? Who could fathom that he had seized the power of the Seraph for himself to ascend to this realm? However, just as Si Xiaonan grappled with her uncertainty regarding her stance, Changpan, composed as ever, spoke up. With a blade in his hand directed at the three entities before him, the Nanda, serpent demon, which had been spared from death only because they wished to retain their power, his voice was calm as he inquired, "Now, tell me, who will regret this?" Chapter 64. Is this truly your final farewell? If so, prepare to embark on your journey. A detached voice echoed through the air. Si Xiaonan's gaze instantly shifted towards the speaker, a youthful figure. At this moment, Changpan, after uttering those words, moved toward the three formidable Nanda, snake demons, with an expression of indifference traversing the crowd. His silhouette, wielding a straight blade, resembled an invincible war deity. In that fleeting moment, Si Xiaonan's eyes began to shimmer with a myriad of emotions. She parted her lips, seemingly poised to speak, yet simultaneously, the faint murmurs of those surrounding her began to coalesce. Hiss! Who is this person? I witnessed a single stroke that erupted into a radiant golden light, and then the monsters vanished. Moreover, I even saw a building cleaved in two by a strike. Many individuals gradually rose from the ground, gazing at the youth standing before them, locking eyes with the three Nanda snake demons behind him. They swallowed hard, their eyes reflecting shock, confusion, and terror. Sister Xiaonan, perhaps we should first evacuate the crowd. Lin Jie stepped forward, gently speaking beside Si Xiaonan. His gaze fixed not only on Changpan's demeanor, but also on the crimson figure swiftly approaching from a distance. His expression grew somewhat complex as he spoke. After all, from the moment he descended, the situation was no longer within our control, was it not? Upon hearing this, Si Xiaonan fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding. Let us first evacuate the crowd. We shall discuss matters further once Hong Ying arrives. Soon, the two began to swiftly disperse the onlookers, with the Axe Squad assisting them. Following the earlier incident, no one dared voice any peculiar remarks, and they gradually retreated. The three Nanda, snake demons, witnessing this unfolding scene, finally snapped back to the reality of their continued existence. Yet at that moment, they no longer harbored intentions of obstruction or slaughter, but instead gazed in horror at Changpan as he approached, their voices trembling. You have truly descended. Your gaze has fallen upon this group of mortals. But why? Why? They were merely a band of mortals. Yet they commanded the attention of a deity. And what of us, the Nanda snake demons? We, who were the hunters in this event and poised to be the ultimate victors, found our entire plan nearly obliterated by his arrival. Despite being far more worthy of exploitation and possessing greater potential than these ordinary humans, the gods have not cast their gaze upon us, not even for a moment. Thus, is this truly your final farewell? Listening to the words of the three Nanda, snake demons, Changpan's dark eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. Regrettably, this is not the farewell I wish to hear. However, Since this is your final testament, then you may also prepare yourselves. It's time to set forth. In that instant, the three entities of the Nanda serpent demon felt an abrupt constriction in their pupils. Flee. They sensed an overwhelming aura of terror emanating from Changpan. This signified that Changpan was now serious. He had refrained from annihilating us earlier, evidently deeming us still of some utility. Scatter and run. This was their sole chance of escaping. They roared in desperation. Although they were uncertain why Changpan had spared them alongside the Nanda serpent demon offspring, it was clear that he did not wish to kill them. This was their only opportunity for survival. As for regret, making a deity regret? How absurd. Previously, they had underestimated Changpan's identity, relying on their cunning to devise plans. But now, surviving was already a stroke of fortune. With that, the three entities of the Nanda serpent demon swiftly darted in three distinct directions. Though they possessed serpent bodies with human tails, their speed was astonishing. Before long, their figures nearly vanished. Observing this scene, Changpan's expression remained remarkably composed. However, at this moment, he cast aside the blade he had taken from Lin Chiye, letting it clatter to the ground. The golden red light radiating from his eyes gradually dimmed, not for any other reason, but merely because the power of the seraph had been exhausted after he had wrought a miracle. Of course, he could rely on the power of time to revert his seraph strength to a state before its usage. Although this would entail a gradual pursuit of the Nanda serpent demon, it would still lead to its demise. Yet, he was disinclined to manipulate time any further. After all, in comparison to this so-called seraph power, he preferred his own power of ominous transformation. Boom! The golden red light in his eyes dissipated, replaced by an aura of sheer terror. Red, golden red, and black. These three colors suddenly erupted from Changpan's eyes. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of oppression surged forth. This aura? In the distance, it had gathered everyone, even Hong Ying returning, who, upon hearing the explanations from Si Xiaonan and others, wore expressions of confusion and shock. Suddenly moving closer, upon witnessing the formidable presence emanating from Changpan at that moment, a sensation reminiscent of their initial encounter with Changpan washed over them once again. If the earlier manifestation of the Seraph's divine power had portrayed Changpan as a noble emperor, now, infused with the power of ominous transformation, he still retained his royal status. Yet he had transformed into a demon king, a king of slaughter. Beads of sweat appeared on everyone's faces. Under the gaze of all, Changpan's steps remained remarkably tranquil as he advanced towards the three fleeing Nanda serpent demon entities, now nearly invisible. But the next moment, a silvery light suddenly burst forth from his waist. The time-space drive reappeared once more. The Time King first-tier dial materialized before Changpan, radiating a resplendent pink glow. Want to escape? A whisper echoed. In response, Changpan calmly extended his hand, grasping the Time King first-tier dial tightly before inserting it into the time-space driver, followed by a forceful rotation. Rider time. Kamen Rider Zi-O. The ethereal sound of machinery resonated. The silver-white dial enveloped Changpan, shrouding him before shattering. His eyes flickered with pink light, and a wave of silver-white energy erupted from his entire being. Ultimately, he revealed the true form of the Time King First Tier. It was he. Truly it was he. Upon witnessing Changpan's transformation, Hong Ying instinctively tightened her breath, no matter how reluctant she had been to believe in Si Xiaonan earlier. At this moment, she had no choice but to accept the truth. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the void, beads of sweat cascaded down her cheeks. She yearned to flee, yet the oath of the Night Watcher held her in place. In the end, she could only stand there, watching Changpan, eager to see what he would do next. Chapter 65. The Nandu, Snake Demon Dial, The Time of Reckoning. Trinity Night strikes. Beside him, Si Xiaonan gazed at Changpan's transformed visage, her eyes flickering with intrigue. Despite still feeling a slight difficulty in breathing, her attention was drawn to another matter. In her clear eyes, the figure of Changpan at this moment overlapped with that of the Omni Malform. Had he changed? Although the oppressive aura remained formidable, there was an inexplicable sense of tranquility emanating from him. She whispered softly to herself. Changpan, however, remained unfazed. Upon completing his transformation, he focused on the three Nandu, snake demon embodiments that were hastily attempting to escape through the narrow confines, seeking concealment. A look of alarm flashed in his gaze as he observed their cunning maneuvering to blend into the urban sprawl. Quite clever indeed. Yet, alas, your fate has already been sealed this day. A cold voice resonated from his gleaming silver armor. In the next instant, the ripples of time began to undulate, hastening Changpan's perception of the next 3 seconds. The temporal acceleration activated with sudden intensity. At that moment, in Changpan's eyes, the previously fleeing Nandu, snake demon embodiments moved as if mired in molasses, while he perceived every nuance of the surrounding chaos with crystal clarity. With a gentle step forward, Changpan's form transformed into a silver streak, appearing before the first Nandu, snake demon embodiment. He clenched his fist and struck with tremendous force. Bang! The first embodiment was sent crashing backward. Yet Changpan did not pause. He became a flash of light once more, reappearing before the second embodiment. Observing its grotesque form suspended in midair, he cast a cold gaze and delivered a swift kick. Bang! The second embodiment, too, was hurled backward with great force. He approached the third embodiment, executing the same swift maneuver with a powerful kick. The temporal acceleration dissipated. Bang! At that moment, the three fleeing Nandu, snake demon embodiments finally regained their speed, only to find themselves crashing down to the ground with a collective thud, bewildered by the turn of events. What transpired? The three embodiments were dazed, as were the onlookers. They had been on the verge of escape. How had they suddenly returned? And why did their bodies ache so? No, only he could achieve such a feat. Yet, the Nandu snake demons quickly reacted, their expressions a mixture of shock and despair as they beheld Changpan. In that instant, they froze, for Changpan had retrieved a dial from his bosom. The dial bore the imprint of a purple figure, its serpent-like form shimmering ominously in the searing light. To confront you, this will serve best. Feeling the gaze of the three entities known as the Nanda serpent demons, Changpan smiled faintly. Subsequently, he inserted the dial into the time-space driver and gave it a vigorous turn. Rider time. Kamen Rider Zi-O. Armor time. Snake demon. The resounding sound of the armor amplified throughout the surroundings. Yet there was no longer any sound of alien resonance. It was evident that Changpan had indelibly etched his presence within this world. As the armored form resonated, a purple armor materialized around Changpan, with an ethereal purple mist rising behind him, revealing an evil serpent that radiated brilliance, which then fused with Changpan. The armor integrated abruptly. The hour hand on Changpan's body began to shimmer with a serpentine glow, while the sides of his face morphed into the visage of a cobra, overlapping in a mesmerizing dance. At this moment, every part of his being was adorned with intricate purple patterns. On his shoulders, two grotesque serpent heads emerged as armor. The Time King, Nanda serpent demon armor form, descended with sudden intensity. Now, it was time to conclude this. Feeling an unceasing surge of newfound power within him, Changpan hesitated no more. He twisted the time-space driver once again. Finish time, division, copy. With a flourish, Changpan's form, bathed in a cascade of purple light, split into three distinct bodies. This was not merely an illusion caused by the passage of time or ascension, but rather Changpan, having split himself akin to the Nanda serpent demon, creating three true and indistinguishable versions of himself. The three exchanged glances. First, they would harness their power to fill the blank dial with the final nightly image. Changpan spoke calmly, and the other two nodded in agreement. As they lifted their feet, they simultaneously appeared before the three Nanda serpent demons. With a disdainful snort, they remained still, as the serpent heads on their shoulders surged forth, akin to living creatures, and directly seized the Nanda serpent demon before them. Biting down, a torrent of unseen power continuously emanated from the serpent heads. With the naked eye, it was evident that the Nanda serpent demon dial inserted into Yi Changpan's waist began to fill with energy. At that moment, nearly 2/3 of the nightly silhouette had emerged, and the nightly form transitioned from purple to an abyssal black. The cobra gradually morphed into a fearsome serpent head reminiscent of a dragon. Feeling the power within being absorbed, the three incarnations of Ananda, serpent demon, experienced profound weakness. Their gazes directed at Yi Changpan filled with despair, an utter hopelessness that rendered them incapable of even dying. Soon, the absorption of power was complete. The expressions of the three, Yi Changpan, turned resolutely cold. The serpent released its grip, causing the three entities of the Nandu, serpent demon, to tumble downwards. Subsequently, their feet shimmered with a radiant glow, a terrifying hue of darkness infused with a formidable surge of power. In unison, their bodies subtly shifted, delivering a powerful kick towards the Nandu, serpent demon, before them. Time break. The knight's kick revealed its brilliance at that moment. In the next instant, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. The three Nandu serpent demons, which had previously caused considerable distress to the second high school of Sangnan City and the entire Sangnan Night Watch, were transformed into a dazzling display of fireworks. This spectacle illuminated the figure of Yi Changpan, who donned the Nandu serpent armor form and had ascended to the first tier of the Time King. The pitch-black glow flickered, intermingling with a radiant pink light, suddenly brightening the surroundings. Plot modification. Nandu serpent incident. Causal fluctuation. The death toll has reached 3,000. The Nandu serpent clan has mobilized. Detection. Li Yifei has not yet perished. Degree of plot modification. 2. 6. Distance to required plot line fluctuation for obtaining the dial. 2. 4. Current world stability level. 1. Meanwhile, the system's notification sounded abruptly. Chapter 66. A realm of illusions, yet also a deity, a demon god capable of seizing all powers. Hiss. Is this fellow even human? Did you witness that? When clad in this armor, he transformed into three beings. Did time outside race ahead by millennia during my brief hours at school? We are all human. Yet how is it that I cannot comprehend this scene? It was almost as if Yi Changpan had absorbed the entirety of the Nanda snake demon's power, allowing the blank dial to be rightfully called the Nanda snake dial. Meanwhile, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, each able to discern the shock and confusion reflected in the other's eyes. Transformation, effortlessly slaying the Nanda snake demon. This was an occurrence so surreal that it seemed unimaginable even in dreams, yet it unfolded brazenly in reality. It was hard for anyone not to feel bewildered. But soon, someone regained their senses. Holy moly! He has slain those three monsters. Does that mean we have survived? Suddenly, joyous exclamations erupted from the crowd. The atmosphere momentarily hushed. Then, like a tidal wave, cheers burst forth. Everyone was overwhelmed with tears of joy. Those who had not genuinely experienced the life and death crisis of this battle could never fathom the apparent ease with which Yi Changpan and the others had vanquished the Nanda snake demon. But only they understood the depths of despair they had traversed, particularly the parents who were far from the innocent perspective of children. Witnessing their friends and relatives transform into monsters, surrounded by an atmosphere of suspicion, their mental state was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, they completely relaxed, and the entire arena erupted in cheers. However, while the crowd rejoiced at their survival, Xian and the others gazed at Yi Changpan, who stood motionless not far away. The object resembling a dial at his waist bore the likeness of the Nanda snake demon. Based on the earlier English interpretation, he must have acquired the power of the Nanda snake demon. It became clear. No wonder he appeared as a realm of illusions when I first encountered him. He had thus seized the divine power of the seraph, ultimately transforming into a realm of illusions. Xian's eyes suddenly grew solemn. As for Hong Weiying, that was another matter. Yet, even in Qingyi and LNQ, Y could not grasp as clearly as she did the divine power of the seraph they had sensed upon meeting Yi Changpan. It was unequivocally the power of the divine ruins. If Yi Changpan were merely a demon king, He could never possess such sacred and fervent seraphic power. Yet, he indeed did. And in light of the current scene, Yi Changpan's perilous status in Xi'an-In's mind surged dramatically, for she understood. The reason Yi Changpan possessed the power of the Seraph was entirely because he had seized it. If earlier, Xi'an-In found the deities terrifying and the divine ruins dreadful, at this moment, she perceived Yi Changpan as the true embodiment of terror. To usurp the power of a deity was far more fearsome than the abilities of the deity itself. Once the powers of the remaining deities are seized, the potential for endless replication of realms, such as the terrifying mortal realm of the Seraphim, arises. One could even reverse the future, thereby claiming it outright. The dread power of Shiva is formidable, for with but a stroke of the pen, an entire city could be reduced to ashes. The act remains the same. If one individual, perhaps a god, were to possess the might of hundreds of deities, would they still be considered a god? At this moment, having vanquished the 3 incarnations of the Nanda serpent demon and successfully absorbed their powers, the system's notification echoed once more in Yi Changpan's mind. He merely glanced at the required degree of narrative alteration needed to acquire the next blank dial, as well as the 2 pivotal words causality, which pertain to the death of thousands. His gaze subtly shifted, an anticipated light flickering in his eyes, yet not stirring any tumult within him. It was remarkably tranquil. The loss of over 3,000 lives was merely a definitive numeral to him. In truth, it was indeed just a number. The reason for his calmness lay in Yi Changpan's understanding that these souls existed as mere specters within a miraculous illusion, and he held the power to manipulate their time. Death? Let it be 3,000 souls, or even 30 million. For him, their resurrection was but a fleeting thought. However, it was unnecessary. They would inevitably meet their demise. To expend great effort reviving them would yield no gratitude, and the complications involved were excessive. Whispering softly, Yi Changpan soon shifted his gaze to his waist, where the visage of the Nanda serpent demon dial, now 2/3 complete, manifested. Only 1/3 remained, and it appeared that only Li Yifei was needed. With this realization, Yi Changpan's eyes settled upon Li Yifei and the others nearby, including Si Xiaonan. Ultimately, he took gentle steps towards them. Although the culmination offered by the Nanda serpent demon dial currently only permitted replication and division, it had cost him a blank dial, and thus deserved proper consolidation. After all, you must enter the asylum. Your life shall serve to augment my power, which is a fair exchange. As Yi Changpan approached Li Yifei and his companions, the ever-watchful Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, their eyes flickered with unease. Who are you? Which demon king from history do you represent? What is your purpose in descending upon Sangnan? Hong Ying stood forth, her fair cheeks glistening with sweat, her chest rising and falling in rapid succession. Her gaze was rife with tension and trepidation. She feared Yi Changpan's abilities. Perhaps she wished to remain silent, to refrain from questioning him. Yet she cannot. As a sentinel, she bore the responsibility for the safety and future of the great Xia, even at the cost of her own life, if need be. Step, step, step. Yet no matter how vigilant Hong Ying remained, Yi Changpan merely cast her a glance, showing not the slightest hint of concern. Not a single word escaped his lips. He simply lifted his foot and advanced towards them. The atmosphere instantly turned tense. Those around seemed to sense that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, falling into a sudden silence. Lin Xie and Si Xiaonan exchanged glances, remaining motionless. The former believed that Yi Changpan would not lay a hand on Hong Ying, nor jeopardize his own life, while the latter could sense that Yi Changpan was not approaching them. Rather, he was heading towards Li Yifei. The intention, it seemed, was likely to replenish the remaining power. Si Xiaonan observed Yi Changpan's waist, where the image of the Nandu, snake demon dial, 2/3 complete, was etched. The scene was gradually enveloped by an eerie oppression and seriousness. Why is everyone so grave? Hasn't Changpan already slain the monsters? Chapter 67. Li Yifei, you may join the Night Watchers, but it cannot. In the heavy silence, only Li Yifei's voice reverberated. All eyes suddenly turned to him, filled with varying degrees of admiration, astonishment, gravity, and an expression akin to that of a fool. Yet, at this moment, Li Yifei seemed oblivious to the gazes around him, losing the composed demeanor he had displayed while departing with the Axe Squad. After uttering those words, he could only feel his heart racing, a surge of excitement coursing through him as he gazed intently at Yi Changpan. Brother Changpan, you mentioned that I had accomplished something significant just now. May I join you? Upon hearing this, Yi Changpan slightly paused in his stride, but it was merely a fleeting hesitation. He soon resumed his approach toward Li Yifei, this time speaking. Perhaps, he said slowly, you may join the Ridewatchers. Upon hearing this, Li Yifei's expression instantly transformed into one of joy. However, it quickly stiffened once more. But it cannot. Staring blankly at Yi Changpan, who was advancing toward him, Li Yifei was momentarily dazed, murmuring to himself. Yet, at that moment, Yi Changpan had already drawn a dial from his pocket, hurling it forward, where it instantly transformed into the shape of a gun, the time spear in gun form. Then, raising it with one hand, he aimed it at Li Yifei's head. Yi Changpan spoke softly, his voice laden with meaning. Indeed, it cannot. The instant the words fell, his thumb gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! The gunshot unequivocally answered Li Yifei's question. A searing bullet morphed into a laser, striking Li Yifei's body with precision, sending him hurtling into the distance. He crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling profusely, teetering on the brink of life and death. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. Hong Ying's pupils widened in disbelief. She had not been alone with Li Yifei, nor did she know that he was a monster. She never anticipated that Yi Changpan would fire without uttering a single word. Instinctively, the long spear in her hand ignited with flames, the forbidden ruins faintly awakening. Sister Hong Ying. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and Hong Ying felt a tug at the hem of her garment. Turning to look, she found Si Xiaonin's calm visage before her. It has a problem. She spoke this statement with tranquility. Si Xiaonin and Hong Ying exchanged glances. The earlier softness in their eyes replaced entirely by resolve, the strength in their hands symbolically restraining Hong Ying. She understood her role well, and she also comprehended that Yi Changpan's prior explanations and conversations with them stemmed solely from their shared circumstances. Yet none of this gave her the right to question Yi Changpan or to impede him, as evidenced by his earlier communication with Chun Mai. The divine never owes mortals an explanation. Even the kindest of deities are not exempt. Fortunately, Hong Ying merely observed Si Xiaonin in silence. Though perplexed, her inclination to take action dissipated. You killed him? Both Hong Ying and Si Xiaonin calmed themselves. Yet in the crowd, gazes fell upon Li Yifei, sprawled on the ground not far away, his head stained crimson, a bullet-like impression evident on his forehead. Many were left in stunned disbelief. They then turned to Yi Changpan in shock and horror. In their minds, Li Yifei was an honest student, someone whose abilities had allowed them to survive. Yet now he had been shot in the head by Yi Changpan. It was hard to accept. However, Yi Changpan's previous display of power had already validated everything. They demanded an explanation from him. Lin Chia. Yet Yi Changpan was indifferent, merely uttering coldly, I am here. Lin Chia stepped forward with utmost sincerity. The void of the Wujia shattered. Yi Changpan sheathed his long gun, gazing distantly at Li Yifei, and slowly instructed, take this group away. Understood. Lin Chia nodded. Even knowing that the death of the Nantoa serpent demon's true form would lead to the demise of its progeny, Lin Chia still conducted a thorough check of everyone, before taking up the firearm given by Lung Xian and orderly leading the group away. Under the oppressive weight of truth, even if some harbored mild discontent, they could only depart one after the other. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonin watched silently as Lin Chia obediently organized the crowd's exit, their voices lost. For they had come to a startling realization. Li Yifei was not dead. Brother Changpan, why did you suddenly shoot at me? Once the crowd had dispersed, Li Yifei gradually regained his senses, lying amidst the dry blood, his gaze vacantly fixed on several individuals before him. Though he spoke, there was an eerie dissonance to his words, reminiscent of a horror film where a head has been severed, yet the body still converses. As he spoke, Li Yifei slowly sat up under their watchful eyes, staring blankly at Yi Changpan, who had fired upon him. Soon, the vacant look in his eyes vanished, replaced by a chilling ferocity. "Tell me, why did you shoot at me, why?" Lin Xie regarded him with a complex expression. "Did you not see where you were struck?" "Struck?" Li Yifei momentarily faltered, his accusatory tone morphing into confusion as he touched the bullet hole on his forehead. "You shot my head." "Lin Xie, I'm not dead. Have I awakened some sort of superpower?" Lin Xie continued to observe Li Yifei, or more precisely, the transformation of his eyes into vertical slits, resembling those of a serpent. "No, you are the Nantawa serpent demon, or rather, you are a part of it." Li Yifei was utterly bewildered. "I am a Nantawa serpent demon?" Today, the instigator behind the bloodshed at Erzhong has emerged. "What did you think prompted you to suddenly stand before me and inquire?" Yi Changpan's words were perfectly timed. "Could it be that you have sensed my murderous intent? Has the persona of the monster awakened? Or perhaps, during this period of amnesia, you have forgotten?" Upon hearing these words, Li Yifei was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he had experienced amnesia numerous times, such as inexplicably finding himself at a crime scene or mysteriously rescuing many students, thus becoming a great hero. Just like earlier, when he felt a sharp pain in his head, as if a voice urged him to join the Night Watchers, prompting him to naturally question Yi Changpan. Initially, he had given it little thought, but now, with the hints from Lin Xie and Yi Changpan, his mind finally erupted. How could I possibly be the Nanda serpent demon? How could I be? Xie, you know me. I am not the Nanda serpent demon. You must be mistaken. Yes, it has to be a mistake. I am merely an ordinary student. Li Yifei turned to Lin Xie beside him, his gaze akin to that of a drowning man seeking salvation, suddenly radiant with hope. He yearned for Lin Xie to assure him that he was not the Nanda serpent demon that Yi Changpan had erred. However, Lin Xie remained silent, his eyes finally shimmering with a brilliant golden red light. The divine power of the seraphim descended abruptly. Chapter 68. Seizing the first mysterious power, the Nanda serpent demon. The divine power of the seraphim erupted suddenly from Lin Xie's eyes. "Hiss!" Li Yifei, initially in disbelief and seeking justification from Lin Xie, abruptly transformed, his body enveloped in dark serpentine scales, rapidly morphing. Ultimately, he became the Nanda serpent demon, with a serpentine tail and a humanoid form. His eyes gleamed with a piercing cold light. "I do not perceive my concealment as rudimentary, even in the presence of a deity. I do not believe I can be easily detected. Otherwise, I would have been discovered the moment I entered your establishment. When did you realize my presence?" Upon witnessing the once innocent Li Yifei morph into the Nanda serpent demon, Hong Ying fell silent. The spear in her hand continued to emit a faint crimson glow. Yet, she now found herself uncertain about whether to engage in battle. From Li Yifei's voluntary report to the sudden transformation of Yi Changpan into a first-tier time king, executing Li Yifei to Li Yifei's complete transformation into the Nanda serpent demon, the twists and turns were overwhelming. Her already limited intellect was now utterly befuddled. Yet, despite her confusion, to uphold the dignity of her senior and to avoid embarrassment before a deity, Hong Ying steeled her expression, suppressing her doubts deep within. Subsequently, she raised her spear, aiming it directly at Li Yifei. Meanwhile, Si Xiaonan and Lin Xie sighed in unison. Although they wished to avoid explanations in the face of the mysterious, battle remained the ultimate resolution. However, Li Yifei was worthy of their explanation. "Your concealment is remarkable, even evading the probing of the Seraphim's divine power." But Lin Xie and Si Xiaonan complimented each other, enumerating Li Yifei's flaws and various anomalies, elucidating the changes in his body during combat, ultimately directing the clues toward Li Yifei, confirming that he too was the Nanda serpent demon in his true form. Finally, Lin Xie gazed intently at Yi Changpan. "As for why he did not detect you, I surmise he was aware, but chose to observe your intentions, seeking to seize your power." A silence ensued. The Nanda serpent demon then turned its gaze toward Changpan, the brutality in its eyes no longer concealed. With a long howl, it launched an attack. It was so close, merely a step away. You shall perish. Cursed be this fate. Hatred. An overwhelming rage surged within the Nanda serpent demon at that moment. Just one step away, it could have entered the night watchman and safely traversed its juvenile phase, progressing to subsequent stages. Yet all of this was thwarted by this young man before it. This deity had brazenly disrupted everything. Consumed by its intense hatred, the Nanda serpent demon disregarded Lin Xie, who stood beside it, possessing nearly the weakest combat capability in the vicinity, and lunged directly at Changpan. In but a fleeting moment, before Changpan stood the enormous and ferocious serpent, which then lashed its tail towards his position. The tail sliced through the air, producing a series of sharp sounds. At this moment, it truly launched an attack against Changpan, the mysterious entity of the Zhan realm, directing its fury towards the demon lord. Is this creature mad? Rather than targeting us, it chooses to confront a deity? Witnessing this scene, Hong Ying's confusion deepened. From her current perspective, it was evident that Changpan was the strongest among them. In contrast, while there were divine agents among them, their mightiest was merely a Zhan realm being. Why would this creature ignore them to strike at a deity? Was this not a reversal of priorities? Or was the Nandu serpent demon inherently so audacious? In contrast to Hong Ying's Navi musings, Si Xiaonan and Lin Xie exchanged glances, both recognizing the shared sense of resignation in each other's eyes. Hong Ying's thoughts stemmed from her lack of understanding of Changpan, as well as her failure to grasp her standing in his eyes. If it were true that she and her companions could influence Changpan, the Nandu serpent demon would undoubtedly have targeted them first, using them to threaten him. Alas, that was not the case. They did not even know Changpan's true identity, so how could they threaten him? The Nandu serpent demon was clearly aware of this, which is why it chose to attack Changpan. This was a desperate gamble in the face of impending doom, infused with deep-seated resentment. In stark contrast, Changpan regarded the Nandu serpent demon, now mere inches away, with his pitch-black eyes reflecting a faint glimmer of cold light. Aware that it was facing death, the creature fought desperately, not only to preserve its dignity, but also to seek vengeance for its kin. One must commend its bravery. As the serpent's tail drew perilously close to Changpan, he exhibited no reaction, remaining calm as if the serpent had not launched an assault against him. Only when the attack was a mere meter away did Changpan finally raise his head, his armor gleaming ominously under the sunlight. In that moment, the hour hand on his clock seemed to stir subtly. Though the hand remained unchanged, an extraordinary wave of power suddenly emanated forth. Time rippled, slowing down by several hundred times. In an instant, the Nandu serpent demon's attack halted, not entirely, but rather its speed diminished to a fraction of its original velocity, rendering it akin to a scene from a horror film, frozen midair. At that moment, time itself decelerated, and the cacophony of the surrounding winds, the ever-shifting clouds above, and the gazes of Lin Xie, Hong Ying, and the others became markedly delayed. Only Changpan slowly advanced, taking a single step forward. His expression remained serene, as if he were an observer of time in this moment that had been decelerated, even frozen in place. He indifferently completed his final words. Alas, while your courage is commendable, the outcome is fated to remain unchanged. I graciously accept your power. As his voice faded, his left hand gently rose, resting upon the body of the Nantoa snake demon. An invisible force suddenly erupted from the serpent's form, which was subsequently absorbed into the Nantoa snake demon dial affixed to Changpan's waist. Radiance flickered to life, and mechanical sounds began to emanate from the dial. Snake demon. In the next moment, the silhouette of the knight, 2/3 complete, materialized on the dial of the Nantoa snake demon. In this instant, it was wholly filled. His entire being was enveloped in pitch-black scaled armor, with colossal serpent heads standing tall on either side of his shoulders. The elongated eyes of the knight's figure blossomed upon the Nantoa snake demon dial. The Nantoa snake demon dial had fully coalesced. Chapter 69. Li Yifei's imminent demise. The Changnan City second high school incident comes to a close. The power of the Nantua serpent demon has fully coalesced. At the moment the visage of the night materialized from the Nantua serpent dial, Yi Changpan's eyes were enveloped in a shadowy hue. A diminutive, obsidian figure emerged within his gaze, letting out a piercing cry toward the heavens. It was a serpent of pure darkness, exuding an aura of brutal chill. He could perceive that from this instant forth, the essence of the serpent, the abilities of the Nantua serpent demon, would manifest within him. His sensory perception and premonitory abilities had significantly heightened. Even his sense of smell had escalated beyond mere enhancement. Virtually all the powers of the serpent surged forth within him. Yet, it seemed there was much more to uncover. The might of the Nantua serpent demon would warrant further exploration. Yi Changpan whispered softly. He then cast his gaze upon the Nantua serpent demon before him, which had slowed to a standstill as if caught in time. There were more pressing matters at hand, such as dealing with you. As the words left his lips, a glint of icy determination ignited in his eyes. His palm shifted slightly backward before clenching into a fist. With a subtle sway of his body, he harnessed the force of his fist and struck forth with tremendous power. Bang! The impact resonated heavily against the massive form of the Nantua serpent demon, echoing a profound sound. In that moment, the flow of time returned to its normal rhythm. The Nantua serpent demon was hurled backward, wailing in the air. Yi Changpan regarded its retreating figure with indifference, his expression betraying no emotion. He merely lifted the time gun, transformed into its firearm shape, aiming at the receding silhouette of the Nantua serpent demon. As his left hand descended, he activated the time-space drive on his waist. Finish time. A brilliant radiance erupted from the dark barrel of the time gun. Yi Changpan pressed the trigger with his thumb. Bang, bang, bang. Within less than a second, several bullets infused with the power of the nightly time king streaked through the air at light speed, raining down upon the limbs and tail of the Nantua serpent demon. The creature had no time to react, for bullets pierced through its scales, embedding themselves in flesh. In the void, crimson droplets splattered like blooming flowers. Subsequently, a thunderous explosion resonated, unleashing waves of sound and vibrant chaos. The speed was so astonishing that it left onlookers bewildered. What has transpired? On the other side, Si Xiaonan and Lin Xie, among others, were still processing the sight of the Nantua serpent demon's previous position, when suddenly they heard several gunshots ring out. Instantly, the scene erupted into a fierce explosion. They gazed at the time gun, held by Yi Changpan, now radiating flames. The three stood frozen, unable to comprehend the situation. Yi Changpan cast a glance at them, first transforming the time gun back into its dial form, inserting it into its original slot, before turning his attention to the heart of the mist. Although the power contained within the night's moment of termination is formidable, I have managed to control nearly 90% of it. Furthermore, it was directed at its two hands and lower body. Surely, it cannot still be alive? Li Yifei understands the significance of Lin Xie. Anyone aware of the future plot concerning the god-slaying would comprehend this. He has no interest in claiming the head of a mere illusionary realm creature. Moreover, after seizing the powers of Li Yifei, the Nantua serpent demon now resembles a slightly oversized venomous snake, devoid of any threat. Whether it lives or dies holds no consequence for him, which is why he had previously restrained himself. Yet, gazing through the mist at the current state of the Nantua serpent demon, Yi Changpan could not help but furrow his brow. Could it truly have come so close to death? He observed the Nantua serpent demon in its dismal condition. Even with his deliberate restraint, the demon was unable to withstand the explosive bullets unleashed by the night's moment of termination. Its two hands were obliterated, and its serpentine tail was reduced to a gruesome mass of flesh and blood, with only fragments of skin and sinew remaining. Lying on the ground, drenched in blood, its breath was gradually fading. It appeared on the verge of losing all vitality. Yi Changpan turned to the side, where Lin Xie stood in a daze, watching him. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Lin Xie snapped back to attention. I'm here. This serpent is yours to handle, Yi Changpan said with a slight nod. At this moment, the three individuals exchanged glances, seemingly grasping the implications, and swiftly shifted their gaze towards the site of the explosion. As the smoke began to dissipate, revealing the figure within, the scene fell into a hushed silence. A deathly stillness enveloped them. Is it really this tragic? Hong Ying swallowed hard, her hand gripping the spear, trembling slightly as she beheld the pitiful state of the non-dual serpent demon lying on the ground. She could even discern the demon's violent eyes, now filled with a bewildered expression. It seemed utterly perplexed. What was happening? How long had it been since she had criticized the non-dual serpent demon for not attacking them? In but a fleeting moment, the creature had transformed into this wretched state. Beside her, Si Xiaonan and Lin Qie shared similar sentiments. They had initially believed that an overwhelming victory would be the outcome of this encounter. Yet, who could have anticipated such an inexplicable conclusion? Just a moment ago, the non-dual serpent demon was launching an assault on Yi Changpan, and the next, it inexplicably collapsed, its hands shattered, its body riddled with wounds, nearly devoid of any intact parts. Was this the power of the divine? After a brief silence, the three gazed at Yi Changpan, who stood quietly at a distance, their expressions imbued with complexity. Prior to witnessing a deity and the manifestation of divine power, they had imagined that gods merely held a greater mastery over power, perhaps difficult to contend with, but not entirely devoid of hope. This was also the reason they had chosen to join the Ridewatchers, to oppose the divine and protect the great Xia. Yet now, having witnessed Yi Changpan's prowess firsthand, they have come to comprehend the vast chasm that separates them from the divine, a disparity akin to a celestial divide. They scarcely perceive the manner in which Yi Changpan executed her strikes. The formidable non-dual serpent demon, who had engaged them in a fierce struggle, was rendered nearly lifeless, left to endure the bitter taste of despair. The murmurs that escaped Yi Changpan's lips suggested that what they had witnessed was but a mere fraction of her overwhelming power. At last, amidst a myriad of complex emotions, Lin Qie took action. He first approached the spot where Yi Changpan had discarded her blade, retrieving it with purpose. Then, he advanced to the position of the non-dual serpent demon, observing its feeble and desperate state. Upon seeing Lin Qie, the demon's eyes flickered with a hint of despair, and tears, imbued with a semblance of humanity, welled up, echoes of Li Yifei's essence resurfacing. Lin Qie sensed the familiarity emanating from the demon's gaze. In a moment of silence, he sighed deeply. "Forgive me, Li Yifei. Had you not been the non-dual serpent demon, I believe we could have forged a friendship. Alas, there are no ifs. In light of our shared past as classmates, I shall guide you on your final journey." Chapter 70. A mere insect in this realm dares to inquire about my whereabouts? As the words softly escaped, the hesitation in Lin Qie's gaze dissipated entirely, replaced by an icy demeanor and a chilling intent to kill. In an instant, he swung his blade downward. A splash of crimson erupted forth, severing the head of the Nanda snake demon cleanly at the neck. Thud, thud, as the head, filled with resentment and unwillingness, rolled away. The voice of the system resonated once more in Yi Changpan's mind. Modify the storyline. Nanda, snake demon incident, causal fluctuation death, toll reaches 3,000. The entire Nanda, snake demon clan mobilized, detecting the mastermind Li Yifei's demise. Degree of storyline modification, 3. Distance to acquire the blank dial requires 2 storyline fluctuation modification. Current world stability level, 1, 2. It is concluded. This act not only secured complete control over the Seraphim, as forbidden domain, but also advanced the degree of storyline modification significantly, awaiting the mass squad and the ancient god society. For another blank dial to be obtained, the rewards were abundant, and there was still more to come. Listening to the system's report and witnessing Lin Qie decapitate Nanda snake demon Li Yifei, a peculiar brilliance flickered in Yi Changpan's eyes. He then cast a subtle glance towards the nearby Xingyu, who was gazing intently at him and Lin Qie. Yi Changpan could discern that she was not merely observing them, but was fixated on the severed head of the Nanda snake demon. The only correct answer. I eagerly await the power of the key to the door. It is unfortunate that you have yet to awaken. Reflecting on the events in the original narrative wherein Qingyu utilized her forbidden domain, the only correct answer, a faint smile graced Yi Changpan's lips. He held a measure of anticipation for her abilities. After all, merely by siphoning a fragment of the Seraphim's power, he had acquired the mortal realm of the gods and inexplicably ascended to the Lantern realm. Subsequently, by merging with Zhao Kongqing's forbidden domain abilities, he not only awakened his second forbidden domain, Annihilation Flash Moon, but also gained new knightly powers. This time, by seizing the powers of the Nanda Snake Demon, he had directly acquired all the serpent's abilities and obtained a new dial symbolizing the power of fragmentation. Now he possessed 7 blank dials. He eagerly anticipated the transformation that would occur once he fused within Qingyu's forbidden domain, the only correct answer. I am Hong Ying, a member of Team 136 in Songnan City. I humbly inquire about your purpose for visiting Songnan, just as Yi Changpan contemplated in Qingyu's forbidden domain. Hong Ying's voice echoed once more, interrupting his thoughts. Yi Changpan slightly shifted his gaze, observing the figure before him, a countenance resolute yet trembling hands clutching a long spear. And deep within those eyes, a profound fear lingered beneath the surface of the crimson tassel. How intriguing, he mused softly. How could it not be intriguing? Despite knowing he was a formidable demon descended upon the mortal realm, this mere mortal dared to question him. Such audacity was commendable. However, as soon as he offered a faint praise, Yi Changpan's expression abruptly turned cold. His right hand swept through the temporal drive. The previously sheathed time spear in its gun form was once again firmly grasped in his hand. He lifted it suddenly, the ominous barrel aimed directly at the crimson tassel. He continued, his gaze laced with amusement. I am not clad in armor, yet even the leader of Team 136, Chun Mai, refrained from questioning me or inquiring about my whereabouts. And now, in this armored state, you, a mere ant of the pool realm, dare to probe into my movements? He tilted his head slightly, a semblance of a smile gracing his lips. What? Are you implying that I should report my destinations to you? His voice carried a hint of mirth, seemingly harmless. Yet, the oppressive aura emanating from the dark muzzle instilled an overwhelming sense of dread. Sister Hong Ying, S. Xion N and L. NQY gasped in unison. S. Xion N instinctively positioned herself in front of Hong Ying, fearing she might speak out of turn, and forcibly pressed her hand against Hong Ying's lips to silence her. L. NQY was equally startled, his eyelids twitching at the scene. The thought of retrieving Li Yifei's head for a proper burial evaporated from his mind in an instant. He hurriedly rushed to Hong Ying's side, his face etched with urgency as he defended her. Sister Hong Ying had no such intention, right, Sister Hong Ying? As he spoke, he tugged at Hong Ying's school uniform, signaling her to refrain from any further reckless remarks. Without the need for S, she, on N, and L, N, Q, Y's prompt. At that moment, Hong Ying had utterly lost the courage she once possessed to inquire. She stared blankly at Yi Changpan, particularly at the raised time spear, feeling an overwhelming chill seep into her heart, an immense terror engulfing her. I. Her voice trembled, as if she wished to articulate something, yet ultimately, no words escaped her lips. Facing the divine, her initial utterance had stemmed from bravery, intertwined with the Night Watcher's oath. However, if given another chance, that resolve would be irrevocably lost. None of us harbor such intentions. S. Xion N swallowed hard, sweat beginning to bead on her cheeks under the menacing gaze of the firearm. Sister Hong Ying means, she is concerned that you may encounter troubles in the Great Xia. The Night Watchers are willing to eliminate any disturbances for you. In a moment of desperation, a spark of inspiration ignited in her mind, and she spoke forth. Upon hearing this response, Yi Changpan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Eliminate disturbances? Indeed, upon noticing his apparent interest, Si Xiaonan's eyes sparkled, and she hastily spoke. Though the Great Xia appears tranquil at present, external deities roam unchecked, and ancient cults are scheming in the shadows. Thus, Sister Hong Ying inquires what your intentions may be. The underlying purpose is to alleviate some of your troubles. The Great Xia is eager to forge a bond with you. Yi Changpan narrowed his eyes slightly, surveying Si Xiaonan. A moment of silence enveloped the atmosphere. A formidable aura surged forth from Yi Changpan's inky gaze, creating a palpable sense of pressure. As cold sweat gradually soaked the backs of Si Xiaonan and Lin Qiye, rendering them unsteady, Yi Changpan finally smiled, a contented expression gracing his features. Your response, though lacking in sincerity, reflects a shrewd choice. I shall no longer hold this matter against you. With a gentle smile, the oppressive force emanating from Yi Changpan dissipated abruptly, replaced by an air of warmth. However, in the next instant, he deftly maneuvered the temporal drive, twisting it abruptly. Finish time. The ethereal mechanical voice resonated. A brilliant radiance erupted from the time gun form. In a swift motion, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The deafening gunshot reverberated, accompanied by an explosion of light. The bullet traced a dazzling path through the void, hurtling towards Hong Ying and her companions with lethal precision. Chapter 71. Are you still the Night Watchman? The bullet, imbued with the finality of a night, surged forth towards Hong Ying and her companions. In that moment, the brief respite from death was suddenly engulfed by a profound despair. They were about to perish. Helplessly witnessing the bullet hurtling towards them, the three instinctively closed their eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Yet in the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted from behind, shattering their grim thoughts. We are not dead. Turning abruptly, Si Xiaonan and her companions were bewildered, momentarily stunned, for they beheld beside them the lingering flames of the bullet that Yi Changpan had just unleashed. It dawned on them that before they could even react, this bullet had the potential to claim their lives more than once. Si Xiaonan and Lin Qiye murmured to themselves, their gazes now fixed upon the sky, illuminated by the vibrant pink glow. The explosion they had just heard was the sound of the bullet detonating in midair. However, their attention soon returned to Yi Changpan before them, their eyes filled with confusion. Why did he fire that shot? Was it merely to instill fear in us? As Si Xiaonan and her companions grappled with Yi Changpan's intentions, on a distant high-rise, Lung Xian lay prone on the rooftop, wielding a precision sniper rifle. The scope reflected Yi Changpan's figure. If it had infrared capabilities, it would undoubtedly reveal that, at this moment, Lung Xian's rifle was aimed squarely at Yi Changpan's chest. A mere pull of the trigger could enact a lethal strike, though it might not necessarily be effective. In this silent stance, a sudden gulp echoed from Lung Xian's throat. He silently withdrew his gaze from the high-powered scope. Beads of perspiration began to surface on his cheeks, and the calm and indifferent depths of his eyes were now filled with shock and trepidation. I was so close, just a meter away. I could have died, but it was not a misfire. Rather, it was a warning. He observed clearly that Yi Changpan's gun was aimed at him. The bullet, at the moment of its release, had shifted ever so slightly in its trajectory. Otherwise, it could have easily pierced through the sniper's scope and struck him at an extreme distance. Is this the power of a deity? To discern my exact location from dozens of miles away? How terrifying! Lung Xian murmured to himself. Suddenly, he rose to his feet, his handgun in hand, making his way down from the building. This single occurrence had instilled fear within him. He dared not point his weapon at Yi Changpan again. Yet simultaneously, he sensed Yi Changpan's intent. It seemed he would not stand against the Xia. Thus, he resolved to personally approach the scene, to converse with this demon king, who appeared to have an affinity for the Xia, to apologize. The flames at the muzzle gradually extinguished, as the probing gaze that lingered on him dissipated. Yi Changpan once again transformed his firearm into a dial. Observing the expressions of trepidation on the faces of those before him, he spoke with a calm demeanor. Enough. Since I have declared that I will no longer pursue this matter, I shall indeed let it rest. His words drew the bewildered gazes of Lin Qiye and the others, who suddenly fixated on him. Only Hong Ying remained in a daze, staring blankly at the flickering flame beside her head. Sensing the collective attention, Yi Changpan turned his gaze towards Lin Qiye, his eyes imbued with a cryptic depth, yet obscured by the armor of the Time King. Lin Qiye could not discern the nuances of his expression. Yi Changpan, evidently disinterested in further discourse, stated, I have completed all that I needed to do. The subsequent matters are now in your hands." With a flourish, a radiant golden light emerged from Yi Changpan's right side. In that instant, the entire space became an indistinct blur, reminiscent of a pool of deep, shimmering gold. Only a myriad of golden dials emerged within, exuding an air of nobility and mystery. He continued, "When we next meet, I hope to witness your seraphic power, reaching my expectations." This statement was clearly directed at Lin Xie, who gazed deeply at Yi Changpan, remaining silent. In the next moment, Yi Changpan slightly moved his right hand. I wish to ask you something," Si Xiaonan interjected, stepping forward. Her gaze was fixed intently on Yi Changpan as she inquired, "Is that permissible?" Yi Changpan raised his eyelids slightly. Observing Si Xiaonan's earnest and cautious demeanor, he tilted his head, contemplating for a brief moment, before pausing his manipulation of the temporal gate, evidently granting Si Xiaonan her opportunity. "I do not know your reasons for joining the Night Watchers. Perhaps it is for the power of the serpent demon." Si Xiaonan spoke slowly, glancing at Lin Xie, "or maybe it is for the seraphic sanctuary of Chia. But I simply wish to ask you, are you still one of the Night Watchers?" A moment of silence enveloped the scene before Yi Changpan replied indifferently, "Is it of great significance?" "Indeed," Si Xiaonan asserted earnestly, her eyes seemingly conjuring the scene of their first encounter, which pertained to the Night Watchers. "Considering that I once guided you, I implore you to enlighten me." Yi Changpan regarded her quietly, his expression remaining as impassive as ever. "What I sought has already been attained." In those two sentences, it appeared that nothing was revealed, yet everything was conveyed. For this was not merely Yi Changpan's response, it was also his inquiry. Lin Xie joined the Night Watchers to enhance himself, while Si Xiaonan and the others did so for the sake of Daxia, and to safeguard it, as the Night Watchers offer them advantages. As for Yi Changpan, what utility did joining the Night Watchers hold for him? The collective might of the Night Watchers might not suffice to challenge him. What reason did he have to join? Si Xiaonan and Lin Xie discerned the subtle implications in Yi Changpan's words, falling into a brief silence. The atmosphere around them grew still, devoid of any clamor. Yi Changpan's hands quietly descended, and before the gaze of the two, the resplendent golden portal of time and space enveloped him entirely, subsequently vanishing without a trace. The scene was tranquil, as if nothing had transpired. Si Xiaonan stood motionless, her eyes fixed on the departing figure of Yi Changpan. "So weak," she murmured, echoing his earlier words, her gaze shifting restlessly as thoughts swirled within her mind. Meanwhile, Hong Ying remained nearby, still in a daze. Only Lin Xie observed this unfolding moment. Letting out a silent sigh, he lifted his gaze to the heavens, where a figure emerged in his mind's eye, a being with divine wings, unique to the moon. The Seraphim Michael. Then, he recalled the various forms of Yi Changpan, particularly the true form of the Demon King during the Ghost Mask incident. In both first and second-tier armored manifestations, utterly overwhelming. Both were deities, yet the sense of oppression emanating from Yi Changpan far surpassed that of Michael. To become you, I do not dare to wish. But, can I truly master the power of the Seraphim and become the second Michael? Chapter 72. The known duality of the divine. King of the Demon Hour, Zhao Kongcheng, I am acutely aware of your emotional turmoil regarding the Ghost Face King incident. There are even secrets lurking beneath the surface. However, I never anticipated that you would dare to bring a deity into our ranks of Night Watchers. Just as Yi Changpan activated the time portal to leave, Lin Xie and the others remained frozen in thought. Nearby, Wu Xiangnan, sprinting alongside Zhao Kongcheng towards second high school, vented his frustrations, nearly wishing to strike Zhao down in his rage. A deity, he had remained composed while assisting the police in dismantling the foot massage industry. Yet upon learning this revelation, his legs nearly gave way, threatening to topple him. It was not from fear of the divine being itself, but rather the dread that his decisions, along with those of Deputy Captain Chunmai, could lead to the demise of the 3 core members of Team 136 at the hands of a god. Such a burden would haunt him for eternity. All right. Beside them, Wen Chima, having overheard the exchange, cast a glance at the elder Zhao before attempting to mediate. Didn't T. Lung Xian mention that this demon lord did not intend to harm Hong Ying and the others? Even when Lung Xian aimed his sniper rifle at it, the entity did not retaliate. From this perspective, it seems that this demon lord harbors no animosity towards the great Xia. Perhaps Elder Zhao has his own reasons as well. After all, it is a deity. Of course. Wu Xiangnan rolled his eyes. I am well aware. Otherwise, do you think this fellow could still walk with us to school? I would have long since dealt with him. It has been ages since I found an opportunity to vent like this. Step aside. Do not hinder my expression. Wen Shima, Zhao Kongcheng. Wu Xiangnan continued his tirade, yet Zhao Kongcheng remained silent throughout, not out of guilt or shame. Firstly, it was not he who brought Yi Changpan into the Night Watchers, but rather Si Xiaonan. He merely aided in concealing Yi Changpan's identity. Beyond that, what had he done? Nothing. Moreover, he did not perceive the act of shielding Yi Changpan's identity as a betrayal of the Night Watchers. On the contrary, it was an effort to protect Chunmai and the others, for they were in the presence of a deity, a demon lord gracing Songnan City, capable of seizing the powers of the seraph, an uncrowned king steeped in mystery, whose historical roots elude all records. Its strength eclipsed that of other divine beings. In comparison, what were they? The strongest among them was merely a wounded Chuanjing. Even if he divulged the truth to Chunmai and the others, what could they achieve? Nothing. Not only could they do nothing, but they would also risk provoking Yi Changpan's limits, thereby offending a deity. Moreover, I sense that this entity is a friend, not a foe, to the great Xia and the Night Watchers. With this thought, he pondered deeply. In Zhao Kongqing's mind, the actions of Yi Changpan inevitably surfaced. These were the very deeds Yi Changpan had performed for Lin Xie, culminating in his heroic interventions, including the resolution of the crisis posed by the King of Ghosts in Chuanjing, as well as bestowing upon him the perilous forbidden place known as the Oblivion Flash Moon. Subsequently, he forcefully joined the Night Watchers, and even now, he continued to assist them by resolving the crisis involving the Nantua serpent demon. In the end, even when Lung Xian directed his weapon at a deity, brazenly provoking a god, Yi Changpan refrained from delivering a fatal blow to them. Therefore, Zhao Kongcheng felt no remorse for his actions. Assisting Yi Changpan in concealing his identity might antagonize the upper echelons of the Night Watchers and possibly incur punishment upon himself. Yet, failing to assist could result in a complete estrangement with a deity who seemingly harbored goodwill towards the great Xia and the Night Watchers. The gravity of the situation was clear to Zhao Kongcheng. However, despite his understanding, he found himself utterly baffled by Yi Changpan's true intentions. As he pondered, Zhao Kongcheng fell into a deeper silence, grappling with his confusion. If Yi Changpan truly wished to conceal his identity and avoid entanglement with the Night Watchers, then why was he so easily traceable by Wu Xiangnan? Moreover, why did he so forcefully join the Night Watchers? What was he ultimately trying to achieve? Just then, Wu Xiangnan's voice broke through his reverie. Zhao Kongcheng retracted his tumultuous thoughts and looked over. Upon seeing the three figures standing still and unharmed, he felt a sigh of relief escape him, even though he had already anticipated the outcome. He quickly scanned the surroundings, hoping to spot a familiar figure. But to his dismay, he found none. Only Lin Xie and his companions remained in the arena. Let us depart, Wen Shima gently suggested, recognizing that witnessing a deity was an overwhelming experience for the trio. The other two nodded in agreement, and they soon approached Hong Ying and her companions. At that moment, Hong Ying noticed Wen Shima and the others. Thus, the members of Team 136 were all present, except for their leader, Chun Mai, and the firearms prodigy, Long Xian. Are you all right? Wu Xiangnan inquired, glancing at the three of them. His brow relaxed momentarily before furrowing again. He could sense something amiss with Hong Ying, not physically, but mentally. We're fine. Lin Xie and Si Xiaonan responded in unison, shaking their heads. And what about her? Wen Shima also took note of Hong Ying's demeanor. Hong Ying. Lin Xie hesitated, the weight of complexity in his words evident. She confronted the Demon King and, in a sense, challenged the deity's authority. She is likely shaken now. Challenging a deity's authority? And yet, she still lives? Wu Xiangnan, and when Chima furrowed their brows at Lin Chiye's revelation, their expressions turning grave as their questioning gazes fell upon Si Xiaonan. After she nodded in affirmation, their concern deepened. What is the situation? Please elaborate. The matters at hand were all resolved by that deity. Si Xiaonan cleared her throat and articulated clearly, perhaps you may not believe it, but the truth remains. His intentions do not lie with us, but rather with the Nanduo serpent demon. He has seized the powers of the seraph and the Nanduo serpent demon. She spoke slowly, expressing the actions taken by Yi Changpan during this endeavor, as well as the ineffectiveness of their group. She further recounted how the other party intended to depart, only to be thwarted by Hong Ying, among a series of events. It was then that Wu Xiangnan and Wen Qima comprehended why Si Xiaonan had uttered those words. Instantly, disbelief reflected in their eyes, for the situation was indeed difficult to accept, not to mention the various actions taken by Yi Changpan, which were hard for them to fathom. Just the exhibition of his abilities to usurp the powers of deities and to wield dominion over time and space. Is he truly a god? In the minds of Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, even the typically restrained Wu Xiangnan and Wen Qima unleashed exclamations of shock. Their expressions were filled with astonishment. Chapter 73. The Splitting of Hair. The Body Ascends to Divinity. Wu Xiangnan gazed at Si Xiaonan, the words just spoken reverberating in his ears, causing his mind to buzz with disbelief. As a member of the former Blue Rain team, he was acutely aware of the extraordinary capabilities of time and space. Merely possessing one of these powers would elevate a being to the ranks of the divine. At the very least, it would signify the status of a supreme deity, an existence nearly at the pinnacle of humanity, perhaps even surpassing it. To simultaneously wield the powers of space and time, and to usurp the abilities of other deities, as the demon god had seemingly done by claiming the powers of the seraph. What unfathomable strength must he possess? How could Wu Xiangnan dare to believe it? Yet, just as he and Wen Qima were reeling from the shock, a familiar voice suddenly resonated through the air. Captain! At the sound, everyone turned to see Chun Mai, his visage resolute and exuding an aura of trustworthiness. I believe Chun Mai, under the scrutiny of his companions, approached slowly and came to a halt before Si Xiaonan and the others. His tone was calm, yet it bore an undercurrent of undeniable sharpness as he regarded Zhao, Kongsheng, and the unflappable Lin Chiye. As night watchman, do you two not intend to provide me with a reasonable explanation? Snake Demon. Finish time. Division. Copy. As nearly all members of Team 136 had gathered, save for the absent Long Xian, Yi Changpan had returned once more to the 9 to 5 hall. He deftly adjusted the time drive at his waist, activating the lethal moment of the Nanda Snake Demon Dial, which conjured forth 3 additional figures of Yi Changpan. Indeed, 3. This was one more than the previous incident involving the Nanda Snake Demon. Yi Changpan observed the scene quietly, lost in thought. Soon, he swept his hand over the time drive. Zikan Gir Adi, time sword gun. With the time sword gun in hand, Yi Changpan slowly raised it, pointing it toward the 2 Yi Changpan copy division bodies before him, and calmly declared, "Come, let us spar." In an instant, the 3 Yi Changpan copy division bodies sprang into action, wielding their time sword guns and launching a fierce assault against Yi Changpan. Clang! The clash of 3 long swords echoed sharply. Yet in the blink of an eye, the 2 Yi Changpan copy division bodies fell swiftly, their time sword guns tumbling to the ground as they executed the knight's finishing moment. The expressions of the Yi Changpan copy division bodies turned equally resolute. With a single hand, he twisted the time drive. The power of the knight flickered beneath his feet as he launched a fierce kick towards Yi Changpan. Yi Changpan observed the unfolding events with indifference. The time sword spear in his hand rose in response, while his left hand also turned the time drive. Finish time, he declared. The sword swung upward, colliding with the 3 legs before him. A powerful aura surged forth as the sharp edge of the time sword spear pierced directly through the 3 Yi Changpan copy split bodies, cleaving them into rippling forms that suddenly dissipated. Although they were mere copies, they possessed only 1/10 of the original strength. Even the first-tier Time King, equipped with the Nandu Snake Demon Dial, would likely only match the strength of Chuan Jing in this world, or perhaps even less. Muttering to himself, Yi Changpan discerned the strength of the two Yi Changpan copy split bodies and grasped the true nature of this dial's power. It was weak, limited to the abilities of splitting and copying, possessing merely 1/10 of the original's might. However, the advantage lay in its ability to split. The recently created Yi Changpan was a result of his thoughts on a specific quantity to be divided, akin to Sun Wukong's hair clones. Though weak, they held a certain presence when dealing with lesser foes. Yet 1/10 of his current strength mirrored his present form, or perhaps it could also represent the demon encounter form. At this thought, Yi Changpan raised an eyebrow. If he could split to gain 1/10 of the capabilities of the demon encounter form, and if there were no concrete limitations, then his perspective on this dial's power would surely shift. He quickly began to conduct an experiment, first unleashing the knight's final moment from the Nandu Snake Demon Dial, then attempting to switch dials. However, upon withdrawing the Nandu Snake Demon Dial, he ultimately abandoned the effort. The ability to copy could only be utilized while wielding the Nandu Snake Demon Dial. Yi Changpan furrowed his brow as he gazed at the dial in his hand. Once he released the form, the him that had just been split completely vanished. Clearly, it could only be used in this state. Furthermore, the dial's power subtly indicated that even in the demon encounter form, he could only summon the knight's final moment of this form and could not generate a second tier. The title of Demon Encounter King was his alone to bear, and only his original self could claim the authority to dictate the past and future as the Demon Encounter King, possessing the power of the demon encounter. The abilities of the Nandu Snake Demon Dial indeed felt rather lackluster. After completing his trial with the knight-like Nandu Snake Demon Dial, Yi Changpan felt a sense of ennui, subsequently reverting from his transformed state. However, despite the apparent shortcomings of the Nandu Snake Demon Dial, his gaze held no trace of discouragement. Instead, it radiated an indescribable brilliance. Even though he could not utilize the knight form, it did not diminish the value of this ability, for I seemed to have grasped the profound essence of the corporeal form. As he spoke softly, a shadow of inky darkness unfurled deep within Yi Changpan's eyes. From this shadow, a pair of vertical pupils emerged, giving birth to a faint black serpent form, the Nanda Serpent Demon, possessing a power beyond that of a knight's corporeal body, now radiates its strength in this moment. Hiss! In the next instant, the space surrounding Yi Changpan shimmered, manifesting ripples akin to water. Subsequently, two Yi Changpans emerged, two entities, devoid of the knightly transformation, the Yi Changpan duplicated splitting body. How intriguing! The power of the omen cannot be replicated by the Nanda Serpent Demon Dial. Yet in my untransformed state, after eliminating the omen's influence, I am still able to duplicate. This signifies that although my strength is diminished to a mere 20%, I can continually enhance the might of my doppelganger according to my cultivation. Observing the two, Yi Changpan spoke slowly. His vertical pupils returned to their normal state. After a brief pause, he narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled, a smile rich with meaning. The corporeal form, becoming divine? Chapter 74. Tomorrow, the tide will reach Songnan. Time flows slowly. The sky has been stained with a shade of darkness, no longer illuminated by the previous blazing radiance. Chunmai sat in his private office at the Peace Affairs office. A dim light flickered on his face, subtly reflecting a complex array of emotions. The Demon King remains non-existent within the realm of the Great Xia, and even in the annals of world history. A unique Demon King. Beyond this, he first saved Lin Xie, then rescued Old Zhao, bestowed upon him the perilous forbidden realm of Ming Shanyu, and even entered the Night Watch. Such events are difficult to comprehend. Chunmai spoke slowly. Following the conclusion of the Nantua Serpent Demon incident, due to the demise of Serpent Headley Yifei, Lin Xie and Zhao Kongcheng returned to the Peace Affairs office alongside them, recounting everything that had transpired. Consequently, Chunmai and the others became privy to many previously unfathomable matters, including the reason behind Zhao Kongcheng's assistance in concealing Yi Changpan, identity. A moment of silence enveloped the room, yet no one blamed Zhao Kongshin. The truth remained. Changpan's stance towards the great Xia was ambiguous. If he were indeed an external malevolent deity, then Zhao Kongshin would be undeniably culpable, facing potential execution post factum, for such an act would equate to treason. However, Changpan was not. He had, at the very least, saved old Zhao and Lin Xie, even personally participating in the Night Watch, aiding them in resolving the Nantua Serpent Demon incident at Sangnan Second High School, without a single fatality. Otherwise, relying solely on their own capabilities, many lives would have been lost, including those of their core members. At the very least, old Zhao would have perished. Moreover, Changpan had personally arrived in Sangnan, stepping into their peace affairs office. It was indeed prudent for Zhao Kongshin to remain silent. Had any of them been in his position, they would have acted likewise. Not only was there fear of a demon god's sudden wrath, but there was also the concern that they might perish before conveying any information, and most importantly, they feared that a being seemingly benevolent towards the great Xia might harbor disdain for it. Thus, the decision to conceal was not of paramount importance. What truly mattered was his power, plunder, alongside abilities related to space, time, Seraphim, and the Nantua Serpent Demon. Reflecting on the elucidations provided by Si Xiaonan and others, Chunmai's gaze grew increasingly somber, imbued with a hint of trepidation. Setting aside the capabilities of the Nantua Serpent Demon, the powers of space, time, and Seraphim, with even one of these being the pinnacle of human potential, yet he possessed all three. Moreover, he could plunder. One imposing existence, Changpan must be. Subdued, Chunmai suddenly straightened in his seat, his eyes fixating on the closed laptop on the desk. He activated it, the azure light spilling forth into his eyes. Soon, I delved into the Night Watchman's communication log and opened a record from yesterday's conversation. Note, Directors with Commander of Sangnan City, Chunmai. The chat content is as follows. I have investigated. Apart from the sequence title 003, the Angel King, Michael, has descended upon the Divine Ruins, and Lin Xie acts as the deity's agent. Furthermore, a demon has also descended upon Sangnan. Directors of the chat content is as follows. I am aware. Ascertain the movements of this deity. If still in Sangnan, do not disturb him. If necessary, take Lin Xie and evacuate Sangnan, abandoning everything. This was the response Chunmai received after reporting the arrival of Changpan to his superiors. Initially, he was puzzled as to why Lin Xie was emphasized, but when both the Seraph and Changpan turned their attention to Lin Xie, his surprise dissipated. The potential of Lin Xie was indeed worth sacrificing an entire city to protect. Gently placing his hand upon the computer, Chunmai resumed typing silently. Commander of Sangnan City. Chunmai. The chat content is as follows. I have detected the traces of the deity. It remains indeterminate which demon it is. There are no records of its presence in the past or future. For now, all I know is that it possesses multiple abilities. Seraph, space, time. At this point, Chunmai paused momentarily, then continued to input, placing particular emphasis on his next point. It has also acquired the powers of the Nanda, Serpent Demon, from this mysterious incident. The powers of both the Seraph and Nanda, Serpent Demon, have been usurped by it, suspected to possess the ability to steal divine powers. Moreover, it seems to harbor goodwill towards Daxia. After meticulously compiling all the occurrences between Lin Xie and Changpan, he finally clicked the send button on his computer. In merely a second, the status changed to read. Chunmai's gaze fixated on the computer screen, observing as Director's note transformed into the other party is typing. Eventually, it changed once more to Director's name. After a prolonged wait, several messages appeared before Chunmai's eyes. Delay them. I will personally go. Even the Commander-in-Chief will be present. Ensure that no conflict arises with him. Upon reading the words Commander-in-Chief, Chunmai's pupils constricted, filled with respect. He had never anticipated that this matter would draw the attention of Daxia's Commander-in-Chief. However, the next moment, he felt a sense of relief wash over him as he slumped into his chair, utterly exhausted. After all, this was a demon possessing various supreme divine powers. and the situation had escalated beyond the capacity of Squad 136 or even the action director to manage. The arrival of the commander-in-chief was entirely justified. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, within the headquarters of Dashia's Night Watchman, "Commander, are you truly going to Songnan in person? Even the most formidable deities, possessing supreme powers, can be adequately addressed by myself or any other pinnacle of humanity, or even by calling upon individuals such as Zhou Ping. Furthermore, he has already departed. It is uncertain whether he remains in Songnan. You are the cornerstone of the Night Watchers, and there is truly no need for you to put yourself in peril." In a vast chamber, meticulously safeguarded by countless Night Watchers, Zhuqing gazed at the figure before him, clad in a trench coat, standing by the window and gazing at the moon with a somewhat stirred expression. The figure continued to look upward, seemingly oblivious to Zhuqing's words. Zhuqing dared not speak again, remaining quietly beside him. After a prolonged silence, the figure finally spoke. "Zhuqing, you understand. He is undoubtedly in Songnan. Moreover, he is waiting for someone with sufficient authority among the Night Watchers to go in person." These few words rendered Zhuqing momentarily stiff as he opened his mouth, unsure of what to say next. "I am aware that my journey is perilous and untimely," the figure continued. "However, regardless of his intentions, whether he wishes to keep me in Songnan forever, I must go, for he has acquired the power of the Seraphim, and the complete authority of the Seraphim is indispensable to the Night Watchers." "Zhuqing, do you comprehend?" The voice, calm yet imbued with profound authority, carried an essence of earnest instruction. Zhuqing could sense this, and despite having known the individual before him for a considerable time, despite his deep concerns for the other's well-being and safety, and his desire to prevent him from taking such a risk, he could only remain silent, filled with melancholy. "I understand, Commander. At the moment when dawn's light refracts tomorrow, I shall accompany you." "No." The figure shook his head slowly, turning around. The serene and somewhat weathered visage now bore an air of authority, a gravitas forged by the passage of time. He fixed his gaze upon Zhuqing, enunciating each word with weight. "Tonight, we shall set forth. By the moment the sun rises tomorrow morning, we must reach Songnan." Chapter 75, The Objective, the 9 to 5 Hall. Ding ding. As Chunmai sent the message and received the information that the commander-in-chief might personally arrive, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to rest. At that moment, a knock echoed through the air. Chunmai abruptly opened his eyes, glancing towards the door. He then slowly straightened up, closing his laptop, and rested his hands on his temples, speaking softly, "Come in." The door creaked open, revealing two women and a man, Hong Ying, Lung Xian, and Si Xiaonan, who simultaneously entered Chunmai's office. "Captain." Chunmai lifted his gaze to them, primarily focusing on Hong Ying and Lung Xian. A slight furrow formed on his brow as he spoke in a detached tone. "I seem to recall instructing you to remain at the Hong Ying villa for a while, avoiding any activities. Now what brings you here?" After Si Xiaonan had explained everything earlier, he had granted Hong Ying and Lung Xian a 2-day leave. The former needed to recover quickly from the shock and despair of having directly encountered the divine, while the latter had foolishly pointed a gun at a deity. Even now, the memory caused Chunmai's eyelids to twitch. It was rare to discover that the members of a small team were increasingly reckless. Si Xiaonan exchanged glances with the others. "Captain, we came to help you." She blinked innocently. "Your brother Qi and Kong Chung have been forced into leave, and even Hong Ying and Lung Xian are not allowed to work. The only ones left outside are Xiangnan and Qiemo. Keeping watch and searching for that deity's trace, is this not putting us in a difficult position?" And so, Chunmai shot a glance at her. "You wish to seek out that deity? Si Xiaonan, am I not reprimanding you? Yet you seem quite proud?" He continued, "Do you believe that bringing back a deity warrants praise? Do you not realize that because you referred to him as the agent of Gabriel, I'm still left feeling cold and fearful after almost being severed in two by him?" Si Xiaonan retorted, "You should have said so earlier. If you had, I wouldn't have spoken up." "Captain," Hong Ying sighed, "I understand your concern for our safety, but I am no longer the child you once struck with a wooden sword. I and we are Night Watchers. We have undergone intensive training and are true Night Watchers. Her voice resonated powerfully, prompting a subtle shift in Chun Mai's expression. He fell into silence for a moment, absorbing her words. We must be accountable for our actions. Lung Xian added, nodding in agreement, his typically impassive face now serious. We cannot allow him to perceive us as thoughtless and cowardly. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. Chun Mai could distinctly sense the earnestness in their words, and a complex emotion began to surface within him. Gradually, the frost on his face melted, and he exhaled slowly. That reason is insufficient. As the captain, I bear the responsibility for your safety. Given your previous performances, what grounds do I have to trust that you can accomplish this task? Because we can find him. Both Hong Ying and Lung Xuan asserted confidently. A deity, if unwilling to meet us, would not allow our encounter. This should suffice as justification. Chun Mai gazed silently at the two of them. This reasoning left him at a loss for words. It could be deemed both legitimate and absurd. The former, for throughout history, few have had the privilege of witnessing a deity in person, even among us night watchers. Only when the divine descends and appoints a divine representative have we been graced with such sight. Beyond that, it is exceedingly rare to behold. However, it is not incorrect to label it as absurd, for there exists a way to meet a deity, albeit at the cost of one's life. Previously, Wu Xiangnan had utilized his own abilities to escape from the grasp of a deity and live to tell the tale. At this moment, Chun Mai could firmly refuse the request posed by these three individuals, whom he still perceived as children. Yet, the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, difficult to articulate, because they were indeed no longer the children of yesteryear. They had become true night watchers. After a moment of silence, he finally reclined, closed his eyes, and spoke slowly. Given the urgency of time, the weight of the task, and the severe shortage of personnel among the night watchers of Sangnan City, I will trust you one last time. Upon hearing this, the trio of Si Xiaonan became exhilarated. Understood, Captain. They saluted in unison and swiftly departed. Clang! The door slowly closed. Once again, the office was left with only Chun Mai. After a long while, he reopened his eyes, which reflected the faces of the three figures. They were Si Xiaonan, Hong Ying, and Lung Xuan, the moment they had just joined the Night Watchers. In his dark eyes, the glimmer of nostalgic memories flickered to life. Unbeknownst to him, those once naive children, easily brought to tears by scolding, had transformed into admirable Night Watchers. How swiftly time passes. Having departed from the Peace Affairs office, the trio of Si Xiaonan reunited with Lin Qie, Zhao, Kongcheng, Wu Xiangnan, and Wen Qimo. Did the captain truly agree to your involvement? Wu Xiangnan remarked, observing the jubilant trio before him. Remarkably, he seemed in good spirits today. I had anticipated a scathing reprimand. Beside him, Wen Qimo, along with the closely monitored Zhao, Kongcheng, and Lin Qie, nodded earnestly. They had contemplated this matter beforehand, only to be met with Chun Mai's stern refusal. Hong Ying offered a wry smile. Xiangnan, we owe this to you. Had you not been unable to locate his whereabouts, the captain would never have consented to our participation. And me, Si Xiaonan raised both hands to express his views. Indeed, and you, our great benefactor, Si Xiaonan. Hong Ying smiled as she gently ruffled her hair. As a veteran member and a key player of the former Blue Rain team, Wu Xiangnan, accompanying Wen Qimo, had thoroughly scoured Sangnan City. They had pinpointed the likely location of Yi Changpan, should he be in Sangnan City, to be at the 9 to 5 hall. However, just as they were about to inform Chun Mai, Si Xiaonan preemptively intervened, orchestrating a complex interplay of emotions and career dynamics that would hasten the conclusion of their confinement period. Well, the final destination is yours now. Do not let us down, Wu Xiangnan interjected, interrupting the brief moment of joy among the group, his expression unusually grave. As he spoke, he fixed his gaze particularly on Si Xiaonan. Especially you, Si Xiaonan. It is because you previously safeguarded Hong Ying and the others under that deity's command that we placed our trust in you. Among all here, you are the one who must not disappoint us. Si Xiaonan's demeanor abruptly turned serious. Understood. Subsequently, the three no longer hesitated. With their objective clear, they set forth directly toward the 9 to 5 hall. Chapter 76. Apologies and gratitude, I have no need for it. Clang, clang. In the bustling hall of the 9 to 5, the resonant sounds of clashing metal echo incessantly. Under the bright lights, two figures, reminiscent of Yi Changpan, wield long swords, engaging in combat. In their eyes, a flicker of golden light shines, a manifestation of the Seraph's divine power within the divine realm of mortals. They are, in fact, the manifestations born from the capabilities of the Nanda serpent demon. Two replicas, the Yi Changpan copies. Not far from them, Yi Changpan sits regally in a grand chair, propping his chin with one hand, observing the battle of the two copies before him while sensing the depletion of his mental energy. Time flows slowly until the two replicas clash once more. The mental energy sustaining their existence is utterly exhausted, causing their forms to dissipate abruptly like ripples on water. With my current mental energy, summoning three replicas can only sustain them for 3 minutes. If all three utilize the Seraph's divine realm simultaneously, their existence is limited to a mere 10 seconds. Yi Changpan remains seated, first dissipating the sound-canceling power of time stasis surrounding him. He then closes his eyes to gauge the extent of his mental exhaustion, ultimately reaching a battle conclusion. In the earlier phase, they are quite weak. Murmuring to himself, Yi Changpan allows his mental energy to flow back 3 minutes in time, restoring it to its peak state. At that moment, his eyes burst forth with a brilliant radiance. Yet, conversely, the latter phase proves to be exceedingly strong, far beyond ordinary strength. The ability of the Nanda serpent demon, though a failure when applied to knightly power, becomes extraordinary when utilized in the corporeal form of my true self, possessing the capacity to even slay deities. Since he had previously experimented with the splitting of his own corporeal form, allowing the existence of replicas, he has conducted numerous second experiments, continuously replenishing his mental energy to facilitate their battles. The replicas indeed are weak, possessing merely 1/5 of his strength. However, they embody his full potential, exclusive of knightly power. This notion may be perplexing. To simplify, the Seraph's divine realm can indeed be accessed by the replicas. Not only does it enhance dynamic vision, but it also subtly constructs a faint semblance of miraculous power. Though feeble, it nonetheless attests to their capabilities. Moreover, it is not solely the power of the Seraph. Even if Yi Changpan were to seize the powers of other deities, the replicas would still be viable, although they retain only 1/5 of his strength, and at this current stage, can only exist for a few fleeting minutes while utilizing the Seraph's divine realm. What might the future hold? Once he ascends to the realm of Klein, or even truly enters the domain of god-slaying, achieving divinity, the replicas could multiply exponentially in strength, their duration of existence significantly extended, and even the mastery of the divine realm could allow for a 10-to-2 exchange. Though not divine, he would possess the power of countless beings, each endowed with various divine realms. Klein Yi Changpan, the pinnacle of humanity. At this thought, Yi Changpan could not help but curve his lips into a faint smile. He spoke slowly, delivering the ultimate verdict on this ability, an act that could only be described as extraordinary. However, in the next moment, his voice suddenly halted, and he fixed his gaze on the tightly shut door. His eyes glimmered with a golden hue. With the power of the Seraphim now at his disposal, he no longer needed to glimpse into the future to know that someone was approaching from outside. What brought these three individuals here? The golden gleam in his eyes revealed three silhouettes, and Yi Changpan recognized them instantly. Lung Xian, Si Xiaonan, and Hong Ying, the latter of whom he had previously intimidated with his firearm. As his words gradually faded, the trio outside had already arrived at the entrance of the 9 to 5 hall. They exchanged glances before Hong Ying knocked on the closed door, and together with Lung Xian, they spoke in unison. "Excuse us, are you there?" The atmosphere fell into a slight stillness. Hong Ying and her companions unconsciously swallowed hard, although they could see the lights on inside the 9 to 5 hall, indicating Yi Changpan's likely presence. Their anxiety was palpable. It was not merely the apprehension of conversing with a deity, but rather the fear of being dismissed by Yi Changpan and leaving empty-handed. Fortunately, the silence lasted only a brief moment before the door creaked open, revealing a youth seated in an imposing chair, illuminated by the warm glow of the lights, his expression indifferent. He rested his head on one hand, his gaze sweeping over the three individuals before him. "I do not recall having invited you," he stated calmly. Yet, to Hong Ying and her companions, his words resonated with an unmistakable air of authority, the essence of a king. "We have come here to express our gratitude on behalf of all the Night Watchers of Sangnan City for your intervention." Hong Ying swallowed hard, her voice slightly trembling. Yet she steadied her emotions. "Were it not for you, the death toll from this incident would have been unimaginable." Yi Changpan regarded her silently, his expression betraying not a hint of emotion. "If you have merely come to exchange pleasantries, there is no need. You three may take your leave." His words left Hong Ying and her companions momentarily stunned. However, upon observing Yi Changpan's gesture of dismissal, Lung Xian spoke up with sharpness in his tone. "We owe you an apology." Yi Changpan tilted his head slightly to regard him. "Back then, when Hong Ying questioned you, you chose not to kill her. Even when I aimed my gun at you, you refrained from taking our lives. We have come to apologize to you." Standing before a divine being, Lung Xian exhibited only mild disarray in his breathing, maintaining a clear and logical articulation. "Is there something else?" Yi Changpan replied coolly, his eyelids remaining unlifted, the indifference in his tone unmistakably conveying his lack of interest in the matter. Lung Xian fell silent. Hong Ying too remained quiet. The two of them could hardly anticipate that their intention was merely to offer an apology, accompanied by a lengthy discourse aimed at persuading Yi Changpan to reconsider her views on the Night Watchmen of Sangnan City. However, before they could articulate their thoughts, Yi Changpan preemptively silenced them. Only Si Xiaonan, standing to the side, began to ponder deeply. In her clear gaze, as she regarded Yi Changpan's visage, a flicker of unusual ripples seemed to pass through her eyes. Had there been no other matters at hand, Yi Changpan, noting the silence that enveloped the three, had no inclination to entertain their trivialities and slowly uttered, "Then you may leave." But suddenly, Si Xiaonan's voice pierced the stillness, prompting Yi Changpan to retract the final word slightly, turning her attention towards her. "Earlier, I was uncertain." Si Xiaonan met his gaze, but as the others spoke, "Your attitude became clear to me. You desire something specific. To be more precise, you wish for the Night Watchman to undertake certain tasks for you." Chapter 77. If you wish to engage in dialogue, then send someone of equal standing. You are unqualified. As Si Xiaonan's words flowed slowly, Yi Changpan's indifferent gaze finally stirred with a faint ripple. To continue speaking three words undoubtedly signified his acknowledgement of Si Xiaonan's intent. Your refrain from harming Hong Ying and her companions implies two possibilities. Either they have yet to cross your threshold, or is due to certain remarks I made to you previously. Judging from the moment you aimed your firearm at Hong Ying and her companions, and your recent utterances, I lean towards the latter. Si Xiaonan continued, the brilliance of wisdom in her eyes intensifying. Perhaps my words may have offended you somewhat. Yet what I wish to convey is, you would not forgive their transgressions simply because of a pleasant mood. The sole reason you spared our lives back then could only be the words I spoke. Therefore, I believe you have certain matters that necessitate the guardians of Daxia, or perhaps there exists a temporary reason to avoid a complete rupture with Daxia. My remarks merely provided you with a means of retreat, allowing you to gracefully descend. Am I correct? After delivering these words, the scene fell into an almost complete silence. Yi Changpan regarded Si Xiaonan, the previously indifferent demeanor slowly curling into a faint smile. How intriguing. Initially, he presumed that Hong Ying and her companions had come merely to express gratitude or offer apologies, showing little interest. For whether it be gratitude or apology, it was of no necessity to him. As for the reason he refrained from executing them back then, it resonated closely with Si Xiaonan's assertion. It was solely due to her earlier words that Yi Changpan symbolically retracted his murderous intent. Otherwise, considering the provocations from Hong Ying and Lung Xian, it was evident they were daring him, especially from the moment Lung Xian aimed a firearm at him. Even if Lung Xian proved useful later, he would not have spared her. Now that you witnessed Yi Changpan's smile, Si Xiaonan understood her conjecture had been correct. A sudden wave of relief washed over her, and she sought to press her advantage. Yet in the next moment, Yi Changpan's words struck like a sharp blade, halting her desire to continue speaking. However, intriguing, yet remained merely intriguing. That was all. In the midst of Si Xiaonan's somewhat dazed expression, Yi Changpan's smile gradually faded, his demeanor once again becoming aloof, as if the one who had smiled moments ago was not him at all. Now, you all may leave. Such an unequivocal dismissal caused the expressions of Si Xiaonan and her companions to shift dramatically, their gazes fixed intently on Yi Changpan. We can leave? They were bewildered, unable to comprehend why the conversation had shifted so abruptly. Yet after his pronouncement, Yi Changpan merely regarded them calmly, offering no further response. The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence. Si Xiaonan fixed his gaze upon Yi Changpan, yearning to glimpse even a fleeting emotion in his eyes. However, the outcome was disheartening. Yi Changpan's eyes were as inscrutable as a frigid pool, utterly unfathomable. Can you tell me why? After a prolonged silence, Si Xiaonan spoke slowly, his voice tinged with a muffled defiance, betraying his frustration over failure. Why? Leaning back in his grand chair, Yi Changpan was initially disinclined to waste time explaining, ready to dismiss them. Yet, suddenly, he noticed the expressions of confusion and bewilderment etched on Si Xiaonan and his companions' faces. In that instant, a scene flickered through his mind. Si Xiaonan's previous misunderstanding that he was the Gabriel's agent, leading to a series of misguided actions. In the moment, he meticulously elucidated the duties of the Night Watchers. After a brief pause, Yi Changpan found himself suppressing the words of refusal that lingered on his tongue. Indeed, he had no obligation to provide such an explanation, but that did not render him entirely indifferent. Otherwise, he would not have garnered the power of the emperor in the age of Chongwon. Very well, he sighed softly, as if resigned. I shall indulge this moment. Fixing his gaze upon Si Xiaonan, he continued, for what I previously conveyed to you, it is commendable that you have deduced this much. However, you remain a sheltered flower. Your perspective too narrow and naive. You claim to understand that my decision to spare them was largely influenced by your earlier statements. Thus, you ought to realize that your current words hold no significance for me. For among your ranks of Night Watchers, there exists nothing that I desire, or rather, you possess nothing that I seek. At this juncture, Hong Ying's lips moved slightly, but Yi Changpan interjected once more. You might assert that the Night Watchers value me greatly, and even if I were to express my desires now, you would promptly fulfill them post-haste. Yet, what has been your actual response? Your so-called Team 136 dispatched merely a handful of ineffectual representatives to offer empty apologies and gratitude, utterly worthless gestures. In fact, there wasn't even a semblance of a proper recompense. Is this what you deem gratitude and apology? Do you believe me to be excessively accommodating, or perhaps too lenient in my dealings with you? Or is it that my temporary affiliation with your Night Watchers has led you to misconstrue my demeanor as one of kindness, to the extent that you felt no need to send someone of equal standing to converse with me? Yi Changpan's voice resonated with a chilling undertone. His expression remained tranquil, yet the emotions within his eyes had grown starkly indifferent, imbued with a sense of the unfamiliar, reminiscent of the eerie calm before a tempest. At this moment, the three of them, Si Xiaonan and her companions, finally comprehended where the issue lay. They were preoccupied with offering apologies and attempting to gauge Yi Changpan's sentiments. Yet, they overlooked the fact that their standing was wholly inadequate. It is possible that Yi Changpan indeed wished to meet them, but only out of respect for the past, rather than a genuine desire to hear their so-called apologies. We fell into a moment of silence, and then Lung Xian spoke softly. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Yi Changpan interrupted him. Enough. I have no interest in hearing meaningless words. Whether you feel wronged or dissatisfied, those matters are internal issues among the Night Watchers, and I am indifferent to them. The only reason I am wasting my time discussing this with you is out of respect for the fact that she once elucidated the situation of the Night Watchers in Songnan City for me. Yi Changpan gestured towards Si Xiaonan. At this juncture, the conversation had nearly reached its conclusion. If the upper echelons of your Night Watchers truly value my presence and wish to cultivate a rapport with me, Then send someone who can genuinely represent the Night Watchers and is qualified to stand before me to speak in person. Otherwise, keep your distance and do not appear before me. Do you grasp the essence of my words? Chapter 78. This is my final opportunity to you. Yi Changpan had reached this point, and Si Xiaonan and her companions had no reason to remain in that place. I apologize. We will relay this to our superiors, but please believe that we and the Night Watchers hold you in great esteem. Si Xiaonan earnestly conveyed to Yi Changpan. After speaking, she bowed to Yi Changpan at a 90-degree angle, as did Hong Ying and Lung Xian beside her. This gesture was not born of fear of the divine, but rather a heartfelt gratitude for Yi Changpan's guidance. It was a sign of respect for his mercy in sparing them and his willingness to foster goodwill with the great Xia. In a time when deities from beyond coveted the great Xia, the presence of a supreme God willing to extend benevolence was indeed a rare occurrence. They ought to show respect and cultivate amicable relations, rather than risk offending a deity out of pride. Yi Changpan quietly observed their actions, his gaze shrouded in indifference. He uttered not a single word, simply unfurling the record book on the table, perusing it with a deliberate slowness, an unmistakable signal of his unwillingness to entertain them further. Exchanging glances, Si Xiaonan and her companions departed in succession. The soft sound of the door closing echoed through the air. Even after their evident departure, Yi Changpan remained unmoved, his eyes tranquil as still waters. After a lengthy pause, a flicker of emotion stirred within his gaze, revealing a hint of derision. Esteem? How laughable! If this is what the Night Watchers consider to be regard. As he slowly set the book down, his eyes drifted toward the doorway, where Si Xiaonan and her companions had begun to fade from view. He then completed his unspoken thoughts. Then I have no need to make a special visit to the Night Watchers. The moment those words left his lips, ripples began to undulate within his eyes, ripples of time. This harkened back to the period before the Nandu snake demon incident, when he had briefly infiltrated the Night Watchers through Si Xiaonan and Zhao Kongsheng, adeptly maneuvering within the confines of the Forbidden Ruins, to harness the power of the Seraphim, to extend goodwill rather than to annihilate you? How absurd! As he surveyed that time frame, Yi Changpan's gaze turned increasingly frigid, replaced by a glimmer of resplendent gold. This assertion appeared to be my justification, yet it was more importantly an opportunity one presented to you. If my aim were to seize the power of the Seraphim, I could have effortlessly bypassed the need to become a reserve member and directly join Team 136. As the sovereign of the Twilight, possessing dominion over both past and future, I would merely need to consult historical records to master the art of the Forbidden Ruins. Even if I have yet to fully comprehend this world, the difficulty in obtaining such knowledge would hardly surpass that of quenching one's thirst. The reason for my overt presence in Team 136, rather than discreet inquiry, remains clear. It is merely a matter of witnessing how, due to a change in causality, he could seize a fragment of the Seraph's power without relying on the blank dial. This prompts him to explore whether it is indeed possible to usurp the divine strength of this world solely through causality. If successful, then the power of the gods shall be his. He desires the pinnacle of human strength, including that of the heroic spirits. Thus, he refrained from perusing the timeline or mastering the forbidden arts of the void, instead granting the Night Watchman an opportunity, an audience with him. Otherwise, had he truly wished to remain concealed, not even a lifetime of searching by mere mortals or the Night Watchman of the river's border could have uncovered his whereabouts. Alas, it seems this opportunity has been squandered by you all. As he spoke, the crimson golden light in Yi Changpan's eyes gradually faded. He averted his gaze and set down the record book, rising slowly to approach the window, gazing at the luminous moon on the horizon. He then began to speak. One day, that is the final deadline. If the Night Watchman, that is all, then everything that has transpired can be altered. Unbeknownst to the deeper thoughts of Yi Changpan, at the same time, Si Xiaonan and her companions, having departed from the 9-to-5 hall, immediately retrieved their phones to call their captain, Chen Mai. "What is it?" came Chen Mai's voice from the other end. "Captain, we have encountered him," Si Xiaonan replied slowly. A moment of silence ensued, before Chen Mai's voice, tinged with complexity, resonated once more. He accepted your apology? No, we messed up. It seems we have greatly displeased him. Si Xiaonan candidly confessed their failure and relayed the answer that Yi Changpan had reluctantly shared with them. Negotiation is possible, but find someone who can genuinely speak before him. Among the night watchmen, those with such qualifications are exceedingly few. At this juncture, the phone fell into an oppressive silence. Si Xiaonan braced herself for the possibility of being restricted by Chunmai from acting in her capacity as a night watchman. For a deity's words undoubtedly underscored the gravity of the situation. Only the pinnacle of humanity possesses the privilege of standing on equal footing before a supreme deity in the present Great Xia. Yet, none of these individuals reside in Songnan. Yi Changpan's request could be construed as summoning the apex of humanity to journey from afar to meet him. The significance of this encompasses far more than a mere meeting. It transcends ordinary dissatisfaction and ire. However, a surprising voice reverberated from the other end of the line. I understand. Return now. You need not pursue this matter any further. With that, the call ended, devoid of any reproach. During this period, there was no further mention of staying at the small villa in Hongying, merely a return. Si Xiaonan exchanged glances with her companions, and they could discern a shared emotion of bewilderment in each other's eyes. When had their captain become so accommodating? At that very moment, within the Peace Affairs office, several hours had elapsed since Si Xiaonan and her team departed to converse with Yi Changpan at the 9 to 5 hall. In this interval, Chunmai had exited his office and was seated obediently on the outer sofa. He quietly observed the smartphone on the table, which had switched to speaker mode the moment Si Xiaonan and her companions encountered Yi Changpan. As his gaze shifted, he glanced at the two individuals before him, who held their breath in tension, behaving as obediently as well-behaved children. It was difficult to imagine that the commander of all-night watchmen in Songnan City, especially one like Chunmai, who presided over the highly perilous forbidden zones of Chuanjing, could exhibit such a demeanor. Chapter 79. The Great Xia, Yi Fan. Yet Chunmai did not feel humiliated by this. Instead, he felt a profound sense of honor, for before him sat a middle-aged man, elegantly savoring tea from his chair, and beside him stood a man with a cold demeanor, both of whom embodied the epitome of hope among the night watchmen of Great Xia. The Supreme Commander of Great Xia, Yi Fan. The Director of Operations, Zhuqing. Commander, I apologize. It is my ineptitude, along with my Team S, that has necessitated your and Director Zhu's presence in Songnan. After a brief moment of silence, Chunmai suddenly rose, confronting his own shortcomings with earnestness. Zhuqing regarded him, his gaze still icy, yet momentarily softened with a hint of kindness, devoid of any intention to make things difficult for Chunmai. As the Director of Operations, he was privy to secrets unknown to many, including the fact that Chunmai was, at this moment, a dead man, a mere survivor of a miracle. Yet this dead man had guarded the 008 forbidden item, Shiva's grievance, for nearly a decade for Great Xia. Such spirit and action were worthy of respect and kindness. Very well. Captain Chun, Yi Fan smiled, setting down his teacup. His words, seemingly a compliment, bore deeper significance, regardless of whether they are at fault. Youth is an asset. Even if they err, they possess the capacity to amend their ways. Moreover, to stand before a deity and to survive in the presence of a displeased divine being. Does this not attest to their merits and their competence? Chunmai felt somewhat bewildered. The term excellent uttered from the Supreme Commander's lips was enough to stir excitement among all-night watchmen, rendering them sleepless with exhilaration. He instinctively wished to downplay the praise, but quickly recalled the antics of Si Xiaonan and her team, causing his lips to twitch involuntarily. Excellent, not to mention, Si Xiaonan had almost severed his kidneys while escorting a deity into the ranks of the night watchmen. Even Zhao Kongcheng had hidden certain matters. How could any of this be associated with excellence? Of course, Chunmai acknowledged that Si Xiaonan and her colleagues indeed possessed their own merits, but at this moment, he found it difficult to express such sentiments. Enough, Yi Fan seemed to perceive the awkwardness in Chunmai's expression and continued with a smile. We have been here long enough. We are well aware of what we need to know. Now, it is time to attend to serious matters. At this pronouncement, Both Chunmai and Zhuqing tensed. But Commander, shall we not wait a moment longer? If we proceed now, that deity may still be in a foul mood. It might pose challenges for you. If I had such concerns before the recent reports from our team, perhaps I would hesitate. Yifan shook his head and rose from his chair, but now, those concerns have dissipated. The priority to now is to meet him, not to squander our time here. Speaking softly, he offered a faint smile to Chunmai. Captain Chun, I am profoundly grateful for all that you have done for the great Xia. Your presence here is a true blessing. The words left Chunmai momentarily stunned, as he gazed at him in disbelief. Was the commander personally expressing gratitude to him? At that instant, his previously anxious heart was suddenly overwhelmed by a myriad of emotions, causing his eyes to glisten with unshed tears. His voice grew hoarse as he struggled to articulate a response, yet found himself at a loss for words. Chunmai, I request to accompany the commander, to converse with the divine. Ultimately, he managed to utter this resolute statement, imbued with a profound sense of purpose. No, everyone has their own responsibilities. For instance, you must quell the grievances of Shiva as the pinnacle of humanity in the great Xia. Guarding our realm against the encroachment of foreign deities, Yifan gently shook his head, signaling a refusal. We too have our own duties to fulfill. The fundamental order cannot be disrupted. Upon hearing this, Chunmai fell into silence. After delivering his words, Yifan turned to the side and addressed Zhuqing. Zhuqing, it is time for us to depart. With that, he began to stride towards the exit. Yes, Commander. Zhuqing responded promptly, casting a glance at Chunmai, who instinctively prepared to see Yifan off. He softly remarked, the commander's words imply that you should focus on your own responsibilities. This outing was conducted in secrecy, without the intention of making a grand display. Do you understand? At these words, Chunmai hesitated in his steps, contemplating Zhuqing with a gaze filled with complexity. Zhuqing, unaware of the thoughts swirling in Chunmai's mind, chose not to pry further. After offering his reminder, he swiftly pursued Yifan's departing figure. Chunmai remained rooted in place, staring blankly at their retreating silhouettes. Focus on doing what one ought to do. Perhaps we have been rather foolish. We could have left directly, but lingered in search of an answer. Si Xiaonan and her companions made their way back to the Peace Affairs office. Hong Ying and Lung Xian, now realizing the gravity of the situation, expressed their frustration. Initially, they had been troubled by the words of Yi Changpan, feeling anxious under his imposing presence. However, after distancing themselves from him, clarity returned. The term nonsense had already conveyed Yi Changpan's stance. Whether they sought to apologize, express gratitude, or present a plethora of gifts, he remained indifferent. From the very beginning, he had shown no concern for them. His focus was solely on the Night Watchers, those endowed with the authority to speak. Their release was merely incidental. They could have departed upon acknowledging his position, yet faced with Yi Changpan, their nerves had prevented them from contemplating deeply, fixated instead on eliciting an attitude of forgiveness from him, an attitude that, coupled with Si Xiaonan's remarks, had ultimately led to his indifference. Even uttering words that suggest they should leave, uncertainty looms over who might be sent in their stead. Si Xiaonan gazed downward, contemplating matters that delved deeper than those of Lung Xian and Hong Ying. He deliberately underscored the significance of strength, hinting that the captain would likely prove troublesome. Both Hong Ying and Lung Xian nodded in agreement, yet soon found themselves dispirited once more. We must grow stronger, strong enough to stand before the divine without an ounce of trepidation, Hong Ying asserted earnestly, a flicker of fervor igniting within her eyes. It was the glimmer of hope for the future, the prospect of confronting the gods directly, rendering the great Xia impervious to their might. The maiden's crystalline voice reverberated through the night, imbued with unwavering resolve. The other two cast their gazes upon her, their own eyes sparkling with a similar flame, an echo of their yearning for power. The trio resembled youthful flames, radiating a light of hope unique to their spirited youth amidst the enveloping darkness. In the distance, two silhouettes traversed the obscurity, their forms cloaked by the shadows of the old city. Upon hearing her voice, they exchanged a fleeting glance, a silent smile shared between them. Subsequently, they continued on their path until they arrived before the 9 to 5 hall. It was only then that the figure behind them stepped forward, gently rapping on the door, producing a clear, melodic sound. Silence reigned until the figure in front spoke, their voice imbued with the authority of high status. Great Xia Yifan. Those 4 succinct words were swiftly consumed by the stillness of the night, yet they bore an enchanting quality, compelling the tightly shut door to part, revealing a youth bathed in light, gazing at them from a distance with an air of indifference. Chapter 80. Desire to plunder the power of the gods. Is there something you wish to discuss? Yi Changpan stood within the confines of the 9 to 5 hall, his gaze indifferent as it fell upon the 2 individuals before him. Or perhaps, he chose to disregard the presence of Zhuqing beside him, instead fixing his attention on the man clad in a trench coat before him. Yi Fan, the supreme commander of the Great Xia, his eyes devoid of any discernible emotion. He appeared so serene, as though the man before him was not the esteemed commander at all, but merely an ordinary, aging gentleman, utterly devoid of intrigue. This demeanor. Upon witnessing Yi Changpan's attitude, Zhuqing narrowed his eyes, acutely aware of the unwelcoming tone emanating from him. He sensed that today's matters would likely not resolve amicably. Casting a worried glance at Yi Fan, he took a deep breath, contemplating stepping forward to divert attention from Yi Fan. However, in the next moment, Yi Fan spoke, his voice resonating from the shadows, quietly engaging in conversation with Yi Changpan, who basked in the sunlight and warmth. There may indeed be a matter at hand, yet definitions are not always necessary. If you permit me, I would like to share a tale. After listening, you may discern for yourself whether there is indeed a matter or not. Under Yi Changpan's watchful gaze, Yi Fan gradually began to recount his narrative. 3 days prior, I had heard whispers of a new deity descending upon the Great Xia. This deity does not reside in the past, nor in the future, remaining beyond definition. Yet, upon its arrival, it first resolved the ghost-faced king incident, aiding the Great Xia in reclaiming several night watchmen, and subsequently addressing the Nanda serpent demon affair. He spoke slowly, detailing the actions Yi Changpan had undertaken during this time. Yi Changpan listened in silence, his expression still marked by indifference. Yet at that moment, a subtle ripple of intrigue stirred within him, a flicker of interest in something. Before long, Yi Fan concluded his account. Pausing for effect, he turned to Yi Changpan, a smile gracing his lips. The deeds of this deity may be trivial in its eyes, but for the night watchmen, for the Great Xia, they bear immense significance. As a citizen of the Great Xia, it is only fitting that we extend our gratitude to it. Given that you operate a fortune-telling establishment, might you proffer an insight, whether this matter holds significance for that deity, or if it is of no consequence? At this juncture, the frostiness in Yi Changpan's gaze had considerably thawed. In its place emerged a hint of admiration. You are indeed astute. Yi Fan's cleverness shone through. His words not only acknowledged Yi Changpan's prior attentiveness, but also left him with no grounds for ire, as he had adopted the stance of an observer, eschewing the title of Supreme Commander of the Great Xia. What does this signify? It indicates that the dialogue between them is merely one between individuals, rather than a conversation between a man of authority and a being of supreme power. It is akin to employing the art of storytelling to convey a matter that could be deemed intrusive, thus allowing the two to deftly navigate through the acquaintance phase. In the end, following one's own thoughts, whether from the perspective of a guest or a host, presents the dilemma of discerning whether there is a matter at hand or none at all. This introspection not only serves to gauge one's own disposition, but also legitimizes all actions taken by Yi Fan today, provided that Yi Changpan refrains from severing ties. Unlike Si Xiaonan and others, this approach would not provoke the ire of the divine. However, I find that compared to the notions of having matters or not, you appear to be seeking trouble where there is none. While I commend Yi Fan's methods, Yi Changpan is not easily deceived, remarking with a hint of indifference. Since the initial response involved merely dispatching a few minor agents, I suggest that this expression of gratitude should conclude here. Beyond these formalities, I sense a deeper concern for something intrinsic within the Night Watchers. Yi Fan smiled subtly, as if acknowledging the underlying implications. After all, gratitude is inconsequential. An identity is equally unimportant. What truly matters is what he desires, is it not? As the words lingered, an air of tranquility enveloped the room. Yi Changpan gazed quietly at Yi Fan, who returned the scrutiny with equal calmness. Their shared glance, seemingly serene, belied attention filled with sharp awareness, a display of the confidence and demeanor befitting the commander of the Night Watch, probing the disposition of a demon king. After a prolonged silence, Yi Fan broke the uneasy stillness. For instance, the divine, the power of the seraphim, or perhaps the divine agent, the heroic spirits of the great Xia. Upon hearing these words, Yi Changpan's eyes narrowed slightly, followed by a faint smile. With a wave of his hand, he closed the door. The temporal energy within his gaze surged, freezing the sounds that permeated the room. After executing this, he approached the grand chair and seated himself slowly. Supporting half his face with one hand, he reversed time on the now cold tea before him, causing it to emit wisps of steam once more. After taking a delicate sip, his dark eyes fixed on Yi Fan. The earlier individuals had proven rather foolish. Even the so-called master of the Black Impermanence, Chun Mai, was equally naive. Initially, I found the Night Watchers to be a rather dull assembly of incompetence. Pausing, a subtle smile crept upon his lips, a calm and playful expression gracing his visage. Yet now, I am intrigued to converse with you. Please take a seat. Yi Fan, with a smile upon his face, walked forward and seated himself. Ling Jiqing observed the unfolding events with a vigilant demeanor, albeit somewhat bewildered. He struggled to comprehend the situation and the significance of Yi Fan's previous remarks. Why? After mentioning divine agents and heroic spirits, had Yi Changpan, who had previously appeared cold and unwelcoming, suddenly thawed and invited them to sit? However, witnessing Yi Fan take a seat, he chose to suppress his confusion. Standing quietly beside Yi Fan, he gazed at Yi Changpan. No one acknowledged him until Yi Fan took his seat. You have no objections, I presume? Yi Changpan remarked, gesturing toward the tea on the table that had been restored to warmth through the reversal of time. Yi Fan contemplated the steaming cup, pondering the essence of time's power. Is this the might of time? He mused inwardly. According to the information at hand, Yi Changpan possessed various supreme abilities, making phenomena like tea suddenly warming a commonplace occurrence. Yet, he had not observed any divine energy fluctuations from Yi Changpan moments prior. Perhaps it was due to his own inadequacy, but he leaned towards the belief that it was indeed a result of time's alteration. As he pondered, he poured the tea and slowly spoke. May I interpret your current demeanor as an affirmation that my earlier assertions hold validity? You desire not only the power of the seraph, but also the strength of the pantheon. You seek to usurp the divinity of the gods. As the final declaration escaped his lips, a brief silence enveloped the atmosphere. However, at that moment, Zhuqing's pupils dilated in shock, his gaze fixed on Yi Changpan. His eyes filled entirely with trepidation. Chapter 81. Between the Seraph and you, who can truly obtain the authority of the Seraph? This is not a matter that shocks with the notion of seizing divine power. Shenmai has reported on this. Zhuqing was already aware of this situation. His current solemnity is merely due to the fact that the conversation has reached a critical point, one that he holds in high regard. Seizing. At first glance, these two words seem simple. Yet in the vast realm of the great Xia, even the pinnacle of humanity, including Zhou Ping, would not dare utter such a phrase. Even the mightiest of the outer gods, regardless of their invincibility, would refrain from making such a declaration. For it equates to waging war against the pantheon. Zhuqing cannot provide a definitive answer regarding the strength of the gods. However, a single cursed entity, Shiva, could easily obliterate an entire city, even amidst divine conflict. Without considering the other powers of the deities, one individual, or rather, one divine force, seeking to challenge the pantheon is undoubtedly an act of utter madness, one that piques Zhuqing's curiosity regarding Yi Changpan's audacity. Moreover, if the intent is indeed to seize the power of the gods, that would be even more intriguing. Zhuqing gazes quietly at the youth seated in the grand chair, delicately sipping tea, lost in thought. To plunder the power of the gods. Upon hearing this, Yi Changpan's lips curled into a faint smile. How amusing. Do you not fear my disdain at this moment? If I am mistaken, then of course I would care. Yi Fan also smiled, yet now he appeared unfazed. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. In comparison to the so-called offense, I believe you're more concerned with your own interests. Are you not? Interests? Yi Changpan tilted his head, still smiling. If, as you claim, interests equate to the power of the gods, then why can I not seize it through my own strength? And even if I were not to seize the power of the gods, he paused slightly, his dark eyes shimmering with a hint of crimson. For you and the Night Watchers, whether to seize power is entirely within my discretion. The difficulty of this endeavor is no greater than plucking an item from a pouch. As his last two statements echoed, an eerie chill suddenly emanated from Yi Changpan, ravaging the surroundings. Commander, Zhuo Qing's expression tightened. You can certainly do so. Yet, Yi Fan exhibited no signs of tension. But you will not. His calm voice resonated with immense confidence. In this moment, he met Yi Changpan's gaze, observing those eyes, reminiscent of a blood-soaked world, emanating a potent aura of bloodshed, a malice born from countless corpses. Yet, despite sensing this, Yi Fan's gaze remained tranquil, unyielding, embodying the poise of the supreme commander of the great Xian Night Watchers. Oh, Yi Changpan observed him with a semblance of a smile, questioning his confidence. What gives you such assurance? Yi Fan responded slowly. Your enlistment in the Night Watchers serves as the most evident example. If you truly desire power, you could easily seize the Shiva's grudge within Chunmai. Furthermore, you could directly infiltrate the great Xia's Hall of Heroes, much like how you located Lin Xie, and find the other divine agents. Lin Xie has just awakened the seraphic goddess Ruin, which remains beyond his grasp, yet the others are different. If you could directly usurp that power, you would undoubtedly succeed in plundering divine strength. Yet, you have not done so. Instead, you chose to join the Night Watchers. Moreover, you assisted Zhao Kongsheng in awakening the exceedingly perilous ruins and even conferred upon Lin Xie the so-called dual divine agent identity, promising him that you would perform a certain task for him. Admittedly, I am unaware of your motives. Perhaps there are deeper implications at play. However, if the aim is to seize power, it cannot merely be a straightforward act of plunder. It is more about acquiring it through some form of connection. This connection prevents you from directly obtaining divine strength. Hence, your entry into the Night Watchers signifies your desire to convey to us your need for the divine agent's connection and the hero's connection. From this perspective, it becomes clear that you cannot instigate change directly, at least not before acquiring the items you seek. Upon reaching this conclusion, a sudden clatter echoed as the teacup in Yi Changpan's grasp slipped and fell upon the table. Indeed, I find pleasure in conversing with the astute. Yi Fan's assertions resonated profoundly, for he indeed must construct a causal framework to attempt to seize divine strength without reliance on the blank dial. Concurrently, it is indeed challenging to alter many circumstances. Traversing through past and future, for him, it is not particularly arduous. It is merely a matter of thought. Alternatively, as Yi Fan suggested, he could directly claim the Shiva's grudge within Chunmai, or even descend upon the great Xia's Night Watchers headquarters to seize the strength of heroes. Furthermore, he could acquire the power of divine agents. However, such actions would inevitably lead to complications. Firstly, the quantity of blank dials he currently possesses is limited. To proceed in such a manner would be akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Secondly, it would adversely affect the future, rendering his blank dials unattainable. It is worth noting that when he expended one blank dial to enable Zhao Kongsheng to gain Ruin's power, the stability of the world plummeted to zero, an event he had not yet rectified by providing Zhao Kongsheng with a time-space drive. To directly become a world destroyer could potentially plunge world stability into negative territory. Such an outcome would contradict his original intentions. Moreover, he had no interest in brute force. Indeed, it is as such yet his words heard by Yi Fan unmistakably signified acknowledgement. With a slight heaviness in his gaze, Yi Fan spoke again. Thus, we can collaborate. Yi Changpan raised an eyebrow, directing his attention toward him. You seek to establish a connection with divine agents, even aspiring to acquire the powers of the great Xia's heroes. Yi Fan calmly spoke, expressing a desire for amicable relations with the great Xia, and furthermore, the slaying of gods. You wish to employ my hand to eliminate the outer deities? Yi Changpan was acutely aware of the intentions of his counterpart. I do not perceive this as exploitation. Yi Fan's gaze was profound. The divine ruins emanated from the deities themselves, while the forbidden ruins bore intricate connections to the divine. The absence of divine agents inevitably signified the obliteration of the divine ruins, and more importantly, the fall of the gods. You are, indeed, acting in your own interest. Thus, Yi Changpan, with a semblance of a smile, broached the crucial topic. What is the cost? When the price was mentioned, Yi Fan slowly replied, I believe I should first pose a few questions. Question: having acquired the powers of the Seraph, you also hold dominion over their divine ruins. In such a scenario, between you and the Seraph, who shall truly wield the authority of the Seraph? Chapter 82. At present, I am a beacon and indeed, the epitome of humanity, a true Seraph, the authentic authority of the Seraph. When Yi Fan uttered this phrase, the expression on Zhuqing's face subtly shifted, and his gaze towards Yi Changpan suddenly grew solemn, brimming with vigilance. The authority of the divine. This is the pivotal power that divine agents can acquire from the divine relics. It is akin to the seraphic domain, mortal realm, attained by Lin Chi-Yi. Such an ability is formidable, is it not? Yet, it is not inherently his, but that of his Seraph. It is only when bestowed by the Seraph that it becomes Lin Chi-Yi's. Otherwise, it merely remains that of the Seraph. Only in the hands of the Seraph does the forbidden relic sequence 003, mortal realm, truly embody 003. This is common knowledge among the people of Daxia, serving as one of the significant reasons they would traverse great distances to seek Yi Changpan. 4. The other has shattered the conventions of this statement. He has relied upon his own prowess to usurp the power of the divine, not being a divine agent, yet wielding the enigmatic, Nandu, snake demon ability, and moreover mastering the divine relic, mortal realm. They must ascertain whether, in Yi Changpan's grasp, the mortal realm is indeed the true 003, or if it merely serves as a fa-ade, akin to Lin Chi-Yi, symbolizing mere potential as 003. At this moment, upon Yi Fan articulating this statement and witnessing Zhuqing's expression shift, Yi Changpan discerned their contemplations. With a faint smile, the wisp of amusement at the corner of his mouth did not fade, but rather intensified. Subsequently, a glimmer of crimson gold radiated from his pitch-black eyes, emanating layers of golden hues, illuminating the confined space as if a golden flame had ignited within. The power of the Seraph. Yi Fan and Zhuqing simultaneously sensed this aura, their expressions growing increasingly grave. Yet simultaneously, a hint of confusion lingered, for they could not comprehend why it was merely a beacon. As you can see, although I have seized the power of the Seraph, what I possess is solely the beacon's seraphic power. Yi Changpan seemed to be aware of their thoughts, speaking softly. This power, let alone commanding the entirety of mortal realm, would pose a challenge even against Chenmai. To be frank, I was once curious about what this entailed. However, at this juncture he paused slightly. In that moment, Zhuqing's eyes became like pincers, fixated intently on Yi Changpan, and even the ever-composed Yi Fan displayed signs of emotional turbulence, his breath quickening. For they both understood that the matter of their concern would soon receive Yi Changpan's personal elucidation. I now believe this matter no longer warrants concern. Yet, Yi Changpan's words left them momentarily taken aback. Why? Yi Fan inquired in confusion. Why? Yi Changpan tilted his head to glance at him, refraining from offering an explanation. Instead, he slightly raised his left hand and snapped his fingers, causing the radiant power of the Seraph to dissipate entirely. In its wake emerged the crimson energy of the demon, intertwined with the flow of temporal force. Thunderous roars echoed as the strength of time was unleashed by the demon, illuminating a glimpse of the future. It resembled the moment when Yi Changpan had previously cleaved through, instantaneously vanquishing thousands of Nantua serpent demons from Songnan Second High School. This power, embodying the realm of Klein, granted him dominion over the divine realm of the mundane. Yet at this moment, his aura surpassed even that of Klein, until a true miracle revealed itself through Yi Changpan. His aura shifted dramatically, the pinnacle of humanity, feeling the intensity of his presence. Both Yi Fan and Zhuqing were struck with astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. No matter how seasoned they were, they found themselves utterly shocked. It was not merely the impact of strength that left them in awe, but rather the sheer spectacle of Yi Changpan's display. They had a fair understanding of his capabilities, knowing he wielded the supreme powers associated with time and beyond the pinnacle of humanity. Therefore, even if Yi Changpan exhibited the strength of the human apex, they would hardly have been concerned. However, the present moment was entirely different. For now, Yi Changpan was channeling the future, embodying the essence of a being who had reached the zenith of humanity, endowed with nearly complete seraphic power. What unfolded was an ineffable scene beyond the confines of time. Even Yi Fan and Zhuqing could vaguely perceive that at this moment, Yi Changpan was manifesting the seraphic divine power of a human pinnacle, and behind him, a holy silhouette subtly emerged, adorned with 6 wings, exuding an aura of infinite mystery and might. After casting a fleeting glance at them, the ripples of time and the seraphic energy erupted simultaneously. Just a mere fragment of this force left both Yi Fan and Zhuqing momentarily entranced, as if on the verge of succumbing to its allure. Now, do you comprehend the meaning of my previous statement? Yet in the next moment, a calm, youthful voice resonated, pulling both of them back from their reverie. With a flash, their pupils refocused, and the scene before them regained clarity. Enveloped in a profound silence, the 9-to-5 classroom remained unchanged, as if everything that had transpired was merely a fleeting dream. However, when Yi Fan and Zhuqing exchanged glances, they could discern the shock and confusion reflected in each other's eyes. Though it lasted but an instant, they both felt the overwhelming pressure of an unknown power. It was the swift flow of time, reversing the past and future, rendering them oblivious to the present year. A spectacle beyond the comprehension of mere humanity. Yet they are able to comprehend one profound truth, to redirect the future, empowering oneself with the essence of their future self. This capacity resembles the notion that the future is entirely of one's own fabrication. It is beyond understanding, elusive to observation, and impervious to insight. Indeed, it is shrouded in an enigmatic aura. After a prolonged silence, Yi Fan finally exhaled a few weighty words, sufficient to convey the emotional upheaval instigated by the recent spectacle. No wonder you said this matter requires no further concern. I have come to understand. As Zhuqing absorbed Yi Fan's statement, he emerged from his astonishment only to find himself engulfed in confusion once more. What, Commander? What is it that you have comprehended? Why is it that I grasp nothing at all? However, in due course, Yi Fan turned his gaze towards Yi Changpan and began to articulate his thoughts slowly. It seemed as if he were speaking to himself, while also inquiring and perhaps elucidating the events that had just transpired for Zhuqing. Whether you are merely a guiding light at this moment or the pinnacle of humanity wielding absolute authority, it matters not. Chapter 83, Clarity Achieved. It is now you who seek me, not I who seek you. For the future you shall undoubtedly wield the power of the Seraph. You are the true Seraph, and the one capable of harnessing the forces of the future. At this moment, you are not merely a Seraph, but indeed the Seraph, or to be more precise, you are the genuine Seraph. In this time and space, both you and the authentic Seraph are Seraphs. 2 known Seraphs of the Great Xia. As the final word fell, the atmosphere descended into a profound silence. Thunderous. Zhuqing stared blankly at Yi Changpan, his mind reeling as if struck by a bolt from the blue, leaving him in disbelief. 2 Seraphs. What madness is this? A deity wielding a divine realm, and also commanding a force of law. As long as the law endures, the divine shall not perish, and new gods shall not arise. These statements are understood by all, including the deities. It is precisely for this reason that even the pinnacle of humanity in Great Xia can defeat the supreme deity, yet cannot engage it in combat. Yet at this moment, Under Yi Fan's elucidation, it symbolizes the existence of two beings mastering the same laws and powers of the seraph at this time. How can he dare to believe it? No need for excessive agitation. In response to their shock and disbelief, Yi Changpan appeared remarkably composed, merely lifting his teacup to sip delicately. Regardless of whether this time and space contains one seraph or two, it bears no impact. For I do not require the power of the Seraph's law. At least, not at this moment. Hence in this time frame, there remains but one seraph. Upon hearing these words, Yi Fan's calm eyelids twitched slightly, leaving him momentarily speechless. Zhuo Qing, too, became numb with astonishment. He stared vacantly at Yi Changpan. His eyes filled solely with envy. Not to mention, the wonders wrought by the power of the seraph are of a caliber akin to a cheat, capable of reversing life and death, determining the outcome of battles. Perhaps this is a daunting task. Yet Zhuo Qing could envision in his daily thoughts that regardless of his intentions, such as during the incident with the Nanda serpent demon, all he needed was to imagine a miracle occurring. Even without his intervention, a meteor might descend from the heavens to resolve the matter. And should he encounter an incomprehensible existence, merely believing in miracles would suffice to understand. If this ability could be wielded effectively, he would remain in an invincible position. This is also why, later on, Chaos would invest immense effort for the seraph, seeking to place it in a mental institution and to heal the seraph. But what of Yi Changpan? He claims he has no need for it. You may not require it, but I do. Zhuo Qing gazed longingly at Yi Changpan. Yi Changpan cast him a curious glance, but chose not to engage. Instead, he turned to face Yi Fan, speaking with a tranquil demeanor. Now, in response to your inquiries, I have provided comprehensive answers. It is time to genuinely discuss my intentions. The Great Xiao wishes to extend an invitation to you. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Fan interjected suddenly, stating that he would arrange for you to meet the divine agent, and even facilitate an encounter with the spirits of the Great Xia. Furthermore, I will ensure that you have the opportunity to meet several generations of commanders. However, I must also impose certain conditions. Yi Changpan gazed at him calmly, and as he concluded his statement, a ripple seemed to pass through his eyes. Yet, he made no immediate move, instead speaking in a composed manner. Please continue. Slaying gods, Yi Fan declared, your vision aligns with the ideals of the Great Xia. Thus the Great Xia seeks to invite you to join. Of course, not as a sentinel, but rather akin to a guardian deity. You shall be the guardian deity of the Great Xia. This title will not constrain your personal freedom. All that is required is your assistance during the times of peril for the Great Xia, and that shall suffice. The price for this alliance will be the power of the spirits of the Great Xia, including the essence of the divine ruins. So, you wish for me to lend my aid at the moment when this so-called power begins to wane, Yi Changpan remarked, his brow slightly raised as he grasped the implications of the other's words. Indeed, Yi Fan nodded slightly. You will be positioned to act during the demise of the pinnacle of humanity and the divine agents, while also having the opportunity to summon a deity into action. I must say, your proposition is commendable, Yi Changpan replied, still wearing a faint smile. Yet, in the next moment, his expression turned icy. But how absurd. You think power can be given at will, and that I would simply act upon your request? I am curious as to when a sentinel commander began to presume he could instruct me. Upon uttering these words, although Yi Changpan did not display anger or any overt reaction, his demeanor had taken on a distinctly chillier tone, instilling an overwhelming sense of peril in the hearts of Yi Fan and Zhuo Qing, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. Regardless of whether they were divine agents or the forces of the Great Xia, Zhuo Qing hastily attempted to interject an explanation. Silence. Yi Changpan shot him a glance, and with a surge of temporal power, he froze Zhuo Qing in place before turning his attention back to Yi Fan. What I wish to hear is not idle chatter. As he spoke, he raised his hand, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, producing a crisp echo. He then articulated each word with precision. You are the Sentinel Commander. I shall only say this once. This is not a negotiation between us, nor am I beseeching you to grant me the so-called powers of the divine agents. It is not that I lack the ability to seize power and require your assistance. This moment, you seek me. and I offer you a singular chance. A chance to meet with me, to negotiate. Do you understand? Yifan fell into silence for a moment. At this juncture, he could certainly leverage the previous revelations from Changpan to continue negotiating, yet he refrained from doing so, for a haunting echo resided within him. Should he proceed in that manner, the consequences could prove utterly incalculable. Even this may truly incite the wrath of the formidable demon before us. This is by no means a baseless assertion. The capabilities previously demonstrated by Changpan are sufficient to attest to this. He requires no divine might, for he embodies an exalted deity himself, wielding an array of supreme powers. A demon, the necessity to seize power, to rely on brief communications with the Night Watchers, and now to engage in negotiations, does not stem from the weakness of the opposing force. Rather, it is he who is extending an opportunity to the Great Xia. Taking a deep breath, Yifan reassessed the situation. It was my error. You inquire what I desire? As long as it can be accomplished by the Great Xia, by the Night Watchers, and by me, without compromising the integrity of the Great Xia, I am willing to grant you my word in the name of the Supreme Commander of the Night Watchers. He candidly acknowledged his mistake and relinquished all authority in the negotiations, solely to demonstrate his sincerity. It was quite simple. Upon hearing this, Changpan retracted his previously frosty demeanor, allowing a gentle smile to grace his features, softening his countenance that had once been that of a cold and resolute youth. He extended his hand, forming a gesture of unity, and gradually articulated, "To be your guardian deity is acceptable. To protect the Great Xia is also permissible. However, several conditions must be amended." "You may speak," Yifan replied. "Firstly, the authority over the divine emissaries and the powers of your so-called heroic spirits shall rest solely with me. They will not be dispensed at your convenience." Chapter 84. The Special Instructor, ranking above the Supreme Commander, certainly. Yifan readily agreed, without the slightest hesitation. This was not due to an overvaluation of Changpan, nor was it an oversight of the formidable combat prowess of the Daxia and its divine agents. Rather, it stemmed from the realization that, regardless of any restrictions placed upon Changpan, they would prove futile. The nature of the adversary's plundering power hinted at some underlying connection, albeit one of little consequence. For Lin Chie stood as the most extraordinary example. Despite their lack of any discernible link, the power of the Seraph remained firmly within Changpan's grasp. Moreover, Yifan discerned that whether Changpan acquired strength or not, the essence remained unchanged. It was akin to the present moment, where Changpan had indeed obtained the power of the Seraph, even capable of invoking the future potential of humanity's pinnacle, the Seraph's strength. Yet, did this influence the current Seraph? Not in the least. Thus, to exchange an uncertain future event for the immediate protection of a supreme deity over Daxia was, without a doubt, a lucrative transaction for both Yifan and the Watchers. After all, once the decade passed, the tranquility of Daxia would be irrevocably shattered. Rather than dwell in the past, it was far wiser to place one's bets in advance. Yifan's gaze gradually solidified with determination. Changpan regarded him without any overt surprise, extending a second finger, this being the second, and indeed the final, request. Both Yifan and Zhuqing adopted solemn expressions. "I can protect Daxia, and even intervene during an external god's invasion. However, this is contingent upon the invasion by foreign deities, should you provoke them, leading to some cataclysmic fate for your kind. Even if I were to seize your powers, I would refrain from intervening." At this, Yifan and Zhuqing could not help but furrow their brows slightly. Suppose there existed some mysterious incursion within Daxia? Yifan pondered, then inquired, "Would you assist Daxia in resolving such a matter?" "I have already provided you with the answer regarding the Demon Face King and the Nanda Serpent Demon incident." Changpan replied coolly. "Understood." Yifan nodded, indicating that previously Daxia had exchanged a deity's power for Changpan's assistance. Now it seemed he would act of his own accord, claiming the remuneration owed by the Watchers within a specified time frame. Correct? Changpan offered no response. "Then if neither I nor Daxia currently require your assistance, may I propose an alternative condition?" "An alternative condition?" Yi Changpan raised an eyebrow slightly. Indeed. For instance, Yi Fan's lips curled into a subtle smile. I wish to invite you to facilitate the fresh bloodline of our watchers. In an instant, Yi Changpan's eyes narrowed. Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, gazing into Yi Fan's eyes, where astonishment flickered, seemingly unable to believe that the words just spoken had emanated from the other's lips. The notion of providing convenience appeared perplexing at first glance. However, when placed in Zhuqing's context, it became comprehensible. In light of the current situation and recalling previous discussions, it became evident that Yi Fan desired Yi Changpan to instruct the night watchman. This opportunity, if presented earlier, would undoubtedly have been non-existent. Yet now it was available. Are you referring to the new training for the night watchman? Yi Changpan inquired blandly. Under Yi Fan's subtle nodding encouragement, his eyes narrowed slightly. Intriguing. To have a deity personally instruct a group newly acquainted with the forbidden ruins and stepping into the realm of light? If it were anyone else uttering this, I would surely deem them mad. But you're different. Speak. Do you wish for me to teach your night watchman? Or perhaps bestow upon you the identity of a divine agent? The identity of a divine agent rests entirely upon your interpretation, Yi Fan replied with a faint smile, seemingly unfazed by the other's awareness. If among this group of newcomers, any should catch your esteemed eye and descend upon the divine ruins, I would not object. Conversely, if none do, I would not impose. I merely, as the supreme commander of the great Xia Night Watchmen, wish to extend an invitation for you to instruct this cohort of night watchmen, nothing more. You are laying the groundwork for Team 136. Oh no. To be precise, Yi Changpan interjected as he sipped his tea, you are paving the way for Lin Xie. Upon hearing Lin Xie's name, Zhuqing's eyes subtly shifted. Yet Yi Fan maintained his cheerful demeanor, as if entirely unfamiliar with the individual in question. After a brief silence, with a clatter, Yi Changpan placed his teacup on the table, propping his head with one hand as he regarded Yi Fan, who awaited his response. I can agree to teach this cohort of night watchmen. However, the consequences shall be yours to bear. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan abruptly rose, extending his hand toward Yi Changpan. Tonight, I shall expedite the necessary documents. I express my gratitude on behalf of the future night watchman for your instruction, Mr. Yi Changpan, the esteemed guest instructor of the Great Xia. As night began to cast a dim shadow during the dialogue between Yi Changpan and Yi Fan, the director of the Great Xia Operations Bureau stood by like a child of 3, awaiting orders. Meanwhile, within the Peace Affairs Office, the question arose, were they to fulfill their duties? Was it to suppress the grievances of Shiva, or to refrain from obstructing this group as progress? Am I to uphold the responsibilities expected of Captain? Chun Mai quietly gazed at the luminous moon on the horizon. Behind him, Wu Xiangnan and Wen Qima exchanged bewildered glances, each perceiving the confusion reflected in the other's eyes. Following the earlier return of Si Xiaonan and the revelation of Yi Changpan's ire, they had anticipated an explosive outburst from Chun Mai. Yet, to their surprise, he exhibited no emotional fluctuation whatsoever. Calmness enveloped the atmosphere as if no divine offense had been committed. There was not a hint of anger. Instead, the confinement of Si Xiaonan and her companions was lifted, allowing them to return to their rest. Ultimately, only the two remained, listening to each other's somewhat ambiguous murmurs, both perplexed by Chun Mai's intentions. Captain, what is the situation here? Have you succumbed to senility? Wu Xiangnan cautiously probed, her wariness evident. Upon hearing her words, Chun Mai's melancholic expression gradually shifted back. I know that the ill-conceived ideas presented to Xiaonan and the others originated from you. This statement instantly left Wu Xiangnan and Wen Qima astonished. Just as they were about to offer an explanation, Chun Mai continued previously. I would have blamed you and might have even been compelled to discipline you. But that is no longer the case. Do you know why? Wu Xiangnan and Wen Qima blinked, somewhat baffled. Because, Chun Mai declared, raising the phone he had clutched tightly in his hand, I am awaiting a message. He paused deliberately, emphasizing with gravity, a message that will allow me to refrain from taking action against you. Chapter 85. Only the true God of time can convince the remaining pinnacles of humanity. Wu Xiangnan. When Chimal, they gazed at Chimai, who spoke the most venomous lines with the softest tone, unable to suppress the twitching of their lips. It was late at night, and they had been intentionally kept behind. They somewhat anticipated that he intended to reprimand them. However, with such bluntness in his words, did he not fear their escape? Wu Xiangnan and Wen Qima exchanged glances, resolutely deciding that before Chan Mai could impart his lessons, they would deliver a lesson of their own. Clang! Yet as this thought surged in their minds, a sudden ringtone pierced the atmosphere, momentarily silencing the room. Chen Mai's gaze fell upon his phone, where a message from Zui Qing, the director of operations, flashed before his eyes. Specially appointed instructor, on par with the commander of the night watch, Yi Changpan, will arrive at the Peace Affairs office tomorrow and participate in the night watch training a month later. Aha! The earlier somber expression vanished in an instant, replaced by a joyful smile that radiated ease and contentment. With a slight shift of his feet, he turned and casually draped an arm over Wu Xiangnan and Wen Qima's shoulders. It had been ages since he last enjoyed skewers. Let us go. I'll treat you to a meal today. Talp, talp, talp. Illuminated by the dim lights, the ancient city street revealed a path. The commander of the night watch, Yi Fan, and the director of operations, Zui Qing, had just concluded their conversation with Yi Changpan. After bestowing upon him the honorary title of instructor on par with the commander, they prepared to return to the night watch headquarters in Kyoto. Commander, why appoint him as an instructor for the night watch? Though he's powerful, what can he teach us? After a prolonged silence, Zui Qing could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. Even if Lin Xie has caught his eye, it shouldn't he warrant this, right? In response, Yi Fan cast a gentle glance at him. Zui Qing, I have taught you many times. Do not judge matters solely by their surface. Zui Qing's expression reflected confusion. Do you believe that among the list of participants in this night watch training, aside from Lin Xie, there are no other youths with potential? Yi Fan smiled softly, his demeanor devoid of the sharpness he had shown during discussions with Yi Changpan. At this moment, he resembled a benevolent elder diligently imparting wisdom to his successor. Are you suggesting those individuals? Zui Qing, being astute enough to rise to the rank of director, quickly grasped the situation. I understand. You intend for him to instruct them, and in turn, they will become his divine agents, acquiring his divine remnants. That reasoning constitutes a part of it, Yi Fan replied with a reassuring smile, but is not the ultimate goal. To cultivate a few truly capable individuals from the younger generation is undoubtedly a commendable endeavor. It is the attitude exhibited that captivates my attention even more. The leader of the mass squad, Wang Mian, wields the power of time, and I am eager to witness whether this supreme deity, who governs time, can indeed derive an advantage in his grasp. This conclusion serves as a pivotal factor that may persuade the esteemed human elite as well as the revered spirits of our ancestors. A vivid image materializes in Zui Qing's mind, depicting a clash between two divine beings, each possessing the power of time, a profound collision of supreme divinity. Wang Mian, the captain of the mass squad and the divine agent, embodies a formidable force within the realm of the Great Xia, potentially capable of ascending to become a new pinnacle of humanity, though this potential remains merely prospective. The power of time cannot be imparted by anyone more adept. If Yi Changpan were to instruct him, perhaps he could even extinguish Wang Mian's temporal abilities, akin to Zhao Kongsheng, and subsequently bestow upon him a realm of extraordinary peril. Alternatively, granting Wang Mian access to his own temporal prowess would constitute a mutually beneficial exchange for both parties involved. After all, from a moment they acquiesced to Yi Changpan's terms, in a certain sense, they have already positioned themselves in opposition to the divine, including the deity of time represented by Wang Mian. Indeed, anticipation swells within Zui Qing as he murmurs, his final doubts entirely dispelled. Quietly, he follows Yi Fan back towards the headquarters of the Night Watchers. Daylight breaks, the dawn's light dispelling the shadows. It is time to depart. The Peace Affairs office awaits. Yi Changpan stands on the balcony of the Peace Affairs office, gazing at the horizon where sunlight bathes the sky. He captures the scene of the rising sun entirely. His obsidian eyes suffused with a crimson hue, which, despite lacking overt power, naturally imbues him with an enigmatic brilliance. In truth, he need not rush to the Peace Affairs office, for there remains a full month until he fulfills his promise to Yifan to conduct the training for the newcomers. However, he does not oppose the idea of arriving early to converse with Chunmai and the others. Although he has held the nominal title of a teacher at Sangnan Second High School, he possesses no real teaching experience. Familiarizing himself with the nuances of instruction beforehand certainly bears no detriment. He muses, one must be cautious lest he inadvertently cause the demise of the entire cohort of newcomers. With a soft utterance, Changpan sets his feet in motion towards the Peace Affairs office, curious to discover whether Xingyu, true to the original narrative, has seized the serpent's head and departed, or she has already allied herself with the Nightwatchers. Illuminated within the Peace Affairs office, a voice resonates. Chi Yi, your talent is simply ineffable. I am truly intrigued. After all this time, how do you still manage to achieve a record of complete misses? Stand up, young man. Before I could even exert my strength, you have already fallen. What will happen if we encounter the Nanda serpent demon again? At this rate, you won't even pass the new recruits training a month from now. After enduring a morning filled with trials, Lin Shiye found himself once more struck down by Zhao Kongcheng. His blade sent flying from his grasp. He remained stationary, letting out a sigh. Despite having faced numerous defeats, he found it incredibly difficult to assess his progress. In both combat and marksmanship, he was thoroughly overpowered by the members of Team 136. Each time he felt a glimmer of advancement, Zhao Kongcheng, that old rascal, made strides of his own. The disparity left him with little room to retaliate, yet he still managed to stand, not completely devoid of hope. It was akin to a father chastising a child. Though not fatal, it left an unsettling imbalance within his heart. Once more, as the words left his lips, Lin Xie lunged fiercely at Zhao Kongcheng again. Observing this scene from a distance, Chunmai furrowed his brow as he listened to see Xiaonan report the situation. The head of the Nanda serpent demon was nowhere to be found. Chapter 86. I'm only responsible for teaching. Not for teaching you to learn. How could such a large head possibly go missing? Could there still be other Nanjuash demons that have not been dealt with? Within the Peace Affairs office, Chunmai sat on the sofa, furrowing his brow. If it were merely a case of disappearance, it would be manageable. However, if the Nanjuash demon, main body, truly still exists and has its head concealed, then the situation becomes dire. He was not keen on experiencing another incident of the Nanjuash demon devouring humans, even though this was Sangnan City, and he wished to avoid such occurrences. This would reflect poorly on the capabilities of Team 136. We had thoroughly investigated at the time, and even Shi had utilized the Celestial Angel's divine ruins to confirm that no Nanjuash demon was still alive. Wu Xiangnan recalled the details of their previous handling of this matter. It must have been hidden away by the other students, right? Students hiding the head of a Nanjuash demon? Both Chunmai and Si Xiaonan regarded him with curiosity. Chunmai's lips twitched. Has he lost his mind? What purpose would there be in concealing this head? Wu Xiangnan was at a loss for words. Indeed, the main body of the Nanjuash demon was not particularly formidable. It was merely the abilities of replication and shared vision that posed a challenge. Now that the Nanjuash demon was dead, what could possibly be the motive for stealthily hiding its head? Had this generation of students descended to the depths of psychopathy by desecrating the dead? Though he entertained such thoughts, given that he had spearheaded the handling of this matter, it was imperative to provide an appropriate response. Wu Xiangnan continued. Regardless of whether it was the students who hid it, the head of a Nanjuash demon undoubtedly remains within Sangnan City, and with Dream Whisper at play, it will eventually come to light. Upon hearing this, Chunmai nodded slightly. It was a pity that the void of no rings had been shattered by that demon deity. Otherwise, it would not have wasted so much time in the aftermath. He recalled the earlier scene where the verdant canopy, which had ensnared Sangnan City No. 2 High School, was dispersed by a surge of crimson golden energy. The entire sky transformed into a shade of crimson gold, reminiscent of the apocalypse. And this was merely the tip of the iceberg of a god's display of power. Though they all appeared human, he could not help but wonder about that individual. At this thought, Chunmai couldn't help but smirk slightly. He set down the document in his hand and reached for the breakfast tea that Si Xiaonan had already prepared on the table, only to find the table completely bare. Confused, he recalled distinctly that a cup of tea had been placed there, yet it had vanished. Where was the tea? Chunmai couldn't resist glancing at Si Xiaonan and Wu Xiangnan. Ultimately, his gaze settled on Wu Xiangnan, his expression somewhat unfriendly. Old Wu, I didn't tea beat you yesterday, and today you've hidden my tea? Are you trying to compel me to teach you what combat truly means? Wu Xiangnan. What a heavy burden to bear. He opened his mouth to explain, but suddenly a sound of exhalation echoed softly. Whoosh, the three individuals simultaneously directed their gazes, eager to discern which audacious young lad had dared to speak so boldly. Particularly, Wu Xiangnan had already prepared to voice his thoughts. However, when their eyes landed on the source of the sound, they beheld a young man seated nonchalantly in a nearby office chair, casually crossing his legs, one hand gripping a teacup, the other propping up his chin, exuding an air of indifference and sophistication. At that moment, their expressions froze in unison. Subsequently, they exchanged a tacit understanding, their eyes widening in disbelief as the notion of identifying the culprit evaporated, replaced by incredulity directed towards the youth before them. A familiar figure gradually emerged from the depths of their memories, overlapping with the one before them. Chunmai, in an abrupt motion, sprang to his feet. Yi Changpan. He recognized this individual at once, the one who had nearly caused him considerable harm previously, leaving a deep impression on him. Moreover, he immediately identified the disposable teacup in the young man's hand as the same one that Si Xiaonan had poured him earlier, filled with the so-called reflection tea. Yet, at this moment, he scarcely paid attention to that detail. Instead, he stood there bewildered, exclaiming, No, it is you? How did you get in here? Indeed, the day before, Director Zhuoqing of the Action Department had sent him a message, clearly stating that Yi Changpan would be visiting the Peace Affairs office today. However, he had not anticipated that the young man would arrive so early. The sun had barely risen. Moreover, it was puzzling how they had not noticed his entrance. Had they truly aged to such an extent? Yet, that could not be the case. While their eyesight may have faltered with age, Si Xiaonan was still young enough not to suffer from such afflictions. Surely? Upon hearing Chunmai's voice, Yi Changpan lifted his gaze slightly, casting a glance in his direction before returning his focus to the teacup in his hand, which he gently rotated. As he observed the steam rising from the tea, creating momentary ripples, he offered a rare explanation, his tone calm and measured. Is it not apparent? I have legs. Chunmai, Wu Xiangnan, Si Xiaonan. Of course, they were aware of his legs and that he had walked in. What they truly wished to inquire was when he had arrived. Sharing a glance, Chunmai and Wu Xiangnan found themselves lacking the courage to voice their thoughts, instead shifting the conversation with forced smiles. Ahem, Chunmai said, his demeanor exceedingly cordial. Should I address you as the demon god? Or would it be more appropriate to call you Boss Yi or Instructor Yi? Any of those will suffice, Yi Changpan replied slowly. However, I am here today at the behest of Yi Fan to temporarily instruct you. Though he was uncertain of what he could impart to them and indifferent to what they might learn, he continued, I personally prefer a more rigorous approach. Very well. Instructor Yi. Chunmai understood the implication of Yi Changpan's words and seamlessly followed suit. May I inquire when we shall commence our lessons? Of course I, old Chun, am not one to be shamelessly presumptuous. Primarily, I wish to learn alongside you, as your sword techniques still linger vividly in my memory. Yi Changpan slowly raised his head, gazing at the nearby Chunmai. He first took a sip of tea before speaking. I have stated before that I agreed to Yi Fan's request to temporarily teach you. How much you learn and who wishes to learn is entirely your affair, not mine. Now, please lead the way. With such words spoken, Chunmai found it difficult to utter anything further and promptly guided Yi Changpan into the subterranean space. Yi Changpan nodded gently and rose to follow Chunmai towards the inner sanctum of the Peace Affairs office. Si Xiaonan watched as Yi Changpan's figure receded into the distance. She opened her mouth several times but refrained from speaking. In her clear eyes, a flicker of hesitation mingled with trepidation emerged, accompanied by fragments of memories. These were moments marked by Yi Changpan's repeated indifference, particularly the scene when his expression turned frigid as he commanded them to leave. This memory rendered her hesitant to approach. Thus, it seems you truly have not developed animosity with the Night Watchman. She whispered softly, her emotions a tapestry of complexity. Chapter 87. The Special Instructor? I, Zhao Kongcheng, volunteer to be the special instructor. Very well, Xiaonan. Upon witnessing Si Xiaonan standing there, lost in thought as she gazed at Yi Changpan and Chunmai departing, Wu Xiangnan seemed to comprehend her contemplation. Stepping closer, she spoke with an air of significance. Regardless of his previous demeanor towards you, or his true thoughts, at the very least, Hong Ying and Long Xian survive. Your contributions are invaluable. He overlooked certain matters solely because of your influence. In other words, among Team 136, apart from Old Zhao and Qi Yi, you share the closest bond with him. If you continue to dwell on his past words and hesitate to confront him, then, at this point, Wu Xiangnan paused briefly before continuing. Undoubtedly forsaking your own opportunity, the chance to become a divine agent. With that said, she chose to say no more. Such matters ultimately rely on personal understanding. Once you've made up your mind, let us embark on this journey of learning together. Opportunities to be personally instructed by a deity are indeed rare. With that, Wu Xiangnan hastily pursued Chunmai and the others, soon vanishing from Si Xiaonan's view. However, she mistakenly believed that Si Xiaonan's apparent fear of provoking Yi Changpan's ire rendered her unable to confront him directly. Yet, such trepidation did not manifest on Si Xiaonan's countenance. Her gaze from beginning to end bore a complex sentiment. Afraid of inciting his wrath, she murmured softly, reflecting on Wu Xiangnan's earlier words. But I am not afraid. Concerning Yi Changpan's return to the Night Watch, she had anticipated it long before. Even without Chunmai's input, through numerous discussions, she had discerned that Yi Changpan sought something significant. This entity, which could compel his personal involvement with the Night Watch, would not vanish due to the attitudes of a few team members. As long as an influential figure within the Night Watch stepped forward, negotiations with Yi Changpan could commence, presenting an opportunity for the other party to extend an olive branch. With Yi Changpan's appearance at the Peace Affairs office today, she recognized that the negotiations had borne fruit. Understanding this, Si Xiaonan was overwhelmed with joy at Yi Changpan's inclusion in the Night Watch. How could she possibly harbor any worries? What truly preoccupied me was his return to the ranks of the Night Watch. Rather than joy, I felt a more enigmatic emotion stirring within me. At this juncture, Si Xiaonan fell silent once more. A fleeting image of a youthful figure flickered in her mind. Yi Changpan's silhouette, or rather, the moment they first met, the encounter with the Nantoa snake demon, his timely intervention, right up to their final meeting. All these memories flooded back to her. She could not articulate her thoughts, yet after a prolonged silence, Si Xiaonan departed from her spot, making her way towards the inner sanctum. The entire Peace Affairs office was once again devoid of life. Clang! In the subterranean arena of the Peace Affairs office, as Zhao Kongcheng and Lin Xie engaged in yet another bout, a flicker of brilliance ignited in Zhao Kongcheng's eyes. He swiftly raised his wooden sword and struck down upon Lin Xie's wrist. A sharp intake of breath escaped Lin Xie as the force in his wrist diminished abruptly, causing the wooden sword to plummet to the ground, producing a crisp, dull sound. This, too, signified yet another defeat for him in this clash. Listen, young one, Zhao Kongcheng remarked, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his demeanor nonchalant after disarming Lin Xie. To wield a sword does not simply mean to flail it about aimlessly. Each time you swing your blade, you must contemplate your opponent's retreat and ensure you possess a backup plan. As Lin Xie absorbed this wisdom, he gazed down at the fallen wooden sword, reflecting on their previous encounters, seemingly experiencing a moment of enlightenment. All right, Brother Kongcheng, Hong Ying interjected, witnessing the conclusion of their duel. Xie has only recently begun his training in swordsmanship. It is entirely reasonable for him to lack experience. In contrast to before, when he could barely endure 30 seconds against you, lasting 2 minutes is a significant improvement. 2 minutes is progress? Zhao Kongcheng scoffed, his lips curling slightly. Given this rate of advancement, he mused, how could one possibly expect him to stand a chance against the Night Watchman in a month's time? Before he could finish his thought, the sound of footsteps echoed through the space, rendering the atmosphere utterly silent. It was evident that both Hong Ying and Lin Chia's expressions had transformed into something peculiar, while Lin Chia maintained composure. Hong Ying appeared as uneasy as a mouse in the presence of a cat. "What are you all doing?" Zhao Kongqing inquired, puzzled, halting his banter as he turned to look behind him. Upon spotting a familiar figure, he too was taken aback. Beside him, Long Xian, who was meant to instruct Lin Chia in firearms, and Wen Qima, who had been idly passing time, were equally bewildered. Why is he here again? Chen Mai had not informed them that Yi Changpan would be visiting today, nor had he mentioned that Yi Changpan now held the title of special instructor, superior to even the commander of the Night Watchman. They were completely unaware that he would be gracing the Peace Affairs office with his presence. Thus, upon witnessing Yi Changpan, a disconcerting thought lingered in their minds, for they all understood too well that Yi Changpan was a deity. This esteemed being had last descended upon the Night Watchman during the Nantu Serpent Demon incident, resulting in the deaths of over 3,000 individuals. What could the second visitation signify? How many lives would be lost this time? Clearing his throat, aware of the stunned expression surrounding him, Chen Mai addressed the group. We are all aware of his identity, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Today, Instructor Yi has been invited by our commander, the Night Watchman, to guide our Team 136 in Songnan City. Should anyone have queries regarding the Forbidden Ruins, powers, or any uncertainties, feel free to approach him, including you, Lin Chia. In the future, you may not even need to spar with old Zhao. He can teach you the sword, which is far more formidable than our methods of attack with a blade. As these words resonated, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. They exchanged glances, each able to discern a profound emotion in the other's eyes, bewilderment, an overwhelming sense of astonishment. A deity had descended to personally guide them? It sounded like a tale spun from the realms of fantasy. Yet, upon witnessing Yi Changpan standing there in tangible form, no one dared to question the reality. The demeanor of this being spoke volumes. Indeed, he had come to offer his teachings. It was nothing short of an extraordinary reverie. However, their bewilderment was but fleeting. Soon, upon realizing that their instructor was a divine entity, save for the complex emotions etched on the face of Long Xian, excitement surged among them. Zhao Kongqing, in particular, eagerly sharpened his resolve, flashing a grin at Yi Changpan. His gaze sparkled with an ominous glint, a manifestation of the treacherous energies of the high-risk forbidden domain, Mingsheng Shanyue, coupled with an inexplicable force that transcended both the forbidden realm and the divine slaying power system. Ah, in the past, when you bestowed upon me the perilous forbidden domain, I sensed a peculiar energy surging within me, yearning for a confrontation to seek your wisdom. Yet, fear held me back from approaching you with inquiries. Who could have imagined that the opportunity would present itself now? Pausing momentarily, Zhao Kongqing's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. He raised his wooden blade, directing it towards Yi Changpan. With each word, he conveyed not only courtesy, but also an ardent fighting spirit. I am a Night Watchman, Zhao Kongqing. Now, I seek the esteemed guidance of Instructor Yi. Chapter 88. Survive for 10 seconds, and you and the voice of Zhao Kongqing reverberated throughout the underground training arena. Many present subtly shifted their gazes, including the recently arrived Wu Xiangnan and Si Xiaonan, who regarded Zhao Kongqing with a blend of astonishment and curiosity at his eagerness to become a test subject. However, their surprise quickly faded, for Zhao Kongqing's approach was undeniably sensible. Faced with the personal guidance of a deity, anyone with a modicum of sense would not refuse. Moreover, for these individuals emerging from training camps and special teams, the desire for progress was even more compelling. With this thought in mind, all eyes turned to Yi Changpan, eager to discern his response. Yi Changpan observed the scene with a calm demeanor, noting the flicker of power fluctuations in Zhao Kongqing's eyes. Although they appeared to be the waves of the Forbidden Ruins, they were predominantly a force that, while absent in the realm of god-slaying, felt strikingly familiar to him, the power of a knight. The energy coalesced within the blank dial was indeed his own, yet it conferred a certain privilege, the ability to wield the time-space drive. In an instant, Yi Changpan grasped the origin of Zhao Kongqing's knightly power and recalled the perilous moments Zhao had faced under the eclipsing moon dial, where he had narrowly escaped the fate of an aberrant knight. The thought of granting him the time-space drive crossed Ye's mind. Suddenly, ripples flickered in Yi Changpan's gaze. He had refrained from bestowing the time-space drive upon Zhao Kongqing, not out of doubt regarding his worthiness, but because the moment Zhao had acquired the forbidden ruins through the dial, he had already obtained the knightly power encapsulated within the blank dial. Zhao Kongqing, or rather, the second generation Moon Knight. Should Yi Changpan bestow the time-space drive upon him now, he would be able to transform into a knight that harmoniously aligned with his essence. However, the dilemma remained. Ahem, Instructor Yi, they're still waiting for you. As Yi Changpan contemplated the knightly power belonging to Zhao Kongqing, the soft yet clear voice of Chunmai echoed in his ear, gradually calming the depth of his gaze. He sensed the hesitance in the eyes of the 136 squad members, doubt about whether he would guide them or lead them astray. Yi Changpan paid no heed to their scrutiny, yet he calmly instructed, "Prepare the sword for me, the wooden one." Though he deliberately emphasized that it was a wooden sword, his gaze was fixed not on Chunmai, but rather on Zhao Kongqing, who stood before him, sword in hand. The indifference in his eyes had vanished, replaced by keen scrutiny. He was assessing whether Zhao Kongqing possessed the spirit of a knight and whether he was deserving of the second generation Moon Knight dial, which would enable him to transform into the second generation Moon Knight. "Han Ying, please make the necessary preparations." Upon hearing that Yi Changpan was indeed about to commence his instruction, Chunmai could not help but exhale in relief. He harbored a genuine apprehension that this revered ancestor might engage in some unforeseen actions. He promptly signaled to Hong Ying to hasten, for time waits for no one. Nodding in understanding, Hong Ying swiftly departed. During the interval of waiting for Hong Ying, Yi Changpan had already ascended the martial platform alongside Zhao Kongqing. In the expansive arena, the two stood at opposing ends, ready to challenge a deity. Indeed, a deity. Zhao Kongqing gripped a wooden straight sword, his gaze fixed intently upon Yi Changpan. Confronting Yi Changpan, facing a divine being, he felt neither anxiety nor trepidation. Instead, he was imbued with trust, a profound belief that Yi Changpan would earnestly guide him. Additionally, he was exhilarated at the prospect of personally challenging a god. The night watchman's broadsword, stained with the blood of the heavens, had been a long-awaited moment for him, anticipated even before he attained the forbidden ruins. It was this very passion that compelled him to express various sentiments to Lin Chiye, for in his heart, he was fighting for this very cause. This was the unembellished truth of his feelings, no longer mere bravado, but genuine. As Zhao Kongqing's heart surged with excitement, his hands began to tremble. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached. Hong Ying entered, cradling a long sword. Under the gaze of the assembled crowd, she walked directly to Yi Changpan's side, presenting the sword to him with a somewhat timid voice. "Here you go." Yi Changpan cast a glance at her, discerning the tension woven into her voice. There was no longer the worry he had sensed upon their first encounter, nor did she reiterate that being defeated by Zhao Kongqing was commonplace. Instead, she appeared timid, reminiscent of an inexperienced girl. Yi Changpan was well aware of her fear. After a brief moment of silence, he accepted the wooden long sword from her hands and softly uttered, "Thank you." He felt no need to apologize, for he had committed no wrongdoing. However, the kindness she had extended upon their first meeting, along with her 2 acts of retrieving the sword for him, warranted his gratitude, even if he did not require it. After speaking, Yi Changpan paid no further heed to Hong Ying's actions. Instead, he grasped the sword and advanced step by step towards Zhao Kongqing, remaining silent throughout the entire process. An invisible yet palpable aura enveloped him, exuding the regal presence befitting a king, exerting a formidable pressure. Did he just say thank you to me? Hong Ying stood in a daze, reflecting on the kindness Yi Changpan had just shown her and that single word of gratitude. Though she was uncertain of his intentions at that moment, all her fears of his potential displeasure at her presence dissipated with that simple thank you. recollecting their previous interactions. In the scene where Yi Changpan, despite his frigid demeanor, had refrained from striking, she even failed to notice the subtle curve of a smile forming on her lips. Those clear and luminous eyes inadvertently stirred ripples of joy. It seemed as though he was not so irreverent after all. At this moment, Yi Changpan and Zhao Kongcheng stood firmly on opposing sides. Instructor Yi, may I inquire how I should launch my attack? What is the significance and rationale behind this battle? Zhao Kongcheng was already poised for action, his hands gripping the straight sword that trembled faintly, the dark aura of the forbidden ruins subtly emanating, compelling him to strike. Significance? Have you not already demonstrated everything through your actions? Yi Changpan regarded him coolly, his long sword held upright, directed at Zhao Kongcheng. I cannot teach you much regarding your innate combat talent. However, since you wish to wield the forbidden ruins, I can impart to you how to harness it. As for the rationale, after a brief pause, the corner of Yi Changpan's mouth curled into a faint, elusive smile as he continued. As long as you can endure for 10 seconds in my grasp, I shall consider you the victor. Chapter 89. Even within the same forbidden realm and identical circumstances, the chasm between us remains immense. This battle serves to familiarize Zhao Kongcheng with his own forbidden realm. This fact is readily comprehensible to the other members of Team 136, as Zhao Kongcheng possesses remarkable combat talent. Among them, only the captain, Chun Mai, can engage him on equal footing, while the others cannot even match a third of his prowess. However, to withstand for 10 seconds, and without utilizing divine power, is this sheer audacity, or does he possess his own courage? As they absorbed Yi Changpan's final words, a profound silence enveloped the group. Even knowing that Yi Changpan is a deity, they found it difficult to comprehend, for this was a contest of pure skill without the intervention of divine might. In such circumstances, they anticipated Yi Changpan's victory. The conclusion could only be drawn from Zhao Kongcheng's defeat. Yet, under the same conditions at the same level, bolstered by considerable combat experience, Yi Changpan claimed he could resolve the matter in 10 seconds. This left them in disbelief. The divine indeed wields extraordinary power, suffused with many unfathomable strengths. But, devoid of divine power, can he still be so formidable? Swish! Unbeknownst to the thoughts of the others, Zhao Kongcheng, having grasped the rules and patterns defined by Yi Changpan for this confrontation, broke into a grin. I understand now. I can utilize the Forbidden Realm. Under the same conditions. I must endure for 10 seconds, correct? Then, let us begin. With this declaration, he hesitated no longer. Seizing the opportunity, his feet exploded into motion, transforming him into a fleeting shadow of black as he lunged toward Yi Changpan, his footsteps echoing. In no time, Zhao Kongcheng stood before Yi Changpan. Then, a blade descended, aimed directly at his opponent's face. Bang! Yi Changpan didn't even glance. He merely raised his long sword to parry the blow. The dull thud of wood clashing resonated through the air. A prime opportunity. Zhao Kongcheng's eyes sparkled with intensity. This strike, though appearing fierce, was merely a probe. The forthcoming move would be the true killing blow, the foundation of his victory. He understood that Yi Changpan was no ordinary being, but a deity capable of wielding supreme powers such as time and space. Hence, to avoid an early defeat, he had taken numerous precautions. Yet, now he felt those measures were unnecessary, for there was no semblance of defense in his demeanor. Flaws abound, even if you can manipulate time or shatter fragments of space. What of it? Your skill in the realm of pure combat is indeed formidable, yet you are still vulnerable. Zhao Kongcheng pivoted his blade, shifting from a slash to a thrust. The edge of his sword aimed straight for Yi Changpan's chest, piercing forward. Yi Changpan observed it all with an expressionless gaze. His eyes revealed not a flicker of emotion. Not even a single word escaped his lips. He simply continued to wield his sword in defense, without any further thought. Bang! However, at this moment, as the two wooden implements clashed, Zhao Kongcheng ceased to hesitate and swiftly turned away, discarding even the wooden dagger in his grasp. With a fluid motion, a crescent-shaped arc of pitch-black blade light erupted forth. Forbidden ruins, vanishing life, flashing moon. In an instant, it surged toward Yi Changpan's form. Yet Yi Changpan remained transfixed, sword in hand, attempting to deflect Zhao Kongqing's second assault, helplessly witnessing the impending strike. It was over. Zhao Kongqing furrowed his brow. Although he doubted he could inflict any harm upon Yi Changpan, a divine entity, he recognized that even in a contest utilizing the Lantern Realm, the opponent remained a god. Nonetheless, he should understand that as long as he unleashed power surpassing the Lantern Realm, it would count as a victory for him. But why was he still so indifferent? A perplexing unease began to settle in Zhao Kongqing's heart. At this moment, 4 seconds had already elapsed in the 10-second countdown. As the 5th second approached, under the watchful eyes of Zhao Kongqing and the multitude of night watchers, the dark crescent blade mark surged toward Yi Changpan, poised to strike. Is it over? Yi Changpan finally murmured, his gaze chilling. With a cold smile directed at the force of the forbidden ruins before him, he uttered, "Is that so?" As his words fell, a powerful wave of momentum surged forth. Lantern Realm, forbidden ruins, vanishing life, flashing moon. In that instant, an explosive force erupted from Yi Changpan. He need not move. For several arcs of pitch-black blade light, akin to those previously released by Zhao Kongqing, rose spontaneously into the air, uniting to crash down upon the incoming attack. Boom! The atmosphere ignited with an overwhelming intensity. At that moment, astonishment enveloped all present. The members of Team 136 were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. Captain Chum, I murmured, forbidden ruins, vanishing life, flashing moon. Aside from time, space, seraphim, and non-to-awe the serpent demon, he even possesses Zhao Kongqing's forbidden ruins power, though it remains within the Lantern Realm's strength. Is this the essence of plunder? No, it is not plunder. This is the forbidden ruins power bestowed upon Zhao Kongqing by him. But where did he acquire it? Who among the night watchers possesses such forbidden ruins? Someone must have encountered this demon in advance. It is imperative to report this for further investigation. As Chun Mai grew wary, Zhao Kongqing found himself equally bewildered, staring blankly at the myriad of black crescent attacks unleashed by Yi Changpan. He felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. So, you possess this forbidden ruins as well? That seems rather excessive. If this continues, 10 seconds may not suffice to determine a victor. His words were laced with confusion, not concerning himself, but regarding Yi Changpan. Zhao Kongqing could surmise that the opponent also wielded the forbidden ruins, vanishing life, flashing moon, for it was a power given to him by that very individual. As a giver, possessing such power is indeed quite natural. However, what left him perplexed was that Yi Changpan utilized this forbidden domain, which undoubtedly mirrored various aspects, including combat prowess and dexterity, in a manner indistinguishable from his own. This battle resembled a confrontation between himself and a slightly superior version of himself. Could a victor be determined in 10 seconds? It seemed unlikely, even over the course of 10 minutes. Thus, Yi Changpan's maneuver truly left Zhao Kongqing baffled. Was it possible that you wish for me to triumph? Ultimately, Zhao Kongqing could only arrive at this conclusion. In 10 seconds, no victor could be discerned, allowing you to win? Upon hearing these two statements, Yi Changpan cast a curious glance at Zhao Kongqing, and then, as if grasping the other's thoughts, a smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. Having promised to teach you the use of the forbidden domain does not imply that under comparable abilities, you shall emerge victorious, even if it is merely enduring for 10 seconds in my presence. As his words fell, under Zhao Kongqing's skeptical gaze, the crimson radiance belonging to the power of the demon surged within Yi Changpan's eyes. A glimpse of the future unfurled around him. A scarlet golden dial subtly materialized behind him. Suddenly, a figure enveloped in pure darkness descended. Chapter 90. Omniscient and Omnipotent. The true essence of the abyssal moon, what transpires, is the fluctuation of the forbidden ruins. Abyssal moon, though it exists within the realm of illusion, it undeniably pertains to this forbidden ruins. A radiant golden dial materializes behind Yi Changpan, reflecting the silhouette of a figure, entirely cloaked in darkness. The members of Team 136 stand in stunned silence, as they recognize that the apparition behind Yi Changpan is a manifestation of the realm itself, pulsating with an aura identical to his. This signifies that this figure has been summoned forth by Changpan. However, when did the abyssal moon attain the capacity to coalesce into a human form? Shamai furrows his brow. It is a well-known fact that the Forbidden Ruins, abyssal moon, possesses formidable lethality, capable of conjuring blades from thin air for long-range assaults. While he may not fully grasp the deeper abilities of the abyssal moon, he is aware of the immense power of its manifestations. Zhao Kongsheng serves as a prime example. With the spiritual prowess granted by the realm, even at his peak, he could only unleash a handful of devastating black blades before succumbing to fatigue. The notion that Yi Changpan could summon a figure, evidently born from the Forbidden Ruins, is simply unfathomable. The very idea of conjuring blades suspended in midair seems preposterous. Is this truly a capacity bestowed by the realm? In light of this revelation, I find myself gravely questioning the legitimacy of his abilities. Chunmai's incredulity is shared by the entirety of Team 136, all left bewildered, grappling to comprehend the unfolding events. Some even dare to jest at the absurdity of the scene. Yet, it is only until the solemn voices of Si Xiaonan and Lin Chu break through the cacophony that the gravity of the situation is acknowledged. That is not merely the fluctuation of the abyssal moon. However, it can be construed as a figure birthed from the abyssal moon. The first two statements leave the audience perplexed. What does it mean to assert that it is not a fluctuation of the Forbidden Ruins? It is a figure born from it? But the subsequent lines send a shiver through the crowd as they realize the truth. That figure represents the future self of him, the one who has completely mastered the Forbidden Ruins, abyssal moon. The revelation strikes like thunder, resounding in their minds. The future. Him. Wu Xiangnan struggles to mask her astonishment. Do you comprehend the implications of your words? The power of time enables one to traverse both past and future, a truth recognized by all. The leader of the masked team, Wang Mian, exemplifies this. Yet, if one were to summon a future version of oneself to fight on their behalf, would that not border on the absurd? Does the other party even possess a so-called new power? When faced with uncertainty, shall one simply seek assistance from the future? This notion surpasses even the miraculous powers of the seraphim. One must wonder if the deity of time, represented by Wang Mian, is aware that within the realm of the great Xia, a demon exists who can manipulate time in such a manner. Certainly, we are quite certain. Lin Qie and Si Xiaonan gaze at the shadow behind Yi Changpan. Upon hearing this inquiry, they answered Wu Xiangnan without any hesitation. Earlier, at Sannan City's second middle school, they had witnessed Yi Changpan summon a version of himself that would one day possess the Klein realm. That day, a single strike obliterated thousands of Nantawa serpent demons, enveloping the entire Sannan City in a radiant golden glow that lingered for an extended period. Hiss! Upon hearing the resolute words of Si Xiaonan and Lin Qie, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Chunmai and Wu Xiangnan exchanged glances, and then turned their attention to Zhao Kongsheng, who stood in a daze before Yi Changpan. It seemed they had begun to comprehend how this outcome would be inscribed. In the fleeting moments of thought, time appeared to stretch infinitely. Yet only a mere 3 seconds had elapsed. As the 8th second arrived, on a martial arts platform, Zhao Kongsheng stared blankly at Yi Changpan. More precisely, he fixated on the figure behind him, which was now becoming clearer, wielding a pitch-black curved blade, exuding an aura of sovereign mystery associated with spirit summoning. Could it be that the abyssal void annihilation of life could be so flamboyant? He couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. He had always believed that the abyssal void annihilation of life was limited to simply wielding a blade. Yet he had not anticipated it could be so strikingly impressive. However, after this fleeting envy, Zhao Kongsheng's expression surged with excitement once more. I must learn this technique. If I could master this awe-inspiring spirit body, would it not captivate a throng of novice night watchers? At the very least, someone like Lin Qie would surely be left speechless. Swish! But just as his thoughts crystallized, Yi Changpan had already raised his wooden longsword, aiming it at Zhao Kongsheng. In the 9th second, softly murmuring, his dark eyes grew colder still, and the ability of the abyssal void's annihilation of life was fully unleashed. The shadow behind him became increasingly substantial, until it transformed from a shadowy figure into a young warrior clad in armor, wielding a pitch-black longsword, his countenance indifferent yet radiating a sharp, cold brilliance. This was the future Yi Changpan. More precisely, it was the version of Yi Changpan that had mastered the abyssal void's annihilation of life. The two forms merged. A familiar and overwhelming knowledge flooded Yi Changpan's mind. The knowledge of the abyssal void, as well as the techniques for utilizing annihilation of life. It must come to an end. Yi Changpan's eyes suddenly turned frosty. In an instant, his figure surged forward towards Zhao Kongqing. Within the blink of an eye, he had reached Zhao Kongqing's side. With a single sword strike, the sound of the blade slicing through the air, imbued with a chilling aura, descended abruptly. Oh no! Zhao Kongqing had scarcely registered the situation before he felt a coldness that made his hair stand on end. Instinctively, he raised his blade. Bang! He managed to block the strike. However, it merely deflected the initial strike, for in the next moment, that sword energy manifested seemingly from thin air, akin to the method previously employed by Zhao Kongqing. No, it was executed with even greater finesse. 5 ebony-long swords now stood beside him, exuding a chilling aura that proclaimed their ominous presence. You have lost, Yi Changpan stated calmly, regarding Zhao Kongqing with an indifferent gaze. His voice was devoid of emotion, and the dark silhouette behind him had yet to dissipate, adding an aura of sinister brutality to his demeanor. Zhao Kongqing stood in stunned silence, observing the scene before him. There was Yi Changpan, wielding a wooden longsword, facing him with equal defiance, while he himself was ensnared by the 5 ebony blades. I have lost. Yet, he had indeed been defeated. No matter how reluctant Zhao Kongqing was to admit it, the truth was undeniable. He had lost this battle. At this moment, should Yi Changpan desire it, he need not lift a finger. A mere thought would suffice to command the sword energy conjured by mention, piercing through his internal organs and extinguishing his very life force. And at this moment, time had precisely reached the 10th second. Zhao Kongqing was vanquished. Chapter 91. In a mere 10 seconds, Zhao Kongqing was breached 20 times. The arena fell into a profound silence. Everyone stood